Chapter 1, Make Him Disappear. On the day of the winter solstice, it snowed in Jiangqing. In the hospital corridor, a haggard-looking Chu Yuxuan paced anxiously back and forth. After a moment, he saw a doctor coming out of the ward and hurriedly approached, urgently asking, "Doctor, how is my grandmother?" The doctor, nearing 50 with thinning hair, closed the door and shook his head gently, sighing, "It's hard to say if she can make it through tonight. I'll prescribe some painkillers. You can give her an injection every 3 hours to help her pass peacefully." Chu Yuxuan felt dizzy, his legs unsteady as he leaned against the wall. After a while, he took off his glasses and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, finally gathering the courage to walk into the ward. His grandmother had just received a painkiller and was lying peacefully on the hospital bed with an oxygen tube. She turned her head slightly, squinting at him with a kind smile. "Yuxuan, where's Xia Zhu?" She probably sensed that her time was running out and wanted to see her granddaughter-in-law one last time. Chu Yuxuan held back his tears and sat down on the stool beside the bed, forcing a smile. "Grandma, she's probably busy filming today." The old woman's cold hands grasped her grandson's, her expression unwavering. "It's good that she's busy. Yuxuan, can you call her? I want to talk to her. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for her." "How could that be? You'll definitely live a long life." Chu Yuxuan squeezed his grandmother's hand, but seeing the determination in her eyes, he reluctantly took out his phone and called Xia Zhu. "Hello, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable." Chu Yuxuan furrowed his brow and said to his grandmother, "Forget it, she really is busy. Grandma, are you hungry? Should I go get you something to eat?" The old woman closed her cloudy eyes for a moment, her pale lips moving slightly. "I want to drink the tomato and egg custard you make." The tumor hospital wasn't far from home. It took just 10 minutes to drive there. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yuxuan called a nurse to give her some instructions and then hurried home in his second-hand Skoda. In the underground parking lot, after parking his car and opening the door, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Xia Zhu's figure. Not far away, by a white Range Rover, Xia Zhu was tightly hugging a man in a suit, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Chu Yuxuan's heart trembled, and he froze in place. He recognized the man. It was Gao Ning, Xia Zhu's childhood friend and her first love. 3 years ago, for some unknown reason, Gao Ning had cruelly left Xia Zhu and gone abroad alone. During that time, Xia Zhu had been in a daze. They say that women are most vulnerable when they are at their weakest, and it was precisely during this period that Chu Yuxuan, the devoted admirer, had the chance to marry her. Although Chu Yuxuan knew that Xia Zhu had someone she couldn't let go of, he believed that there was no stone that couldn't be warmed. But now, Gao Ning gently patted Xia Zhu's back, comforting her softly. "Xia Zhu, 3 years ago, I really thought my illness was incurable. Going to America was just a gamble. I thought I would die sooner or later. That's why I had to cruelly leave you. You have no idea how much it hurt me to push away the girl I love the most. I sincerely wished you would find someone who loves you more than I ever could." Xia Zhu sobbed. "How could you be so selfish? How could you be so foolish? Ninggu, for the past 3 years, I've thought about you every single moment. I knew you must have had a reason for leaving me. Woo-woo, from now on, you can't leave me again, okay?" Gao Ning caressed Xia Zhu's cheek, his eyes filled with pain. "Silly girl, I won't leave again. I know you don't really love that Chu guy, right?" Xia Zhu paused for a moment, biting her lip. Before she could respond, her gaze fell on Chu Yuxuan, who was walking over. "Let her go." Gao Ning heard the sudden cold voice behind him and instinctively released his arms. When he turned around and saw Chu Yuxuan, he was momentarily stunned, then a mocking smile crept onto his lips as he provocatively wrapped his arms around Xia Zhu's waist. Xia Zhu stiffened slightly and hesitated for a moment, but ultimately removed Gao Ning's hand from her waist and took a couple of steps toward Chu Yuxuan. Perhaps not daring to meet his gaze, she turned her head slightly and said coolly, "Yuxuan, you saw everything? I'm not blind." Chu Yuxuan's expression was emotionless. After a pause, he took a deep breath and said, "Come with me to the hospital." Gao Ning stepped forward, sizing up Chu Yuxuan's shabby outfit with a smirk. "You must be Chu Yuxuan, right? I remember you pursued Xia Zhu back in high school. You were so uncool back then, like a country bumpkin. How come you're still the same now?" Chu Yuxuan stared unblinkingly at Xia Zhu and repeated, "Come with me to the hospital. Grandma wants to talk to you." Xia Zhu frowned, about to speak, when Gao Ning interjected, "Chu Yuxuan, you should know my relationship with Xia Zhu. You should also know that Xia Zhu has never really liked you." At this point, Gao Ning took out a stack of checks from his pocket, tore one off, and handed it to Chu Yuxuan, his tone sincere yet mocking. "Anyway, thank you for taking care of her these past 2 years. Just fill in any amount as my way of repaying you. Chu Yuxuan could no longer contain his anger and shoved Gao Ning away, shouting, "Did I ask to talk to you?" Gao Ning stumbled back, hitting the hood of the Range Rover, and immediately clutched his chest, his face contorting in pain. Xia Zhu's eyes widened in shock as she pushed Chu Yuxuan away, agitatedly exclaiming, "Chu Yuxuan, what are you doing? He's not feeling well. Can you take responsibility if something happens to him?" She hurried to support Gao Ning. "Ninggu, are you okay?" Gao Ning was breathing heavily, biting his lip, looking like he was enduring intense pain. I'm fine, I'm fine." "How can you be fine like this? I'll take you to the hospital." Xia Zhu struggled to help Gao Ning, settling him into the passenger seat. As she walked around to the driver's side, she shot a glare at Chu Yuxuan and snapped, "Get lost. I don't want to see you." Chu Yuxuan clenched his fists and said, "Xia Zhu, I'll say it again, come with me to the hospital. Grandma is not doing well." The last sentence was drowned out by the car door slamming shut. Watching the Range Rover drive away, Chu Yuxuan pushed up his heavy black-framed glasses and took a deep breath. Then, a bitter smile crept onto his lips as he muttered, "Forget it, forget it." When it comes to the self-cultivation of a devoted admirer, Chu Yuxuan was undoubtedly the best at it, always deluding himself into thinking that through some effort, he could win a smile from the beauty. Although he understood that deep love was far less tangible than mutual affection, one-sided devotion always had its limits. In situations like this, if he continued to cling desperately, begging her for a glance, he would truly be asking for a lightning strike. Reality is often like this. When the prince of your dreams appears, the princess can only offer the toad that has been longing for her the gentlest words, "You're a good person," and then, based on the principle of "I know I owe you, but you must stay away from me," fly off with her prince. In the end, Grandma didn't make it to the next day. At 11:30 p.m., she passed away peacefully. Older generations value returning to one's roots, so Chu Yuxuan hired a funeral home vehicle to take his grandmother back to her hometown overnight. When the neighbors learned of this, the news spread quickly, and many came to help. They knew that the old lady had no relatives other than her grandson, and besides, Chu Yuxuan, being so young, didn't know much about funerals. He knelt in the mourning hall all night, and by noon, having not slept a wink for days, Chu Yuxuan was dozing off when suddenly his pocket vibrated. He pulled out his phone to see a WeChat message from someone saved as old too. It contained 4 screenshots and a message, "Make him disappear?" 2 of the screenshots showed Xia Zhu and Gao Ning walking home hand in hand, looking sweet together, clearly taken by paparazzi. The other 2 were comments from netizens. "Is Xia Goddess about to announce her relationship? Congratulations. I heard the guy is a rich second generation." These days, don't female stars just go for rich second generations? What's so surprising about that? Xia Zhu was now considered a popular first-tier star, so it was normal for paparazzi to follow her around 247. As for why no one questioned her fidelity, it was because she and Chu Yuxuan had initially kept their marriage secret, not wanting to affect her career. It turned out that as long as there was enough love, a career was hardly an excuse. Chu Yuxuan pinched the bridge of his nose and replied to old Tu, "Don't do anything." Then he put his phone away. At that moment, someone outside the mourning hall shouted, "The filial son is returning the gift." Chu Yuxuan hurriedly kowtowed, and when he straightened up, he noticed a big, stout man in a suit had come to pay his respects. This big man weighed at least 200 pounds, and his suit couldn't even be buttoned. When he knelt to bow, his belly pressed against his thighs, looking quite comical. After burning a couple of joss papers, the big man moved closer to Chu Yuxuan, his honest face showing no expression. He secretly pulled out a phone from his pocket and handed it to Chu Yuxuan, as if it were a secret meeting, whispering, "Someone wants to talk to you."
Chapter 2. Are you still alive? Chu Yuxuan regarded the hefty man with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" "Never mind who I am. The call is connected. Just answer it," the man replied. With a skeptical glare at the rotund figure, Chu Yuxuan slowly took the phone. "Hello? Yuxuan?" On the other end of the line was a voice familiar to Chu Yuxuan. "It's Dad." Surprised, Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. "Oh. You still alive? Heaven must be blind." The hefty man beside him appeared visibly distressed. There was a moment of silence on the line, before a sigh emerged. "I sometimes doubt whether you're really my son. Why is your tongue so sharp?" Chu Yuxuan scoffed. "Chu Jiqing, although my grandmother is your third wife's mother, she is still your mother-in-law. If you still consider yourself a decent person, come and bow to her." The man, who could intimidate even the most prominent entrepreneurs in Jiangxing with a mere frown, seemed unperturbed. He chuckled. "Let this hefty fellow bow for me. I'm somewhat indisposed at the moment. Chu Yuxuan pursed his lips and cast a sidelong glance at the hefty man. He says you must bow 800 times, and if you don't finish, you can't go back. The hefty man. Chu Jiqing burst into laughter. Despite not having seen his illegitimate son for over a decade, he knew his character all too well. After a fit of laughter, his tone suddenly turned serious. Let us discuss important matters. Yuxuan, 2 years ago, when you first returned to the country, I wanted you to join the Chu family, but you insisted on taking care of your grandmother, so I didn't press the issue. Now that she is passed, isn't it time for you to return? The Chu family, the foremost prestigious clan in Jiangxing. However, in the face of such affluence, Chu Yuxuan remained nonchalant. What is the point of going back? To send you off as well? Are you in a hurry? The hefty man lost his footing, and his head struck the ground with a thud. Yuxuan, I know you resent me, but this isn't the time for bitterness. You are my only son. Your grandfather's health is deteriorating by the day, and I feel. So you want me to return to help you fight for the inheritance? Can't wait to replace that old man, can you? Huh? Chu Yuxuan interrupted coldly. Don't forget, I'm just an illegitimate child. I have neither the qualification nor the interest. Another silence fell on the line, and after a long pause, Chu Jiqing abruptly stated, Don't think I'm unaware. You've been investigating that matter all these years. Chu Yuxuan's pupils constricted momentarily, quickly returning to normal as he replied in a low voice. What else do you know? Hee. No matter how you slice it, I am still your father. You may have concealed yourself for a decade, deceiving others, but you cannot deceive me. By the way, I just saw the news. Your little darling seems to be running off with someone else? My son, those romantic notions are merely pursuits of the idle. You mustn't fall into such a lowly error. There is a woman in this world who cannot be won over with money. I have prepared a grand gift for you, the most beautiful woman in Jiangxing. Interested? Just return, and you can marry her at once. Chu Yuxuan appeared disinterested in the so-called beauty, merely retorting, lower class? Hee. Chu Jiqing, in some respects, you aren't even human. Just a few words of insult? At least leave me some dignity, you little beast. There's only one chance. I'll give you a week to consider. Oh, let me remind you, the Chu family is vast and well-connected. It might aid you in uncovering what you seek. Not to rain on your parade, but with your current skills, you may never uncover it in this lifetime. Chu Yuxuan remained silent, pondering for a while before gritting his teeth. Chu Jiqing, don't you want to clarify what happened back then? At times, I truly wish to rip open your chest and see if you even have a heart. Chu Jiqing smiled lightly, his tone casual. Don't forget, you have 1 week. Time waits for no one. Then, the call was abruptly cut off. Fuming, Chu Yuxuan hurled his phone to the ground, his eyes turning red with suppressed emotion, a hint of moisture glimmering in their depths. The hefty man, glancing at the shattered phone, contemplated saying, Why are you smashing my phone out of anger? But seeing the ravenous expression on Chu Yuxuan's face, he, being the family's young master, could only swallow his grievances and continue bowing. Meanwhile, in the villa of Gao Ning, Xia Zhu was peeling an apple on the sofa, while Gao Ning was showing Xia Zhu's mother around the house. Auntie, this is the new house my dad bought me last month, intended for my wedding. If you don't mind, you can move in today. Oh dear, how can I accept this? The woman feigned refusal, her eyes brimming with approval for Gao Ning. Indeed, Gao Ning, with his remarkable demeanor and tall stature, came from a wealthy background. Both his parents were prominent business figures, which would leave any prospective mother-in-law satisfied. Gao Ning smiled. Auntie, you and my parents have known each other for a long time. Besides, Xia Zhu and I have long been in love. It is only natural for you to move in. Xia's mother laughed heartily, taking small steps towards Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu, hurry and call that good for nothing. Tell him to come over so you two can finalize the divorce today. I never agreed to your relationship with him. I don't know what kind of spell he cast on you to make you so infatuated. Insisting that he would take care of you, being gentle and considerate. Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, the woman quickly closed her mouth. After a moment of awkwardness, she turned to Gao Ning. Ninger, don't worry. Xia Zhu and that good-for-nothing have never been intimate. I stake my reputation on it. Mom. Xia Zhu frowned, displeased. What are you saying? Perhaps she herself didn't understand why she had ever been with Chu Yuxuan. Women often face two choices. One is to pursue the one they love, and the other is to compromise and choose someone who loves them. Xia Zhu, with her resolute character, naturally chose the first option. But that choice led to heartbreak and resentment. Therefore, she compromised and chose the second. Now, with her first choice returning, the misunderstandings that had led to her abandonment 3 years ago were resolved, and the one who had unconditionally loved her was destined to lose. Here, have an apple. Xia Zhu stood up, offering the peeled apple to Gao Ning, her eyes sparkling. Truth be told, Xia Zhu's beauty, figure, and grace were exquisite. Had she been cast into an ancient royal court, she could have brought nations to ruin. In recent years, some of Jiangqing's board elite had devised a beauty ranking list, updated every season, with Xia Zhu consistently placing in the top 3. However, at the age of 28, it was likely she would fall out of the rankings this year. After all, time is fleeting. Youth fades like flowers falling from trees. Speaking of the beauty rankings, one must mention the undisputed number 1 in Jiangqing, who had held her position for 7 consecutive years since her freshman year, with no challenger in sight. Many wealthy suitors became infatuated, employing all means to claim her. Yet this striking beauty remained unattainable, her character as frosty as her affluent background. At 25, she had yet to be touched by anyone. Gao Ning took the apple from Xia Zhu, taking a gentle bite, so sweet. Standing face to face, nearly touching, they appeared to be a perfect match from a distance. Observing their budding intimacy, Xia's mother, perceptive as ever, remarked, "Xia Zhu, keep Ninger company while I prepare some dishes. Let us celebrate today as a reunion dinner, marking Ninger's rebirth and your reconciliation." As Xia's mother entered the kitchen, Gao Ning naturally embraced Xia Zhu, leaning down to kiss her. Unexpectedly, Xia Zhu turned her face away, blushing. "Ninggu, don't do that. I'm still married to Yuxuan. It feels somewhat inappropriate." A flicker of coldness crossed Gao Ning's eyes, but he maintained his composure. "All right, I'll respect your wishes. Xia Zhu, you should arrange to meet him soon. I can't wait to marry you." Xia Zhu nodded gently. "Okay." Chapter 3. Leaving with nothing on the 4th day following his grandmother's passing, with the assistance of the neighbors, she was laid to rest. In the afternoon, Chu Yuxuan visited each household to express his gratitude. Burdened by the recent bereavement, he refrained from entering their homes, bowing respectfully at the door and presenting each person with a red envelope as a token of appreciation. That evening, having just finished his meal, he received a call from Xia Zhu. Already troubled, he had little desire to engage with her. Yet, despite repeatedly disconnecting the call, Xia Zhu persisted, and finally, in exasperation, he answered, "Where are you?" Xia Zhu's voice on the other end was frigid, teetering on the brink of an outburst. "Why haven't you answered your phone these past 2 days?" Indeed, for the past 2 years, Chu Yuxuan had always complied with her wishes, never daring to ignore her calls. "I'm in the countryside at my grandmother's place," he replied, his tone even colder than hers. Upon hearing grandmother, Xia Zhu's memory stirred. She recalled that the elderly lady had been hospitalized recently, and her condition had seemed precarious during Xia Zhu's visit 2 weeks prior. Her tone softened slightly. "How is your grandmother? Why wasn't she brought home? Why was she taken directly to the countryside?" "Yuxuan, don't be childish. Our issues shouldn't affect her. Her health is fragile." Though she often treated Chu Yuxuan with indifference, she had always held a fondness for the kind old woman. Chu Yuxuan felt a bitter laugh bubbling within him, struggling to contain his anger as he stated, "You need not concern yourself. I have already laid her to rest." Xia Zhu's heart jolted. "When did this happen?" "Yuxuan, why didn't you tell me?" "Heh?" The thought made Chu Yuxuan feel a pang of sorrow, his voice laced with irritation. "Listen carefully, Xia Zhu. Your grandmother is not yours to call upon. You do not deserve that. I know why you called. Just wait, I will return tomorrow morning as you wish." With that, he ended the call. Xia Zhu stood in a daze, unable to fathom that the kind old lady had departed so suddenly. The elderly woman, who had always shown her tender care, had secretly knitted her a scarf even in her frail condition last winter. These memories would forever remain etched in her heart. It was only now that she recalled how Chu Yuxuan had insisted on taking her to the hospital just days prior. It dawned on her that her grandmother had already. A wave of regret surged within her, and she couldn't help but blame herself. In truth, she was not heartless. Over the past 2 years, aside from her grandmother, Chu Yuxuan's attentive care had always made her feel indebted. Yet, ultimately, a debt is merely a debt. It cannot equate to love. Now, she had resolutely decided to be with Gao Ning, and there was no turning back on this marriage. At worst, she would have to offer Chu Yuxuan some money as compensation for her perceived wrongs. She reminisced about their first encounter when she had just started middle school. At that time, his attire and demeanor exuded the charm of a wealthy heir. He had not yet worn glasses, his handsome features just beginning to mature, standing tall among his peers with long legs and elegant fingers. Whenever he walked by, the young girls would giggle, unable to contain their excitement, whispering shyly as he moved away. However, within half a semester, he seemed to fade away, as if his family's fortune had dwindled, leaving him looking ordinary. By the second half of his sophomore year, Chu Yuxuan had seemingly vanished for 7 or 8 years, only to reappear 2 years ago, inexplicably as a Didi driver in her life. Xia Zhu never inquired about his past. Occasionally, when reminiscing about old times, he would remain tight-lipped, as though he had engaged in unspeakable deeds during those lost years. In Xia Zhu's mind, Chu Yuxuan was merely a handsome man devoid of merit, a person most in need of financial support. The next day, Chu Yuxuan returned early to his home in the city. The house was eerily quiet, the door to the master bedroom ajar, indicating that Xia Zhu was not present. He had no inclination to ponder her whereabouts. Instead, he retrieved the divorce agreement he had prepared the previous day, signing his name with nonchalance before placing it on the coffee table. Next, he took out a suitcase and swiftly packed his and his grandmother's belongings. Just as he was about to leave, the door emitted the sound of a code being entered. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Xia Zhu, Gao Ning, and Xia's mother, all engaged in lively conversation. The atmosphere was so harmonious it resembled that of a family gathering. Upon noticing Chu Yuxuan in the living room, Xia Zhu's smile faded, replaced by a look of guilt. Gao Ning, however, provocatively smirked, his arm around Xia Zhu's waist as he pulled her closer, glancing at Chu Yuxuan with a mocking gaze. Xia's mother reacted most vehemently, pointing at Chu Yuxuan and shouting, "Useless! So you've decided to show your face again? You think ignoring my calls will prevent the divorce? Oh, by the way, Ninger, you know how to change the password for this lock, right? Hurry up and do it, lest some impoverished scoundrel comes to steal from us in the dead of night." "Mom, could you tone it down a bit?" Xia Zhu interjected, turning to Chu Yuxuan, her eyes evasive as she struggled to find the right words. Chu Yuxuan, all too familiar with his mother-in-law's biting remarks, chose to ignore her, turning his gaze to Xia Zhu and coldly stating, "The divorce agreement is on the coffee table. Today is Saturday, the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed. You pick a time. When you're free, just call me. I can come for the divorce anytime." At this he paused, adding, "Make it soon. Don't keep me waiting too long." Divorce agreement? Xia's mother's eyes widened as she rushed to the coffee table, cursing as she picked up the document. "You penniless wretch. I bet you're asking for a fortune, aren't you? I'll tell you right now, you think you can leave with nothing?" Skeptical, she glared at Chu Yuxuan, her tone laden with disdain. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Xia Zhu's expression soured. Although Chu Yuxuan's decision aligned with her desires, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She had assumed that he would at least exhibit some reluctance, perhaps even lash out in frustration, wreaking havoc in the house to vent his emotions. Yet, the Chu Yuxuan before her was unervingly calm and indifferent, as if he had transformed into a different person, deepening her guilt. "Yuxuan, I know you love me, but I truly don't want to miss out on Ninggu. I am sorry for you, and for your grandmother, truly. You have no reason to leave with nothing. How about this apartment? I find it filthy." Chu Yuxuan interrupted coldly, grabbing his suitcase and heading for the door. Gao Ning appeared to be particularly irked by the term filthy, shoving Chu Yuxuan with a scowl. "Watch your mouth. Chu Yuxuan, do you even know what you are? Do you really think a toad can feast on swan meat?" "Humph." As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of checks, offering them to Chu Yuxuan. "Fill in any amount you desire. From now on, stay away from our Xia Zhu." Xia Zhu's lips parted, intending to halt Gao Ning's insult toward Chu Yuxuan. However, before she could utter a word, Chu Yuxuan accepted the checks, lifting his gaze to Gao Ning with a devilish smile. "Then I shall not hold back." Truly, a spineless good-for-nothing. Xia Zhu thought bitterly, only to witness Chu Yuxuan endlessly scribbling zeros on the check. 10 billion? Gao Ning raised an eyebrow, taunting him. Have you lost your mind? Heh? Chu Yuxuan let out a cold laugh, crumpling the check into a ball and tossing it on the ground as he walked away, muttering, what a joke. Upon reaching the basement, Chu Yuxuan paused by a trash bin, casually removing the heavy black glasses perched on his nose. Glasses that were devoid of prescription, and tossed them into the bin. As he got into his car, a message from Old Two pinged again. Did he push you with his left hand? I'll go chop him up tonight. Chu Yuxuan felt a throb at his temples, rubbing his forehead before sending a voice message back. The call connected swiftly. Old Two, are you so free lately? Following me? Spying on me? With your vision, you could see from the opposite building. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a low voice replied, binoculars. Chu Yuxuan rolled his eyes. Focus on your own matters and don't meddle. Don't forget, my family might still be watching me. Well, do you intend to return to the Chu family? Chu Yuxuan exhaled a breath of frustration, gazing at his reflection in the rearview mirror, resolutely stating, I will return. Chapter 4. The prodigal returns if the ostentation of the wealthy is epitomized by villas by the sea and luxury cars lined up in rows, then Truman cannot simply be classified as ostentatious. The patriarch, Chu Xiaotian, hailing from a military background, has clawed his way through the tumultuous seas of commerce for much of his life, capitalizing on the era's bountiful opportunities to steadily construct the Chu family's trillion-yuan empire. For decades, he has ruled the northern city, nestled in the majestic Phoenix Mountain, where he has created a private garden, Phoenix Manor, that has drawn considerable censure from both political and business circles. The entire estate resembles a royal residence from ancient times, overlooking picturesque mountains and lakes, surrounded by lush forests and bamboo groves. Inside, the grandeur is undeniable, with pavilions and towers of varying heights, each turn revealing a new scene. Winding paths leading to secluded nooks, intricately carved beams and painted rafters showcasing unparalleled craftsmanship. Corridors intertwine with courtyards, adorned with vermilion roofs and azure tiles reminiscent of pearl palaces. Amidst the antiquated charm, opulence and magnificence permeate every corner. Even the garden's entrance boasts a blood jade peace token, standing half a person tall, which could easily fetch a spacious 300-square-meter apartment in the city center. Today marks the joyous occasion of New Year's Day, blessed with rare fine weather. The gates of the garden stand wide open, and the security personnel, brimming with vigor, stand at attention on either side. Before noon, luxury cars arrive in succession. The guards salute with diligence, watching as each vehicle ascends the mountain path before turning to greet the next. The bustling atmosphere is not merely due to the new year, but also because it is a day of great celebration for one of the young masters of the Chu family. Before long, a Skoda, emitting a cloud of black smoke due to oil burning, approaches. The two guards, cautious and vigilant, observe as a Maybach ascends the hill. Just as they turn back, they are taken aback to see this rather extraordinary little wreck of a car pulling up right before them. It resembles a shabby dinghy suddenly arriving at a grand naval port. The guard on the left cannot hide his astonishment and rushes forward a few steps, raising his hand to halt the vehicle with a stern expression, Hello, what is your purpose here? Inside the car, Chu Yuxuan appears disheveled, his hair a tousled mess, clad in a carefree black trench coat, lazily conversing on the phone as he slowly lowers the window. Xia Zhu, just how busy are you? Chu Yuxuan yawns, his tone nonchalant. It's been days. On the other end, Xia Zhu's voice is icy. After New Year's Day, I was photographed by paparazzi with Ning Gu, and I'm currently cooperating with the company to handle the situation. Chu Yuxuan smiles lightly. Isn't this perfect? We can swiftly finalize the paperwork. You two can obtain the certificate right there, and then post it online to settle it, right? A celebrity announcing her marriage is tantamount to self-sabotage, a fact that Xia Zhu understands all too well. On the other hand, the company would not allow her, a lucrative asset, to act recklessly. Numerous announcements denying any romantic involvement between her and Gao Ning have already been issued. Rest assured, we will divorce after New Year's Day. Xia Zhu detects Chu Yuxuan's impatience and the cold detachment in his tone, leading her to feel as though she is clinging desperately to something futile. She sighs softly, I know I've wronged you, Yuxuan. Please accept my compensation, that apartment. Before she can finish, Chu Yuxuan hangs up, partly because he lacks the inclination to hear such nonsense, and partly because the guard can no longer contain himself and has begun to call for backup. Brother, don't get excited. I am here to get married. Chu Yuxuan remarks with an odd smile. After making up his mind that day, he called Chu Jiqing. Naturally, upon hearing his son was returning, Chu Jiqing was delighted, but with one condition: he must marry the most beautiful woman in Jiangxing. Chu Yuxuan understood that this was likely yet another cliché business alliance, and since he had ulterior motives for returning to Chu Min, whether or not he got married was inconsequential, so he casually agreed. However, he did not expect this farcical marriage to come about so swiftly. He had barely awakened when he received a call from Chu Jiqing, inviting him home for a meal and to play at getting married, leaving him wholly unprepared. The issue was that while they were hurrying to marry, his own marriage had yet to be dissolved. Regarding this matter, Chu Jiqing assured him that he need not worry. Today's ceremony would be held at their home, with no outsiders invited, and moreover, his marriage to Xia Zhu was a secret, known to no one. After some contemplation, Chu Yuxuan deemed it inconsequential and hurriedly made his way to the manor. At this moment, upon hearing he was there to get married, the guards bit their lips, suppressing laughter, and glared. "You're getting married? Are you still half asleep? Today is our young master's grand day. Step aside and don't block the way." Ignorant of their ignorance, Chu Yuxuan could not be bothered to argue and directly called Chu Jiqing. "Old man, it seems I cannot get in." Before long, a voice crackled through the guard's walkie-talkie. "That must be the young master. Hurry, welcome him in." The guard's face drained of color, his mind blank for a moment, and he forced a smile, respectfully ushering the dinghy inside, thinking to himself that his job security was likely in jeopardy. At the lakeside reception hall, the spacious living room was already filled with esteemed guests, a veritable gathering of the elite. Owing to the Chu family's status in the business world, those invited were undoubtedly individuals of considerable wealth and influence. The upper echelons of society have always operated under such principles, effortlessly wielding power and influence, where self-interest reigns supreme. Without a bit of strength or backing, one would scarcely merit a glance. Standing in the living room, engaging in lively conversation with a group of friends, was the middle-aged man, Chu Jiqing, dressed in a sleek black suit, his hair slicked back to a glossy sheen, and a faint furrow between his brows. He exuded an aura of authority and charisma reminiscent of a certain famed figure. As he discussed a topic of great interest, he took a sip of the red wine in hand, when suddenly a commanding voice rang out from the entrance. "Chu Jiqing." The man, upon hearing his name, was taken aback, inadvertently spitting out the wine he had yet to swallow, coughing as he turned around, a fawning smile unexpectedly spreading across his face. "Son, you're here." The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Chu Yuxuan with a mix of confusion. This young master was indeed quite disheveled, excessively low-key. The corners of Chu Yuxuan's lips curled into a smile, wholly disregarding the peculiar gazes of the crowd as he strode towards his father, casually picking up a vase, gripping it by the neck, and with a mock-serious expression, said, "Chu Jiqing, it's been a while. Come, let me shower you with some affection." Chu Jiqing couldn't help but shudder, retreating behind the sofa while pointing at this rebellious son, laughing. "Yuxuan, there are so many people here. Leave your father some dignity. You shameless old fool, you have dignity? Stand there and don't move." The father and son chased each other in a playful manner around the sofa, surprising everyone with the sight of this renowned figure in the Jiangxing business world, known for his ruthless tactics, in such a comically disheveled state. "Son, let us talk. Can we move to another place?" Chu Yuxuan gradually paused, scanning the astonished faces of the guests, and coldly replied, "Sure. You choose the place. I want a private chat. Let us go to the study on the second floor. Come on, let us go." Chu Jiqing, wearing a forced smile, gestured invitingly. Without further ado, Chu Yuxuan marched forward, grasping Chu Jiqing's exquisite tie, worth the equivalent of an ordinary person's annual salary, and yanked him towards the staircase. Chu Jiqing clutched the tie not to prevent being choked by his unruly son while apologizing to the guests. "Everyone, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. Please continue chatting. I need to go apologize to my ancestor. I'll be back shortly." The guests exchanged glances, silently questioning. "Given this situation, are you certain you'll return in one piece?" Chapter 5. The dowry is not insignificant in a true aristocratic family. Even the servants exude elegance. A strikingly attractive young maid, balancing a fruit platter, ascended to the second floor. As she made her way to the guest room, she passed by the study and was suddenly startled by a cacophony of clattering sounds from within. as if some porcelain had been shattered. The study housed numerous antiques, including several pieces of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, which sent a jolt of alarm through the maid. Hastily, she pushed the door open to investigate, only to find a disheveled young man lounging in a chair, nonchalantly crossing his legs, while the usually stern Chu Yuxuan stood before him, hunched over like a subordinate, wearing an apologetic grin. Upon hearing the door creak open, Chu Yuxuan cast a cursory glance and proceeded to pick up a piece of porcelain, carelessly tossing it to the floor as if it were worthless. Chu Yuxuan turned his gaze towards the maid, his expression darkening in an instant. "Leave?" The maid, her mind in a daze, quickly bowed in apology and closed the door. Chu Yuxuan's demeanor shifted back to obsequiousness as he noticed his son picking up another piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain, cautiously warning, This is Yuan blue and white." Chu Yuxuan flashed a devilish smile. "Can't smash it?" "You can smash it. You can smash it. If you wish, feel free to destroy me along with it." Chu Yuxuan shook his head, placing the porcelain back down and glancing at his father. "So, what's the deal? Why must I marry that so-called most beautiful woman? And why the urgency? I deserve to know the reasoning behind this." "Foolish son, marrying her will bring you nothing but bliss." Chu Yuxuan retorted. "Is this how a father speaks to his son?" Chu Yuxuan chuckled, taking a seat beside him. "Her name is Zhao Yanan, 3 years your junior." Recently, a prominent figure in Jiangqing's political scene fell from grace, implicating the Zhao family. Her father was sentenced to 3 years, and their assets have mostly been seized. "Before going in, old Zhao sought me out, hoping to arrange a marriage. Considering our long-standing friendship, I had no reason to refuse him." Chu Yuxuan's eyes widened in understanding. "I see. Marrying her into the Chu family is essentially a means of protecting her?" Chu Yuxuan nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. A woman's beauty is a blessing, yet excessive beauty can be a curse. The moment old Zhao got into trouble, many set their sights on that girl, and my conscience could not bear it." Chu Yuxuan teased. "Then why not marry her yourself? It would be a win-win situation. After all, you have quite a few wives. What's one more?" "You little beast. Such words are not to be uttered lightly. Yanan is like a daughter to me. Before he could finish, Chu Yuxuan interjected with a laugh. "You have plenty of goddaughters too." Chu Yuxuan. "Enough of this nonsense. Your wedding with Yanan may seem rushed, but it's merely for appearances' sake, and it's of little consequence. Whether you two have a future together depends on your abilities." Chu Yuxuan paused, then shifted the topic. "However, Yanan's dowry is quite substantial. The Zhao family previously operated an entertainment company where she serves as the president, holding 49% of the shares inherited from her mother. This company holds significant sentimental value for her. Before old Zhao's incarceration, he had already drafted a contract. Upon your marriage to Yanan, you will become the acting owner of the company, acquiring 51% of the shares." Chu Yuxuan smirked. "What kind of ridiculous dowry is this? I suspect he is transferring the shares to me merely to distance himself from the company, hoping to leverage the Chu family to protect it, am I right? This so-called 51% is likely just a proxy ownership. After 3 years, it will revert back to him, correct?" Chu Yuxuan coughed lightly, grinning widely. "My son is indeed astute. Our family is not in need of petty cash. I agreed to old Zhao's request purely out of friendship. If you wish, you can choose any company under my name as a gift. However, there is one thing I believe you would find appealing. This company has no shortage of beautiful female stars." It dawned on Chu Yuxuan what his father's earlier comment about blissful demise truly meant. "Chu Yuxuan, I am not as playful as you. Do not assume everyone behaves like you, akin to a donkey in a production team. That I have no particular interest in beauty." Chu Yuxuan, with a warm smile, sighed, "My son, throughout history, heroes have struggled against the allure of beauty. You might as well face these challenges. The more you encounter, the more you may find the allure within, questioning why you would wish to evade it." Chu Yuxuan. Perhaps realizing he couldn't win this argument with his father, he changed the subject. "I can be your pawn in social maneuvering, but you must tell me what you meant earlier on the phone about the Chu family being vast and capable of assisting me. What resources do I actually have?" Chu Yuxuan's playful demeanor vanished, adopting a serious tone. "That is something you will have to explore gradually, I remind you. My summoning you back is not solely for the marriage. There is a greater significance in vying for the family assets. You must establish yourself within the Chu family before anyone will be inclined to assist you. Chu Yuxuan pondered thoughtfully. Chu Jiqing retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips, then paused to offer one to his son. After Chu Yuxuan accepted and lit it, he remarked, "In fact, I had even harbored doubts about the Chu family, yet found nothing amiss." Chu Jiqing lit his own cigarette, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "You wouldn't have questioned me as well, would you?" Chu Yuxuan's gaze grew icy. "You likely haven't sunk that low. But if it were truly your doing, I would kill you. No, I would slice your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs." At those words, Chu Yuxuan's eyes turned red. Observing his son's anguish, Chu Jiqing felt as if his heart were being mercilessly pricked by 1,000 thorns, yet his face remained placid. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he uttered something peculiar. The entire Jiangxing is shrouded in a veil of mist. Within this mist, the line between humans and ghosts blurs. Chu Yuxuan struggled to contain his emotions, and after a moment of silence, he inquired, "What do you know about me?" "You?" Chu Jiqing raised his gaze to meet his. "You are my precious son, and Daddy loves you." Chu Yuxuan. Heh. Chu Jiqing was a master of feigned ignorance, smiling before continuing. "Your uncle and aunt are out of town and cannot make it today. Your grandfather is at the villa, but he prefers to stay out of sight." Chu Yuxuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Do you think I care? They have never looked at me properly since I was born. It's better they don't come. I'd rather enjoy my freedom. What I mean is, would you like to go see your grandfather first?" As soon as he spoke, Chu Jiqing regretted it, recalling his son's unique greeting style. Upon meeting the old man, his first words would undoubtedly be, "Oh, you're still alive?" The thought was too amusing to entertain. Chu Yuxuan took a shallow drag on his cigarette, coldly chuckling, "Forget it. Isn't he in poor health? I wouldn't he want him to drop dead from the shock of seeing me." Chu Jiqing shook his head with a smile, extinguishing his half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. "All right, go tidy yourself up. After all, you're getting married, and you can't present yourself like this." Chu Yuxuan inhaled deeply and stepped out. By coincidence, he collided with the maid who had just opened the door. The maid, her head bowed, dared not meet his gaze. Her delicate features paled slightly with nerves. As she passed by Chu Jiqing, she hesitated momentarily and nodded. "Chairman." Chu Jiqing remained silent, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon her. Chu Yuxuan, well aware of his father's temperament, could easily guess the fate awaiting the maid who had witnessed something she shouldn't have. Furrowing his brow, he said, "Old man, I find this girl agreeable. Let her accompany me from now on." Chu Jiqing revealed a barely perceptible smile. "Agreed, agreed." Chapter 6. So soon on stage. After receiving a call from Chu Yuxuan, Xia Zhu felt restless, sitting alone on the sofa in a daze. The divorce agreement on the coffee table remained unsigned. She couldn't comprehend why Chu Yuxuan was so resolute, showing not a trace of reluctance. Furthermore, he insisted on leaving empty-handed. It seemed she had truly broken his heart, she thought. Before long, Gao Ning, who had accompanied Xia's mother for a morning shopping trip, returned home, placing the fruits on the shoe cabinet. As he changed his shoes, he said, "Annie is gone to play mahjong with her friends, so I came back to keep you company." Xia Zhu responded softly. Gao Ning sat on the sofa, glancing at the divorce agreement on the coffee table, noticing that Xia Zhu's mood seemed quite poor. He gently inquired, "Xiao Zhu, what is troubling you? You're not thinking about him, are you?" Xia Zhu felt a twinge of guilt, forced to smile, and replied, "No. I was just contemplating work-related matters. You must have heard, right? Zhao's corporation ran into trouble, and our company is under its umbrella. Although we haven't been significantly affected, I've heard that the owner might be replaced, and I have no idea who it will be or how they will get along. I've been deep in public scrutiny lately, and I'm afraid they might cause me trouble." "Don't fret over such matters," Gao Ning said, grasping Xia Zhu's hand with a reassuring smile. "If it comes to it, we can just terminate the contract. I'll find someone to handle the lawsuit. Ninggu, you know me well. Acting is my dream, and unless absolutely necessary, I want to withdraw from the industry." Gao Ning's lips moved. "I just feel for you. I know your dreams well. In the past, you shared everything with me, and during those 3 years abroad, you used my WeChat as a memo and a trash bin. In truth, I saw everything, but given the circumstances, I wanted you to forget me, so I didn't respond." Ah, you have no idea how much I wished I was by your side whenever you poured your heart out to me. Gao Ning's sentiment was conveyed perfectly, avoiding any semblance of discomfort, instead resonating with an inexplicable depth of emotion. Xia Zhu's cheeks flushed, reflecting on how for the past 3 years she had treated this contact as a mere memo, sometimes using it as an emotional outlet, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she grasped Gao Ning's arm and asked, "Ning Gu, a year ago I was just a mediocre actress struggling to make a name for myself. I once barely secured an opportunity, only to be replaced. Did I remember that night I drank a lot and shared my innermost thoughts with you on WeChat?" Shortly after, the renowned director Wang Long contacted me, offering me the lead role, and it was through that film that I won the Best Actress award and shot to fame. I've always wondered why director Wang sought me out. When I asked him, he wouldn't say, "But now I can't help but think, did you help me behind the scenes?" Gao Ning, hailing from a wealthy background, being acquainted with such a prominent director was hardly surprising. Furthermore, he had previously believed he would die far from home and didn't he want Xia Zhu to know he was behind her success. This all made perfect sense. Taken aback by Xia Zhu's words, Gao Ning paused for a moment, then smiled. "Xiao Zhu, I actually didn't want you to know about this." Xia Zhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lightly patted his arm, playfully chiding, "Why are you always so foolish? You mustn't do that again." At noon, the wedding at Phoenix Villa commenced punctually, as the saying goes. A person is defined by their attire, and Chu Yuxuan, already handsome at 183 centimeters with a well-proportioned physique and notably long legs, shone even brighter after being meticulously groomed in a designer suit, capturing the attention of all present guests. The Western-style wedding was devoid of complicated rituals, with friends and family gathering on the lakeside lawn. The musicians, dressed in matching formal attire, sat in a row by the lake, their cellos and violins poised at their feet, their hands rubbing together in the chilly breeze, anxious to avoid any misplayed notes due to stiff fingers. With everything in place, the bride finally made her entrance. The title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing was not merely a facade. Her skin, whiter than the wedding gown, was smooth as jade, and her wine-red hair cascaded in soft waves, exuding an air of languor and rebellion. Her expression was as frigid as ice, with brows arched like narrow blades, and her brown eyes, veiled by long lashes, glimmered with an impenetrable aloofness, concealing a barely perceptible sorrow beneath a facade of coolness. Her delicate, high-bridged nose carried an air of indifference, while her rose-colored lips remained tightly pressed, her countenance pale as snow. Her slender waist and long legs, complemented by a porcelain-like swan neck, led down to a pair of lush curves. The guests, both male and female, were entranced. Even Chu Yuxuan, who had just boasted to his father about his disinterest in beauty, found it impossible to divert his gaze, especially fixating on her ample bosom, involuntarily murmuring, "This is quite lavish. What a splendid figure." Zhao Yanan took the stage, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yuxuan's infatuated gaze, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. It was indeed a pitiful thought. A lady of such stature had to stoop to marrying an illegitimate child. Yet, she bore no disdain for this identity, as it was merely a marriage devoid of love. A farce for 3 years, marrying anyone would suffice. However, her clandestine investigations into Chu Yuxuan revealed a disconcerting fact. He had been untraceable for over 7 years, prompting her to wonder, had he committed some crime and ended up in prison? Being the illegitimate son of Chu Jiqing, he had never been favored, enduring disdain within the Chu household. After middle school, his mother was ruthlessly abandoned by Chu Jiqing, raising him alone, which naturally twisted his psyche. If he truly were a scoundrel, would she not be plunging into an abyss? Zhao Yanan's thoughts grew increasingly tumultuous, yet at this point, her reluctance was futile. The gray-haired pastor recited a brief opening statement, followed by the standard proceedings, asking if both parties were willing, before exchanging rings to conclude the ceremony. However, after repeating the question 2 or 3 times, "Mr. Chu Yuxuan, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? To love her, honor her, and remain faithful to her in sickness and in health, forsaking all others until death do you part?" Chu Yuxuan merely smiled, refusing to speak. As the atmosphere grew tense, Zhao Yanan finally turned to Chu Yuxuan, offering a puzzled glance. Chu Yuxuan smirked, turning to the pastor and quipping, "Old man, I'm just curious. Why don't you foreigners know how to choose your words wisely? It's a joyous occasion, yet you're talking about life and death. Let me ask you, if your spouse were to die, would you still marry her? In our country, that's called a ghost marriage, you know? The crowd fell into stunned silence. Zhao Yanan's lips twitched in exasperation, wishing for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. The pastor, flabbergasted, stammered, "What I mean is, until death, not that she should die now." "See, there you go again, talking about death? Is it your line of work to hope for people to die? How many lives are you counting each month? How do you calculate your performance? Is the commission high?" The pastor trembled as he drew a cross over his chest. "Lord, please forgive this young man." The guests below stirred restlessly. No one could have anticipated that the illustrious son of the Chu family would display such a lack of decorum. Embarrassing himself so publicly, one wondered how Chu Yuxuan would save face. At this moment, Chu Yuxuan wore a stern expression, yet inwardly, he was stifling laughter. This brat, already putting on a show so soon? Chapter 7. The gentleman hides his talents after a considerable period of commotion, and perhaps sensing that he had overstepped the bounds of decorum, Chu Yuxuan finally exchanged rings with Zhao Yanan. The pastor was moved to tears, and thus, the wedding concluded in an air of awkwardness. Subsequently, amidst the enchanting strains of music, the guests returned to the reception hall, some dancing, others indulging in refreshments. As the protagonists of the day, under the earnest persuasion of Chu Yuxuan, Chu Yuxuan and Zhao Yanan raised their glasses to toast each guest in a symbolic gesture. Throughout the ordeal, Zhao Yanan maintained a frosty demeanor. Were it not for Chu Yuxuan's reputation, she would have been disinclined to partake in the toasting ritual. However, she found herself perplexed by Chu Yuxuan's earlier attitude towards Chu Yuxuan. Was it tinged with fear? She was somewhat acquainted with her father's close friend, and in all the years she had known him, she had never witnessed such a base side of him. Chu Yuxuan's manner of toasting was indeed unconventional. When encountering unfamiliar faces, he merely uttered a casual "enjoy your meal and drinks" before dismissing them, entirely disregarding the etiquette expected of high society. With those he recognized, he was even more brazen, exclaiming, "Oh? You're still alive?" Even the esteemed old steward of the Chu family, who had served the elder for decades, could not escape his sharp tongue. "Uncle Wang, you're still around? I recall when I was little, your health wasn't the best. Do you still have trouble with your stream? Is it still bifurcated? And what about your bowel movements?" The old steward, disinterested in sparring with the illegitimate son, maintained his stoic demeanor and, before the gathered crowd, relayed the elder Chu Yuxuan's warning. "The master says you'd best keep your head down, or I shall break your legs." The surrounding guests exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the head of the Chu family held a distinct disdain for this illegitimate offspring. Chu Yuxuan, with a cheeky grin, though reluctant to speak ill of the elder, found no qualms in disregarding Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, are you familiar with the tale of Gojian tasting the bile? My grandfather is currently unwell. Perhaps you should emulate that king and take a taste to discern the ailment." "Ha ha. After all, a dog cannot change its nature, and if you're a dog, you must accept the reality of being one." Beside him, Zhao Yanan's temples throbbed in frustration, inwardly lamenting, "What manner of man have I married?" Not only does he disregard his elders, but his language is also utterly vulgar. He is nothing short of a shameless rogue. The old steward remained unfazed, slowly rising and casting a glance at the feigning ignorance of Chu Yuxuan. He remarked, "Yuxuan, you've truly raised a fine son. Congratulations." Chu Yuxuan hastily apologized and delivered a pedantic lecture to Chu Yuxuan. The latter, however, remained unperturbed, scanning the crowd until he spotted an old acquaintance and eagerly made his way over. Zhao Yanan had no intention of following him, but upon realizing that he was approaching the famed director Wang Long, she felt compelled to join him. Wang Long was notorious for his rodent-like features and prominent overbite, a man whose ostentation could not mask his unappealing visage. Renowned for his insatiable thirst for alcohol, he was already inebriated and, upon embracing Chu Yuxuan, spoke with a slurred tongue. "Nephew, you're quite the lucky one, just kicked to the curb by a major star, and now you're marrying someone even more beautiful?" Chu Yuxuan laughed. "Uncle, you've watched me grow up. Please don't make me insult you." Wang Long guffawed, his gaze drifting to Zhao Yanan. He tempered his mirth and said, "General Zhao, congratulations." Zhao Yanan's typically icy countenance broke into a rare smile, perfectly embodying the ancient adage of playing with fire among feudal lords, Director Wang. A pleasure to meet you. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Yanan swiftly steered the conversation towards business. I've heard you're currently preparing a grand production. Have the roles been finalized? Although discussing work at such a festive occasion felt somewhat inappropriate, the rare opportunity to engage with this industry titan compelled her to seize the moment. Wang Long feigned ignorance, waving his hand dismissively. Just minor affairs, nothing worth mentioning. General Zhao, I have some personal matters to discuss with Yuxuan. Would you mind? Zhao Yanan felt a moment of awkwardness, her lips parting slightly. Of course not. You two carry on. With that, she stepped aside, grasping a glass of red wine and taking a delicate sip, reflecting on the privilege of being with such a foolish son of a wealthy family. Everyone seemed to afford him some degree of leniency. Nephew, I must say, why squander your time as a pampered scion when you could be driving around in a fancy car? It is only natural that someone like Xia Zhu, now a top-tier actress, would overlook you. Do you really believe that the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl is a reflection of reality? Wang Long jested. Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. Do the impoverished not deserve love? Come on, spare me the nonsense. Let me ask you, are you interested in her? If you hadn't called me personally back then, would I have been foolish enough to support her? Humph. Regardless, if I could elevate her, I could just as easily bring her crashing down. Let her see the world from a lower perspective. All right, let us leave it be. I am not that petty. Just pretend you don't know me, Chu Yuxuan replied with a wry smile. Wang Long pondered for a moment before saying, very well, I have no time for her nonsense, but she should not expect to be cast in any of my future productions. Oh, I almost forgot. I recently signed her for a role. I'll concoct an excuse to replace her in a few days. The entertainment industry is rife with social intricacies. Those begging me for roles are lined up all the way to Iraq. There's no way she'll be in the running. Suit yourself, Chu Yuxuan replied with a nonchalant air. The two continued their banter until Chu Jiqing gestured for Chu Yuxuan to join him in another round of toasts. Wang Long patted him on the shoulder, saying, Go on. Nephew, don't forget my birthday celebration in a few days. You must attend. I have 2 bottles of wine aged for 30 years that your father has requested several times, but which I've withheld. I'll definitely be there, Chu Yuxuan affirmed. Their conversation reached Zhao Yanan's ears, causing the stunning beauty to ponder deeply. As the day wore on, the guests gradually began to disperse. Upon returning to her guest room, Zhao Yanan changed into a different outfit, seemingly preparing to leave. Upon reaching the first floor, she unexpectedly encountered a somewhat inebriated Chu Yuxuan. Without hesitation, he grasped her wrist, causing the renowned beauty of Jiangqing to flinch as if electrified, abruptly shaking off his grip. Chu Yuxuan was slightly taken aback, not anticipating such a vehement reaction. Pausing momentarily, he flashed a devilish smile. Where are you off to before the wedding night? Zhao Yanan glared at him. Don't touch me. Chu Yuxuan's charm intensified. His already roguish face became even more alluring with a smile. I'm asking you, where are you going? Zhao Yanan's tone was frigid. I have urgent business to attend to at the company. On such a joyous occasion, can't you take a moment to relax? Chu Yuxuan's gaze lingered on her intently. Zhao Yanan stood her ground. Chu Yuxuan, our marriage is a fade. Do not get carried away. Though currently residing under someone else's roof, her debts were owed to Chu Jiqing, and besides, the Zhao family had not neglected their obligations. The notion of marriage was merely a transactional agreement. Before the wedding, she had hoped to maintain a respectful distance from this illegitimate son, ideally in a manner where they remained strangers to one another. Yet, she had not anticipated encountering such a shameless rogue. It was one thing to be a rogue with others, but knowing their marriage was a charade and still acting inappropriately was intolerable. Don't you fear my displeasure? Chu Yuxuan smirked. I'd advise you to be sensible. After all, it's not as if I was eager to marry you. If you continue this way, I will seek out Uncle Jiqing. Oh, you think that old man can rein me in? Zhao Yanan bit her lip, instinctively taking 2 steps back. You scoundrel. Chu Yuxuan remained unfazed, unabashedly replying, Darling, I am a thoroughly shameless rogue. Are you afraid? As the two held their ground, Chu Jiqing strode down the stairs. Nanan, once the holiday concludes, you two should go and register your marriage. Even a pretense must be complete. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to go ahead. I'll deal with him. Zhao Yanan finally exhaled in relief, responding with a hasty acknowledgement before exiting through the door. Chu Yuxuan stretched lazily, expressing his disinterest. Boring, not fun. Chu Jiqing chuckled. Indeed, it's rather dull. Putting on such a serious act, yet the intended audience has not shown up. Leaning against the sofa, Chu Yuxuan was not surprised that his father had seen through his charade, remarking, "Who would have thought?" It was expected that the old man wouldn't show up, but the stewardess' presence was equally predictable. Your brother and sister are away, so their absence is understandable. But what about my cousins and the sisters you fabricated for me? Why did none of them show? Who told you to be an illegitimate son? Chu Jiqing crossed his arms. Chu Yuxuan, is this truly my fault? You seem rather self-righteous about it. All right, Chu Jiqing sighed, suddenly growing serious. Since you wish to play the role of a debauched wastrel, then continue as you please. Son, remember, you are navigating a complex world, one that is not solely about human connections and violence. It is also fraught with treachery and subtle power struggles. A single misstep could lead to your downfall. It could even cost you your head. Remember, a gentleman conceals his talents and waits for the opportune moment. Gazing at the inscription on the wall, a 4-character calligraphy he had penned during his summer break before entering middle school. A gentleman conceals his talents. Chu Yuxuan fell silent for a moment before smirking. Empty words are of no use. Let us be practical. Can you spare me some funds? Even to be a wastrel requires capital. Fair enough. Chu Jiqing produced a pre-prepared bank card and handed it over. Spend it as you... Later, her mother, fearing she wouldn't find a husband, sent the child to me. Her name is Chu Li and she is 5 years old. Oh, son, what are you looking for? Chu Yuxuan, searching around, gritted his teeth, looking for a knife. I must castrate you. Your interests are exceedingly wide-ranging. Even the donkeys in the production team can't keep up with your pace. I'm 28, and she could be my daughter. You beast, you truly are a beast. Lily, hold on tight to Daddy. We're about to play a thrilling game of escape, all right? The little girl giggled. Daddy, run. The scary uncle is coming. I'll be your uncle. Chapter 8. Divorce. The New Year's holiday came to a swift conclusion. At 7 in the morning, Chu Yuxuan had already completed his morning routine, brewed a cup of tea, and nestled in his study, engrossed in a copy of Ziji Tongjian. At 7:30, Zhao Yanan called. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow and, after a prolonged ring, answered, Let's go get the marriage certificate this morning. The voice on the other end was frigid. Chu Yuxuan, languid and teasing, responded, Can't wait, can you? There was no reply. I've been left to guard an empty house for 3 days. Why should I listen to you? A faint sound of Zhao Yanan's breath could be heard on the line. 10 o'clock, don't be late. As the call ended, the smile on Chu Yuxuan's face gradually faded, his brows knitting together. Zhao Yanan's indifference, whether cold or warm, likely could not sway his emotions, as they were hardly acquainted. What truly vexed him was Xia Zhu. After all, the two were still married. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed Xia Zhu's number. The prominent figure, accustomed to waking naturally during her leisure time, took several calls before finally answering. Xia Zhu, we agreed that we would divorce once the holiday concluded. It's time to fulfill that promise, isn't it? The other end fell into a prolonged silence, perhaps still groggy from just waking. Let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau in the afternoon. Without hesitation, Chu Yuxuan replied, No, we're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. I don't have time to waste with you. Upon hearing Chu Yuxuan's impatient tone, Xia Zhu became irate. Chu Yuxuan, are you pretending to be magnanimous and indifferent just to make me feel uncomfortable? Do you find this amusing? I've already said I would compensate you. Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Xia Zhu, let's be honest, I once loved you, but you shouldn't hold yourself in such high regard. I'm the kind of person who can let go as easily as I can hold on. You're not that precious to make me feel utterly desolate. On the line, Xia Zhu's breathing became heavy, and Chu Yuxuan could almost envision her seething with anger. Fine. I'll get up now and head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Don't keep me waiting too long. 40 minutes later, Chu Yuxuan arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau in his Skoda. The sky was overcast, and the cold air sliced like a knife against his face. He took a cigarette, retreating back into his car. Women, after all, require a sense of ritual. A face akin to a bare shell surely needed at least an hour of adornment. AS 9:30 approached. Gao Ning's white Land Rover finally appeared. Chu Yuxuan stepped out, his eyes playfully appraising the two, and nodded towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, saying, "Let us proceed." I am pressed for time. Being a public figure, Xia Zhu donned a mask and a baseball cap pulled low over her face. Upon seeing the transformed Chu Yuxuan, she momentarily froze, her astonishment concealed by the mask, yet disbelief was unmistakably evident in her eyes. During their 2 years of marriage, Chu Yuxuan had always worn a pair of antiquated black-rimmed glasses, the thickness of the lenses suggesting he was not far from being blind. Yet now, he had learned to wear contact lenses. Those long, deep-set eyes were surprisingly captivating. Previously, his attire, although tidy, consisted of cheap, mass-produced garments, exuding an air of rusticity. Now, however, he was clad in a tailored suit, radiating opulence from head to toe. Moreover, his demeanor had shifted. Once quiet and compliant, he now exuded a roguish charm in both speech and mannerisms. Little did she know, this man, whom she deemed worthless, had simply been concealing his talents, not for her benefit, of course. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Xia Zhu's gaze shifted to one of detachment. Gao Ning, taking her hand, ambled over to Chu Yuxuan, casting a glance at the rather unremarkable Skoda, and mockingly declared, "Chu Yuxuan, do you truly comprehend the vast chasm between us?" As he gestured proudly towards his luxurious Land Rover, he continued, "My vehicle is no ordinary Range Rover. It cost over 4 million at purchase, and the tax alone could buy several of your dilapidated cars. Heh. Did I suggest you accept our compensation? It would surely ease Xia Zhu's heart." Chu Yuxuan dismissed him with a laugh. "I had no idea you were such a remarkable plastic bag, capable of holding so much air. Compensation? You can't afford it." Gao Ning smirked, about to retort, when Xia Zhu coldly interjected, "Let us go, Chu Yuxuan. From today onward, we shall be as strangers." "Couldn't he wish for anything more?" Chu Yuxuan replied nonchalantly. Adhering to the principle of acting without calm, consideration, or regret, the two swiftly completed the process. With the divorce certificate in hand, a barely perceptible bitterness curled at the corners of Chu Yuxuan's mouth. Although he maintained a resolute demeanor and projected an air of indifference, it was inevitable that the heartache lingered for a girl he had loved for years. How many years had it been? From middle school, he had taken note of the class beauty, Xia Zhu, in the adjacent classroom. Each of her smiles and frowns etched themselves into his heart. Later, fate intertwined their paths in high school, as they found themselves in the same class. The lovesick youth, oblivious to the taboos of early romance, pursued her unabashedly until he was forced to drop out in the first half of their sophomore year. Those memories often brought him solace during the dark years of his absence. 2 years ago, he had finally married her, reveling in joy throughout the night. Yet now, they had ultimately parted ways. The staff member observed the stunning couple, freshly divorced, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. However, that sentiment quickly morphed into astonishment. Gao Ning pulled out a household registration book from his pocket, looking at Xia Zhu with soft eyes. "Xia Zhu, since we're here, let us take care of this too." Xia Zhu hesitated, glancing at Chu Yuxuan with a hint of embarrassment. "Ninggu, perhaps we should wait a couple of days. I feel. This isn't quite right." Chu Yuxuan scoffed. "Don't speak insincerely. It sounds quite awkward." With that, he strode out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xia Zhu's expression darkened at once, and seeing this, Gao Ning refrained from pushing too hard, tucking away the household registration book, and cheerfully offered, "Xia Zhu, shall I take you for breakfast?" Xia Zhu forced a smile. "Thank you for understanding me, Ninggu. We will come back to get the certificate in a couple of days." The three exited the Civil Affairs Bureau in succession. Chu Yuxuan leaned against the hood of his Skoda, lighting a cigarette, showing no intention of leaving. From a distance of about 10 meters, Xia Zhu watched him, her mouth opening as if to express her final apologies and guilt. However, before she could utter a word, a red Ferrari came to an abrupt halt in front of Chu Yuxuan. Moments later, a hefty man exited the driver's seat, glancing at Chu Yuxuan, who had recently been in the throes of distress, before hurriedly moving around to the passenger side and opening the door. Zhao Yanan stepped out, nodding at the man as a gesture of gratitude. She then turned to Chu Yuxuan, her expression neutral, and in a tone only they could hear, stated, "I went to the villa to find you, but you weren't there. Uncle Jiqing sent him to bring me." After a pause, she added, "This car. Uncle said you can drive it from now on." Gao Ning's hand froze on the car door, and he stood there, dumbfounded. As a true second-generation heir, he was well aware of who this enchanting figure in black was. She was the epitome of every man's dream in Jiangcheng. How could she possibly know someone like Chu Yuxuan? Xia Zhu appeared even more astonished than he was. Zhao Yanan, apart from being the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng, was also the IC CEO of their company. Chu Yuxuan flashed a devil-may-care smile. Looking for me? Afraid I'd be late. So eager, aren't you? Draped in a black velvet robe, Zhao Yanan's exquisite visage was adorned with impeccable makeup, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Faced with Chu Yuxuan's nonchalant demeanor, her cool expression revealed little emotion as she glanced at Xia Zhu, who was fully armed with resentment, without any intention of greeting her. She directed her words at her nominal husband. It seems you've made things clear. Let us go. It's time to get the certificate. I have matters to attend to shortly. Chapter 9. A turn of events in that fleeting moment upon encountering the corpulent figure, Chu Yuxuan immediately grasped the situation. This was a deliberate maneuver orchestrated by Chu Jiqing. Zhao Yanan, aware that he intended to initiate a divorce today, must have been informed by Chu Jiqing. It seemed that his father was indeed monitoring his every move closely. After expelling the cigarette, but from his mouth onto the ground, Chu Yuxuan strode towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, with Zhao Yanan closely trailing beside him. As they passed by the imposing Land Rover, Xia Zhu bit her lip and timidly greeted, President Zhao. While Zhao Yanan could easily disregard her, Xia Zhu could not afford to ignore Zhao Yanan. This exemplified the stark disparity between stardom and capital. Regardless of one's fame, one must still bow humbly before the might of wealth. Zhao Yanan offered a soft acknowledgement, then paused abruptly after taking a couple of steps forward. She lightly tugged at Chu Yuxuan's sleeve, appearing as if she were linking arms with him, and turned to Xia Zhu to say, Xiao Xia, I hope you can keep the matter of my marriage to Mr. Chu confidential. Do you understand? Married? Xia Zhu, who had not previously heard their conversation, was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing the reason behind their visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gao Ning wore an expression of disbelief. The most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng was actually planning to marry this good-for-nothing? Zhao Yanan cast a disdainful glance at him, her icy demeanor betraying her utter contempt, before addressing Xia Zhu. Xiao Xia, as the second-largest shareholder of the company, I feel compelled to remind you that you are nearly 30. Do not be so infatuated. Someone who truly loves you would never jeopardize your marriage. Please refrain from causing trouble for the company. I truly lack the time to clean up after you. Her words left Xia Zhu seething in silence, while Gao Ning felt utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, the Gao family still held some prestige in Jiangcheng and was not intimidated by the now-fallen Zhao family. Suppressing his anger, he retorted, President Zhao, Xia Zhu and I are genuinely in love. Unlike you, who, out of loneliness, resorts to seeking companionship with a useless pretty boy. It's truly laughable. As his words fell, the corpulent man charged forward, cracking his knuckles, and warned, Kid, I suggest you speak carefully. Otherwise, I'll knock the words right out of your mouth. The hefty figure appeared formidable, with a fierce expression that sent shivers down one's spine. Gao Ning swallowed hard, recognizing the wisdom of choosing his battles. Xia Zhu, not wishing to offend Zhao Yanan, hurriedly interposed herself in front of Gao Ning, her apology earnest, President Zhao, I'm sorry. Rest assured, I am very discreet and will absolutely not disclose your marriage. Zhao Yanan was not one to linger on matters, and with a brief acknowledgement, she walked alongside Chu Yuxuan into the Civil Affairs Bureau. A smile curved at the corners of Chu Yuxuan's lips as he glanced at Zhao Yanan. President Zhao, are you satisfied with this little pretty boy? She remained expressionless, her lips pressed tightly together, not uttering a word. Upon exiting with their marriage certificate, the white Land Rover had vanished. The corpulent man approached Chu Yuxuan, offering him the keys to a Ferrari with a hearty smile. Young master, drive this instead. I'll take care of your other car. Chu Yuxuan showed no intention of accepting, gesturing toward Zhao Yanan with a grin. Let her drive. I want my car back as a keepsake. Understood. Zhao Yanan smirked slightly as she accepted the keys to the Ferrari. Once in the car, she started the engine and remarked, I need to return to the office. You can drive home later. Chu Yuxuan glanced at her and chuckled. Is there nothing you wish to say to me? Zhao Yanan turned her face, offering a puzzled look. You didn't have to say those things to Xia Zhu earlier. Chu Yuxuan fastened his seatbelt, pausing briefly. Was it merely to vent your frustrations for my sake? Zhao Yanan smirked enigmatically, feeling heartbroken. Ha ha. Zhao Yanan, while I'm in a good mood, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold back. Zhao Yanan stared at him intently, as if sensing that this seemingly reckless young master might be more astute than he appeared. All right, I intended to mention this later. Tomorrow evening is Wang Long's birthday party, and I wish to attend. Chu Yuxuan shook his head with a smile. I knew it. No good deed goes unpunished. You're either scheming or up to no good. But if you wish to go, then by all means, why tell me? Zhao Yanan frowned slightly. Consider it a favor. And how do you intend to repay me? Chu Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. What do you want as repayment? Perhaps a call of husband for my ears? Chu Yuxuan. What? Zhao Yanan replied coldly. You are not a scoundrel. Flattery won't work. You are a scoundrel. Chu Yuxuan. Meanwhile, Gao Ning drove angrily, addressing Xia Zhu in the passenger seat. Xia Zhu, how about I help you terminate your contract? We could switch companies. After all, the Zhao family is in decline, and it's uncertain whether Xia Media will survive. Xia Zhu's expression darkened. Her mind was preoccupied with the image of Zhao Yanan and Chu Yuxuan together. How could they possibly be together? Could the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl truly manifest in reality? It was utterly unfathomable. No wonder Chu Yuxuan was so eager to divorce. It turned out he was courting a wealthy woman? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, sending Chu Yuxuan a message. In such a hurry to divorce, it seems you already have someone else lined up? Congratulations. I never realized you had such skills. I had thought you were a loyal person. Ha ha. Well, I finally feel no guilt. Upon reading the message, Chu Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. The unfaithful turned the tables, which was utterly nauseating. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with an enigmatic message. Oh, how could I forget about you? Xia Zhu stared at the message, puzzled, and sent back a question mark. However, what met her eyes was a large red exclamation mark. It dawned on her what he meant. How did I forget to delete you? Shameless. Xia Zhu bit her lip, seething with anger. Gao Ning rolled his eyes, slightly displeased. Xiao Zhu, I was just talking to you. Didn't you hear? Xia Zhu glanced at him, realizing her outburst was unwarranted, stammering, Ninggu, I don't want to switch jobs for now. The penalty for breaking the contract is quite steep. I'll help you figure something out, Gao Ning assured firmly. Let us forget it. Ninggu, I know you mean well, but I don't want something trivial to affect my work. Gao Ning pondered for a moment before agreeing, all right, I'll defer to your wishes. But if you're ever unhappy at work, you must tell me at once, all right? Xia Zhu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Ninggu. I'm truly fortunate to have you. Gao Ning took one of her icy hands, squeezing it gently with a grin. Silly girl, why are you being so formal with me? Xia Zhu chuckled, then added, by the way, tomorrow night is Director Wang Long's birthday party. We were all invited since our last project just wrapped up. Ninggu, since you know him so well, did you receive an invitation? Gao Ning's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly composed himself, saying, Xiao Zhu, I haven't had the chance to tell you. After I saw your complaints on WeChat, I actually had my father pull some strings for you. As for Wang Long, I'm not familiar with him. This explanation seemed plausible enough, and Xia Zhu did not question it further, smiling, it's fine. You re my boyfriend, so let us go together tomorrow night. He has helped me so much, and I must express my gratitude. Gao Ning nodded, feeling relieved that his lie had been accepted. As for why Wang Long had cast Xia Zhu in his film, he believed it was simply due to her talent. If there were anyone helping her behind the scenes, they would have revealed themselves by now. Just like those investors, supporting female stars was merely for trivial matters, right? In this day and age, where could one find a selfless benefactor? Xiao Zhu, after dinner, I'll take you to pick out a gift for him, Gao Ning suggested, contemplating. Someone like him, being an artistic worker, probably appreciates antique calligraphy and paintings. I happen to know a friend who deals in antiques and has many exquisite items. We can take a look, and you can choose whatever you like. I'll cover the expenses. Xia Zhu took Gao Ning's hand and placed a kiss on the back of it, laughing. In that case, I won't hold back. Chapter 10 Shaoqing the Ferrari came to a halt outside the company building. Chu Yuxuan stepped out of the car and gazed thoughtfully at the four elegant characters spelling Xia Media. I suppose my mother-in-law's name contains the character Qing, doesn't it? Zhao Yanan, icy and aloof, handed the car keys to Chu Yuxuan, begrudgingly silent. What's the matter? Trying to send me away? Chu Yuxuan grinned mischievously. You still haven't received my answer regarding your request. I don't expect much. Zhao Yanan's hand, clutching the keys, froze in midair. I was almost inclined to relent, but it seems that it's no longer necessary. Haha. Chu Yuxuan stretched lazily, showing no intention of taking the keys. You might as well keep them. I prefer to maintain a low profile. This is your family's car. I don't want it, Zhao Yanan insisted. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, his charming peach blossom eyes fixated on Zhao Yanan, his tone inexplicably laced with seduction. But you are my wife, which makes you part of the Chu family too. Zhao Yanan twitched her lips. Chu Yuxuan, don't make me lose respect for you. You are truly shameless. Haha. Thank you. Many people have praised me thus, he replied, grinning. Zhao Yanan. Chu Yuxuan flashed a wide smile, then extended a hand towards Zhao Yanan, his demeanor turning slightly serious. Ms. Zhao, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the major shareholder and current acting owner of Xia Media, Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan? Previously, her father had informed her that, for the sake of the company's security, his shares would be temporarily transferred to Chu Jiqing. With Chu Jiqing's name associated, the company would be safeguarded. But how? Did it end up in the hands of this shameless scoundrel? Noticing Zhao Yanan's astonishment, Chu Yuxuan realized this was likely yet another scheme by Chu Jiqing. What was that old man up to? Suddenly, he recalled his father's earlier words. As for whether you two will have a future together, that depends on your capabilities. So, this was a means to create opportunities for him and Zhao Yanan to interact? It seemed that Chu Jiqing was quite pleased with his daughter-in-law. Chu Yuxuan couldn't help but chuckle. He had no time for trivial romances. Having figured everything out, he offered no explanations to Zhao Yanan and instead quipped, Ms. Zhao, as your employer, shouldn't you lead the way and show me around the company? Zhao Yanan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She glared at Chu Yuxuan for a moment, muttering shameless, before striding into the company lobby. Chu Yuxuan observed her alluring silhouette without pursuing her, watching as she entered the elevator, his playful grin fading instantly. He then took out his phone, locating a contact labeled Old 5, and dialed. Big brother. What's up? Came a drowsy voice from the other end, sounding as though it had just awoken, the accent distinctly foreign. Chu Yuxuan spoke in a low tone. Were you up all night gaming again? The other party chuckled awkwardly. Oh, my God. You truly see all. Chu Yuxuan smirked. It seems your Chinese still has plenty of room for improvement. Old 5, I have a job for you. Are you interested? Of course. I'm so bored I could die. Chu Yuxuan sighed in exasperation. That phrase can't be used like that. Never mind. Wait for my call. We'll leave it at that. After ending the call, he took a deep breath, gazing up at the gray sky, his eyes filled with a shadowy intensity. The following day, snow began to fall gradually from noon onwards. As evening approached, Chu Yuxuan closed the now finished, comprehensive mirror for aid in government, changed his clothes, and descended the stairs in the living room. The young maid who had inadvertently witnessed Chu Jiqing's awkwardness was mopping the floor. Upon hearing footsteps, she stood upright, glancing timidly. Young master. Chu Yuxuan acknowledged with a grunt, his gaze sweeping over her face before pausing as he approached. He unexpectedly inquired, How old are you? The maid, her head bowed, replied in a voice barely above a whisper, Young master, I'm 23. Chu Yuxuan murmured, 23? Just graduated from university? The maid's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. My family is poor. I couldn't afford college. I started working here after finishing high school. Chu Yuxuan scrutinized the petite maid, noting her delicate features and shy demeanor, fitting the mold of a modest beauty. Her face was fair and smooth, yet her hands were calloused, indicating she was a hard-working girl. Given the opportunity for education, she could likely achieve great things. What is your name? Chu Yuxuan moved to the entrance and sat down to change his shoes. The maid followed closely on dainty steps. Xiaoqing. As she crouched to assist him with his shoes, he quickly interjected, No, I can manage myself. Xiaoqing froze for a moment, then stood up awkwardly, her hands clasped together, her head still bowed low. Her lips parted shyly, Young master, thank you for last time. I know you kept me around to help me, but Xiaoqing is capable of many tasks. Please feel free to command me. As Chu Yuxuan finished putting on his shoes, he looked at the timid girl before him and said, Xiaoqing, you are working here honestly and earning a living. There's no need to be so submissive, understand? I understand, young master. Though she replied affirmatively, when she saw Chu Yuxuan preparing to tie his tie, she could not help but step forward. Young master, let me help you with that. Chu Yuxuan was speechless. Xiaoqing, if you truly have nothing to do, go watch some television. Here, no one dares to speak ill of you. What was intended as a kind gesture was misconstrued by the girl, who looked quite pitiful as she replied, Young master, do you dislike Xiaoqing? Chu Yuxuan. All right, I won't resist any longer. Seeing Chu Yuxuan spread his arms in a mock display of surrender, Xiaoqing wanted to laugh but refrained, her youthful face contorting into a peculiar yet adorable expression as she carefully tied his tie. Halfway through, her small yet rough hands suddenly paused, her dark eyes sweeping over Chu Yuxuan as she timidly suggested, Young master, this tie is a bit light. It would be better to pair your outfit with a darker tie. Chu Yuxuan was quite surprised. You understand this? Xiaoqing, still looking down, nodded shyly. In my free time, I enjoy looking at magazines about this sort of thing. Not bad. Chu Yuxuan smiled softly. Then let us go with your suggestion. Fetch me a darker one. No sooner had he spoken than a call from Wang Long came through. Don't rush me. I'm getting ready to leave. Wang Long's voice was boisterous, indicating that many others had already arrived. Nephew, hurry up. Your dad is nearly being overwhelmed by a few beauties. Chu Yuxuan frowned. Does he know I'm coming? Wang Long was taken aback. You didn't tell him? Hey, wait a minute. Old Chu, you mean your son is also coming? Hello? Why are you running off? Have you gone mad? Chu Yuxuan. Wang Long exclaimed, how strange. Why did your dad run off like he has seen a ghost? Enough about him. Get over here quickly. We're at the number 3 courtyard of Yuan Club. An invitation has been sent to your phone. The security will check it at the entrance. Sounds rather extravagant. You're not planning anything unsavory, are you? Chu Yuxuan teased. Of course not. It's mainly to keep those unscrupulous reporters out. Tonight, it's all prominent figures. If anyone snaps an unflattering photo, I'll have no way to explain myself. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuxuan finally understood why Zhao Yanan had sought his assistance. It seemed she truly couldn't gain entry. Chapter 11. Birthday celebration. The Yinhuan Club in Jiangxing is renowned for its opulence, boasting an exceptionally stringent security protocol. Upon his arrival, Chu Yuxuan fortuitously encountered Zhao Yanan at the entrance. The illustrious beauty of Jiangxing, clad in a beige trench coat, was huddled beneath the awning, her neck drawn in, hands cupped over her mouth as she exhaled puffs of breath, evidently suffering from the bitter cold. Chu Yuxuan chuckled softly, shaking his head in feigned indifference as he strode purposefully towards the entrance. Spotting him, Zhao Yanan, who had been waiting like a hunter poised for her prey, hastily picked up a gift from the ground and hurried forward. Just as she approached, the security guard was inspecting Chu Yuxuan's invitation. The young scion cast a sidelong glance at her and, with an air of frivolity, quipped, Darling, have you been waiting long? Zhao Yanan was well aware of this impudent man's penchant for jest, yet this was precisely the effect she desired. Entering alongside him under the guise of darling, the security would surely not detain her. Indeed, the guard merely glanced at her before saluting and stating, Welcome. Once inside, Chu Yuxuan could not resist teasing. Is this what you call not relying on me? Zhao Yanan replied with a frosty demeanor. I entered on my own merit. Oh? Is that so? Chu Yuxuan halted, a devilish smile creeping across his face as he turned to shout, Guard. This lady. Zhao Yanan quickly seized his tie, casting him a warning glare. Chu Yuxuan. Don't push your luck. Chu Yuxuan fixed his gaze upon her with an unwavering intensity, mischief dancing in his elongated eyes, and seductively intoned, Beg me, Chu Yuxuan. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yanan unleashed her pent-up frustration. You are an utterly shameless scoundrel, despicable, unrepentant, a hypocrite, and a cad. Having vented her feelings, she felt a surge of relief. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. Your method of pleading is rather unique. However, do not flatter me by calling me a hypocrite. I am simply a shameless rogue. Zhao Yanan shot him a glare before striding ahead. Chu Yuxuan, like an unyielding adhesive, trailed closely. Hey, are you freezing? My scoundrel of a father was here earlier. Why didn't you ask him to bring you in? Or did he already enter before you arrived? Zhao Yanan retorted. Chu, can we pretend not to know each other? Please, don't provoke me. I am not familiar with you to begin with, Zhao Yanan. Within the third courtyard, handsome men and beautiful women plunged into the hot springs like dumplings, their extravagant swimwear contrasting delightfully with the flurry of snowflakes. The older guests indulged in wine and conversation indoors, appreciating performances and music, engaging in a display of cultured refinement. Wang Long was sharing tea and stories with a close friend when he inadvertently looked up to see Zhao Yanan's beautiful face, visibly irked, alongside the nonchalant, smirking Chu Yuxuan. Ah, this couple is quite the match, Wang Long murmured to himself before rising to greet them. Nephew. He bypassed Zhao Yanan to embrace Chu Yuxuan, exchanging pleasantries before turning to Zhao Yanan. Zhao, oh dear, I should be calling you Nisilo now. Chu Yuxuan stifled a laugh, remaining silent. Zhao Yanan offered a polite smile, presenting her prepared gift with both hands. Director Wang, happy birthday. Wang Long waved dismissively. We're all family here. No need for formality. He then turned to Chu Yuxuan, scanning him from head to toe, and remarked, Nephew, you truly came empty-handed? Not entirely empty-handed. Chu Yuxuan rummaged through his suit pocket and produced a plastic bag, grinning. Didn't you mention having 2 bottles of fine wine? I'll need them shortly. Zhao Yanan. Good gracious, Wang Long gaped in astonishment. You're a bandit. After a bit of playful banter, the trio settled into a window-side table, where Wang Long personally brewed tea and initiated a nostalgic conversation with Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan sat awkwardly beside them, nodding along occasionally, pouring tea for the two. When had this heiress ever endured such indignity? Yet, fate had its twists. Had old Zhao not encountered misfortune, she would not have to intervene in such societal matters. Today, she had meticulously sought out Wang Long to leverage this opportunity for a favor. However, the 2 men became engrossed in their conversation, leaving her unable to interject, compelling her to wait for a more opportune moment. After some time, Zhao Yanan sensed something was amiss. The sharp-tongued Chu Yuxuan, once fearless, was now surprisingly earnest and talkative, seamlessly introducing new topics whenever Wang Long was about to conclude one, keeping the conversation flowing effortlessly. In her contemplation, she caught a glimpse of Chu Yuxuan's sidelong glance and the barely perceptible smirk playing at the corner of his lips. That scoundrel. This is intentional, I see it? Frustration surged within her. After a moment of contemplation, she discreetly lowered her right hand beneath the table and pinched Chu Yuxuan sharply at his waist. The reckless young master gasped sharply, abruptly standing and glaring at Zhao Yanan. She feigned innocence, adopting a "what's wrong?" expression, her eyes glinting with a hint of warning. Wang Long regarded them with a puzzled expression. Nephew, what's the matter? Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue against his cheek, scrutinizing her innocent, lovely face for a moment before smirking. I have a cramp in my leg. A cramp? Wang Long blinked. Shall I call someone to massage it for you? Chu Yuxuan shifted his chair back slightly. No need. I just need a moment to rest. As soon as he finished, Zhao Yanan seized the opportunity to interject. Director Wang, let him rest here. By the way, I overheard you discussing the past. Could you share with me the story of Yuxuan and Xia Zhu? Wang Long hesitated, forcing a dry laugh. Well, that's all ancient history. Why bring her up? As he spoke, he kicked Chu Yuxuan's leg furiously beneath the table. The truth behind Zhao Yanan's marriage to the Chu family had never been disclosed by Chu Jiqing to anyone, merely stating it was a long-standing betrothal with old Zhao. Thus, Wang Long remained oblivious to their sham marriage, believing it to be a dutiful arrangement. Chu Yuxuan frowned, curling his leg that had just been kicked 3 or 4 times, brushing off the dust. Why are you kicking me? She's asking you, Wang Long. Zhao Yanan chuckled lightly. Director Wang, do share. I want mind. Wang Long cleared his throat, steeling himself to speak. Yet, being a seasoned conversationalist, he spoke only in vague terms, diverting the topic entirely to Xia Zhu, recounting how he had once supported her and how he no longer wished to do so. Zhao, no, I should say niece-in-law, although Xia Zhu is indeed a star in your company, I must confess that I do not intend to cast her in my new drama. You know well her reputation is somewhat tarnished. There are endless rumors of her being involved with wealthy patrons, and I cannot afford to take that risk. Zhao Yanan pondered. This is indeed an issue our company has mishandled. How about this, Director Wang? I happen to have a new actress under my wing, who has spent a few years in supporting roles and possesses impeccable professional qualities. Shall we arrange for her to meet you? If you find her unsuitable, I'll take her away without causing you any trouble. In truth, the moment Zhao Yanan learned that Xia Zhu was Chu Yuxuan's ex-wife, she knew the latter's new role was doomed. As for whether the unruly Chu Yuxuan would seek revenge, that remained to be seen. Given Wang Long's relationship with Chu Yuxuan, he would undoubtedly seek to vindicate his nephew. Upon hearing her proposal, Wang Long suddenly realized he had been outmaneuvered. Zhao Yanan had intentionally brought up Xia Zhu to steer the conversation toward work. Now that the topic had reached this point, and with Chu Yuxuan right beside them, he felt compelled to agree. Chu Yuxuan lifted his eyelids to glance at Zhao Yanan, amusement twinkling in his eyes as he silently mouthed, "Clever." Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Chu Yuxuan turned his head, peering through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows into the courtyard. It turned out that several leading actors from Wang Long's previous production had arrived, inciting a chorus of excited shrieks from the younger crowd in the pool. Among them were Xia Zhu and Gao Ning. Chapter 12, Birthday Banquet, Part 2. As dusk settled, the lights in the courtyard cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon the falling snowflakes. Although Xia Zhu was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, the guests present were far from ordinary. She dared not exhibit the haughty demeanor typically associated with a star, instead opting for an approachable air. Unintentionally, her gaze wandered towards the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hall. Beneath the brilliant illumination, a somewhat familiar stranger was gazing at her with a bemused expression. From her vantage point, Zhao Yanan was leaning beside Wang Long, engaged in a serious discussion, while Chu Yuxuan was seated at a distance, resembling an overlooked ugly duckling. To this day, Xia Zhu remained perplexed about what captivated Zhao Yanan, the illustrious beauty of Jiangcheng, about Chu Yuxuan. Was it his looks? Please, Zhao Yanan was the president of an entertainment company, acquainted with numerous male stars, many of whom were far more handsome than Chu Yuxuan. Thus, aside from appearance, one could only attribute it to talent. What talent could a Didi driver possibly possess? In other words, if he truly had talent, would he have fallen to the level of driving for Didi? It was utterly absurd. At that moment, Gao Ning also spotted Chu Yuxuan and immediately began to tease. Even if he were to indulge in swan meat, he would still be a toad. Look at his despicable demeanor while others are engaged in serious matters. What is he doing sitting there? Doesn't he feel ashamed? But then again, a man who lives off others has no sense of dignity, so how could he even comprehend what it means to feel embarrassed? Xia Zhu inhaled deeply and softly suggested, "Let us go in and greet Director Wang." Inside, Zhao Yanan was already negotiating with Wang Long. "Director Wang, it's settled then. 3 days from now, I will bring that newcomer to visit you. I do not seek a significant role. I merely wish for her to have a brief appearance in your production. She is truly a wonderful and dedicated actress." Wang Long nodded in agreement. "If she is as dedicated as you claim, I shall certainly make good use of her. However, Xia Zhu was originally slated for the leading role, and I intend to replace her. You should be aware that I have already chosen someone else. Therefore, let us not discuss her further. The recent public relations turmoil surrounding Xia Zhu was indeed mishandled on our part. I apologize on her behalf. If you are resolute about replacing her, I have no objections. It's a deal. 3 days from now, bring the new actress for an audition." With their agreement sealed, Zhao Yanan eagerly poured tea for Wang Long. Just as she lifted the teacup, a voice resonated from the doorway, "Director Wang, happy birthday?" Wang Long glanced towards the entrance, his hand holding the teacup freezing midair. Instinctively, he turned to Chu Yuxuan, his expression turning awkward as he murmured, "I sent a mass invitation and forgot to remove her." Chu Yuxuan took a sip of tea, nonchalantly responding, "It's of no concern to me." "You carry on. I want to interfere." Zhao Yanan regarded him, a hint of amusement flickering across her cool visage. Although it was unintentional to invite her, being his birthday banquet, Wang Long would not let it escalate into an awkward situation, lest the guests enjoy a spectacle. Rising with a smile, he greeted, "Xia Zhu, you've arrived." In the midst of his words, he subtly cast a glance at Gao Ning, yet refrained from acknowledging him. Xia Zhu hurriedly presented the antique gift box she held, saying, "Director Wang, this is a selection made by my boyfriend and me, and I hope you will like it." Wang Long did not even glance at the gift box, repeatedly waving his hand. "Xia Zhu, there is no need for such formality with me. Please take the gift back. If others see it, I fear it would become a topic of gossip. Moreover, I am not acquainted with your boyfriend, so it would be inappropriate for me to accept your gift. Please return it. Xia Zhu's expression momentarily froze. Wang Long had previously been exceptionally kind to her, attending to her every need during filming. How had he become so distant that she could not even give him a gift? Just as she felt lost, Gao Ning stepped forward, glancing teasingly at Chu Yuxuan before addressing Wang Long. Director Wang, greetings. I am Xia Zhu's boyfriend, Gao Ning. I hope you'll forgive my uninvited presence today. However, Xia Zhu often speaks of your kindness towards her, and I felt it necessary to personally express my gratitude, albeit with a humble gift, for which I hope you will show understanding. Wang Long remained unflustered. I appreciate the sentiment, but please take the gift back. It is truly unnecessary. Gao Ning chuckled. Director Wang, actually, my father is the chairman of Gao Corporation, Gao Zhensheng. Our chain of cinemas has gained a notable reputation nationwide. Now that I have returned to the country, my father has expressed his desire for me to take over the cinema business. Thus, my visit today is also to establish a friendship with you, as you are a prominent figure in the industry, and I believe we will have many opportunities for collaboration in the future, don't you think? Upon hearing Gao Corporation, Wang Long's gaze towards Gao Ning shifted subtly. While it was not one of awe, the distance had lessened. Xia Zhu let out a quiet sigh of relief, turning to look at Gao Ning, pride evident in her eyes. Oh, your old Gao's son? That explains it. You are quite the dapper gentleman, Wang Long remarked, discreetly glancing at Chu Yuxuan, who was engrossed in his phone. He continued, shall we? There's a dance party inside. Why don't you accompany Xia Zhu for a dance? As a seasoned veteran, he knew better than to offend those he ought not to. Moreover, observing Chu Yuxuan's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of engaging with the couple, so perhaps it was wise to extend a courtesy and avoid unnecessary trouble. Xia Zhu joyfully agreed, then turned to Zhao Yanan, greeting, President Zhao, you're here too. Zhao Yanan responded with a soft acknowledgement, her sidelong glance at the silent Chu Yuxuan revealing her delight. That scoundrel must be feeling as if he had consumed something foul. How delightful, originally. This minor incident could have concluded smoothly, but Gao Ning, undeterred, took it a step further, extending his hand to Zhao Yanan, smiling, President Zhao, what a pleasure to see you again so soon. Out of politeness, Zhao Yanan shook his hand, responding, pleasure is mine. Gao Ning self-importantly pulled out a chair and sat beside Zhao Yanan, entirely oblivious to Wang Long's sudden change in demeanor, who appeared slightly irked as he stated, President Zhao, my father recently collaborated with a certain platform on a variety show, which is currently in preparation. With so many artists under your management, I believe we should discuss further. Zhao Yanan, always diligent in her work, replied, of course, may I inquire which platform it is? Would you mind sharing? Gao Ning raised his hand, about to speak, but then deliberately glanced at Chu Yuxuan, mockingly stating, President Zhao, you are aware that some topics are rather sensitive. It would be best if this uninvited guest were not present. Zhao Yanan, being astute, immediately discerned Gao Ning's ulterior motive. While feigning business conversation, the true intent was to insult Chu Yuxuan. Yet, she had no particular fondness for Chu Yuxuan either, and thus had little interest in defending him. She merely cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile dancing on her lips. Chu Yuxuan appeared unfazed, moving his chair back a couple of inches, shrugging, you may continue, just don't regard me as part of this. With that, he lowered his head, returning to his phone, replying to Lao Wu, it's settled then. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, report to Qingya Media. Wang Long, suppressing his irritation, addressed the somewhat awkward Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu, why don't you take this young Gao to dance? Xia Zhu, not wishing for the situation to become uncomfortable, promptly tugged at Gao Ning. Ninggu, will you accompany me for a dance? Gao Ning sighed, glaring at Chu Yuxuan, and turned to Zhao Yanan, President Zhao, how about we exchange WeChat? I'd like to invite you to dinner sometime to discuss in detail. Pausing briefly, he added, I hope you 1T bring this pretty boy along. He disgusts me. Xia Zhu hurriedly interjected, all right, Ninggu, today is Director Wang's birthday. Please don't make a scene. Gao Ning patted her hand, smiling gently, Xiao Zhu, I merely wish to stand up for you. Truth be told, if it weren't for Director Wang's reputation, I would have surely taught him a lesson. This young master, believing he could throw his weight around due to his father's backing, likely thought he could swagger here without consequence. After all, who was a mere director to offend a cinema chain? He clearly had no intention of letting this slide. Openly insulting Chu Yuxuan would not suffice for his satisfaction. Demanding Zhao Yanan's WeChat was the true aim, a dagger aimed directly at Chu Yuxuan's heart. He wanted to demonstrate that there existed a stark divide between people. Chu Yuxuan felt utterly exasperated, retorting, "To be honest, I generally dislike bullying those in positions of power. You should mind your own business and not create trouble for your family." Gao Ning appeared to misunderstand Chu Yuxuan's notion of bullying, laughing as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. "What are you babbling about? Huh? You think you can cause trouble for our Gao family? Ha ha ha. Listen here, Chu, you are nothing but a toad." As he uttered this, Gao Ning's arrogant demeanor suggested he held Wang Long and Zhao Yanan in contempt, let alone the seemingly inconsequential Chu Yuxuan. Little did he know, the way the three of them regarded him at that moment was akin to observing a foolish clown who had lost his marbles. Chapter 13. The Birthday Banquet, Part 3. Upon hearing the audacious young Master Truman refer to his beloved nephew, whom he had watched grow up, as a toad, Wang Long slowly closed his eyes and, in a grave tone, stated, "Xia Zhu, Mr. Gao, you are aware that today is my birthday banquet, are you not?" Xia Zhu hurriedly offered her apologies. "Director Wang, I am truly sorry, Her words were abruptly interrupted by Gao Ning. "Director Wang, I sincerely apologize. I tend to speak my mind and cannot tolerate those who live off others." Chu Yuxuan, wearing a cheeky grin, turned to Zhao Yanan and said, "Zhao, don't you think you should manage your little pretty boy being insulted?" Zhao Yanan maintained a frosty demeanor, dismissing the comment with disdain. However, Wang Long was not inclined to endure this any longer. On one hand, Gao Ning's arrogance was intolerable. On the other, he recognized that Chu Yuxuan's reluctance to stir trouble stemmed from a desire to preserve the sanctity of his birthday celebration. Slamming his palm on the table, he exclaimed, "Xia Zhu, to be honest, I never intended to invite you today. Humph. And as for you, Mr. Gao, you are not welcome here. Please leave." Xia Zhu's palms began to sweat profusely as she repeatedly apologized. Gao Ning, taken aback by the director's blatant disregard for decorum, retorted, "Director Wang, I was merely joking. Surely, you wouldn't be so furious over a jest? Haha. That I genuinely wish to befriend you, as we will inevitably engage in business dealings in the future." Before he could finish, Wang Long countered fiercely, "Mr. Gao, I advise you not to leverage business matters against me. You likely do not comprehend the rules of our industry. Do you believe that your father's word alone dictates the distribution of films? Humph. That I may be a minor player, unable to offend your esteemed Gao family, yet the investors behind me certainly do not regard you with the same reverence. To be blunt, I am not concerned about distribution issues, for those investors possess ample means to secure it. Do you understand now?" With such words, Gao Ning felt utterly humiliated, his face alternating between crimson and pale, rendered speechless. Wang Long continued, "I have already shown you considerable leniency, yet you have overstepped. Who do you think you are? Take your gifts, your woman, and get out of my sight." Scram. Gao Ning, too embarrassed to raise his head, grabbed Xia Zhu and attempted to exit. However, Xia Zhu broke free from his grasp, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Wang Long and said, "Director Wang, I truly did not anticipate that today would ruin your celebration." Wang Long, irked, replied, "While I have yet to unleash my anger upon you, I suggest you leave, all right?" Xia Zhu bit her lip, her face awash with embarrassment, and said, "Director Wang, I do not understand. Weren't we once good friends? Why? Did you just say that you never intended to invite me? Have I done something wrong to upset you? Please tell me, and I shall amend it." She genuinely could not fathom why this benefactor had suddenly turned so cold towards her. "You do not understand?" Wang Long glared at her contemptuously, then glanced at Chu Yuxuan before returning his gaze to Xia Zhu. At this point, you still do not comprehend? In his view, even if this prominent star were a fool, she ought to have gleaned the situation upon seeing him share tea with Chu Yuxuan. Did she truly believe that his previous admiration for her was based solely on her acting skills? Xia Zhu looked at Chu Yuxuan, her confusion deepening. What did he have to do with this? Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. "Don't look at me. I'm just a pretty boy." Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes, knowing that, after all, Xia Zhu was still an artist under her management, and it was her duty to defend her. "Xia Zhu, you should leave now. Don't provoke Director Wang further. We can discuss everything after tonight." "Understood, President Zhao." Xia Zhu nodded, apologized once more to Wang Long, and turned to exit. "Xia Zhu," Zhao Yanan called out, I will remind you one last time. Balance your romantic notions with some intelligence. Do not jeopardize your future. Waiting by the door, Gao Ning glared at the three of them, gritting his teeth. After they departed, Chu Yuxuan chuckled, Uncle Long, you dare to provoke the young master of the Gao family? Aren't you afraid he might hinder your film distribution? Wang Long pinched the bridge of his nose and replied with a smile, unless the Gao family is foolish enough to forego profit out of spite. Haha, who would willingly turn away from money? Besides, your father has nearly invested in every one of my films. How many heads does Gao Jinqing possess to dare offend your father? Chu Yuxuan understood. I knew it. That's why you were so confident. That old scoundrel Chu Jiqing is quite the figure in Jiangxing. You have indeed latched onto a good leg. Zhao Yanan. Wang Long laughed. Isn't that the truth? I often find myself grateful to have shared the same university and dormitory with your father. Honestly, my brother has assisted me greatly. Chu Yuxuan teased. You've helped him out quite a bit as well, introducing him to numerous starlets, haven't you? Wang Long shamelessly replied. A gentleman seeks a fair lady. Moreover, your father is single now, isn't he? Indeed, Chu Yuxuan said, his expression playful yet tinged with an undercurrent of coldness. Some have died, others have divorced. He certainly seeks a clean slate. This statement seemed to touch upon a sensitive topic, causing Wang Long to lose his jovial demeanor. He swiftly diverted the conversation. All right, you two should go dance and liven things up a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yanan and Chu Yuxuan simultaneously replied, Not going. Wang Long was taken aback, exclaiming, Goodness. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. Wifey, you're catching on quickly, aren't you? Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. Chu Yuxuan. Yes. Be a decent human being. Wang Long. Meanwhile, Gao Ning, expelled from the venue, was fuming, kicking the car door and muttering angrily, Wang Long truly does not know what is good for him. Offending the Gao family, I wonder how he will survive in this industry. Xia Zhu sat in the car, her face ashen, silently opening the door. Gao Ning followed closely, starting the engine and turning on the heater, casting a regretful glance at Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu, that Chu fellow is utterly shameless. He just divorced you and is already cozying up to that big-chested, empty-headed Zhao Yanan. He must have been entangled with her long before. That's why I thought to give you some satisfaction, but I never expected. It must be Zhao Yanan's influence that prompted Wang Long to disregard my father's standing. That wretched woman, who knows if she is also involved with Wang Long? Xia Zhu suddenly interjected. Do not speak ill of Director Wang. I owe him my current success. If he were that kind of person, how could he possibly treat me without seeking anything in return? Gao Ning grasped Xiao's icy hand, patiently reasoning, you can never truly know a person's heart. Wang Long may have refrained from pursuing you before, likely due to my father's intervention. Such a person is typically fickle. Now that he is allied with Zhao Yanan, having secured a powerful patron, he dares to disregard your father. Haha. I will make him regret this. Xia Zhu, I will ensure he kneels and apologizes to you. That is not true. Director Wang is not that kind of person. Xia Zhu shook her head, her thoughts in disarray. He truly is not that kind. Gao Ning pondered for a moment before saying, Xia Zhu, think about it. Wang Long treated you well before, so why did his attitude shift after your divorce from Chu Yuxuan? As Xia Zhu recalled Wang Long's words, you still do not understand, and his glance at Chu Yuxuan, her confusion grew. Is everything related to Chu Yuxuan? But how could he wield such influence? It's impossible. Gao Ning sneered, he may lack ability, but his woman is quite capable. Now that you are divorced, he must be seeking revenge on you, whispering in Zhao Yanan's ear. And that whisper reached Wang Long's ears. Gao Ning slapped his thigh in realization. Exactly. It must be that Chu fellow orchestrating this. Xia Zhu was skeptical. If he had been involved with Zhao Yanan all along, it would mean he never truly loved me. In that case, wouldn't he have any reason to target me? Gao Ning scoffed. Some petty individuals simply cannot stand to see others thrive. Chu Yuxuan is a prime example. Xia Zhu, do not concern yourself with this. I will ensure he pays the price. Xia Zhu took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She could not believe that Chu Yuxuan could be so malicious. For 2 years of marriage, he had always presented himself as honest and gentle, attentive and considerate towards her. But how could he explain his marriage to Zhao Yanan? There was simply no way to justify it. The truth lay bare before her, and she could not help but believe Gao Ning's words. Chu Yuxuan was not the person she had thought he was. He was a scheming, treacherous, and despicable individual. Chapter 14. Rectifying the company the following morning, Zhao Yanan rose early, freshened up, and warmed a cup of milk, sipping it while perusing reports in the work group. Ever since the Zhao Group scandal, Xia Media had been engulfed in an atmosphere of anxiety, with numerous employees speculating that Xia Media would likely be affected as well. It was merely a matter of time. In recent days, the once vibrant work group had grown unnervingly quiet, with only a handful of optimistic souls occasionally making their presence known. The overall work atmosphere in the company had become dismal, with several senior employees even beginning to seek new opportunities. This predicament had left the beautiful CEO troubled, resulting in several sleepless nights. After finishing her breakfast, she drove swiftly to the office. As she neared the company, 30 a.m. Why would that troublemaker arrive at the office so early? Did he truly wish to assert his authority? With the employees already in a state of emotional turmoil, if this man decided to stir trouble, it would spell disaster. Increasingly anxious, Zhao Yanan wished fervently for wings to fly directly to the office. Upon her arrival, she discovered that all employees had been summoned to the large conference room. Chu Yuxuan lounged casually, one leg crossed over the other, tapping idly on the table. Upon noticing Zhao Yanan's entrance, he smirked and remarked, "President Zhao, as the company's CEO, how could you arrive later than the employees?" Zhao Yanan retorted confidently, "Company policy dictates that employees start at 8:30 a.m., while supervisors and above are to arrive by 9 a.m. Does that not sound a tad bureaucratic?" Chu Yuxuan chuckled with a hint of mischief. After tapping the table once more, he declared, "From tomorrow onward, employees will start at 9:20 a.m., while supervisors and above shall arrive at 8:30 a.m. for a morning meeting." The employees below were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances at Chu Yuxuan, seemingly unable to comprehend his intentions. The management team was equally surprised, uncertain of what tricks the new boss might be playing. "Mr. Chu, we hold our regular meetings once a week. There is no need for daily gatherings," Zhao Yanan stated coldly. "Consider it a breakfast gathering then. You can tally the participants, and I shall foot the bill." "We do not have a practice of having breakfast together," Zhao Yanan replied without a hint of mercy. The employees exchanged glances, thinking that President Zhao was indeed formidable, seemingly disregarding the new boss entirely. Chu Yuxuan, slightly embarrassed by her retort, discreetly took out his phone and sent Zhao Yanan a WeChat message. "Are you not showing me any respect? This makes things difficult for me. Perhaps I should just announce our relationship. Being afraid of my wife is nothing to be ashamed of." Having been married for only a few days, and considering that the attendees were all significant figures, none even high-ranking enough to attend the Gao Group's board meeting, there was little chance that ordinary employees would be aware of it. Zhao Yanan glanced at her phone and then pulled out a chair next to her, calmly stating, "Starting tomorrow, all supervisors and above will convene for a morning meeting at 8:30 a.m. in the small conference room. The employees." Chu Yuxuan smiled smugly and declared, "That settles it. Now, I have a few more announcements to make." Zhao Yanan furrowed her brow, casting a warning glare at Chu Yuxuan, fearful of what mischief he might concoct next. Chu Yuxuan, completely unfazed by her gaze, continued earnestly, "First, from now on, no overtime will be permitted. For special departments that require it, such as the Public Relations Department, Artist Management, and Agents, overtime bonuses will be increased by 0.5 times. Additionally, holidays cannot be adjusted to weekends. Time off will be as scheduled." As he spoke, the attendees in the conference room exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Could a capitalist truly possess such a sense of conscience? The odds were akin to being struck dead by a falling atomic bomb in the street. Zhao Yanan's expression shifted to one of confusion, pondering what schemes this privileged young man was plotting. Chu Yuxuan proceeded, "Secondly, the administrative department will tally employees who have served for 5 years or more. Their salaries will be increased by 1,000, while security and cleaning staff will see a 500 increase in base salary, along with bonuses and performance incentives raised by 5%. Thirdly, all employees, including cleaners and security staff, will have strict adherence to the 5 insurances and 1 fund. If direct relatives encounter severe illnesses or accidents, the company will reimburse 60 of medical expenses. Furthermore, if direct children score above the first-tier line in college entrance exams, they will receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. Most importantly, If one can gain admission to the National University of Defense Technology, they will be rewarded with a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center. Long live the boss. Wow, that's amazing. The conference room erupted into a frenzy. Zhao Yanan observed the once anxious employees, now filled with enthusiasm, and felt a pang of relief. Her gaze softened towards Chu Yuxuan. To her surprise, this seemingly spoiled brat possessed such a commendable side. The promises he made to the employees were financially feasible for the company, the salary increases were manageable, and the rewards for children's education primarily targeted older, lower-tier employees, whose families often consisted of only one child. Those who could score above the first-tier line were rare, so the total number of rewards would likely be minimal. As for the enticing housing benefit, should anyone manage to gain admission to the National University of Defense Technology, what of it? The company could still capitalize on the sentiment of patriotism. One could only hope that the university's entrance requirements were such that few could meet them. Regarding the reimbursement of medical expenses, while this was hardly a prudent business decision, it could serve as a commendable act of corporate social responsibility, creating a positive narrative. Setting aside morality, should any employee's family member fall gravely ill, it might be a worthwhile investment in reputation, potentially yielding greater returns than losses. In summary, it was merely a matter of salary. Chu Yuxuan raised his hand, signaling for silence. The benefits I have provided are significant. However, I have one more request. When I arrived at the company this morning, I noticed an issue. You are predominantly of Asian descent, speaking Mandarin, yet each of you bears an English name. This is something I find displeasing. In our own country, there is no need to resort to English names. From today onward, aside from artists, all employees shall refrain from using English names. What else with names like Mike or Jack? Isn't it a bit awkward? Don't think that adopting an English name makes you sophisticated. True confidence stems from cultural heritage. Those who do not cherish their own culture, especially those who fawn over foreignness, my company does not welcome such individuals. If I hear you addressing one another with foreign names again, I will smack your behind. Zhao Yanan. He can hardly maintain seriousness for even a few minutes. Little did she know that Chu Yuxuan's actions today were not merely aimed at securing the livelihoods of lower-tier employees. There was a deeper significance. The employees reacted with a mix of expressions upon hearing, "smack your behind," with most appearing somewhat bemused. Just moments ago, they had considered this new boss a reliable young leader. How had he suddenly revealed a hint of rogue behavior? At that moment, the conference room doors swung open, and a foreigner with tousled blonde hair and striking blue eyes entered. Upon spotting Chu Yuxuan, he excitedly waved, "Hi, Stephen." The crowd turned to glance at him, then simultaneously redirected their attention to Chu Yuxuan on stage. "Stephen?" Chu Yuxuan. After a moment of speechlessness, he dryly responded, "I have lived abroad for nearly 8 years. Having an English name is not unreasonable, is it?" The crowd. After all, he was the boss. Whatever he said went. Chu Yuxuan cleared his throat and glared at the foreigner. The meeting is adjourned. Once everyone had exited the conference room, he beckoned the foreigner over with a finger. "Old Five, is it amusing to undermine me?" Old Five, unaware of what he had disrupted, blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Chu Yuxuan sighed. "Never mind. Old Five, I just established that the company will no longer use English names, so please refrain from calling me Stephen from now on." Old Five scratched his head. "But you said that when there are foreigners present, I shouldn't call you brother. Just call me Mr. Chu." Chu Yuxuan paused. "And I have thought of a Chinese name for you as well. Let us go with Chu Sheng. Remember it well." Chu Sheng? Life? Existence? Old Five exclaimed, hugging his head in excitement. "Oh my God. That is so meaningful. I love it. Is it possible that you meant to express your fondness?" "Yes, I like it. I like it." Chu Yuxuan replied earnestly. "As long as you like it, that is all that matters." Chapter 15. Oh, my God. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Yuxuan lowered his voice and said, "Old Five, from now on, stay by my side. I shall provide you with a private office. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Simply continue your investigation into that individual, understood?" Old Five pouted and replied, "Big brother, I have truly tried my best. It has been 2 years, and I still haven't found anything. Could he possibly be dead?" Chu Yuxuan gazed out the window, inhaling deeply, and remarked, "One must see the living to confirm life and the dead to confirm death. Only by locating him can I secure my place in this game." Understood. I shall exert myself further. Indeed. Chu Yuxuan patted him on the shoulder and stated, now is the time for you to showcase your abilities. Otherwise, if I appoint you as the head of the technical department, others may doubt your competence. Old Five smiled faintly, retrieving a thumb-sized USB drive. That's the phrase. With that, Old Five hurried towards the computer in the conference room. Chu Yuxuan quietly exited the room, only to find Zhao Yanan standing in the corridor, arms crossed. Is there something you need? Zhao Yanan took a breath and stepped closer to Chu Yuxuan, speaking in a cool tone. Thank you for today. Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. Thank me? I simply cannot tolerate the exploitation of laborers by capitalists. Zhao Yanan, uninterested in his feigned ignorance, replied, you know, while we have temporarily stabilized the morale of the troops, it is merely a stopgap. The company must work to restore the employees' confidence. Are you not already doing that? Chu Yuxuan smirked. By placing new actors into Wang Long's crew, who would dare claim the company lacks strength? Zhao Yanan did not deny it, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Yuxuan, her lips pressed tightly together. Chu Yuxuan furrowed his brow and inquired, what, are you plotting against me again? Haha. Are you worried that Wang Long may ultimately not want you? Zhao Yanan, we are not well acquainted. I have no reason to assist you. Why not? Try begging me? Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. Chu Yuxuan, I was just beginning to think you are not as intolerable as I once believed. Do not force it. Continue to dislike me. Chu Yuxuan shrugged nonchalantly, pausing before adding with a grin. That old fellow Wang Long is actually quite fond of talent. If the actors you recommend possess genuine skill, he would not refuse them. After all, it's not as if you are asking her to play the lead role. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Given Chu Yuxuan's familiarity with Wang Long, it was likely that if the newcomer had potential, her chances of being selected were significantly high. After a moment of contemplation, she pursed her lips and looked into Chu Yuxuan's eyes with newfound seriousness. Chu Yuxuan, you seem not as reckless as you appear, at least, not like a foolish landlord's son. Oh. Suddenly refraining from insults? I find myself unaccustomed to it. Zhao Yanan paused, wanting to say something more, when a commotion erupted from the office area. What is happening? Is the internet down? Something's off. It seems like a virus. Why are the files on my computer transferring automatically? Who are they being sent to? My mouse won't respond to my commands. Who is controlling it? Listening to the employee's rising astonishment, Zhao Yanan immediately adopted a serious demeanor and strode towards the office area. Chu Yuxuan suppressed a smile, standing at the conference room door, when Old Five peeked out. Big brother, I senti it my turn to step in now? Chu Yuxuan grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out. Let us show them what you can do. It appears that foreigners tend to have a flair for socializing. The employees in the office area had descended into chaos, prompting Chu Yuxuan to clap his hands, signaling for silence. Before he could introduce Old Five, the latter waved to the crowd and began his big surprise. I am an animal. I come from New York, USA, and I am a network engineer. The crowd stared in confusion. Good grief. Why is he insulting himself right off? Who on earth is this guy? Old Five continued, don't be nervous. The predicament you find yourselves in is all thanks to me. I have attacked your network with a virus. Am I impressive, or what? An employee from the technical department gritted his teeth. Damn. No wonder he calls himself an animal. He truly is one. Give me 1 minute, and I will restore everything to normal. Old Five declared, striding confidently towards a computer and typing away furiously. Your network security has significant vulnerabilities. A mere hacker can incapacitate your network and easily steal your secrets. However, as long as I am here, none of this will happen. Zhao Yanan turned her gaze to Chu Yuxuan, questioning, do you intend to hire him for the company? Chu Yuxuan, he is a network engineer named Tony, now known as Chu Sheng. Zhao Yanan snatched the cigarette from his mouth, crushed it, and tossed it into the trash bin. In the future, refrain from bringing people into the company without prior approval. Also, smoking is prohibited. Chu Yuxuan paused, his hand clutching the lighter momentarily freezing before he chuckled. President Zhao, please inform all the artists under our banner that they must come to the company this afternoon. It will only take up to an hour of their time. Zhao Yanan looked taken aback. What mischief are you planning now? Chu Yuxuan replied nonchalantly, President Zhao, I feel it necessary to remind you that I am the owner of this company. Some matters do not require your explanation. Just follow my directives without question. Zhao Yanan took a deep breath but offered no response. Just then, Old Five had resolved the virus issue, his head held high in triumph as he exclaimed, Did you see that? This is professionalism. Oh my God. I am awestruck by my own handsomeness. So cool. Xiao Wei, the assistant to the president, timidly looked at Chu Yuxuan and almost pleaded, Chu Zong. Perhaps you should allow him to speak English from now on. It feels like there are ants crawling all over me. Old Five, perplexed, asked, What does that mean? Chu Yuxuan replied, Complimenting how handsome you are. Old Five's face lit up with excitement. Oh, my God. What a perceptive and beautiful girl. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Would you do me the honor? The crowd. Chu Yuxuan stifled a laugh, pulling Old Five by the arm towards his office. All right, tonight I shall treat you to dinner. As he spoke, he produced the bank card that Chu Jiqing had given him and handed it to Old Five. Go get a new hairstyle and tidy yourself up. Tidy up? What does that mean? Old Five appeared utterly eager to learn. Chu Yuxuan patiently explained, Buy a few sets of appropriate clothes to spruce yourself up, all right? Oh my, do not dare mention your bird god again. Listen carefully, once you are presentable, head to the Emerald Lakeside Villa area. I arranged for a villa to be booked there last night. Go purchase it, and we brothers will reside there from now on. Leave it to me. Spending money is my forte. Chapter 16. Who possesses such audacity? Last night, Summer Zhu had been subjected to cold indifference in front of Wang Long, and throughout the entire morning, she sequestered herself in her bedroom, reclining against the headboard, staring blankly at the ceiling. The chandelier in her room was adorned with her photographs. As soon as the lights were turned on, her smiling visage illuminated the ceiling, a custom designed by Chu Yuxuan just for her. Reflecting on the myriad moments from their 2 years of marriage, a wave of nausea washed over Summer Zhu. How had she failed to notice? That Chu Yuxuan was such a person? Knock, knock, knock. After a gentle rap on the door, Gao Ning entered, bearing a platter of fruit. Little Zhu, if you don't feel like eating a meal, why don't you pack your things and come over this afternoon? Taking a bite of the banana, Summer Zhu appeared somewhat hesitant. Ning Go, perhaps we should wait a little longer. The public scrutiny surrounding me has only just begun to die down, and I do not wish for the company to gossip about me again. Gao Ning had intended to broach the subject of marriage, but upon seeing Summer Zhu's lack of enthusiasm, he refrained from speaking. At that moment, Summer Zhu's manager sent her a WeChat message. Arrive at the company by 4 o'clock this afternoon. The new boss wants to meet all the artists. Frowning slightly, Summer Zhu inquired, Is there something specific going on? Who is the new boss? Her manager, a high school classmate and close friend, rather than a professional agent, replied shortly, I'm currently on a blind date back in my hometown and just received the notification. Remember not to be late. Summer Zhu responded. Understood. Wishing you luck in finding a pig-headed suitor. After sending the message, unease settled within her. They say a new official brings 3 fires among the artists in the company. I am the only one with negative news recently. I wonder if those 3 fires will scorch me. Gao Ning gazed at Summer Zhu's WeChat chat for a moment before pulling out his phone and calling his father. Dad, I heard that Xia Media has a new owner. Do you know who it is? Gao Zhenxing, evidently unaware, responded, Is that so? After old Zhao's incident, I haven't been in touch with anyone from the Zhao family. Who has the audacity to take over Qingya at this juncture? Pausing for a moment, Gao Ning suggested, Dad, haven't you recently invested in a variety show? How about I use that as a pretext to probe into Xia Media and discern the identity of their new boss? If they seem reliable, we could potentially collaborate. Gao Zhenxing chuckled, You rascal, this is all for Summer Zhu. Isn't it? Haha. Go ahead. I too am curious to know who possesses such audacity. After hanging up, Gao Ning gently squeezed Summer Zhu's hand, reassuringly stating, My little princess, do not worry. I am here. Let us tidy up and head over early. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Yanan was reviewing a document in her office when Xiao Wei knocked lightly and announced, President Zhao, Summer Zhu has arrived, along with someone claiming to be President Gao, who wishes to meet our company's owner to discuss a collaboration. Zhao Yanan's expression turned slightly peculiar. How did Gao Ning manage to appear everywhere like a persistent, adhesive plaster? And as for Summer Zhu, her lack of intelligence was truly exasperating. After contemplating for a moment, she smiled gently and said, "Let them in." Upon entering, Summer Zhu bowed her head slightly. "President Zhao." Zhao Yanan acknowledged her with a brief sound. "The appointment was for 4 o'clock. Why have you arrived so early?" Summer Zhu managed to utter a single word before being interrupted by Gao Ning. "President Zhao, here we are again so soon. You remember the variety show project I mentioned last night, correct?" Zhao Yanan shot him a glance, her expression devoid of emotion. "I remember. I am here today representing Gao Corporation to discuss a collaboration with Xia Media." Gao Ning adopted an air of arrogance, seemingly oblivious to the humiliation he had faced before Zhao Yanan the previous night. However, given that Xia Media now appeared to be at its wits' end in the eyes of outsiders, Gao Ning's demeanor could be understood as an attempt to offer them an opportunity. Zhao Yanan maintained her composure as she gestured toward the sofa. "Please take a seat." Yet, Gao Ning scoffed, "No need. President Zhao, I have heard that your company has changed owners. Are you still in a position to call the shots?" Zhao Yanan managed a polite smile. "I am the executive president of Xia Media. I am in control of all matters." "Not necessarily," Gao Ning retorted playfully. "You are more aware of your company's current predicament than I am. I believe it would be best for your new boss to discuss this with me. Some matters are not as simple and casual as keeping a toy boy. Wouldn't you agree, President Zhao?" Beside them, Summer Zhu tugged at Gao Ning's sleeve, whispering, "Ninggu, please don't speak to President Zhao like that." Unfazed, Zhao Yanan's cool demeanor bore a hint of a smile. "Are you certain you must meet our new boss?" "Absolutely," Gao Ning affirmed, "and without a doubt." Zhao Yanan inhaled deeply. "All right, our boss is currently occupied. I shall call him now to inform him. You may wait outside." With that, she called out to Xiao Wei, "Take President Gao to the reception room." She could not comprehend why Summer Zhu was foolish, but why this esteemed heir of the Gao Corporation was equally lacking in wit. Or was he simply overconfident, genuinely believing his father to be the local emperor? In comparison to Chu Yuxuan, that despicable man, he resembled nothing more than a foolish scion of a landlord. At that moment, while inspecting the company alongside several supervisors, Chu Yuxuan suddenly sneezed and muttered, "Who is cursing me?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Yanan called, "The heir of Gao Corporation is at the company, claiming to discuss a collaboration." Chu Yuxuan was puzzled. "Gao Ning? Why not just let you handle it? I have no interest in Xia Media's business." Zhao Yanan replied flatly, "He insists on meeting the new boss," and after a pause, added, "His fiancée is also present." The latter part of her statement was laced with a hint of mockery. Chu Yuxuan, well aware of her intent, forced a smile. "Let him wait. I am currently unavailable." After ending the call, the head of the marketing department eagerly approached. "President Chu, let us continue. The floor you are currently viewing is the influencer incubation base that Director Zhao established 2 months ago, but it has since been left in limbo." "The influencer incubation base," Chu Yuxuan murmured, inquiring, "Is it fully renovated?" "It has long been completed. As soon as you give the green light, we can commence tomorrow." Chu Yuxuan nodded affirmatively. "This has potential. Bring the documents to my office. I approve this project." Chapter 17. A reluctance to encounter you in the reception room. Xia Zhu felt a twinge of apprehension as she turned to Gao. "I am here today to offer Xia Media an opportunity. Their new boss is practically groveling at my feet. If he is truly dependable, our Gao family could finalize a collaboration with them, and then he would have no choice but to cater to your needs." "Ha ha. After all, you are my woman." Xia Zhu was not particularly fond of leveraging relationships to elevate her status, yet given that it was Gao Ning, whom she loved deeply and who reciprocated her feelings, she felt somewhat justified. However, after waiting nearly an hour without a sign of the new boss from Xia Media, Gao Ning began to feel offended. He snapped at the timid Xiao Wei, who had come to serve tea, saying, "Where is your boss? Making us wait this long. This is how you treat guests at Xia Media?" Xiao Wei, a timid girl, sensed Gao Ning's arrogance and surmised he was a person of considerable stature, and she stammered, "The boss should be here soon. Please, be patient a little longer." Gao Ning retorted, "Please ask him to hurry. Does he not realize the current situation? Am I the one begging him? How absurd." "Understood." Xiao Wei hurriedly exited the reception room and rushed to Zhao Yanan's office, resembling a child reporting grievances. Zhao Zong. That Gao Zong is angry? He said. Zhao Yanan interrupted, appearing remarkably composed. You go about your business. Do not concern yourself with him. After another half hour, Gao Ning's patience was entirely depleted. He stormed into Zhao Yanan's office, fuming. Zhao Zong, you truly have some nerve. Are you toying with me? Do you look down upon our Gao family? Ha ha. Splendid. Zhao Yanan remained unfazed. Gao Zong, I informed you beforehand that our boss is quite busy. It was you who insisted on pressing the matter. Perhaps it is you who looks down upon us? Ha ha. Zhao Yanan, do not presume upon your looks. I will make it clear today. Offend our Gao family, and I shall see how long you can maintain your position. In Gao Ning's perspective, a fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken, and he treated them like soft persimmons to be squeezed at will. Zhao Yanan, expressionless, replied, Suit yourself. This beautiful CEO never easily offended others, nor did she cower before anyone. Previously, she had the support of her father. Now, one could only say her backing was even more formidable. Otherwise, what was the purpose of this marriage? Although Chu Yuxuan was a debauched scoundrel, no matter how one analyzed it, he bore the surname Chu. Gao Ning perceived that he had yet to delve deep enough into the art of fortune. Just as Gao Ning was about to erupt, a cacophony of voices echoed from outside. Chu Zong, our development department had intended to establish a live streaming platform. I have already drafted the proposal. Would you like to review it? Chu Zong, do you wish to glance at the proposal for the annual company meeting? Chu Zong. A throng of department heads surrounded Chu Yuxuan, each vying for his attention as they approached from the corridor. Standing at the entrance of Zhao Yanan's office, Xia Zhu was momentarily stunned. Chu. Zong? Simultaneously, the name resonated clearly in Gao Ning's ears, leaving this foolish man momentarily dazed. After regaining his composure, he scoffed. How could it possibly be him? However, it was not long before he heard Chu Yuxuan's voice. Good. One at a time. I am not on the verge of death. Just submit all these proposals to Zhao Zong. As long as she approves, let the finance department draft the reports, and I will authorize the funds. Long live Chu Zong. Zhao Yanan observed Gao Ning, who was rigid with shock, and with a twinkle in her eye, she stood up and said, Gao Zong, let us go. Our Chu Zong has arrived. As they exited the office, Chu Yuxuan passed by, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Zhu before sweeping his gaze across Gao Ning's face, and with a cheeky grin, he remarked, No offense intended, but I truly do not wish to see you, so kindly leave, would you? Afterward, he turned to the head of security. If you let such a stray dog in again, I shall spank you. The head of security's face alternated between red and white as he hurriedly turned to chase Gao Ning away. Quickly leave. Do you not see our Chu Zong is angry? Do you believe I will spank you? The employees who had previously regarded Gao Ning as a significant figure were now laughing heartily, their gazes towards Xia Zhu laced with mockery. This great star, who had caused quite a stir by associating with a wealthy man, was now merely a stray dog in the eyes of her boss. Chu Zong was indeed formidable. Chu Yuxuan. You are nothing but a pretty boy. A leech. What is there to be proud of? Gao Ning, humiliated, ground his teeth, nearly losing his sanity, and turned to Zhao Yanan, exclaiming, Now I see. You truly hold this pretty boy in high regard. Ha ha. Xia Media is doomed. At this juncture, he still failed to comprehend the current circumstances, nor did he consider that the individual bold enough to take over Xia Media bore the surname Chu. What background could he possibly have that required speculation? Zhao Yanan, uninterested in engaging with him, turned her gaze to the dazed Xia Zhu and coldly instructed, Go to the artist management department. Chu Zong has matters to announce. At this moment, Xia Zhu's mind was in turmoil, and only after Chu Yuxuan's figure disappeared around the corridor's corner did she, in a daze, approach Gao Ning and softly say, Ninggu, you should return first. I will handle my work and come back. Gao Ning grasped her wrist tightly. Xiao Zhu, let us leave. This trash company is not worth our time. I will have my father find a way to help you terminate your contract. Zhao Yanan's tone was frigid. Xia Zhu, do not jest with your future. Go to the artist management department, now, at once. Xia Zhu understood the consequences of breaching a contract. Even if the Gao family could assist her, she still felt reluctant to owe anyone. Moreover, She did not wish for the achievements she had painstakingly built over the years to be disrupted. Looking across the entertainment industry, how many artists who chose to switch companies at the height of their careers ended up well? Ninggu returned first. Be obedient. I will come back after I finish my work. As she spoke, she squeezed Gao Ning's hand tightly, forcing out a smile, before following Zhao Yanan toward the artist management department. Zhao Yanan was not one to conflate personal emotions with work. She continued patiently advising Xia Zhu. Let me reiterate, do not make the same mistake twice. I do not meddle in your private life. But when you are out in the world, do be cautious and avoid being photographed in a compromising manner. I understand. Zhao Zong, Xia Zhu replied meekly, her mind swirling with the image of Chu Yuxuan's earlier, lofty demeanor. Just recently, he had been an inconsequential Didi driver, and now he had transformed into a member of the upper echelons? What means had he employed to ascend to the position of owner of Qingya? It was utterly unfathomable. On the other side, Gao Ning, seething with rage, returned to his car and could hardly contain himself as he called his father. But after 3 attempts, Gao Zheng reluctantly, he dialed his mother instead. Son, are you coming home for dinner tonight? Mom, I am in a foul mood today. What happened, son? Has someone bullied you? The woman on the other end of the line sounded deeply concerned. Having suffered multiple humiliations at the hands of Chu Yuxuan, Gao Ning felt utterly wronged and recounted his recent tribulations to his mother, embellishing the details. I tried calling Dad, but he won't answer. Am I even his son? The woman sighed. Your father has a significant deal to negotiate today and will likely be busy until late. Do not disturb him. Qingya Media? Humph. The Zhao family is at the end of their rope and still dares to be so arrogant? Son, do not be upset. Mom will support you. I shall see what this leech is truly made of. Mom, please do not keep me waiting too long. I have truly reached my limit. All right. Tomorrow Mom will give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 18. Shameless in the conference room of the artist management department, Chu Yuxuan glanced at the clock, 4 o'clock sharp, and inquired, Is everyone here? The head of the management department, a man in his 40s, hastily stood up and replied, President Chu, for artists are filming out of town. The others have all arrived. Chu Yuxuan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the gathered stars, muttering to himself, That old fellow Chu Jiqing doesn't lie. They are indeed all stunningly beautiful. He then cleared his throat and began to earnestly discuss the company's future plans. She had not anticipated that Chu Yuxuan could present himself in such a reliable manner, his confidence and determination evident in his every gesture and word, effortlessly quoting references and articulating his thoughts. Was he really a dropout who never completed his 2nd year of high school? What surprised her even more was that he genuinely seemed to take Qingya Media seriously. His ability to deliver an impromptu speech so naturally surely implied he had put in considerable effort behind the scenes. Gradually, the icy demeanor of the beautiful Zhao Yanan shifted, her gaze towards Chu Yuxuan becoming somewhat entranced, her delicate fingers unknowingly tracing circles on the table, lost in her thoughts, until Chu Yuxuan called her name twice, snapping her back to reality. With a smile lurking in the corner of his eye, Chu Yuxuan resembled a teacher who had caught a daydreaming student, but chose not to confront her directly. Zhao, do you have any objections to what I just said? Feigning calmness, Zhao Yanan replied, None. That's good. Chu Yuxuan grinned, then adopted a devil-may-care expression, crossing his legs and surveying the assembly of artists. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one more matter to address today. I understand that the entertainment industry is a murky place, filled with many ill-intentioned individuals who thrive on unspoken rules. From this day forward, you need not worry about such so-called rules any longer. Shortly, I will disclose my phone number. Should anyone attempt to exploit you, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Of course, if you willingly engage in such matters, then consider this conversation moot. The artists below began to murmur amongst themselves. What kind of person is our President Chu? He sounds so imposing. Who cares who he is? He is handsome and wealthy. I wonder if he is married. Just add him on WeChat later and ask, right? Haha. Listening to these comments, Xia Zhu lowered her head, fiddling with her coat buttons, her expression slightly darkening. A bold young actress, emboldened by the atmosphere, piped up, President Chu, when you're not busy, can I call you too? Perhaps for a meal? Are you really after a meal? The other artists teased, and the ambience in the conference room instantly brightened. Chu Yuxuan, with a playful grin, remarked, "Why not enjoy a meal with beautiful company? Add me on WeChat later." President Chu, "You can't show favoritism." "Right, I want to add you too." "I want to as well." As she watched the flurry of eager faces, Zhao Yanan appeared as a cold, emotionless machine, tightly pursing her lips, casting a glance at the beaming Chu Yuxuan, internally scoffing. Is this a genetic trait? Though he grandiosely claimed to protect these actresses, the underlying motives were all too evident. In truth, the actresses were well aware of this, yet in the world of fame and fortune, sometimes one must feign ignorance. Zhao Yanan did not concern herself with these matters. She had no interest in meddling in the personal lives of the artists, as long as it did not hinder the company's progress. Before long, her WeChat pinged with a message. "Chu Yuxuan, why the long face? Are you jealous?" Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes and replied with 3 words, "You wish?" Just after sending the message, a male artist spoke up. "President Chu, can I also seek your assistance in the future?" Chu Yuxuan paused for a moment, chuckling awkwardly. "You're putting me in a bit of a bind here." Ha ha ha. The meeting concluded in a cacophony of laughter, and as the artists filed out, Zhao Yanan stood to rearrange her chair, contemplating whether it was necessary to express her gratitude to Chu Yuxuan. However, just as she lifted her gaze, she heard him humming Jay Chou's "I Am Not Worthy" as he sauntered down from the stage. Zhao Yanan immediately lost her desire to thank him, shooting a glare at the scoundrel, her expression icy as she turned to leave. But upon pivoting, she spotted Xia Zhu standing at the doorway, head bowed, nervously fidgeting with her hands. Sensing Zhao Yanan's gaze, Xia Zhu timidly lifted her head, whispering, "President Zhao, may I speak to President Chu for a moment?" Zhao Yanan had no interest in their trivial matters and walked towards the exit in silence. Yet, just as she took a few steps, she heard Chu Yuxuan call out, "Wifey, are we having dinner at home or dining out?" Zhao Yanan's body stiffened, and she turned to glare at Chu Yuxuan. But before she could respond, he cheekily continued, "Oh dear. I forgot. I can't call you wifey at the office. Don't be mad. There's no one around anyway." Zhao Yanan shot daggers at the shameless man. If looks could kill, Chu Yuxuan would have been reduced to ashes at that moment. Yet, with Xia Zhu present, certain words could not be spoken, so she had to stifle her rage and stride away. Xia Zhu bit her lip, her fists clenched tightly, fingertips digging into her palms, her complexion paling slightly. Once Zhao Yanan exited the conference room, she mustered the courage to say, "Yuxuan, you." But before she could finish her sentence, Chu Yuxuan breezed past her as if he had not seen her, eagerly chasing after Zhao Yanan. "President Zhao, you haven't told me where we're dining yet." Such humiliation was unbearable for a dazzling star. Watching the couple's retreating figures in the corridor, her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. "Chu Yuxuan, how could you treat me like this? How could you insult me in such a way?" She merely sought clarity on. More so, she wanted to understand what their 2 years of marriage had truly meant. Yet, it seemed she did not even possess the right to ask. He was even too lazy to spare her a glance. There exists a type of person who is utterly carefree. When I bared my soul to you, you took it for granted. Thus, after leaving you, to even cast a glance your way would be beneath me. Chu Yuxuan pursued Zhao Yanan all the way to the president's office. Upon entering, Zhao Yanan snapped, "Is this amusing to you?" Feigning ignorance, Chu Yuxuan replied, Suppressing her anger, Zhao Yanan stated, "Do not involve me in whatever is happening between you and Xia Zhu. Can we maintain some distance in the future? I acknowledge that you handle company affairs well, but I wish for our personal lives and emotional matters to remain separate. Is that acceptable?" Chu Yuxuan pulled out a pack of cigarettes, placing one between his lips. "Sure, I'll heed your wishes." Zhao Yanan, exasperated, snatched the cigarette from his mouth, her eyes filled with warning. "You can smoke outside?" Chu Yuxuan retorted nonchalantly, "I see this interfering with my private life?" Zhao Yanan. Shameless. Chapter 19. Request me the following noon. Xia Zhu received a call from her agent. "Little ancestor, are you awake?" Feeling flustered and having barely slept through the night, Xia Zhu responded with a muffled sound, her voice slightly hoarse. "Just got up." The agent continued, "Get ready. I'll be there to pick you up shortly." Huh. Xia Zhu was somewhat bewildered. What's the matter? The agent chuckled. Our high school class monitor is celebrating his 28th birthday today. He called me early this morning to invite you, specifically mentioning that if he couldn't reach you, I should let you know that you must come if you have the time. Xia Zhu pouted. What a hassle. It has been years since we last contacted each other. I really don't want to go. Besides, what if I end up being photographed in an unflattering manner? That would only lead to more trouble. The agent clicked her tongue. Silly girl, just listen to me. The class monitor said they're going to Yunhu Mountain Villa this afternoon, and in the evening, they dine at Changchang's food stall. Do you remember Changchang? The one who was so poor that he couldn't afford a warm coat in winter, and wore the same pair of sneakers for 3 years. He opened a food stall a few years back. The class monitor wants us to show our support and help his business. So? Xia Zhu remained perplexed, feeling that what the agent was saying had little to do with her, and that there was no compelling reason to attend. How can you not see such a wonderful opportunity? Just think about it. Tonight, at our class reunion, the fact that you, a celebrated star, would set aside your status to support your struggling classmate at a food stall. If this were to be revealed, one could not deny that the agent was rather competent. Xia Zhu suddenly understood. To suppress my recent negative press and simultaneously build some goodwill with the public? Exactly. The agent said with a hint of pride. Now hurry up and get ready. I'm on my way. Xia Zhu instantly felt invigorated. After hanging up, she began to apply her makeup. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Ning entered the room, seeing Xia Zhu in the midst of her makeup routine. Are you going out? Xia Zhu smiled gently. Just a class reunion. Going to have some fun? Gao Ning paused, frowning slightly. I'm not just attending for the reunion. It's also for work, so I must go. But Gao Ning was somewhat displeased, yet after weighing his options, he decided not to disclose the true reason behind their dinner plans, saying, all right then, we can reschedule. After exiting the room, he called his mother. Mom, is tonight's arrangement confirmed? Gao's mother spoke with an air of confidence. Don't worry. I've already applied pressure on Xinhua Media. Just wait for them to come begging at your feet tonight. After ending the call, Gao Ning couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile, muttering, Zhao Yanan, Chu Yuxuan. Tonight I will make you two realize the consequences of crossing me. Meanwhile, on the other side, an hour earlier, Xinhua Media was already in disarray. President Zhao, the 3 advertisements we discussed a few days ago, the client just called to say they want to pause the collaboration and reconsider. President Zhao, the reality show we agreed upon last month just called to terminate our partnership. President Zhao, I turned down 2 similar businesses for this advertisement. Given the current situation, shouldn't you provide some explanation? Exactly, President Zhao. I already announced the reality show on my personal account. How can they now say they want to terminate? Inside the president's office, several department heads and affected artists surrounded the desk, each speaking over one another, causing Zhao Yanan to feel overwhelmed. President Zhao, I suspect someone is sabotaging us. The head of the marketing department pondered aloud. Could it be that person from yesterday? Gao Ning? Otherwise, perhaps we should let President Chu handle this. In truth, Zhao Yanan had already suspected Gao Ning. Aside from him, no one else would be so petty. Everyone, please leave that I will handle this. Zhao Yanan pinched the bridge of her nose and, once everyone had exited, began to call the relevant partners one by one. However, upon hearing her voice, most of them were dismissive, hanging up after a few words. Finally, she called the director of the reality show. Director Song, what is going on? We had an agreement, and now you want to terminate. You owe me an explanation. Director Song, who had previously collaborated with the Zhao family, was not one to be dismissive. He smiled amiably. President Zhao, you're a smart person, so I won't beat around the bush. Ultimately, it's all about human relations. I'm left with no choice. How about this? Let us meet for dinner at Ziyang Tower tonight at 8. Someone wants to see you. Oh, and do bring your President Chu along. Zhao Yanan felt utterly defeated. It seemed Director Song was not one to consider old friendships. Is it the Gao family? She asked coldly. Ha, indeed. Director Song replied, President Zhao, allow me to advise you. Since we're all in the same industry, I want to elaborate on the Gao family's status. It is better to resolve conflicts than to create them. Bowing your head isn't that difficult. After hanging up, Zhao Yanan took a deep breath, contemplating for a moment before calling Chu Yuxuan. The Gao family is looking for trouble. On the other end, Chu Yuxuan replied, Go die. Chu Yuxuan, I'm tired of hearing that. It's not satisfying enough. Zhao Yanan, having never encountered someone so brazenly shameless, She realized this man was of no use to her. Frustrated, she exited WeChat and rifled through her contacts for Chu Yijing's number. Yet after hesitating for a while, she ultimately decided against calling. The Zhao family had already caused enough trouble for Chu Yijing. Not to mention that on the day of their wedding, not only did old Master Chu not make an appearance, but he also had the butler deliver such warnings to Chu Yuxuan, clearly looking down on her. One could only imagine the pressure Chu Yijing was under. Now, faced with these challenges, it was truly difficult for her to muster the courage to contact Chu Yijing directly. In the end, this beautiful president resolved to attend the meeting alone. If it were merely a matter of bowing her head and apologizing, she could do that. However, if the Gao family harbored any ulterior motives, she could always reach out to Chu Yijing later. Chapter 20 Chuncheng Phoenix Mountain Villa. Chu Yuxuan, feeling rather bored after not receiving any further messages from Zhao Yanan, exited the WeChat interface and opened the map application on his phone, searching for Xiang Building. To his surprise, it was located on North 3rd Road, an area he frequented in the past. One of his high school classmates had opened a food stall nearby a few years ago, and during his 2 years of driving for ride-hailing services, he had often dined there. This classmate was none other than Chen Chang, and of course, their relationship was rather tenuous since he had dropped out in his 2nd year of high school, but he often visited the stall due to a past incident closely tied to Chen Chang's cousin, which led him to discreetly inquire about the whereabouts of Chen Chang's cousin each time he went. This cousin, Chen Hong, was the very person Chu Yuxuan had asked Lao Wu to investigate for 2 years, yet he remained as elusive as ever. After staring at the map for a moment, Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly and murmured, "It's been a while since I last enjoyed a food stall." As evening fell, the sky was overcast, and even before 6 o'clock, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Chu Yuxuan set aside the half-read Records of the Three Kingdoms, donned his jacket, and descended the stairs to change his shoes. Xiao Qing was kneeling beside the fish tank, meticulously cleaning it. Upon noticing the young master's descent, she hurriedly stood and nodded, "Young master." Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly, acknowledging her with a nod, but as he turned, he spotted the golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl racing in through the front door, followed closely by a portly man. "Wow! Strange uncle." Chu Yuxuan. "Truly, slow down. Daddy can't keep up with you." Chu Jiqing arrived right after, hands on his hips, panting heavily. He greeted Chu Yuxuan, saying, "Son, going out?" Chu Yuxuan, disinterested, strode toward his little sister, scooping her up and pointing at the footprints on the floor, declaring, "Clean this up yourself, or else I'll spank you." As he finished speaking, Xiao Qing had already come over with a mop. The little girl pointed dismissively. "This is her job?" Chu Yuxuan would not indulge her, snatching the mop from Xiao Qing's hands and forcefully handing it to the little girl. "You do it." The little girl, intimidated by his stern tone, pouted and instantly burst into tears. "Daddy! Help!" Chu Jiqing chuckled dryly. "Yuxuan, your sister is still young, you." At this point, Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow and cast a cold glare in his direction. "Truly, listen to your brother and clean it up yourself." "Why?" Chu Yuxuan casually tossed the doll away, landing it squarely in Chu Jiqing's arms, causing the little one to widen her eyes in shock and freeze in place, experiencing a moment of flying sensation. "Take care of your daughter and teach her some manners." As he spoke, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of Chu Yuxuan's lips, just like how Grandpa used to teach me with a stick every day. If I didn't learn, he'd keep at it until I did. Xiao Qing timidly lifted her gaze, her eyes glimmering with sympathy. Chu Jiqing, still grinning, sat on the sofa with Chu Li and changed the subject. "Aren't you fond of that Ferrari?" "It has been parked in the courtyard since Nan brought it back, and I haven't seen you touch it." "I still prefer my old antique," Chu Yuxuan replied, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. After changing his shoes, he told Xiao Qing, "Go rest. You don't need to attend to them." He then walked toward the door, deliberately shouldering past the portly man standing in the doorway, glaring at him in irritation. "Good dogs don't block the way. Haven't you heard?" The portly man, Chu Jiqing, teasing his daughter, wore a thoughtful expression, chuckling softly, lost in his own musings. Shortly thereafter, his phone vibrated gently, a message from an unfamiliar number. "The Gao family is looking to trouble Qingya. 8 p.m., Xiang Building." Chu Jiqing shook his head with a smile, muttering, I've already given the underworld a heads up, and now these little devils are becoming quite a nuisance. After departing from Phoenix Mountain Villa, Chu Yuxuan headed straight for the Villa District by the Emerald Lake. In the newly purchased villa, Lao Wu was seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a laptop, the screen cycling through various surveillance feeds. Upon seeing Chu Yuxuan enter, Lao Wu waved, "Big brother, the surveillance cameras are all set up. Tomorrow I'll install a few more at the nearby intersections." Chu Yuxuan responded, unconcerned about these matters. After surveying the upper and lower floors, he inquired, "Is there anything else needed? Just use that card to purchase it." Lao Wu shrugged, "Infrared sensors, and a couple of drones, which have already been ordered and will arrive in a few days." "All right." Chu Yuxuan patted his shoulder, saying, "Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal." "Oh, that sounds awesome." Lao Wu closed his laptop, eagerly following Chu Yuxuan. "Are we going to that food stall?" Chu Yuxuan remained silent. Lao Wu grimaced, "Big brother. Chen Chong probably hasn't he had any contact with his cousin? I've been monitoring his call records and haven't he found anything? If not, we could just kidnap him and beat him up until he talks. That guy is quite stubborn. He responds better to gentleness than force and is not afraid of danger. Furthermore, he is quite honest and straightforward, so I can't bring myself to do that." "Oh my God, then there's no other way. This Chen Hong has truly vanished as if into thin air. But I can assure you, he hasn't shown up at the food stall, nor has he had any contact with Chen Chong." As they conversed, the two arrived at the Skoda. Lao Wu raised his eyebrows. "Oh my God, are you really not planning to change cars?" Or, just as he was about to finish, Chu Yuxuan suddenly raised his hand and made a peculiar gesture. Lao Wu immediately understood and mimicked a zipper motion with his lips. By the time they reached the food stall, it was already past 7 o'clock. Being winter, the entire stall was covered with a large transparent tent. Chu Yuxuan parked the car by the roadside and didn't rush inside. Instead, he tilted his head back and gazed at the prominent sign of Xiang building overhead, murmuring, "I never noticed this place before." It was dinner time, and the food stall was already bustling with patrons. Chen Chong had just finished taking an order from a table of customers when he turned and inadvertently caught sight of Chu Yuxuan at the entrance. Momentarily taken aback, under the dim, yellow light, this once dandy young master stood tall, adorned in an obviously expensive black coat, with stylish boots accentuating his long legs. Though his appearance hadn't changed much, he had shed the heavy, clumsy glasses and styled his hair in a modern fashion, significantly elevating his overall demeanor. He was now the very picture of a wealthy heir. However, the vintage car parked beside him did somewhat detract from his stature. "Yuxuan? Hey, with that look, I almost didn't recognize you." Chen Chong greeted him with a hearty laugh, teasing, "What's with the get-up? You look like a big star. Surely, you haven't caught the eye of some wealthy lady, have you?" Chu Yuxuan. Lao Wu nearly choked on his drink, coughing violently. Having visited the food stall a few times before, Chen Chong recognized Lao Wu and chuckled, "Tony, what happened to your wild hair? Why did you braid it? Don't make it hard for me." Lao Wu blurted out. Chu Yuxuan draped an arm around Chen Chong's shoulders. "What he means is forced by someone. Chong, it's been a while since I last came here. Let us start with a serving of lamb spine." Chen Chong nodded eagerly. "Did you finish work early today? If so, I'll treat you to a bottle of wine to warm you up. Leave the car on the roadside tonight. No one will mind." Chu Yuxuan pondered for a moment. "That sounds good, but you'll have to keep me company. Tony doesn't drink white liquor." "Lao Wu, what do you mean?" Chen Chong wiped down a nearby 4-person table and said, "All right, have a seat. Let me finish attending to the customers inside, and I'll join you for a couple of drinks." Chapter 21. Running Didi. Before long, a steaming hot dish of lamb spine was presented. The server was Chen Chong's wife, who also hails from humble beginnings, yet possesses a striking beauty, albeit with a somewhat reserved demeanor, offering only a fleeting smile to the familiar customer, Chu Yuxuan. After a long day of labor, Old Five's stomach grumbled insistently. He picked up a piece of meat and, with his mouth full, mumbled, "Big brother, Old Three loves this dish the most. You should have called him over." Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. "Do you think it's convenient for him to come now?" Just as he finished speaking, a boisterous group of people approached from outside the tent, led by someone Chu Yuxuan recognized, his high school class monitor. The old class monitor, looking a bit tipsy with rosy cheeks, lifted the curtain and called out, "Chen Chong, The guys are here to support you. Another voice chimed in. Come and see. The goddess of summer has come to cheer you on too. Chu Yuxuan kept his head down, eating quietly, while Old Five lifted his gaze and spotted Xia Zhu among the crowd. After a brief moment of surprise, he looked back at Chu Yuxuan, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet he dared not speak. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Cheng hurried out to greet them. Seeing his 7 or 8 old classmates, particularly the dazzling starlet, he felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, exclaiming, "Oh my! What brings you all here? Come in quickly, there's a big table waiting inside." The group teased him. "Boss Chen, your business is booming. Just remember us old classmates when you strike it rich." At that moment, Xia Zhu's manager, already slightly tipsy, bantered with Chen Chong before turning to pull Xia Zhu's hand, only to find Xia Zhu's expression frozen, her body slightly stiff, gazing intently at a table of diners at the entrance. "Xia Zhu, you..." The manager began, but her words trailed off as she followed Xiao's line of sight, landing on Chu Yuxuan, who was enjoying his meal with great gusto. Being a close friend, she was aware of the hidden marriage between Xia Zhu and Chu Yuxuan, and the fact that they were currently divorced. "What? Such bad luck?" the manager scoffed, recalling her recent trip home for both familial and matchmaking purposes, and without any restraint, she jabbed, "How unfortunate to run into a toad." The old class monitor, puzzled, asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing, let us just go eat," the manager urged, pushing the old monitor inside while tugging at Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu looked back repeatedly, her words caught in her throat. Suddenly, a keen-eyed classmate recognized Chu Yuxuan, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't that Chu Yuxuan?" The old monitor turned to Chu Yuxuan, equally astonished. "Chu Yuxuan. What a coincidence. Oh my, it's been ages, come, let us eat together." Chu Yuxuan politely smiled, waving his hand, "No, you all enjoy your gathering. I'm here with friends." The old monitor clapped his thigh. "It's just a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. Come on, we're all old classmates. Let us have a good chat." Before Chu Yuxuan could decline again, the manager interjected with a sarcastic tone, "Let us forget it. We were only classmates for a little over a year, and we're not that close." As she spoke, she pointed disdainfully at the shabby Skoda parked outside, her eyes filled with contempt. "P.S. making big bucks driving Didi now. We going to drink later, so let us not hinder his fortune, haha. Driving Didi? Why don't we patronize his business tonight? Haha. Hey, goddess of summer. I remember Chu Yuxuan seemed to have pursued you back in high school." Xia Zhu's expression darkened, her head bowed in silence. The manager laughed derisively. "Who wouldn't he? It's like toads don't know how to urinate. Otherwise, they wouldn't he be oblivious to their own worth, daydreaming about swan meat." Old Five, gnawing on a piece of bone, muttered, "What do you mean?" After a moment's contemplation, he realized the remark was an insult directed at Chu Yuxuan, his expression darkening instantly, a glint of menace flashing in his azure eyes. He spat out the bone onto the table, gripping his chopsticks tightly, ready to rise. Chu Yuxuan shot him a warning glance, calming Old Five down before continuing to chew on his piece of meat, ignoring the slanderous remarks. Xia Zhu subtly tugged at her manager's sleeve, wishing to inform her that Chu Yuxuan was now the refined new boss, but unable to voice it, she simply said, "All right, let us keep it down and go eat." Chen Chong also tried to mediate. Yes, we're all classmates. Let us keep the chatter to a minimum." After settling his old classmates, Chen Chong rushed over to Chu Yuxuan with 2 bottles of liquor, reassuringly saying, "Yuxuan, don't mind them. They've had a bit too much to drink." Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. "It's fine. Go attend to your guests. There's no need to worry about me." As he spoke, he casually glanced outside, only to spot a white Maserati parked by the roadside. Moments later, Zhao Yanan, dressed in a black woolen coat, emerged from the car. This ice queen locked her vehicle and gazed up at the Xiang Building S sign, her beautiful face etched with melancholy. With a sigh, she withdrew her gaze, only to unexpectedly meet Chu Yuxuan's playful smile from the transparent tint, leaving her momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, among Xia Zhu's old classmates, someone exclaimed, "Wow, a beauty." Everyone turned to look outside, instantly adopting infatuated expressions. The composed old monitor's eyes sparkled. What a stunning woman! The manager, not anticipating her boss's coincidental appearance, exclaimed in surprise, "Xia Zhu, go say hello." Xia Zhu glanced at Zhao Yanan, then at Chu Yuxuan, frowning slightly, remaining silent. What is that scoundrel doing here? Zhao Yanan pondered, feeling an inexplicable anger surge within her as she recalled the troubles her family faced today. The frosty glare she cast at Chu Yuxuan was piercingly cold, her steps reluctant to move, as if she still harbored a glimmer of hope that her nominal husband's presence meant he would not leave her to face the situation alone. Two classmates, having caught wind of Xia Zhu's acquaintance with Zhao Yanan, playfully prodded, "Xia Zhu, do you know this beauty? Hurry and introduce her to the monitor." Yes, although we're a motley crew, our monitor is quite the catch, earning a six-figure salary. Why not make the introduction? Xia Zhu's face flushed with embarrassment, her head sinking lower. Just afraid you might not be able to handle it. The manager teased, then patted Xia Zhu. What's wrong? You seem off. Come on, let us greet President Zhao. Xia Zhu wanted to say something, but upon reflection, she couldn't pretend she hadn't seen Zhao Yanan. Thus, she steeled herself, allowing her manager to pull her outside. Hey! A wealthy lady? One classmate winked at the monitor, saying, What are you waiting for? Seize the opportunity. You lot. Have you never seen a woman before? The monitor feigned indifference, yet adjusted his collar unconsciously, calling out as Xia Zhu, Xia Zhu, if it's convenient, invite her to join us. Ugh! The rest of the classmates began to egg them on. Chu Yuxuan remained unperturbed, his charming gaze fixed on Zhao Yanan, a hint of mischief curling at the corners of his lips, showing no intention of stepping outside. Zhao Yanan mentally cursed Chu Yuxuan for 10 seconds, shooting him a glare before preparing to head into the Xiang building, only to see Xia Zhu and her manager lifting the curtain to step out. President Zhao, what a coincidence. Zhao Yanan paused, glancing at the two before shifting her gaze back to Chu Yuxuan, an expression of mockery crossing her face as she inwardly scorned, what a shameless person. Chu Yuxuan understood her look, the smile on his lips widening with a hint of mischief, as he nonchalantly picked up a piece of meat to eat. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, the manager, oblivious to the charged exchange of glances between Zhao Yanan and Chu Yuxuan, continued to discuss her reasons for bringing Xia Zhu here. After listening, Zhao Yanan nodded in agreement, whispering, That's fine, but the photos should be taken casually, without any forced poses. I'll have the PR department work with you, sharing them from a bystander's perspective. The praised manager beamed. Of course, President Zhao. By the way, are you here for dinner too? Why not join us? No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud crash echoed through the air. The three beauties jumped in surprise, as did the crowd in the eatery. Old Five instinctively reached for his waist, while Chu Yuxuan, momentarily taken aback, turned to look outside, furrowing his brow before breaking into a devilish grin. A white Land Rover had collided with the dilapidated Skoda parked by the roadside. Chapter 22. You don't understand. Just half a minute ago, Gao Ning drove up to Xiang Tower. As soon as he parked his car, he spotted Zhao Yanan and her companions not far away, along with the particularly glaring Skoda by the roadside. This self-righteous second-generation heir wasted no time. As soon as his mother, seated in the back, alighted from the vehicle, he pressed the accelerator and charged toward the Skoda. The old classmates in the nearby eatery couldn't help but glance at Chu Yuxuan. His car was being crashed into, yet that fellow remained unfazed, calmly enjoying his meal. The former class monitor pondered for a moment before rising to approach Chu Yuxuan, saying, Yuxuan, why don't you step outside and take a look? Don't worry, we're all here for you. Chu Yuxuan, maintaining an air of nonchalance, nodded lightly, took out a few tissues to dab his hands, and replied with a smile, then let us go have a look. The fifth old classmate's expression darkened as he clutched his chopsticks, trailing behind Chu Yuxuan. Outside, Xia Zhu was the first to react, rushing over to check, Ninggu, are you all right? Gao Ning leisurely opened the car door, naturally wrapping an arm around Xia Zhu's waist, and chuckled, I'm fine. The road was just a bit slippery. Xia Zhu realized Gao Ning was deliberately provoking the situation and whispered, Ninggu, Zhao Zong is here. Let's not make a scene. Gao Ning cast a teasing glance at Zhao Yanan, retorting, No worries, she still has demands of me tonight. The manager, aware of Gao Ning's relationship with Xia Zhu, understood his motives behind ramming into Chu Yuxuan's car. Nonetheless, adhering to professional decorum, she hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Xia Zhu behind her, and advised Gao Ning in a low voice, Gao Zong, Xia Zhu is a public figure. It would be wise to maintain some distance. If the paparazzi catch this, it could lead to unfavorable repercussions. The The paparazzi were notorious for sensationalizing events, and if this scene were captured, it would undoubtedly result in a headline proclaiming, "Star boyfriend bullying the week," within half an hour. However, Gao Ning remained utterly indifferent, once again pulling the reluctant Xia Zhu into his embrace, raising his voice to declare, "Xia Zhu and I are getting married. As you know, our Gao group's stature demands a grand wedding, so there is no need for pretense." As he spoke, he deliberately turned to Zhao Yanan and asked, "What do you think, Zhao Zong?" At that moment, Zhao Yanan exhaled a sigh of relief, crossing her arms and casting a quasi-smile at Chu Yuxuan, internally lamenting, "This fool is truly pitiful, completely oblivious to the kind of man he has provoked." The former class monitor, witnessing Gao Ning's embrace of Xia Zhu, was taken aback. He had not expected them to be a couple on the verge of marriage, nor that this ostentatious rich heir was actually a scion of the Gao family. Instantly, he abandoned any intentions of defending Chu Yuxuan, subtly distancing himself from this former classmate. The elegant and regal Gao mother approached, ignoring Xia Zhu's greeting, and circled around her son, inspecting him with concern. "Ning heir, how could you be so careless?" Gao Ning chuckled, "Mom, I'm fine. You needn't worry, I can handle it." Saying this, he retrieved his leather bag from the car, sauntered over to Chu Yuxuan, and disdainfully pulled out 2 stacks of cash, tossing them onto Chu Yuxuan's person with a smirk. "My apologies, the road was slippery. Is this enough?" The 5th classmate clenched his fists, while Chu Yuxuan tightened his grip on his wrist, a smile glimmering in his narrow eyes. "Gao Ning, you truly lack common sense." Gao Ning found this utterly laughable, responding arrogantly, "Chu Zong, I believe you are the one lacking common sense, haha." He then turned to the noblewoman behind him and announced, "Mom, this is the new boss of Qingya Media, Chu Yuxuan, Chu Zong." In an instant, the manager was left dumbfounded. Chu Zong? Recalling the earlier remarks made to Chu Yuxuan, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The other old classmates were equally astonished, having believed he was merely a lowly driver struggling to make ends meet. How could he be a CEO? No, wait. What kind of CEO drives such a car? This must be a joke. The astute former class monitor gazed solemnly, seemingly weighing the situation. "Oh, so you were that pretty boy?" Gao mother scoffed. "I was wondering who it could be." Chu Yuxuan retorted coldly, "You, old woman, are the most lacking in sense. Are you seeking death? Chu, you better watch your tongue. Otherwise, you will have regrets later." Gao Ning hissed through clenched teeth. If anyone was suffering the most at that moment, it was undoubtedly Xia Zhu. Caught between Chu Yuxuan and Zhao Yanan on one side and the Gao mother and son on the other, her only recourse was to quietly observe the unfolding drama. Just then, a BMW X5 pulled up to the roadside. The rotund director Song alighted from the vehicle, hastily approaching Gao mother with a sycophantic smile. "Gao Tai, have you just arrived?" "Yes." "Director Song, I appreciate you organizing this gathering. One family does not speak of 2 families. It's my pleasure." After exchanging pleasantries with Gao Ning, he turned to Zhao Yanan, his ingratiating demeanor swiftly morphing into mockery. "Zhao Zong, you arrived quite early." In the current situation, Zhao Yanan had effectively distanced herself, offering no cordiality to the oblivious director. With a slight she took a few steps back, adopting a posture of mere spectator. "What are you pretending to be aloof for? Don't you see the situation we're in?" Song inwardly cursed Zhao Yanan before redirecting his attention to Gao mother. "Gao Tai, everyone is here. Shall we head inside to chat?" "Very well," Gao mother replied, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yuxuan. "Chu Zong, let us go. There are matters you must explain to me tonight." Upon hearing the title Chu Zong, Song's gaze involuntarily scrutinized Chu Yuxuan. The surrounding old classmates, still reeling from shock, also felt a tinge of schadenfreude. Jealousy is an inherent flaw of humanity. Chu Yuxuan smacked his lips. "What is the rush? Let us first discuss the matter of my car." Gao Ning disdainfully glanced at the Skoda, sneering, "That piece of junk? 2001 to even cover the repairs, right? Oh, that I forgot, a pretty boy like you, who leeches off wealthy women, wouldn't he value that amount? Haha. So you're a leeching pretty boy? That explains it. Wondering if your girlfriend has celebrated her 60th birthday yet. Haha. Seems you're not favored. Otherwise, why wouldn't your old treasure buy you a luxury car?" The old classmates whispered amongst themselves. Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. "Not quite enough. As he spoke, he produced his car keys and approached his old clunker. Observing him start the engine and reverse a short distance, everyone began to wonder, what is he up to? The next moment, with a roar, the Skoda revved up its horsepower and violently crashed into the white Land Rover. Chapter 23. Young Master. With a thunderous crash, the Land Rover was propelled backwards several meters, its front crumpled and the left headlight shattered into fragments. Gao Ning's brow furrowed deeply as he bellowed, "Are you out of your mind?" Chu Yuxuan lowered the car window, flashed him an obscene gesture, and then promptly shifted into reverse, retreating another 10 meters before flooring the accelerator to crash into him once more. After 3 successive collisions, everyone present was rendered speechless in astonishment. Gao's mother, infuriated, glared at Zhao Yanan with a fierce expression, declaring, "Zhao, your Qingya media truly lacks any sense of propriety. I see no reason to continue this meal. You might as well clean your necks and prepare for what's coming." "Suit yourself," Zhao Yanan replied coldly. "You?" Gao's mother pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Yanan, so enraged she was left momentarily speechless. The old classmates exchanged bewildered glances, and one, reveling in the chaos, shouted to Xia Zhu, "Why don't you let your fiancé retaliate? How can you stand this?" Xia Zhu's complexion turned pallid, wishing to intervene on Gao Ning's behalf, but hesitated to speak with Gao's mother standing nearby. After the repeated collisions, the Skoda's door had become slightly deformed. Chu Yuxuan kicked the door open, exited the vehicle, and circled it before finally picking up a small black object, roughly the size of a USB drive, from the ground and tossing it to Lao Wu. Lao Wu examined it closely, gripping the small device tightly in his palm as he approached Chu Yuxuan and whispered, "The latest generation tracker with recording functionality. It should be installed inside the door." A wicked smile crept across Chu Yuxuan's face as he muttered, "I knew it. That old bastard Chu Jiqing is surprisingly quick to act." In truth, the real purpose behind his reckless driving was to force the little device to reveal itself. Avenging Gao Ning was merely a secondary motive. The onlookers remained oblivious to the brothers' whispered exchange, utterly perplexed. Gao Ning was on the verge of exploding in anger, storming towards his Land Rover with the intent to retaliate. Xia Zhu hurriedly grasped his arm, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded, "Ning Gu, just let it go." Gao's mother, fearing for her son's safety, urged, "Ninger, let us go home first. Soon enough, someone will take care of this for you." Zhao Yanan rubbed her temples, inwardly lamenting, "This dog of a man, truly a rogue." As the situation escalated, the usually mild-mannered Chen Chong, disregarding his wife's protests, rushed out of the eatery and, trembling, advised Chu Yuxuan, "Yuxuan, just let it go. You can't afford to provoke them." Chu Yuxuan patted his shoulder, grinning, "Chen Chong, you're actually quite the friend." Chen Chong, already sweating profusely on behalf of his old schoolmate, exclaimed in a panic, "Yuxuan, why are you saying this? Hurry and apologize, that car isn't cheap. How many rides would you have to drive to compensate for the damage?" Chu Yuxuan shrugged, about to respond when several cars approached in the distance. The vehicles formed a line, their outlines barely visible under the dim streetlights, with a red Ferrari leading the convoy. Zhao Yanan noticed the Ferrari as well, glancing at the license plate. Realizing it was the very car Chu Yuxuan had rejected days, she couldn't help but frown, muttering, "Has this dog of a man been preparing all along?" With a roar akin to a beast, the cars drew close and came to a halt in front of the eatery. Only then did the crowd discern that following the Ferrari was a Maybach, trailed by 3 G-Wagons. One of the old classmates recognized the Maybach and exclaimed in excitement, "No way! A yellow plate Maybach 62 Zeppelin. There's only one in Jiangcheng." Such an extravagant display left Gao's family and the director in a state of astonishment. Gao Ning, just back from abroad, was unaware of the Maybach's owner's identity. Gao's mother, a woman unfamiliar with luxury cars, was equally in the dark. However, Director Song was acutely aware that the sole Maybach 62 Zeppelin in Jiangcheng belonged to the Chu family. "Chu, master," he looked at Chu Yuxuan, suddenly grasping the implication, and his face drained of color. "We're doomed. Finished." Chu Yuxuan was slightly taken aback as he observed a hefty bodyguard emerge from the Ferrari, who quickly made his way to the rear of the Maybach, opening the door and standing respectfully by. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 individuals clad in matching black suits exited the 3 G-Wagons, forming a line along the roadside and bowing to Chu Yuxuan, "Young master." The utterance of "young master" left the gathered crowd in stunned silence. Director Song's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, as a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his palms. Xia Zhu gaped, her expression one of disbelief. The ordinary man she had married 2 years ago, the one she had treated indifferently, who drove for a living, how could he? It was as if the stone she had kicked around for so long was, in fact, a nugget of immeasurable worth. The shock was beyond description. Meanwhile, the agent beside her felt dizzy, repeatedly pinching his thigh, stammering, "Xia Zhu, am I dreaming? I must be having a nightmare." The old classmates were left dumbfounded. Within less than half an hour, Chu Yuxuan's status had transformed from a ride-hailing driver to a company president, then to a gigolo, and now to a wealthy heir. Recalling how Chu Yuxuan had dressed in high school, he hardly resembled the offspring of a wealthy family. This young master identity was utterly unexpected. The former class monitor's face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled his earlier intentions to support Chu Yuxuan, and how, upon realizing the other party was from the Gao family, he had retreated with such seriousness. The mere thought filled him with humiliation and regret. The Gao family exchanged glances, mystified as to whose son they were dealing with, until Chu Jiqing slowly alighted from the car. "Well, I hope I'm not too late." Chu Yuxuan rolled his eyes in response, choosing silence as he gazed thoughtfully at the Ferrari. Gao's family? Zhao Yanan, taken aback by Chu Jiqing's personal arrival, felt a touch of discomfort as she hurried forward to greet him, "Uncle Jiqing." "I apologize for the trouble." "You little girl." Chu Jiqing feigned anger. "Still calling me uncle?" Zhao Yanan bit her lip, awkwardly responding, "Dad. Gao's family?" "That's right." Chu Jiqing laughed. "You've been married for several days. Why can't you get used to calling me that? If you miscall me again, I might actually get angry." "Understood." Zhao Yanan lowered her head, refraining from further comment. Chun Chang observed this ostentatiously wealthy man, reminiscent of a gambling god, and then glanced at Chu Yuxuan, who was lost in thought regarding the Ferrari, feeling utterly disoriented as he timidly stepped back. He could never have imagined that Chu Yuxuan's identity was so illustrious. Why then had he worked as a ride-hailing driver? Was this a Klitsch storyline of the wealthy heir rebelling against family control, striving for independence, only to return home to inherit the fortune? "Nan, from now on, you mustn't be so polite with me. You are the daughter-in-law of the Chu family. If anyone dares to bully you, you should inform me at once." Chu Jiqing declared, his gaze shifting to Gao's family as he coldly remarked, "I, Chu Jiqing, may not be a formidable figure, but I hold some standing in Jiangxing. Wouldn't you agree, Mrs. Gao?" The weight of those last 3 words caused the Gao family to shudder in unison. Chapter 24. A great shame. What was initially perceived as a decayed piece of wood turned out to be a steel plate upon a single kick. The expressions on the faces of the Gao mother and son mirrored each other, pale as parchment, their minds buzzing incessantly. They were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of shock and dread, rendering them utterly incapable of any immediate reaction. After all, this was Chu Min, a force capable of rendering the Gao group irreparably doomed with the slightest effort. "Where is Gao Zhensheng?" Gao mother hurriedly forced a smile, stammering, "Mr. Chu, my husband, Gao, is busy with business." Chu Jiqing nodded, murmuring, "Indeed, the Gao family is quite large and prosperous, enough to keep him occupied." He then turned his gaze to Gao Ning. "Is this your son?" "Yes, your son is quite a fine specimen, except for his lack of intelligence, being blind to opportunities, and possessing no real capabilities. Otherwise he seems quite commendable." Zhao Yanan, finally understanding from whom that loathsome man's sharp tongue was inherited. Gao Ning dared not express his anger, nor could he articulate a response, standing awkwardly as if wishing to disappear into the ground. Gao mother forced a smile. "Mr. Chu, it's all a misunderstanding. We had no idea that Mr. Chu was your son. Had we known earlier, even with 8 lives, we wouldn't have dared to seek trouble. Please, grant our family a favor." What favor does he have?" Chu Jiqing snapped. "Ah. Tell me, what favor does he possess?" Gao mother was silenced by his reprimand, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Jiqing shot her a glare before turning his attention to the director Song, who was hiding not far away. "Oh? Aren't you that someone?" "That someone?" Onlookers murmured. "Who exactly is that someone?" Director Song hurriedly nodded and bowed, taking small steps towards Chu Jiqing. Yes, it's me, Zhao alongside you." Oh, Chu Jiqing pondered for a moment. Right? I remember now. The time. I told old Zhao that you were a worthless creature without a shred of decency, not even a good dog, and now. That has been validated, hasn't it? Director Song stammered. No, Mr. Chu, you've misunderstood. I'm here as a peacemaker. I am absolutely on Mr. Zhao's side. It's a pity you're directing. You'd make a fine actor, Chu Jiqing replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. You're not exactly young anymore. In this industry, you should consider a career change. Director Song attempted to plead, but with a glare from Chu Jiqing, he immediately deflated. I understand. Just then, Zhao Yanan strode confidently to Chu Jiqing's side, casting a disdainful glance at Director Song, stating, Dad, Director Song and I are old acquaintances. Let him off the hook this time. I believe he truly came to assist me today. Director Song was incredulous. Zhao Yanan would actually help him? Chu Jiqing was not surprised, his gaze betraying a hint of admiration for Zhao Yanan. Composed, calm, and thoughtful. Quite a match for his son, whose thoughts ran deeper than the Mariana Trench. Very well, then I shall heed my daughter's counsel, Chu Jiqing chuckled, turning once more to the Gao family. As for your family, after a brief pause, he looked to Chu Yuxuan. Son, how do you think we should handle this matter? Gao Ning, timidly lifting his eyelids, realized he had repeatedly offended Chu Yuxuan over the past few days. This unassuming son of a wealthy family would surely not take it lightly. Chu Yuxuan glanced at the onlookers, noticing several were discreetly taking photos, and after a moment of contemplation, he extended a finger towards Gao Ning, a smirk of disdain playing at the corner of his mouth, beckoning him like a dog with a t. Come here. Gao Ning swallowed hard, his heart racing as he took trembling steps forward. Without uttering a word, the young heir suddenly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Is this amusing? Gao Ning stumbled back, quivering. No. It's not amusing. Smack. Do you enjoy pushing your luck? No. I don't. Smack. Do you relish the idea of leveraging your family? Smack. Chu Yuxuan's slaps came in rapid succession, raining down upon Gao Ning until the foolish jester was left sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. Xia Zhu and Gao Mother could scarcely contain themselves from rushing forward. The former was held back firmly by her manager, while the latter, petrified by a mere glance from Chu Jiqing, could only watch helplessly as her son endured humiliation, regretting her past decisions. The onlookers were inevitably filled with righteous indignation, yet witnessing the spectacle, they dared not voice their discontent, merely exchanging hushed whispers to express their outrage. Chu Yuxuan clapped his hands as if dusting them off, his behavior a stark display of arrogance and bullying that incited further outrage. After staring at the shattered dignity of Gao Ning for a moment, he coldly remarked, Go kneel by my car and apologize properly. This matter will be settled. Honest, I haven't provoked you lately. Ha! Chu Yuxuan snatched the tracker from Lao Wu's hands and tossed it to Chu Jiqing. Care to explain? Chu Jiqing examined it, feigning ignorance. What is this? Chun Chong. Chu Yuxuan called out, Bring me a hammer. The honest and simple-minded Chen Chong was uncertain of the intent, yet given the current atmosphere, he knew better than to speak up. He hurriedly returned from the food stall, hammer in hand. As Chu Yuxuan took the hammer, he walked towards the Ferrari while keeping his eyes on Chu Jiqing, and without hesitation, he swung the hammer against the car. Bang! Bang! This act of wanton destruction left his old classmates dumbfounded, their bodies trembling with each strike. Chen Chong, who was accustomed to being frugal, felt his heart race, involuntarily calculating that each blow could easily equate to half a year's worth of his hard-earned income. After smashing the passenger door and failing to find what he sought, Chu Yuxuan turned his attention to the driver's side. The crowd of onlookers grew, many capturing the moment on their phones, murmuring, I wonder whose spoiled brat this is? What the hell? An $800,000 car, and he smashes it just like that? Rich families feast while the poor freeze to death. Damn those capitalists. Moments later, the car door lay shattered, revealing a tracker identical to the one in Chu Jiqing's possession, which fell to the ground. Chu Yuxuan took a breath, bent down to retrieve the small device, and hurled it at his father, exasperated. Still pretending? Are you going to keep up this charade? Chu Jiqing realized he could no longer hide the truth, awkwardly chuckling. Son, let us head home first. I'll explain everything when we get there, all right? Chu Yuxuan grasped the hammer, his narrowed eyes glinting with anger as he leisurely approached his father. "Old man, from the moment you gifted me this car, I knew you had ulterior motives." Chu Yuxuan frantically waved his hands, genuinely frightened by this rebellious son. Yuxuan, there are so many people here. Let us talk about this at home. Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue against his molars, staring at Chu Yuxuan for a moment before turning towards Chun Chong, returning the hammer with a smile. "I'll transfer you the money for the meal shortly." Chun Chong stammered, "No, Yuxuan, you hardly ate." Chu Yuxuan waved his hand dismissively. "Save the drinks for later. Come by to enjoy them." Having said that, he turned to Zhao Yanan, casually stating, "Mr. Zhao, could you give me a ride?" Zhao Yanan, pursing her lips, greeted Chu Yuxuan before striding towards the Maserati. "You can take a taxi back," Chu Yuxuan said to Lao Wu. After taking a few steps, he turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Chong. "Xiangzi, I told you, this friend of yours is worth keeping. If anything comes up, remember to call me. I am always available." "Ah, sure." Chun Chong nodded awkwardly, watching Chu Yuxuan leave, his expression turning bewildered and fearful. He understood what Chu Yuxuan meant, but could not grasp why this old classmate was so interested in his cousin. Reflecting on the past 2 years, every time Chu Yuxuan visited, he had almost always mentioned Chen Hong, even inquiring about where Chen Hong's parents were buried. What could his true intentions be? As the Chu family's vehicles departed, only 2 remained to tidy up the scene. The former classmates, stirred by the topic of Chu Yuxuan's identity, engaged in fervent discussions. The former class monitor occasionally furrowed his brow or sighed, appearing lost in thought, regretting the missed opportunity to ingratiate himself with the wealthy family. Gao's mother seemed to collapse entirely, trembling as she helped her son, who remained kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. In a daze, she murmured, "It's over. The Chu family will not let the Gao family off. Son, we're doomed. Your father will go mad. What should we do? What should we do?" The manager wore a pained expression, turning to Xia Zhu beside him. "We're finished too. Xia Zhu, you truly placed your bets wrong this time." Xia Zhu's mind was blank, her gaze hollow as she stared at the departing Maserati, and after a moment of dazed contemplation, she unexpectedly started to laugh. While laughing, tears streamed down her face. The scion of the illustrious Chu family had actually demeaned himself to marry a mere actress like her. In this melodramatic marriage farce, what role was she truly playing? A clown? Chu Yuxuan, what is your true intention? You've deceived me so thoroughly. Chapter 25. The Third Son? Alas. Upon returning to Phoenix Villa, Zhao Yanan did not exit the vehicle but rather concocted an excuse to return to the office. She remained oblivious to the object that Chu Yuxuan had discovered when he smashed the car outside the food stall, nor did she harbor any desire to know. Ultimately, it was a matter concerning that pair of lively father and son, and as an outsider, she felt it was not her place to intervene. Furthermore, she was apprehensive that the events of the evening might incite unfavorable public sentiment online, especially considering the considerable number of onlookers at the time. Thus, she resolved to return to the office promptly. Should any whispers arise online, she could oversee the public relations department personally and address them in a timely manner. However, just as she departed from Phoenix Villa, her assistant, Xiaowei, called, "Zhao. President Zhao, it's bad. The internet is rife with rumors about you and President Chu. Some are even claiming to have uncovered President Chu's true identity." "I am aware." Zhao Yanan interrupted, cutting the call midway. She then halted the car at the roadside and went online to investigate. Among the trending topics in the city, the first was the revelation of Chu Yuxuan's true identity, the second was a video of him brutally assaulting the young master of the Gao family, and the third featured Xia Zhu and Gao Ning. Scrolling further down, she found an article speculating about her supposed clandestine marriage with Chu Yuxuan in 7th place. Given the uproar this had caused, it was inconceivable that the Chu family's public relations team would remain oblivious. Yet, they appeared to be ignoring it entirely, allowing news about Chu Yuxuan to dominate the trending list. Clearly, this was an orchestrated move by Chu Yuxuan to thrust his son into the limelight. However, why had they not executed an urgent public relations strategy regarding the video of Chu Yuxuan attacking Gao Ning? Zhao Yanan found herself perplexed. After a moment's reflection, the composed beauty set her resolve and dialed Xiaowei. Contact the public relations department and exert every effort to promote the articles revealing President Chu's true identity. Simultaneously, procure some self-media and hired commenters to craft articles and comments that present a mixed view of President Chu, inciting discussion among netizens. As for Xia Zhu, have her agent negotiate with the public relations team to distance her from the Gao family. Regarding the rumors about me and President Chu, we must suppress them at all costs. Xiao Wei, apprehensive, replied, President Zhao, are you planning to shift all the blame onto President Chu and have him take the fall? This, Xiao Wei, I will arrive at the office in half an hour. Upon hearing Zhao Yanan's icy tone, Xiao Wei hurriedly assented, Understood, President Zhao. I will take care of it immediately. After ending the call, Zhao Yanan took a deep breath. Marrying into the Chu family was, after all, a quest for refuge. Logically, the more people who knew, the better. Yet, on the day of the wedding, Chu Jiqing had already informed the genuine heavyweights, and she was not particularly concerned about the remaining riffraff. There was no need for it to become common knowledge. As for that scoundrel of a man, he was an incorrigible rogue. It was hardly surprising for him to be vilified by netizens for a few days. After all, he had no shame and would not suffer any loss. Meanwhile, Shaoqing was idly tending to several potted plants in the living room when she vaguely heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Turning around, she was taken aback to see Chu Jiqing rushing in, a look of panic on his face, as if pursued by a pack of dogs. Before she could react, Chu Yuxuan followed closely behind, cursing angrily, Old man, if you don't clarify things with me today, next week will be your 7-day memorial. Son, I am doing this for your own good. Chu Jiqing circled the sofa with practiced ease, earnestly imploring, I truly have your best interests at heart. You neglect what needs to be investigated and instead pry into my affairs. Do you find it amusing to treat me like a thief? If you don't trust me, why did you summon me back to the Chu family? Stand there. The burly bodyguard, panting heavily, entered the room, unsure whether to assist, and after a moment of contemplation, carefully positioned himself beside Shaoqing. The two stood on the balcony, exchanging glances, neither daring to speak. Son, please listen to me. I only installed the tracker because I feared for your safety. Stop lying. How do you explain the recording function? What exactly do you wish to know? Chu Jiqing, clearly aging and having indulged in a life of leisure, was quickly becoming out of breath. After running for a brief while, he was drenched in sweat. One hand, Son, I simply want to know. I want to know about your experiences. Chu Yuxuan fixed his unwavering gaze upon his father, detecting no signs of deceit. After a prolonged silence, he smiled faintly. There are matters in society that are best left undisturbed. Chu Jiqing, I can only assure you that during those 7 years, I did not suffer any hardship, and you need not feel guilty. Chu Yuxuan inhaled deeply, cautioning, But I warn you, if you dare to investigate me again, I won't concern myself with your affairs anymore. Is that acceptable? Chu Jiqing sighed in relief and settled onto the sofa. I am curious, how did you discover that I had installed a tracker on you? Don't tell me it was due to an accidental collision. Chu Yuxuan smirked. Guess? Chu Jiqing pouted, realizing he had underestimated his son's vigilance. After regaining his breath, he queried, Tell me, Yuxuan, do you truly not? After all, I am your father. Why the need for such precautions? Chu Yuxuan retrieved a cigarette, biting down on one end nonchalantly. What is a bastard's father worth? Alas, Chu Jiqing sighed. Son, I assure you, that incident has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, my intention in having you return to the Chu family is genuinely for your future, not for the sake of family inheritance. Do you understand? I have not doubted you. Do not confess to crimes you have not committed. Chu Yuxuan replied coolly. You have not doubted me? Chu Jiqing chuckled unexpectedly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Suddenly, he called, Third son? The hefty bodyguard, caught in a state of heightened tension, instinctively replied, Yes. Chu Yuxuan. Realizing he had inadvertently exposed himself, the plump man's expression froze, his wise eyes widening. After a moment of confusion, he whimsically broke into song, Oh, Kuda, AMU, Kao Jiang Aji, Mareo. Theme song from Reply 1988, Don't worry, Xiaoqing's inner thoughts. What sad memory has he recalled? The father and son of the Chu family fell into a profound silence, courtesy of the rotund man's unexpected performance. Enough, enough, what a racket. Chu Jiqing shot him a glare, then turned to Chu Yuxuan, smiling. Son, would you care to explain as well? Hee, your brother here is quite capable, but his wits are a tad lacking. After less than half a month of following me, I discovered his secret, and upon investigation, it turns out he is the third among your brothers. Oh, to be honest, I find it rather heartening that you entrusted such a big fool to watch over me. It shows you still have some trust in me, right? Chu Yuxuan grimaced, casting a disapproving glance at the awkward third son, retorting, Is this what you meant by ensuring not to leave a trace? The third son, head bowed, muttered, This is my fault, Chairman. You're just too clever. Clever, my foot. Chu Yuxuan exclaimed, Throw away your phone. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. He easily deduced that Chu Jiqing must have hacked into the third son's phone. Otherwise, how else would he know the order of his brothers? Indeed, my son is the truly intelligent one. Chu Jiqing chuckled. By the way, care to tell me about the others? The foreign chap you were with today, what number is he in line? Also, do you have people around the other members of the Chu family? Chu Yuxuan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and replied, I've said it before, keep your nose out of societal matters. In any case, you pursue your inheritance, and I'll uncover my truths. If we can assist one another, let us do so, and strike a deal, shall we? Sounds good. Chu Jiqing agreed cheerfully. However, at the end of the day, my pursuit of the family fortune is genuinely for you. Chu Yuxuan, disinterested in further debate, remarked, Just don't involve the Gao family, before gesturing to the hefty bodyguard and rising to leave. Now that your undercover identity has been exposed, do you dare to stay here? Aren't you afraid he'll eat you alive? Come with me. I've purchased a villa, and I won't be living here anymore. The hefty bodyguard hurriedly followed suit, and as they passed the sofa, he grinned at Chu Jiqing, saying, Chairman, I'm just leaving now. This month's salary, plus the year-end bonus. You wouldn't shortchange me, would you? Hee. Chu Yuxuan. Chu Jiqing smirked. How about I throw in a little medical expense on top? The hefty bodyguard hastily waved his hands and scampered to Chu Yuxuan's side. Xiaoqing stood on the balcony, watching as Chu Yuxuan reached the entrance, a tinge of melancholy washing over her. She clearly heard that her young master would no longer reside in the villa. A feeling of abandonment surged within her, prompting her to lower her head in silence. At that moment, she suddenly heard Chu Yuxuan call her name, Xiaoqing. The shy and reserved girl timidly lifted her gaze. What are you standing there for? Let us go. Chu Yuxuan tilted his head slightly. Xiaoqing's emotions soared like a roller coaster, leaping from despair to elation in an instant, and she eagerly nodded. All right, young master. I'll go pack my things. Don't make it so troublesome. Tomorrow, the young master will take you shopping. If you need anything, we'll buy it directly. Chapter 26. Words of wisdom. Xiaoqing had thought that the phrase, let's just buy it, merely implied that her young master, out of sheer generosity, would procure some daily necessities for her. However, she had significantly underestimated the extravagance of this dandy. Early in the morning, he took her along with the stout bodyguard and a blonde foreigner to commission a statue of Guan Yu, towering over 2 meters in height. Following that, they meandered through a shopping mall, where he lavishly outfitted each person with several sets of designer clothing and acquired for her a selection of expensive cosmetics. Upon returning home, he nonchalantly tossed her 20,000 yuan, stating, If you need anything else, feel free to buy it yourself. I'm truly not well versed in the daily needs of girls. Startled by such benevolence, Xiaoqing instinctively attempted to decline, but recalling Chu Yuxuan's earlier remark in the mall, I absolutely despise those who fuss over trivialities. Just take it and don't make me angry. She reluctantly accepted. Noticing her discomfort, Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Xiaoqing, with such a vast house, I will be relying on you from now on. Not only for cleaning but also for cooking. What I've given you is well deserved. Xiaoqing quickly protested. No, young master, this is all my duty. Chu Yuxuan smiled gently. From now on, don't be so reserved. Consider it your own home, understood? All right. Xiaoqing nodded timidly, a pure and sweet smile unconsciously gracing her lips. After their lunch, Xiaoqing remained at home while the three brothers, Chu Yuxuan included, prepared to step out. The garage housed the large G-class vehicle belonging to Chu Jiqing, his girlfriend from the previous night. Chu Yuxuan exchanged a knowing glance with the fifth brother, who nodded in understanding. I've thoroughly checked it multiple times and confirmed nothing was stowed inside. Along the way, Chu Yuxuan remarked, third brother, from now on, you might as well be my chauffeur, seeing as you are quite familiar with this line of work. The hefty fellow mumbled in reply, grumbling, after serving you, now I have to serve your son. By the time you have a child, I'll be a seasoned veteran. Damn. Founding emperors are notorious for eliminating their loyal subjects. What are you muttering about? Chu Yuxuan playfully slapped the back of his head. Nothing. I'm just happy, hee. Chu Yuxuan reclined against the seat, smiled lightly, and addressed the fifth brother. Make sure to arrive on time for work. Don't wander aimlessly. Also, keep an eye on Xinchang, understood? Got it. IVE installed plenty of surveillance near his food stall, even hacked into his wife's phone. You can rest assured. The third brother interjected, Big brother. Why not just have the fifth brother stay at home? It's remote monitoring anyway. Why does he have to go to Qingya Media? Does this hacker lack funds? Oh, you daft fool, the fifth brother sighed. Big brother wants me to protect sister-in-law. Can't you grasp that? The third brother shot him a sidelong glance, irritably retorting, Fifth brother, do you believe I could forcefully extract your excrement from your mouth? The fifth brother scoffed, Oh, my God. I'll surely vomit all over you, I promise. Chu Yuxuan shook his head in exasperation. Fifth brother, do you know how young Xiao met his demise? The fifth brother inquired, What do you mean? In truth, he was correct. Chu Yuxuan had indeed arranged for him to be at the company with the intention of safeguarding Zhao Yanan. Although he was not particularly familiar with her, let alone harbor any feelings, the Chu family's affairs were notoriously intricate, and the matter he was investigating was even murkier. He feared that any oversight could inadvertently involve Zhao Yanan. Upon arriving at the company, as they stepped out of the car, Chu Yuxuan spotted a familiar figure. Xia Zhu stood at the entrance, her head drooping, exuding an air of dishevelment akin to a wilted eggplant. Chu Yuxuan hesitated, initially intending to ignore the familiar face, but the next moment, Xia Zhu noticed him. Chu Yuxuan, the once glamorous star, disregarding her goddess-like image, approached him with clenched teeth, seething, What do you truly take me for? As her words fell, her eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chu Yuxuan maintained an impassive expression, gesturing for the third and fifth brothers to leave first, then turned to Xia Zhu with a teasing glint in his eye. What answer do you seek? Speak, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. You, Xia Zhu sobbed, since you are the young master of the Chu family, why did you deceive me in the first place? Do you think I am a woman enamored with vanity? Let me tell you, Chu Yuxuan, I love Ninggu not because of his family's wealth. This statement resonated deeply with Chu Yuxuan, as he knew that Xia Zhu was not materialistic. Rather, she was simply infatuated. I understand, which is why I chose to divorce. As for deceiving you, all I can say is that I'm sorry. Prior to that, I had no intention of remaining entangled with the Chu family. Is that explanation satisfactory? You scoundrel! Xia Zhu cried. You intend to humiliate me on purpose, don't you? Xia Zhu, Chu Yuxuan replied calmly. I admit that I did deceive you. However, I swear that during our 2 years of marriage, my feelings for you were entirely genuine. Have you ever taken a moment to truly see me during those 2 years? Did you ever invest any effort to understand me? Even now, do you still believe that all of this is entirely my fault? That is excessively absurd. What pains you is that in our pitiful marriage, you played the role of a fool. And what about me? An inconsequential servant, a shameful maid. To be honest, Xia Zhu, I have never blamed you for my humble state. That was entirely my own doing. I laid my heart bare before you. Yet it was you who rejected it. Each word was a pearl of wisdom. For a moment, Xia Zhu found it hard to breathe, her sobs echoing as large tears cascaded down her cheeks. Witnessing this scene, it would be disingenuous to say that Chu Yuxuan felt no pangs of sorrow. Yet, despite his heartache, he would not offer her any comfort. The past must remain in the past, severed cleanly from the annals of time. After a brief silence, Xia Zhu's emotions gradually steadied, her heart cold as ashes. Chu Yuxuan, I have one more question. Was it you who secretly assisted me when director Wang Long sought me for a film? Likely wishing to spare Xia Zhu further distress, Chu Yuxuan neither confirmed nor denied, merely deflecting, that's because you possess talent and work diligently. Xia Zhu offered a bitter smile, her once radiant face now painted with a pitiable hue. She could discern that he had indeed aided her. In truth, from the moment Gao Ning had been angrily expelled from the club that night, she had begun to harbor suspicions, forcing herself to suppress those thoughts, too afraid to confront the reality. Chu Yuxuan, I despise you. After casting this chilling remark, Xia Zhu turned towards her manager's car by the roadside and departed with brisk strides. Chu Yuxuan watched the vehicle fade into the distance, his gaze inevitably dimming. This old flame, at this moment, began to truly find release. Buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated, jolting Chu Yuxuan back to reality. He glanced at the screen to find a message from the fifth brother. The Gao fellow is at the company. Shall we arrange a feast? Chapter 27. Sharp-tongued in the office of the president, Gao Zhenxing was apologizing to Zhao Yanan, accompanied by his wayward son, for the catastrophic mess they had created. In fact, the father and son had arrived early in the morning, bearing numerous precious gifts, yet were left waiting by Zhao Yanan until just 10 minutes ago. It was no wonder that this icy beauty was less than welcoming. She was utterly swamped with work, stretched thin. Merchants who had threatened to breach contracts the previous day had come knocking, their attitudes having made a complete turnaround, humbly beseeching her to continue their collaborations. Director Song, having undergone a sudden epiphany, was equally earnest, bringing along the chief planner and producer of the program to Xia Media, offering all previously allocated artist slots from another entertainment company to Zhao Yanan for her personal selection. In addition to these two matters, several smaller companies had approached, respectfully seeking collaboration with Zhao Yanan, even willing to forego profits just to gain a little recognition. It was hardly surprising, as news of Chu Yuxuan had trended overnight, reverberating throughout the entertainment sphere, which was particularly sensitive to such developments. Who among them was unaware that the head of Xia Media was the young master of the Chu clan? For smaller companies, doing business with the Chu clan meant that even a mere mention could translate to profit. Having been occupied all morning and missing lunch, Zhao Yanan was suffering from severe gastric acid. Nevertheless, she chose to endure her discomfort and meet with the Gao father and son first. After all, Gao Zhenxing was, in any case, a respected elder nearing 60, and a modicum of courtesy was expected. Moreover, she did not wish to provide fodder for the narrative of being ungracious in the face of success. Ultimately, Gao Zhenxing was not there to plead with her, but rather, he was seeking an audience with that detestable man, Chu Jiqing, as a last resort. President Zhao, Gao Zhenxing said, his old face adorned with a smile, his eyes filled with humility. My unworthy son has been blind to his faults, and I must apologize on his behalf. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Zhao Yanan smiled. Director Gao, this matter has already been resolved. There is nothing to be offended by. Your personal visit is truly more than I can bear. Gao Zhenxing replied, a father's failure to educate his son is my fault. How could I not come? Saying this, he reprimanded his son, Gao Ning, who stood awkwardly to the side. Why aren't you apologizing? Useless child, I should never have let you return to this country. Gao Ning trembled, hastily uttering, President Zhao, I am sorry. Though Zhao Yanan was merely a woman, her presence was formidable. Calmly, she replied, Xia Media has not suffered any loss. There is no need for you to apologize. Gao Zhenxing scolded his son once more, then forced a smile. President Zhao, is Mr. Chu not here today? I believe it is only right to apologize to him in person. Zhao Yanan shrugged. He is not here, and no sooner had she spoken than she was caught off guard. Chu Yuxuan entered without knocking. Mr. Chu. Gao Zhenxing quickly stood to shake hands. What a pleasure. Gao Ning remained rooted to the spot, too afraid to lift his head. Chu Yuxuan did not extend his hand. His elongated eyes swept over the elder's face before he sauntered to the sofa, indifferently remarking, What pleasure is there in this? How fortunate can it be? Gao Zhenxing maintained his composure, smiling. Mr. Chu, my son has been blind to his faults and has committed some egregious acts. I have come today specifically to apologize, hoping that you, with your great magnanimity, Might spare our Gao family. Zhao Yanan was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly untouchable elder could so openly display humility, which stirred a twinge of sympathy within her. Chu Yuxuan crossed his legs, a smirk playing on his lips. I presume your family is already facing the consequences? Gao Zhenxing awkwardly nodded. This is well-deserved. Several projects we had agreed upon fell through last night. To be frank, my phone has been off all day. I couldn't dare turn it on Mr. Chu. I sincerely came to apologize, and I hope you might show mercy and spare our Gao family. Chu Yuxuan's lips moved slightly. Sincere? Ha! If my surname weren't Chu, would you show me any mercy? Would you even be sincere? Director Gao, there are always greater mountains beyond the hills. It is best to remain humble. Indeed. Gao Zhenxing hastily acquiesced. I shall ensure to engrave Mr. Chu's words into the Gao family's ancestral teachings. Spare me the fluff. It's tiresome. Chu Yuxuan retorted. You may leave now. I have no interest in bullying your small Gao family. As for the repercussions you're facing, I believe you are quite aware of the reasons. Having navigated the business world for decades, Gao Zhenxing was not naive. He understood that the failure of those projects was entirely due to the other party's awareness of their offense against the Chu clan. Fearing repercussions, if Chu Jiqing were eager for revenge, it wouldn't he have been so straightforward. That man was notorious for his ruthlessness. This was likely just an appetizer, enough to keep the father and son on edge. Hearing Chu Yuxuan's words, Gao Zhenxing let out a slight sigh of relief. Mr. Chu is magnanimous. I am deeply ashamed. Such immense kindness is beyond words. Should there be any way I can be of service in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. However, regarding Director Chu Yuxuan scoffed. Rest assured, I have already spoken to that old man. He wants to make things difficult for you. Hearing Chu Yuxuan refer to the imposing figure who kept his father awake at night as that old man, Gao Ning could not help but swallow hard. Recalling how he had previously dared to question Chu Yuxuan, do you even understand the gap between us? He felt a flush of embarrassment. The disparity was truly monumental. After some flattery, the Gao father and son were shown to the door by Chu Yuxuan. The spacious office fell into an awkward silence as the nominal couple exchanged glances, neither daring to speak, their estrangement more pronounced than that of mere acquaintances. Zhao Yanan pondered. Why is this detestable man so unusually quiet today? Chu Yuxuan, lacking interest, habitually pulled out a cigarette box, tearing open the packaging halfway before seemingly recalling something. He glanced at Zhao Yanan and then rose, intending to step outside for a smoke. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Zhao Yanan instructed. The door opened, and Xiao Wei entered, holding a document. After greeting Chu Yuxuan, she approached Zhao Yanan and handed over the file. President Zhao, this is from the Artist Management Department. It says Director Wang Long sent it. Xia Zhu's role has been replaced. Zhao Yanan replied calmly, I am aware. Inform the Artist Management Department that this matter must be kept confidential until after the new year, at which point we will notify Xia Zhu's agent. Understood, President Zhao. Once Xiao Wei left, Chu Yuxuan resumed his seat on the sofa, casting a scrutinizing glance at Zhao Yanan. Why? Zhao Yanan responded seriously. She still holds commercial value. I do not wish for this matter to affect her. You know, she was nurtured by Wang Long, and now that he has replaced her, it will be a significant blow. Chu Yuxuan smirked. Are you worried about the annual meeting? Yes, Zhao Yanan did not deny it. She is currently the company's most prominent artist. The annual meeting must revolve around her, and most of the invited guests are coming for her. So, are you still planning to abandon her after the new year? Approaching 30, which is quite an awkward age for a female artist, no director would prioritize her. Furthermore, her current reputation is truly poor. I have done my best, but she refuses to listen. You truly are a quintessential merchant, Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Zhao Yanan looked at him, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Are you feeling sorry for her? Chu Yuxuan smirked. Are you jealous? Chu Yuxuan. Insulting is for small dogs. Zhao Yanan. She knew all too well that there was no winning against this sharp-tongued man. Chapter 28. Is it ever going to end? The winter in Jiangxing is a canvas of white. Yes, the intermittent heavy snow blankets the city. A month slips away in the blink of an eye. With the approach of the spring festival, the entire city bursts into jubilance, transforming the white world into a sea of vibrant red. Homes are adorned with festive lanterns and decorations, while the streets and alleys bustle with vendors selling New Year goods, creating an atmosphere rich in tradition and vivacity. 18 noon. In the elegant offices of Qingya Media, Xiao Wei knocked on the door of the president's office and furrowed her brow. President Zhao, one of our male artists has just been— Is it necessary to bring this to my attention? Xiao Wei hesitated. The PR manager suggested that I should ask you if we should use CEO Chu's scandal to divert attention from this incident, like last time? Ever since the Gao family had come to apologize, Chu Yuxuan had not set foot in the company, not even gracing the year-end party with his presence. Thus, this nominal couple had not seen each other for an entire month. For Zhao Yanan, this was undoubtedly a blessing. Out of sight, out of mind, and life had returned to its usual rhythm, dominated by work. However, that man was far from idle. After his true identity was revealed, not only did the female artists and their agency flock to him, but even those minor internet celebrities and socialites were eager to seize any opportunity to ascend the social ladder. Chu Yuxuan was not picky, welcoming all who approached him. In just a month, his reputation had soared, rivaling that of his father. Zhao Yanan pondered for a moment before addressing Xiao Wei. Does the PR department have any recent gossip about CEO Chu? Preferably from the past few days? Yes. Xiao Wei nodded. Last night, one of our lesser-known actresses was spotted with CEO Chu at the Dihao Hotel. She took a photo and posted it on her personal account, but deleted it almost immediately. However, due to her lack of fame, it didn't attract much attention. The PR manager has already requested the photo from her. Zhao Yanan smirked. So the PR department is all set then? Why come to me for approval? Well, I was worried CEO Chu might take issue with it. Xiao Wei said sheepishly. No worries, from now on, just use him as a shield without asking me. If he complains, I'll take the heat. Understood. Noticing Xiao Wei's hesitation, Zhao Yanan inquired, is there something else? I'm not sure if I should ask. You've been with me for over a year. You should know by now that I detest beating around the bush. Just speak your mind. Oh. I was just curious, is it true that you and CEO Chu are secretly married? In her view, someone of Chu Yuxuan's stature, no matter how amiable, would not allow subordinates to repeatedly use him as a shield, would he? This marked the fourth time Zhao Yanan had leveraged him this month, unless, as rumors suggested, they were indeed a covertly wed couple. Surely President Zhao could not hold back such a notorious flirt? Xiao Wei mused. Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes and replied nonchalantly, do you really believe the gossip online? Xiao Wei, are you that idle? No. Xiao Wei hastily shook her head and hurriedly exited the office. Half an hour later, news of Chu Yuxuan and the actress appeared among the top trending topics. After a busy morning, Zhao Yanan stretched and, while pouring herself a glass of water, received a WeChat message from Chu Yuxuan. Is this ever going to end? Zhao Yanan calmly replied, news is grounded in facts. Chu Yuxuan responded, am I supposed to shield a scoundrel? Zhao Yanan retorted, a scoundrel can barely be called human. You don't qualify. Chu Yuxuan shot back, are you jealous? Zhao Yanan snapped, get lost, you beast. Chu Yuxuan teased, I'm the beast, and you're the beast's wife. In the afternoon, the dreary weather that had persisted for days finally cleared. At Phoenix Manor, Chu Jiqing reclined in a lounge chair on the balcony, savoring tea while observing the staff bustling about in the yard, hanging lanterns and pasting couplets, an image of leisure and languor. Behind him stood a stunning beauty, exquisite in both form and visage, gently massaging his shoulders, her fiery red lips moving seductively as she purred, Sir, your son has been linked with yet another actress. That rascal. Chu Jiqing chuckled. How many is this now? Let me see. The woman fluttered her eyelids, estimating before continuing. 7 confirmed scandals, and there are at least a dozen unconfirmed ones. Some say he is a nightly groom. He. Indeed. Chu Jiqing was well aware of his son's nature. These scandals were clearly orchestrated by Chu Yuxuan himself. He muttered to himself, I wonder if any of them are genuine. Such a waste of charm. The woman continued, there are several internet celebrities who practically swarm around him daily. Just the other day, he beat up a reporter for taking clandestine photos of him and smashed the camera. Well, that's typical of him. The woman shrugged. Aren't you going to intervene? At least temper the public opinion a bit. Chu Jiqing playfully grasped the woman's hand and pulled her into his embrace, smiling. Why should I concern myself with a man nearly 30 years old? My interest lies solely in you. Come. Let me examine your health. The woman nestled against Chu Jiqing's chest, feigning annoyance. You're incorrigible. Your charm has undoubtedly bewitched countless women. Humph. Chu Jiqing replied with amusement. I desire your beauty, and you seek my wealth. What could be fairer than this transaction? It's hardly deceitful. The woman, unfazed by the implication, playfully slapped his arm. You're insufferable. But I'm genuinely curious, have you ever truly loved anyone in your life? Chu Jiqing's eyes narrowed, the smile on his face fading into a more somber expression. Yes. After a pause, he added, just one. The woman tilted her head, somewhat astonished. She had a stubborn temperament and often lashed out at me, but for some inexplicable reason, I adored her, deeply and profoundly. As he spoke, a bittersweet expression crossed Chu Jiqing's face. The woman, intrigued, pressed on, then, why didn't you marry her? Was she perhaps not interested in you? A flicker of reminiscence filled Chu Jiqing's gaze, his smile turning wistful. I've had 2 marriages, both of which were business arrangements devoid of real emotion. When I met her, I promised to end my second marriage and make her my wife. But I was young then, and many circumstances were beyond my control. By the time I could finally make my own decisions, she was no longer there. Alas, beauty is often fleeting. A flicker of regret glimmered in the woman's eyes as she murmured, how truly unfortunate. Chapter 29. Alarm as dusk settled. Xiaoqing meticulously prepared the evening meal, serving each dish in the dining room. She then made her way to the staircase, calling out to the upper floor, young master, dinner is ready. Upon uttering these words, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the imposing statue of Guan Yu in the living room, and she couldn't help but express her bewilderment, muttering, it looks as if we're in the mafia. He is clearly a book lover. Why not display a statue of Confucius instead? Having risen from his slumber at noon and spent the afternoon engrossed in reading, Chu Yuxuan sauntered down the stairs lazily. As he reached the corner, his steps halted abruptly, and his narrow eyes fixated on Xiaoqing, astonished. Why are you dressed like that? Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed instantly as she lowered her head, murmuring, third brother. Said you liked maid outfits, so he told me to, always. Just then, the boisterous third brother entered from outside, grinning widely. Elder brother, I've taken care of what you asked. I've arranged for a GTR for our trio. Haha, that's the ultimate dream for every man, and we can pick it up in a week. And Xiaoqing, you should hurry and get your driver's license too. I'll have my elder brother buy you one. Suddenly realizing something, third brother's voice trailed off as he stared blankly at Xiaoqing's maid attire, silently cursing under his breath. He then sheepishly glanced at Chu Yuxuan. Noticing Chu Yuxuan's face, which appeared as cold as ice, the hefty lad chuckled nervously. I just remembered something important. I must attend to it now. Hee hee. You two enjoy your meal, don't mind me. With that, he dashed out. That rascal. Chu Yuxuan chuckled helplessly and slowly descended the stairs. Xiaoqing, I believe it is necessary to clarify. This entire idea was that chubby fellow's and has nothing to do with me. If you do not wish to wear it, you may change right now. Xiaoqing stammered, young master, do you not like it? Chu Yuxuan. Which man does not appreciate such attire? If the young master does like it, Xiaoqing believes, this outfit is rather decent. You, my dear girl, Chu Yuxuan said, extending a finger to gently tap her forehead, smiling, how many times must I say this? You ought to treat this place as your home. Aside from your responsibilities, you need not concern yourself with whether others like it. As long as you are willing, that is sufficient. Moreover, for the things you cherish, do not seek others' opinions. Life is fleeting, and you must learn to live for yourself, do you understand? Xiaoqing's expression froze, standing rooted to the spot. Throughout her life, no one had ever told her, you must live for yourself. This seemingly simple phrase was, for certain individuals, exceedingly challenging. The timid girl felt her eyes welling with tears as she lowered her head and walked towards the kitchen, saying, young master, I will go serve the soup. Chu Yuxuan settled onto the sofa. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, a call came from Chu Jiqing. Son, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Bring Nan back to the villa for the night. Chu Yuxuan replied with disdain. Setting aside whether I wish to return, your dear daughter-in-law likely does not wish to partake in such a family reunion, does she? Let us not forget, she has a public relations team. What excuse could she not fabricate? Chu Jiqing clicked his tongue. During the new year, Not returning home is rather inappropriate. Nan is a sensible child. She wouldn't miss it. At this moment, Chu Jiqing lowered his voice. Also, your grandfather wishes for you both to return for the new year. Oh. Chu Yuxuan smirked. Is that old man trying to intimidate me? I suppose my efforts this past month were not in vain, haha. Indeed, they were not wasted. Your uncle has already been subtly mocking me, Chu Jiqing replied. Chu Jiqing, remember this. While I may feign incompetence before them, I am laying the groundwork to aid you in claiming your family inheritance. You owe me a favor. Do not forget to repay it, Chu Yuxuan remarked playfully. Chu Jiqing retorted. You've been spending quite a bit of my money lately, so let's consider it even for now. Chu Yuxuan scoffed. Even? I believe you are mistaken. It is only natural for me to earn money and have my son spend it. With that, he hung up the phone, not allowing Chu Jiqing a chance to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a WeChat message to Zhao Yanan. Come back to the villa for a night tomorrow. On the other end, Zhao Yanan was in a meeting discussing the arrangements for the upcoming holiday. Upon receiving the message, she inhaled deeply. It dawned on her that she was now someone with in-laws, and attending the New Year's Eve dinner at her husband's family was inevitable. Furthermore, only Chu Jiqing and his son were aware of the pretense of their marriage. Others were oblivious. If she chose not to attend, would it not place Chu Jiqing in a precarious situation? After a moment's thought, she noted the phrase, stay for a night, and her brows furrowed tightly as she replied, stay for a night? In a large family like the Chu clan, bustling with life and numerous customs, even a simple meal could be overwhelming, let alone staying overnight. Not long after, Chu Yuxuan messaged her again. That old man, Chu Jiqing, said you were quite sensible. Zhao Yanan. After dinner, Chu Yuxuan lounged on the sofa, one hand gripping his phone, his thumb scrolling through WeChat messages from various admirers, too lazy to click on any, reminiscent of an ancient emperor flipping through scrolls. After a while, he randomly opened a message from a female internet celebrity. Mr. Chu, would you care for a drink tonight? I've tried to arrange this several times. It's about time I get my turn, right? Chu Yuxuan responded. Are you trying to tempt me? The internet celebrity, likely holding her phone and eagerly awaiting his reply, quickly responded, oh, come on. Will you come or not? I'm all alone at home, feeling quite lonely during the new year. Shortly thereafter, she sent 2 provocative private photos. Chu Yuxuan shook his head, muttering, has the king of hell forgotten to close the gates of hell? Haha. There are certainly many unsavory characters. Just as he was about to reply, an untimely call came from 5th brother. Elder brother, something has happened to Chen Chong. Chu Yuxuan straightened up abruptly. What's the situation? I just intercepted a call from his sister. She said she was assaulted last night, and it seems it wasn't just one person, as she referred to them. A chill ran through Chu Yuxuan's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Is Chen Chong still at the shop? No, his sister is at the police station's entrance, apparently too afraid to report it alone. Chen Chong said he is on his way there now. Chu Yuxuan hung up and fell into deep thought. In his heart, he considered Chen Chong a friend. Although his initial approach had ulterior motives, this honest and straightforward old classmate had treated him generously, often providing substantial discounts or sending food and drinks during their meals, leaving Chu Yuxuan feeling guilty. Now that Chen Chong's sister had encountered such a calamity, he felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, Chen Chong was a straightforward person who valued relationships. Back in school, he was terrified of being indebted to others. Anyone who treated him well could expect his heartfelt reciprocation. Thus, this incident represented an opportunity for Chu Yuxuan. However, the issue lay in the fact that 5th brother had intercepted this information. He couldn't directly inquire with Chen Chong. As he pondered, 3rd brother entered with a beaming expression, patting his belly. Elder brother, are you feeling better now? Haha. That I was so hungry I could barely function. Chu Yuxuan's eyes lit up, and he approached 3rd brother, his expression tinged with an inexplicable guilt. 3rd brother, I owe you an apology. 3rd brother was puzzled, about to inquire further when Chu Yuxuan unexpectedly delivered a punch. Oof. The stocky 3rd brother clutched his nose, blood seeping through his fingers, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Elder brother, you really hit me? Didn't you say you would never lay a hand on me in this lifetime? The words of a man are indeed deceiving. Xiao Qing, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, hurried out, mistakenly believing Chu Yuxuan was avenging her, and quickly interjected, young master, please. I don't blame third brother. Truly, I don't. Xiao Qing, this has nothing to do with you. Chu Yuxuan said, turning to third brother, call the police. Xiao Qing. Third brother? Chapter 30. No path is walked in vain. Beijing Police Station, an elderly police officer escorted the brothers, Chu Yuxuan and his sibling, into the office hall. The duty officer cast a glance their way and inquired, Master, what brings these two here? The seasoned officer rolled his eyes, responding, a minor dispute. This hefty fellow took a punch. The duty officer observed the pair, bemused yet amused. I mean, you both look to be in your 20s. On New Year's, is such a trivial matter really worth causing a scene here? The elderly officer retorted with irritation. Who could disagree? One is clamoring for compensation, while the other adamantly refuses to pay, insisting on coming here to reason it out. I have exerted every effort to mediate, yet it has proven futile. Sigh. It makes me want to call the police myself. The younger brother, defiantly twisting his neck, declared, I don't care. Pay up. Chu Yuxuan shot a sidelong glance at Chen Chong, who sat dejectedly in a corner of the hall, and nonchalantly remarked, Fine. I concede to your demands, so, how much do you want? The elderly officer, why do you suddenly yield here? Chu Yuxuan replied sincerely, I made a mistake and feel guilty coming here. The younger brother scoffed, So, how much are you planning to compensate me? Chu Yuxuan, momentarily speechless, thought to himself that this fellow was indeed ill-suited for the stage, and casually replied, 250. The younger brother exclaimed, Deal. Just transfer it to my WeChat later. I'll be on my way. The elderly officer interjected, What on earth? The duty officer, taken aback, asked, So you two know each other? What is going on? The elderly officer sighed and explained, These brothers got into a scuffle over whether the national football team is a disgrace. The duty officer, Is there even room for debate on that topic? Chu Yuxuan pretended to leave, but as he passed 2 rows of benches in the hall, he exclaimed, Oh, Chen Chong, what are you doing here? Chen Chong, lost in thought with his head down, had veins bulging on his clenched fists, his body trembling slightly. Chen Chong. Only then did Chen Chong raise his head, his face pale as a sheet, his lip bleeding from being bitten, his bloodshot eyes momentarily stunned upon seeing Chu Yuxuan, and he questioned, Yuxuan? What are you doing here? Chu Yuxuan settled beside him, sighing, Don't mention it. I got into a fight with someone. Oh, Chen Chong replied, lapsing into silence, his gaze vacantly fixated on the ground. Hey, what is wrong with you? Chu Yuxuan patted his arm, asking, Did something happen? No. Nothing. Nothing brings you here? Chu Yuxuan adopted a look of reproach mixed with concern. Is someone causing trouble in your shop? Tell me, and I'll help you deal with them. The elderly officer exclaimed, Hey, what are you planning to do? Hurry home and stop causing chaos here. Chu Yuxuan. Chen Chong stammered, No. Nothing, Yuxuan. You should leave. Xiangzi, do you not consider me a friend? Can this state of affairs truly be described as nothing? Don't hide it from me. You know I can definitely help. Chu Yuxuan asserted emphatically. Just then, Chen Chong's sister, Chen Ting, along with his wife, was escorted out of the office by a police officer, likely after giving her statement. Chen Chong hurried towards them, embracing the sobbing, trembling Chen Ting, gently comforting, It's all right. Your brother is here. His wife's expression was equally grim, her eyes filled with anger as she tightly clutched Chen Ting's arm. Upon noticing Chu Yuxuan, this typically reticent beauty momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes, before quickly averting her gaze. Several officers murmured amongst themselves, and then the elderly officer addressed Chen Chong, Your sister's case must be transferred to the criminal investigation team. Come on. I happen to need to go there as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuxuan exclaimed, Chen Chong, what on earth happened? Why has it escalated to the criminal investigation team? Chen Chong, already at the breaking point of his emotions, finally snapped in irritation at Chu Yuxuan's relentless questioning. Chu Yuxuan, can you please stop asking? IVE said there's nothing wrong. Are you annoying or what? The elderly officer also glared. You need to leave. There's nothing for you here. Keep causing trouble, and I'll have you detained. Chu Yuxuan awkwardly scratched his head and pouted. All right, I'm leaving. As he reached the door, he turned back to Chen Chong and said, Xiangzi, I truly consider you a friend. If anything arises, you must tell me. The imposing G-Wagon sat waiting outside the police station. Once inside, the younger brother inquired, Brother, how did I perform? Chu Yuxuan glanced at the expectant face and chuckled, Splendidly. I'll reward you with 2 punches when we get back. The younger brother pouted, pausing before asking, what was Chun Chang's reaction? Did it go smoothly? Chu Yuxuan fastened his seatbelt, gesturing for departure, and replied, with his sister in such a predicament, how could he casually share that with anyone? The younger brother started the car, lamenting, Am I to understand that my punch was in vain? Chu Yuxuan laughed. In this world, no path is walked in vain. At the very least, he now knows that I am aware of his troubles. As for what to do next, we shall see how the police handle it. With that, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to the second brother. Help me inquire about Chen Ting's case at the criminal investigation team. The heavens were unkind, as on New Year's Eve, a heavy snow fell on this night of reunion. Later in the evening, the snowfall softened. Zhao Yanan, alone at home, glanced at the time. It was already past 9, and thought that perhaps she wouldn't need to go to Phoenix Mountain Resort tonight, a wave of joy washing over her. However, before she could revel in her elation, a call from Chu Yuxuan came through. At the fire bar, come pick me up. Half an hour later, Zhao Yanan arrived at the entrance of the fire bar. Just as she was about to call Chu Yuxuan, she spotted him on the roadside, embracing a heavily made-up young woman, his lips close to her ear, engaging in flirtatious antics that clearly amused the girl. Witnessing her husband's charming escapades, Zhao Yanan remained remarkably composed, pulling out her phone to snap a picture, perfectly capturing the moment the young woman planted a kiss on Chu Yuxuan's cheek. The beautiful CEO smirked, sending the photo to the public relations manager with a note. Save this for later. Following that, she honked the horn twice. The couple, lost in their own world, simultaneously turned to the distant Maserati, with Chu Yuxuan sporting a mischievous grin, playfully flicking the young woman's hair. The girl instinctively pouted her lips, standing on tiptoe to lean in closer. However, Chu Yuxuan playfully blocked her lips with his finger, flashing a roguish smile before staggering into the car. Bang! As soon as the door closed, Zhao Yanan was met with. She immediately furrowed her brows and coldly remarked, You're drunk? Chu Yuxuan's cheeks flushed slightly, his eyes hazy with intoxication as he cheekily retorted, Are you concerned about me? Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. Are you sure you want to return home like this? Chu Yuxuan, scoundrel. The Phoenix Manor was ablaze with lights. By the time the nominal couple arrived, it was already 10:30. After parking the car, Zhao Yanan exited first, standing aside to await Chu Yuxuan. The debauched scion lazily opened the car door, extending a hand with a drunken slur. Support me. Zhao Yanan remained unmoved. Chu Yuxuan, with a hint of amusement, remarked, Wifey, we are at Chu's residence. You ought to be more considerate. Don't call me that. Zhao Yanan shot him a glare, reluctantly stepping forward to tug at Chu Yuxuan's sleeve, pulling him out. Wifey, you're hurting me. Zhao Yanan. After considerable effort, she finally managed to extricate him from the vehicle. However, she did not release her grip, seemingly assisting him while actually just clutching his clothing as they walked side by side towards the banquet hall. Before reaching the entrance, they encountered the old steward supporting the head of the family, Chu Yuxuan, who was flanked by various members of the Chu clan. You're getting old. You all should gather more often. The old man's words trailed off as his gaze fell upon Chu Yuxuan, his expression darkening instantly. The others were equally taken aback. Seeing his son in such a drunken state, Chu Jiqing hurried forward and inquired of Zhao Yanan, What happened? Is he drunk? Zhao Yanan, with a stiff resolve, explained, he had a social engagement. This statement immediately provoked a chorus of mockery. Social engagement? More like indulging in debauchery. Have a little understanding. After all, he was once reduced to driving for a ride-hailing service. Suddenly being restored to a wealthy family, wouldn't he want to splurge? Chu Yuxuan had 2 sons and a daughter. Chu Jiqing was the third. The second was Chu Yuxuan's aunt, while the eldest was his uncle. The remarks had come from the children of his aunt. Chu Yuxuan smirked, You 2 outsiders seem to understand me quite well. Not waiting for their further jibes, he turned to his grandfather and exclaimed, "Oh!" "Grandpa, you still..." Cough, cough, cough. Chu Jiqing coughed violently, fearing that this wayward child would complete his sentence. Chu Yuxuan shot him a sidelong glance and continued, "You still look quite vigorous. Yuxuan, if you're drunk, go rest. Do not provoke your grandfather's anger." The speaker was Chu Hauran, the eldest son and grandson of Chu Yuxuan. Contrast to his aunt's underachieving children, Chu Yuxuan's cousin was exceptionally accomplished, now in his 30s, exuding a noble and refined demeanor. Yet, he often bore an intimidating presence, possessing an aura of authority without the need for anger. "Brother," Chu Yuxuan belched, slurring, "after over 10 years, you're looking more and more respectable. Hee. That I must inform you, my return is all about competing with you, burp, and your father for the family fortune." A hush fell over the crowd. Zhao Yanan's eyes widened in alarm, her palms instantly slick with cold sweat. She inwardly cursed, this dog of a man, seeking death? Chu Jiqing, trembling, admonished, "Son, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yanan, quickly help him to rest. "All right." However, the next moment, Chu Yuxuan bent over and began to vomit violently. Chu Xiaotian, his face livid with anger, cursed, "Scoundrel," before striding away. The others exchanged jibes and mocking remarks, retreating to the banquet hall before Chu Yuxuan had finished expelling the contents of his stomach. With the crowd dispersed, a flicker of cunning flashed in Chu Jiqing's eyes as he patted his son's back, saying to Zhao Yanan, "Go rest now." With the assistance of a maid, Zhao Yanan helped her drunken husband back to Chu Jiqing's courtyard. Upon entering the living room, her true nature surfaced as she unceremoniously tossed Chu Yuxuan onto the sofa. He bumped his foot and squinted, "Wifey, you hurt me." Zhao Yanan ignored him, barely sparing him a glance. The maid thought to herself, "I pity the young master, but I shall remain silent." Zhao Yanan took a deep breath, then turned to the maid, her expression as cold as ever, yet her tone surprisingly polite. "Hello, which room do I sleep in?" The maid replied, "Young madam, you and the young master will share the guest room on the second floor. Are there alternative bedrooms available?" "I prefer to stay alone," Zhao Yanan stated calmly. "This?" The maid appeared troubled, speculating whether the young master's drinking had upset his wife. Stealing a glance at Chu Yuxuan, who seemed indifferent, she nodded, "Young madam, please wait a moment. I will prepare a room for you and gather sleepwear and toiletries." "Thank you." As soon as the maid ascended the stairs, Chu Yuxuan sat up, gazing at Zhao Yanan with a roguish grin. "Are you disgusted by me?" Zhao Yanan, uninterested in this inebriated fool, turned her back to him, crossing her arms. Yet, in the next moment, she felt an overwhelming heat against her back, as a pair of hands encircled her waist. In her ear, Chu Yuxuan's voice, rich and seductive, whispered, "Wifey, shall we consummate our marriage tonight?" Zhao Yanan stiffened, and the next second, she trembled as if jolted by electricity, straining to break free from his grip. Yet, being a woman, her strength was evidently insufficient. "Chu Yuxuan, let go of me." Zhao Yanan nearly screamed the words. Chu Yuxuan replied, "Beg me. Release me, Chu Yuxuan. Do not touch me, let go." He could feel the beauty in his arms begin to tremble. "Your reaction is rather excessive, don't you think? We all adults, lighten up." As he spoke, he turned Zhao Yanan around, leaning his upper body down, pinning the icy beauty onto the sofa. Zhao Yanan struggled violently, her face devoid of color, her eyes filled with terror. "Do not touch me. Do not touch me." Chu Yuxuan, unfazed, insisted, "I said, beg me, that's so difficult?" Zhao Yanan pressed one hand against his chest while the other trembled as she fumbled on the coffee table. Upon entering, she had noticed a fruit knife resting there. "Get away. Get away. Do not touch me." Chu Yuxuan, I beg you. Do not touch me. Do do not touch me." As she uttered these words, Zhao Yanan's pupils constricted, her gaze gradually becoming unfocused, tears streaming down her face as if she had plunged into a deeper abyss of fear, even fear that felt somewhat irrational. Chu Yuxuan was taken aback. He hadn't even done anything yet, so why such a drastic reaction? Her response was more fervent than that of a chaste maiden. In the moment of his astonishment, he caught a glint of cold steel from the corner of his eye. "Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Get away. Do not touch me." Zhao Yanan had completely descended into a bizarre state, trembling violently, her gaze wavering as if gripped by an inexplicable frenzy. In her trembling left hand, she clutched a blood-stained fruit knife. Chu Yuxuan, now sitting upright, observed his white shirt, where a gash had been cut open at the chest, a trickle of crimson slowly spreading. Had he not dodged swiftly moments ago, it might have been a far more grievous injury. The debauched demeanor faded from his face as he furrowed his brows, stepping aside to watch the still overreacting Zhao Yanan with a contemplative gaze. After a while, Zhao Yanan's composure gradually returned. Upon seeing the bloodied knife in her hand, she gasped in shock and dropped it to the floor. Chu Yuxuan, with his tongue pressed against his back teeth, spoke in a low tone, "Attempting to murder your husband?" "Zhao Yanan, I am quite upset." Zhao Yanan wiped away her tears, coldly retorting, "Get lost. Chu Yuxuan, I never want to see you again. You are nothing but a beast." Chu Yuxuan loosened his collar, turning to the maids standing at the staircase, grumbling, "Take care of my wife. I shall retire to the guest house." Chapter 32. The heartbroken old father. After a prolonged moment on the sofa, Zhao Yanan's emotions finally began to stabilize. After sipping the water offered by the maid, she picked up her bag and prepared to leave for home. The maid hurriedly dissuaded her. "Madam, you do not address me like that." Zhao Yanan interrupted the maid, resolutely striding toward the door. Just as she reached the entrance, Chu Yuxuan happened to lift the curtain and enter. Nan, what is the matter? Has that little rascal bullied you again?" Zhao Yanan sniffled and coldly replied, "Uncle Yuxuan, I want to go home." Chu Yuxuan clicked his tongue and said, "On New Year's Eve, it's so late. What do you want to go home for? Come, let us talk for a while." "No, I truly wish to return home," Zhao Yanan insisted stubbornly. "This child," Chu Yuxuan frowned. Glancing at the maid standing behind Zhao Yanan, he instructed, "You may leave for now." He then gently pushed his daughter-in-law toward the living room. "My dear, I know you've been wronged. Please, do not rush. I have something to say to you." Given Chu Yuxuan's stature, Zhao Yanan naturally did not dare to refute him repeatedly. They settled onto the sofa, and Chu Yuxuan spoke first. "My dear, do you truly despise Yuxuan?" Zhao Yanan pressed her lips together, offering no response. It wasn't a mere dislike. She harbored thoughts of murder against him. "Oh, you see, he has deceived you. He intentionally provoked your disdain." Zhao Yanan raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance in return. Chu Yuxuan earnestly continued, "You see, Yuxuan had a rather difficult childhood. He lived with his mother until the age of 6 before I brought him back, living under the guise of a legitimate child in the Chu family. While it appeared we were a family in truth, he was akin to an outsider, a guest beneath another's roof." Zhao Yanan listened, bewildered. Chu Yuxuan pressed on, "He was often bullied as a child, particularly by his grandfather, who would beat him regularly. When I asked him if he hated the Chu family, do you know what he said?" Zhao Yanan shook her head. He said, "As an outsider in your Chu family, I often feel guilty. However, when you bully me, I lose that feeling and instead find a sense of peace. In any case, I will not stay in the Chu family. I shall repay my guilt with my hatred for you." Zhao Yanan was perplexed. What kind of logic is that? "I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend." Chu Yuxuan chuckled. "It's quite simple. Tell me, do you not feel that your Zhao family owes me a great deal, which makes you feel uncomfortable around me, enduring hardships without voicing them?" Zhao Yanan bit her lip, not denying it. "But Yuxuan is different. He often bullies you, so you believe that troubling him would not invoke guilt. Just as he said, he repays his perceived debts with resentment. This is a subconscious mentality, one you may not have noticed yet. In plain terms, that rascal empathizes with your current predicament and simply wishes to alleviate your discomfort, so you need not constantly feel indebted to the Chu family." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhao Yanan was momentarily stunned. Reflecting on Yuxuan's actions over this period, aside from tonight, it seemed he had not truly crossed any lines, save for his incessant provocations. Even tonight, it boiled down to merely embracing her. Noticing his daughter-in-law's skepticism, Chu Yuxuan chuckled and continued, "Do not be misled by his current reckless demeanor. He was once quite the studious child, spending his days either practicing calligraphy or reading, with a particular fondness for historical texts. His profound thoughts are closely tied to his love for history. Fond of reading and writing?" Zhao Yanan nearly wore her disbelief on her face, as if to say, "Are you referring to that debauched scoundrel who indulges in hedonistic pleasures?" "I assure you, I speak the truth," Chu Yuxuan sighed. "If not for that incident that occurred later, let us not dwell on it." Zhao Yanan was aware of Yuxuan's disappearance for several years. The incident that Chu Yuxuan mentioned likely pertained to the cause of his absence. Though curious, she found herself less interested. Instead, she pondered Chu Yuxuan's remark about Yuxuan's "how could he be so brazen in courting celebrities and internet personalities? On such an important day, how could he become so inebriated?" Perhaps foolish would be a more fitting label. As she mulled this over, Zhao Yanan suddenly grasped something, exclaiming in astonishment, "He was pretending to be drunk tonight?" Those words were all deliberate. Initially, Yuxuan had appeared thoroughly intoxicated, yet after she had lashed out at him, his drunkenness vanished, revealing the pretense. Little did she know that the debauched youth was merely startled by her extreme reaction, momentarily forgetting to maintain his facade. Chu Yuxuan laughed. "Have you figured it out? He has been concealing his true self since the day he entered the Chu family." Zhao Yanan surmised, "Is it to vie for the family inheritance?" Chu Xiaotian, now in his twilight years, was in declining health, and the rivalry among his 3 children over inheritance had long been an open secret. This was a trial that most affluent families faced, where familial bonds became mere tools for deceit amidst vast interests. Chu Yuxuan nodded, lowering his voice slightly. "A gentleman conceals his abilities and waits for the right moment. The more he appears reckless now, the safer he is." Danamwai's sister, who has been domineering for much of her life, will only focus her attention on Chu Howren. Let them fight it out. Yuxuan shall make a grand entrance. Speaking of domineering, the Chu family's second princess was indeed the epitome of that. Setting aside other matters, her ruthless and tyrannical actions that led to the demise of her husband and mother-in-law alone sufficed to label her as arrogant and spoiled. Moreover, Chu Yuxuan continued, "A father knows his son best. I can assure you that Yuxuan's tardiness due to inebriation was not merely a ploy. It was also for your sake. You possess a cold demeanor, making it undoubtedly awkward for you to interact with our family. Furthermore, his aunt's sharp tongue never spares anyone, often speaking harshly, which cannot help but distress you. Thus, if not for you, he wouldn't have needed to be late. Given his nature, he would have preferred to arrive early tonight to scold everyone in the Chu family." Zhao Yanan found it difficult to accept this notion. In her mind, the shameless man she had scorned displayed such intricate thoughtfulness. Observing her daughter-in-law's complex expression of contemplation, Chu Yuxuan decided to draw back. "Nan, now that we've opened up, surely you do not intend to return home, do you?" He. Rest assured it would not please the old man. "You ought to pay him a visit tomorrow. And from now on, you must not call me uncle. You shall call me dad. Do you hear me? I truly regard you as my daughter-in-law." This old father had certainly invested a great deal of concern for his son's lifelong commitment. Noticing Zhao Yanan's somewhat awkward expression, he quickly amended, No, my dear daughter, my dear daughter. Some matters, after all, should not be rushed." "Understood, Dad," Zhao Yanan awkwardly called out. Chu Yuxuan stood up, cheerfully exclaiming, Wonderful, wonderful, now go rest. It's getting late, so I shall not disturb you." Due to residing in an unfamiliar room and burdened with heavy thoughts, Zhao Yanan tossed and turned, not falling asleep until the early hours of the morning. When she awoke, it was already past 9, close to 10, on her first night at her in-laws. Waking at such a late hour sent a chill down her spine. The more affluent the family, the more they adhered to formalities. Moreover, given that she had married an unappealing illegitimate child, she should tread carefully. Hastily washing up, the beautiful CEO cautiously opened the door, peeking out. The hallway was deserted, the entire house enveloped in silence. "It seems those two are not around?" Zhao Yanan let out a small sigh of relief, stepping out of her room, contemplating whether to call Chu Yuxuan to inquire if she should forego visiting the old man this late. Finding an excuse to slip away from this place of conflict seemed the wisest choice. However, just as she reached the staircase, she abruptly froze in her tracks. In the living room, Chu Yuxuan and his son, along with across from them, the elderly Chu Yuxuan sat upright on the sofa, his wrinkled face etched with a cold expression. Chapter 33. Simplicity is an apology, madam. Have you awakened? The old butler, standing by the sofa, glanced towards the staircase with an impassive expression. Zhao Yanan could not help but shiver, steeling herself as she walked into the living room, her steps heavy and sluggish. Upon reaching him, she timidly lowered her gaze and greeted Chu Yuxuan, grandfather. Chu Yuxuan did not even spare her a glance, calmly picking up the teacup from the table and taking a delicate sip. The implication was unmistakable. He held no regard for Zhao Yanan. Embarrassed, Zhao Yanan stood rooted to the spot, unsure whether to advance or retreat. After a prolonged moment, the old man picked up his cane and moved behind Chu Yuxuan, grumbling irritably, "You're over 50, yet all you do is indulge in frivolity. None of your 4 children amount to anything. Is this how you fulfill your role as a father?" With that, he struck Chu Yuxuan's back with the cane twice. Chu Yuxuan, bracing himself against the ground, muttered, "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes." This scene left Zhao Yanan in a state of shock, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Chu Yuxuan. It was one thing for his son to disrespect him, but at his age, to still face his father's wrath. Sigh. The old man took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself behind Chu Yuxuan, his tone laced with sarcasm. "You certainly learned to emulate your father well, haven't you?" Approaching 30, and aside from spending money, what else can you do? I shouldn't have allowed you to return to the Chu family. You are utterly useless." Chu Yuxuan received a couple of sharp blows from the cane, his body standing still as a statue. Just as the elders seemed ready to relent, he inexplicably burst into laughter, cheekily remarking, "Not much strength. You little wretch." The old man swung his cane, delivering several hard strikes, causing the small girl nearby to shrink her neck, tightly squinting her eyes, trembling in fear. "Grandfather," Chu Yuxuan remained kneeling, an alluring smile gracing his lips. "You are indeed getting old. 10 strikes from you hurt less than one I received when I was a child. Harboring grudges?" The old man's tone grew even colder. "Or are you wishing for my demise?" Chu Yuxuan turned to his son, "Yuxuan, do not provoke your grandfather." Chu Yuxuan merely smirked. "Life and death are natural laws. Whether I wish for it or not is inconsequential." Zhao Yanan felt yet another pang of shock. The old butler stepped forward, standing beside Chu Yuxuan, angrily stating, "Young master, you are in dire need of proper discipline." With that, he swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! Chu Yuxuan turned his face, coldly and wickedly glaring at the old butler, his tongue brushing against his lip, drawing blood, which he spat onto the ground. "You think you can contend for the family fortune? Ha! Compared to your siblings, you are still far from being worthy, cough, cough. I advise you to refrain from embarrassing the Chu family in public from now on." Chu Yuxuan scolded before striding over to the little girl, saying, "Chu Li, extend your hand." The doll-like child immediately began to cry, her voice filled with grievance. "Grandfather, I promise I won't put little bugs in your teapot again. You have my word." The old man found it both amusing and exasperating, grasping the little girl's hand, laughing, "Come, accompany grandfather for a game of chess." "Hee hee, my little one, you mustn't catch bugs anymore. Be careful, they might bite you, do you hear?" "Grandfather, I want a hug, woo." The little girl, with tear-filled eyes, clutched the valuable jade ring on Chu Yuxuan's thumb, pouting, "I want this toy." Without a moment's hesitation, the old man removed the ring and placed it in his granddaughter's palm, indulgently saying, "Grandfather can't hold you anymore, be good. Ah, come here, stop crying, let's hug." Indeed, no man can escape the charms of a little girl. Watching his grandfather's unsteady figure retreat, Chu Yuxuan's gaze held a fleeting complexity. Once the old man exited, he dared to rise. Zhao Yanan also sighed in relief and hurried to assist Chu Yuxuan. "Oh dear Nanan, I must have embarrassed you today," Chu Yuxuan remarked, having knelt for too long, his legs feeling numb and weak, gently thumping them with his hand. Zhao Yanan was unsure how to respond, so she opted for silence. Son, is your face all right? That butler truly lacks restraint. Chu Yuxuan licked his lip, his eyes flickering, offering no reply. After a moment, he glanced at Zhao Yanan, a half-smile on his lips. Shall we go? Zhao Yanan nodded and bid farewell to Chu Jiqing. Once in the car, neither spoke a word. Chu Yuxuan massaged his temples, lost in thought. Zhao Yanan started the engine, glancing at Chu Yuxuan's chest, inquiring, Your injury, is it all right? Chu Yuxuan lifted his eyelids, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Regret? Or fear? Zhao Yanan pouted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Chu Yuxuan's confusion deepened. Based on Zhao Yanan's intense reaction the previous night, she seemed as if she would rather see him dead. Why was she now offering an apology? This was not her usual demeanor. If you fear I might stir up a divorce, there is absolutely no need. I am not so petty. Zhao Yanan's red lips moved. That is not my intention. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. Then what is? Simply put, it is an apology. Haha, unnecessary. We are not close. Zhao Yanan. As the car drove out of Phoenix Manor, Zhao Yanan finally remembered to ask, Where are you headed? Chu Yuxuan gazed out the window, lazily responding, By the Emerald Lake. After a pause, he added, If you find it troublesome, just drop me off by the roadside. I will take a cab. Zhao Yanan fell silent. If it had been in the past, she would have undoubtedly pulled over without a second thought and kicked this man out of the car. Clearly, Chu Jiqing's earnest words from the previous night had made an immediate impact. Perhaps out of guilt, Zhao Yanan unexpectedly asked, Is your face all right? The moment the words left her mouth, the stunning woman regretted them. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, scrutinizing Zhao Yanan with a frown. You? Possessed by a spirit? Why are you so talkative today? Zhao Yanan replied coolly. Should I keep quiet then? Huh. Is this concern for me? Chu Yuxuan, you should behave yourself. Being a person is not my forte, but I excel in love. Go to hell. Disgusting. The fleeting fondness was swiftly extinguished. Just as they were bickering, the second son called Chu Yuxuan. I found out about Qin Ting. 2 months ago, she was deceived by a scoundrel, entangled in a loan scam, and was assaulted by 4 men. They were all caught the night before last, but due to insufficient evidence, they were released last night. Chu Yuxuan clicked his tongue in frustration. Why wasn't I informed last night? On New Year's Eve, it was difficult to gather information. After a moment of silence, Chu Yuxuan coolly stated, I need all information on those 4 individuals, including the loan company. Give me half an hour. After hanging up, Chu Yuxuan's expression darkened as he ordered, Pull over. Zhao Yanan shot him a glance and parked the car by the roadside. Chu Yuxuan exited, dialing Chun Chong while addressing Zhao Yanan. You should head back. I will take a cab. Zhao Yanan was unaware of who had called him or what had transpired, but adhering to the not familiar principle, she refrained from asking further and left him alone. It took 2 attempts for Chu Yuxuan to reach Chun Chong. He feigned ignorance and said, Xiangzi, are you open at the barbecue stall? I'm craving your lamb spine. There was no response from the other end. Hello? Xiangzi? Is the signal bad? Xiangzi? Just as Chu Yuxuan was about to hang up and call back, a woman's sobbing voice came through. I am his wife. He is in the hospital, Wu. Chu Yuxuan's heart sank. It was easy to surmise that the fool had likely gone seeking revenge and ended up getting beaten. He quickly inquired, Which hospital? The woman wailed, At the 2nd Municipal Hospital, in the intensive care unit. He is still unconscious. So serious. What happened? Wu. They bullied us. Thought they are gangsters, lawless, Mr. Chu. I know you are not an ordinary person. Could you please help us, considering you are old classmates with Xiangzi? Gangsters? Xiangzi is so honest. How could he provoke such people? Don't panic. Wait for me. I am coming right now. Chu Yuxuan put on a show, raising his hand to hail a cab while dialing his 3rd brother. Bring the 5th brother. Meet me at the 2nd Municipal Hospital. On the other end, the 3rd brother sounded groggy, as if he had just awakened. The 2nd Municipal Hospital? Which one is that? Don't know? Or do you want to spend the night there? Chu Yuxuan's tone turned icy. The 3rd brother immediately snapped to attention. I'm on my way. Chapter 34. The beautiful policewoman. Upon arriving at the 2nd Municipal Hospital, Chu Yuxuan found that the 2 brothers were already waiting at the entrance. Just then, the second brother sent over the detailed information regarding the 4 scoundrels from the loan company, accompanied by a 3-word message. Should I proceed? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yuxuan replied with a simple no, then assigned tasks to the 3rd and 5th brothers before making his way into the hospital. As he reached the floor of the intensive care unit, the moment he stepped out of the elevator, Chu Yuxuan noticed 4 or 5 police officers stationed at the door of the ICU. Among them was a policewoman in uniform, her light makeup accentuating her graceful figure, yet her brow was furrowed with worry as she earnestly engaged in a conversation with Chan Chang's wife, attempting to persuade her. Li Ping, I implore you to trust us, the police. If you continue to withhold the truth, we will be unable to carry out our duties, do you understand? Chan Chang's wife sat on a long bench in the corridor, her fists clenched tightly as she bit her lip, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. Officer, my husband simply fell accidentally from the building, I swear. The policewoman sighed, maintaining her patience as she responded. The hospital's examination report clearly states that there are 3 distinct contusions on the back of Chan Chang's head, indicative of blunt force trauma. Li Ping, why do you insist on claiming it was an accident? What are you hiding? Pausing momentarily, the policewoman suddenly noticed something and leaned in to inquire, where is Chen Ting? Upon hearing Chen Ting, Li Ping's expression shifted to one of unease, hesitating for a moment before replying, she is resting at home. A young police officer frowned and remarked, with her brother in such a condition, she is at home resting? Does that make any sense? Where is Chen Ting? The policewoman raised her hand to interrupt her colleague and leaned closer to Li Ping, whispering, have they kidnapped Chen Ting and threatened you? Li Ping lifted her gaze, tears welling in her eyes, her tightly clenched hands turning pale from the strain. No. Her change in demeanor suggested that it was highly likely Chen Ting had indeed been abducted. The policewoman, though filled with urgency, felt a sense of helplessness. As the vice captain of the criminal investigation team, she had witnessed too many similar situations. Cases of kidnapping for ransom often resulted in victims' families refusing to cooperate with the police out of fear for their loved one's safety, leading to unnecessary complications and, in many instances, tragic outcomes for both the victims and their families. After scrutinizing Li Ping for a while, the policewoman took a step back and said coolly, if this is truly an accident, we will not file a case. Take good care of your husband. I apologize for the intrusion. With that, she turned and led her team toward the elevator. However, upon catching sight of Chu Yuxuan leaning against the elevator entrance, the beautiful policewoman halted abruptly, her expression shifting from surprise to an icy demeanor in an instant. Their eyes locked, her cool gaze intertwining with his enigmatic and devil-may-care look before they passed each other, distant and indifferent. Once inside the elevator, a young officer asked in confusion, Captain, are we really letting this go? This case clearly has issues, shouldn't we? Return to the station first and try to persuade her? There's no need, the policewoman replied, her lips slightly parted, her eyes glinting with determination. You all follow me. We are going directly to investigate those suspects. Huh? The young officer exclaimed, taken aback. Captain, isn't that against protocol? The family hasn't filed a report, and we're going to their home during the new year? We'll surely be reported. Fear of complaints? Then go take a desk job, the policewoman retorted coldly. This case cannot wait. I am convinced that Chen Ting is in the hands of those suspects. The sooner we solve this— Wait, do you know that man from earlier? He seemed to be staring at you with that strange smile. A flicker of complex emotion crossed the policewoman's gaze as she answered evasively, have an undercover officer keep a close watch on Li Ping. No matter whom she speaks to or what call she receives, ensure we get timely reports. Also, contact the technical department to monitor her phone. The young officer's eyes widened. Captain, shouldn't we apply for a monitoring warrant from the higher-ups first? The policewoman snapped, where are we going to apply for that on the first day of the new year? Use your head. Just tell them the warrant is in my hands and have them execute it. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Understanding her decisive nature, the young officer nodded. Got it. Meanwhile, upon seeing Chu Yuxuan, Li Ping sprang to her feet. With this thought in mind, she instinctively turned to look behind her. Chu Yuxuan squeezed her hand, speaking in a tone only they could hear, don't move. Just speak to me normally. Li Ping trembled, her body rigid as she stammered, Chang was seriously injured from the fall. The doctor said he is still in critical condition. Ah, Chu Yuxuan feigned a sigh, leading Li Ping toward the doctor's office. As they passed a long bench, he cast a sidelong glance at a man sitting there, engrossed in a magazine, and noticed a tattoo on the man's wrist, silently concluding, he doesn't appear to be one of the police. They found the attending physician, who informed them that Chen Chang's prognosis was grim. The brain damage was severe, and even if he survived, the likelihood of him waking up was slim. Chu Yuxuan felt a chill in his heart and implored, "Doctor, please do everything in your power to save him, regardless of the cost." The doctor pursed his lips. "We will certainly do our utmost, but I cannot guarantee the outcome." The family should also prepare for the worst. Chu Yuxuan pondered, "Are there any other hospitals with a better chance?" The doctor shook his head. "In his condition, our hospital provides the best treatment available in the entire Jiang city. I do not recommend transferring him." Slightly troubled, Chu Yuxuan politely thanked the doctor and then led Li Ping toward the main hall on the first floor. Just as they entered the elevator, the tattooed man followed closely behind. Li Ping, being a woman, instinctively trembled. Chu Yuxuan squeezed her hand and smiled reassuringly. "Sister-in-law, I have known Chang for over a decade. I will not sit idly by while he is in such a predicament. Do not worry about the money. I will take care of it." The first part of his statement was meant to comfort Li Ping, while the latter part was intended to lower the tattooed man's guard, making him believe that Chu Yuxuan was merely a friend here to help with medical expenses. Upon reaching the payment counter in the bustling lobby, the noise was overwhelming, and only then did Chu Yuxuan clarify to Li Ping, "I heard everything the police asked you. Rest assured, I will safely bring Chan Ting back. Trust me. What you need to do is stay by Chen Chang's side and do not trust anyone else except for me, understood?" Li Ping nodded fervently. "I understand, Mr. Chu. Thank you so much." "We're all acquaintances. No need for thanks," Chu Yuxuan replied, then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to the third brother. "Chen Ting is in their hands. Act swiftly. The police may take action as well. We must resolve this before they do." Chapter 35. Sending them to the boat. Approximately 2 hours later, outside the intensive care unit, Chu Yuxuan, who had been accompanying Li Ping, received a message from Lao San. "All set, not a single one missing." Chu Yuxuan inquired, "What about Chen Ting?" "She's with me, just a bit shaken, but unharmed. Take them to a secluded place and send me the location." After responding to Lao San's message, Chu Yuxuan exited WeChat and called Lao Wu. "How's it going?" The foreigner replied exuberantly, "Oh my God. I've transferred all their account funds, ha ha ha. Moreover, I've stumbled upon numerous inappropriate videos and photographs featuring young girls. Damn, there are several hundred of them. These loan sharks truly deserve their fate." "Brother, should I delete them?" Chu Yuxuan glanced at the tattooed man not far away and whispered, "Keep them. They could be useful. Contact Lao San and meet up with him first." "Understood." After hanging up, Chu Yuxuan gently patted Li Ping and leaned closer to her ear, saying, "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Don't get agitated. Ting Ting has been found and is safe. I will bring her back shortly." Li Ping's eyes brimmed with tears, and her pale, beautiful face was filled with gratitude as she softly said, "Thank you, Mr. Chu." Chu Yuxuan shook his head lightly with a gentle smile. "Once Ting Ting returns, if the police inquire, just say someone was watching you in the hospital and you were frightened, so you hesitated to tell them about the threats. Answer their questions as they come, but remember, this matter I am assisting you with must remain confidential. Not a word should be mentioned, or I may encounter trouble, understand?" "All right. I understand." Chu Yuxuan patted her hand and stood up, making his way toward the elevator. Along the way, he cast a casual glance at the tattooed man and then slightly raised his eyelids to observe a crew-cut man nearby, muttering to himself, "Undercover? Huh? Heh?" Half an hour later, Chu Yuxuan arrived at an abandoned factory. The four scoundrels knelt in a neat row, each bearing the marks of severe beatings. Lao San sat idly on a gasoline barrel, puffing at a cigarette. Upon seeing Chu Yuxuan enter, Lao San quickly approached. "Brother." Chu Yuxuan replied, his dim eyes sweeping over the faces of the four, asking, "Where's Chen Ting?" "In the car." Just then, Lao Wu opened the car door. "Hey boss, I'm comforting this lovely lady." Having often helped at her brother's food stall, Chen Ting recognized Chu Yuxuan and exclaimed in astonishment, "Chu. Brother Chu, how come?" Realizing the situation, the naive girl suddenly understood. "You saved me?" Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, it's all right now, don't be afraid." Ting hurriedly exited the car and rushed to embrace Chu Yuxuan, weeping, "Brother Chu, thank you. They are inhuman. Woe is me. Brother Chu, is my brother all right? I want to go to the hospital. Can you take me there?" Chu Yuxuan looked at the anxious Ting and said, "Your brother is fine. I will take you to the hospital shortly. But first, let me handle this situation, all right?" Ting wiped her tears and sniffled, "Okay. Brother Chu, I'll do as you say." Chu Yuxuan approached the four men, and Lao Sin pulled out a makeshift pistol, pointing it at the man on the far left, chuckling, "Brother, this little toy belongs to him. When I caught him, he tried to use it on me but lost his grip, allowing me to snatch it away. The bruises on their faces are courtesy of this little gadget, quite amusing." Chu Yuxuan looked at the man with disdain and scoffed. "Didn't he realize you fancied firearms? What is your ambition? To rise in power?" The man, bloodied and defeated, his violent nature subdued by Lao San, pleaded, This brother. I beg you, spare us. I'll pay whatever you ask." Lao Wu scoffed, "Damn fool. Did you think we were robbers? Oh God, you probably don't even know your money is long gone." The man, terrified, raised his face to look at Lao Wu and then asked Chu Yuxuan, "Friend, who exactly are you?" Chu Yuxuan inhaled deeply, "Don't be afraid. I am no good Samaritan, heh." As he spoke, he paced before the four men. "Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the existence of hell?" The four exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Chu Yuxuan continued, "I do, without a doubt. Moreover, I am acutely aware that I am destined for hell after my demise. What about you? Do you think you deserve to descend to hell like me?" This statement sent chills down their spines, prompting the four scoundrels to wail and beg for mercy. Chu Yuxuan turned to Ting and asked, Ting, do you think they deserve to die?" Ting bit her lip and replied, "Brother Chu, let the police handle it. I don't want my issues to soil your hands. That wouldn't be good for you." "Foolish girl." Chu Yuxuan chuckled, "All right, I'll heed your wishes and keep my hands clean." He then turned to the four miscreants, taunting, "Having committed such numerous misdeeds, you must pay the price. Here's the deal. I'll donate your stolen funds to a charitable organization as a means of accruing some merit for you. As for the four of you, how can you possibly continue to live here?" Having said that, he addressed Lao San, "Lao San, take them to the boat." Lao San shrugged and smirked, "All right, I'll handle it." Upon hearing there was a chance for survival, the four men quickly expressed their gratitude, caring little about where the boat would take them, as long as they remained alive. Lao Wu regarded the four scoundrels with a slight smirk, asking Chu Yuxuan, "Brother, shall I take you back now?" Ting, let us go. I want to accompany you into the hospital. You stay with your sister-in-law. If your brother wakes up, notify me immediately. Also, you must promise me not to tell anyone that I saved you. If the police ask, just say you escaped on your own, understand? You mustn't mention me." Ting nodded earnestly, "Understood, Brother Chu. I want to endanger you." Meanwhile, on the other side, the beautiful policewoman leading the investigation wore a troubled expression. After leaving the hospital, they visited the homes of the four suspects one by one, only to find the family's responses oddly consistent. Just left. Took a call and went out, laughing, probably called out by friends for a drink. Yet when the policewoman asked them to call, they discovered all the phones were turned off, raising her suspicions. Just as she pondered the oddity, an undercover officer in the hospital called her. Ting has arrived at the hospital. The policewoman hurriedly got into her car, asking while starting the engine, "Did she come alone?" Yes, from her conversation with her sister-in-law, it seemed she escaped by herself. The policewoman furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Was everything normal at Li Ping's side before she arrived?" The undercover replied, "A man was accompanying her, and they didn't speak much. He left an hour ago. I kept an eye out and took a photo of him." "Send it to me." "All right, it's on its way." There is also a man with a tattoo on his wrist who has been sitting in the corridor for quite a while, occasionally glancing at Li Ping. "I feel it's a bit suspicious. Wait, he's on the phone. He seems about to leave. Follow him. We'll be there shortly." After hanging up, the policewoman was in a state of anxiety, driving while opening the photo sent by the undercover officer. As she gazed at the picture of the ruggedly handsome face, her usually stoic expression grew increasingly cold. Chapter 36. Have some decorum. as the 7th day of the Lunar New Year dawned. The holiday officially came to an end, and the workforce resumed its toil once more. Over the past few days, the police, acting on the information provided by the tattooed man apprehended at the hospital, swiftly established a special task force. This unit was led by a strikingly beautiful female officer who spearheaded a decisive operation that eradicated the nefarious forces of a loan company, netting significant evidence from a computer within the premises. This was undoubtedly a considerable triumph, ridding Jiangqing of a major scourge. However, the whereabouts of the company's owner and his 3 loyal aides remained elusive. In the intensive care unit, Chen Chang had yet to regain consciousness, clinging to life by a thread. Were it not for Chu Yuxuan's generous financial support, the mounting medical expenses would have left the 2 vulnerable women gasping for breath. By the banks of the Jadeite Lake, early in the morning, before 6 o'clock, Chu Yuxuan rose and descended the stairs, lethargically preparing a cup of tea. He then strolled towards the study, calling out with a hearty voice, "Third brother." Before long, the burly figure of his third brother burst from his room, clad only in a pair of shorts, his sleep-laden eyes squinting towards Chu Yuxuan. "What is the matter, big brother?" Chu Yuxuan replied, "Just a reminder that it's still early. You can catch a few more winks. Go ahead." The third brother, perplexed, thought, "Do you even hear yourself?" After being teased, he lost all desire to sleep, donned a robe, and followed Chu Yuxuan into the study. The elder brother had been wearing a worried frown these past few days, and naturally, the hefty sibling understood the cause. He muttered, "Big brother, don't fret too much. Everyone has their fate." Moreover, fifth brother has been keeping an eye on Chen Chang for so long without any leads. In my view, he truly has no idea where his cousin Chen Hong is. Chu Yuxuan settled into a chair, casually opening a drawer to retrieve a stack of photographs, flipping through them with disinterest. These 3 siblings have relied on each other since childhood, enduring hardships together. Their bond runs deeper than even our brotherly ties. How could they possibly not stay in touch? The third brother scrutinized the collection of photos. Aside from a few old snapshots of the 3 siblings, the rest were personal images of Chen Hong. In truth, these photographs had been viewed by Chu Yuxuan countless times. "Big brother, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but the world is vast. Finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack," he remarked. Chu Yuxuan narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low tone, "I have a feeling he is still in the country, perhaps even right here in Jiangqing. Every time I mentioned him to Chen Chang, I noticed a barely perceptible evasion in his gaze, or perhaps it was a hint of fear." "Fear of you? Didn't he even know your identity before? Why would he be afraid?" the third brother questioned, puzzled. "Chen Chang may not know, but Chen Hong does. He used to be my mother's driver and has seen me on numerous occasions." The third brother's eyes brightened. "That means the 2 brothers are in contact. Big brother, I'm quite clever, aren't I?" Chu Yuxuan. A true genius. At that moment, soft footsteps echoed from the living room, heading towards the kitchen. It had to be Xiaoqing. The third brother's eyes darted mischievously, and he awkwardly chuckled, "Big brother, I won't disturb your thoughts any longer. Hee." Chu Yuxuan shot him a sidelong glance. Off to flirt with Xiaoqing again? The third brother hastily waved his hands. No. I am just going to say hello." "Third brother, do you perhaps have some feelings for that girl?" Chu Yuxuan teased, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "How could that be? Don't say such nonsense." The third brother scratched his head, his face turning crimson. I am still too young for love." Chu Yuxuan chuckled, but his expression quickly darkened. "I heard from fifth brother that on New Year's Eve, you got drunk and shared stories about us brothers with Xiaoqing. Is that so?" The third brother's expression froze, a hint of panic creeping in. "Big brother, I was just drunk and mentioned a few things. Xiaoqing isn't an outsider, so it's not a big deal, right?" "You fool." Chu Yuxuan glared at him, exasperated. "Before returning home, I made it abundantly clear that you were not to mention any of our past to anyone. Have you forgotten so soon?" The third brother lowered his head, muttering, "I haven't forgotten. I just got carried away." "Being carried away excuses you? Go and pay your respects to Guan Yu. Oh, and kneel for another half hour to remember this lesson." "Oh." Half an hour later, the living room echoed with the third brother's boisterous voice. "Xiaoqing, what breakfast are you making?" Next time, Could you whip me up a bowl of spicy soup from my hometown? When I was training at Shaolin, I would sneak home every few days for a bowl of that soup. It was simply delightful. Though I often ended up getting a beating from my master, Chu Yuxuan. As he was lost in thought, Zhao Yanan unexpectedly called. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. His nominal fiancée reaching out to him could only mean business or a request for assistance. Early in the morning, are you missing me so much that you can't sleep? He teased, his voice naturally magnetic and alluring, easily igniting the imagination of women. However, the person on the other end was known for her aloof demeanor, an ice queen. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yanan seemed to be suppressing her urge to reprimand him. She took a deep breath and said, "The president of a large advertising company is coming today to discuss business. The meeting is scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you must attend." Chu Yuxuan replied nonchalantly, "Must? Attend? Don't you think it would be quite rude and disrespectful if you chose not to show up?" Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. "I'm a shameless rogue. What do I care for manners?" Though Zhao Yanan remained patient, her breath was audible through the phone. "If this deal goes through, it would be a great start for our company and bring us numerous benefits. I hope you take it seriously. I can't help but feel you are trying to pull the strings while I'm the puppet emperor, having to heed your every command. I have no interest in being your elder." The moment the words left her mouth, Zhao Yanan regretted her sharpness. Being acerbic with this man was akin to inviting trouble. As expected, Chu Yuxuan responded, "You are my wife." Zhao Yanan retorted sharply, "Chu Yuxuan, are you sure you want to scold me? Think carefully. I still haven't settled the score with you for the last time you cut me." "Darling, don't make me angry again." Silence enveloped the line. After a full minute of quiet, Chu Yuxuan looked at the still-connected phone, muttering, "She is quite persistent." Zhao Yanan snapped, "Are you coming or not? Are you anxious? Why not try begging me? I'm quite susceptible to flattery." "Dream on, you shameless man." "I'm angry now. Good. I hope it drives you to your grave. I'll personally bury you." "Darling, I can't bear to let you become a widow. Have some decorum." Chapter 37. The deranged Xia Zhu. In the afternoon, snowflakes gradually began to drift down from the sky. Even before 2 o'clock, Zhao Yanan stood with several department heads and managers at the foot of the company building, meticulously prepared to welcome their esteemed guest. In truth, such fanfare was unnecessary. However, given the unreliability of that man, a grand reception was essential to avoid offending their distinguished visitor. Ultimately, the reason Xingya Media had attracted the attention of such a prominent corporation was merely due to a single character, Chu. Otherwise, she would not have had the audacity to call Chu Yuxuan and insist he come to the company. As the clock approached 2, Zhao Yanan took a deep breath and gazed toward the distant intersection. Business people are typically punctual. When a time is agreed upon, they adhere to it, rarely arriving late. Just as she was eagerly anticipating his arrival, a silver-gray GTR sped toward them, coming to a precise halt at the company entrance. Almost immediately, Zhao Yanan spotted that man who had vexed her immensely since early morning, emerging from the car. The GTR, which men hailed as a war god and revered as the ultimate dream, was, in the eyes of women, merely an ordinary Nissan. Nowhere near the allure of a BBA. Indeed, the two female managers exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly perplexed. Why would such a wealthy man drive such a shabby car? If they were to discover that this vehicle was a rare manual version, they would surely be even more bewildered. Zhao Yanan, though not a car enthusiast, felt no surprise. After all, this man had initially driven a Skoda, which looked even more unappealing than this one. Dressed in a well-tailored blue suit, paired with a black shirt, Chu Yuxuan casually tossed the car keys in his hand as he strolled toward the company entrance, a roguish grin adorning his face as he playfully remarked, "Ah, my loyal subjects, are you waiting for me to hold court?" The crowd chuckled in unison, greeting him, "Happy New Year, President Chu." Chu Yuxuan nodded, then turned his gaze to Zhao Yanan, his lips parting slightly as he asked, "Zhao, are you surprised? Is this unexpected?" Zhao Yanan maintained a stoic expression, uninterested in responding. Yet, inwardly, she released a significant sigh of relief. Suddenly, she recalled the words spoken by Chu Jiqing on New Year's Eve, and now, they seemed to manifest. This infuriating man consistently vexed her while simultaneously providing assistance. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yanan felt an odd discomfort in her heart. After a slight pursing of her lips, she replied, "Thank you, President Chu." Chu Yuxuan's smile held a hint of mischief as he retorted, "Do we really need to thank one another for our relationship?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Given their previous revelation of a clandestine marriage, although no one dared to voice their speculations openly, the whispers behind closed doors were inevitable. Now, hearing Chu Yuxuan's words, their curiosity was piqued. Zhao Yanan furrowed her brow, her eyes suddenly flashing a warning as she glared at Chu Yuxuan, saying, "President Chu, let us keep it serious. The representatives from the advertising company will be here shortly." Chu Yuxuan shrugged. "Am I not being serious? Xiaowei, am I not serious?" The assistant appeared caught off guard, blinking in confusion. "Serious." Having uttered just one word, she felt Zhao Yanan's icy glare and quickly corrected herself, as serious. Not serious. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Zhao Yanan inhaled sharply, about to speak, when she noticed Xia Zhu arriving with her manager at the company. Instantly, the beauty's lips curled into a smile, her gaze fixated on Chu Yuxuan as if to say, "Surprised? Unexpected?" At first, Chu Yuxuan did not comprehend, but following her line of sight, he finally spotted his ex-wife, accompanied by that insufferable manager. Their expressions were worlds apart. The manager appeared somewhat timid, while Xia Zhu wore a countenance filled with indignation. It was evident she had likely learned of Director Wang's decision to replace her, and she would undoubtedly believe it was his doing. Zhao Yanan surmised that she had reached the same conclusion, which explained her amusement at the unfolding drama. Contemplating this, Chu Yuxuan cast Zhao Yanan a sidelong glance, muttering, "Didn't they say that those with ample bosoms lack brains? Heh, a woman who is too clever is hardly appealing to men." Zhao Yanan smiled wryly, "President Chu, handle this matter properly. Do not let it impact the company." As her words fell, Xia Zhu had already approached them. Just as others were left wondering what the star intended, she raised her hand, pointing accusingly at Chu Yuxuan, and shouted frantically, "Chu Yuxuan, what do you mean by this?" The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, yet within the minds of the crowd, a cacophony of thoughts echoed. Is our dashing President Chu also involved with this star? Goodness! Just a pretty face. How dare she speak to a capitalist in such a manner? It's over. She has finished. There's no escaping the icebox now. Zhao Yanan's expression turned frigid. She had assumed that even if Xia Zhu was clueless and foolish, she would at least have the sense to privately discuss matters with Chu Yuxuan. Who would have thought this woman would spiral into such madness? Publicly embarrassing the company's owner might not warrant retaliation from that man due to past sentiments, but as the president, she could not sit idly by. Otherwise, how would she establish her authority in the future? Xia Zhu, I advise you to address this matter with President Chu privately. If this continues, you should be fully aware of the consequences. Xia Zhu let out a bitter laugh, glaring at Zhao Yanan. Consequences? What consequences could I possibly face? Zhao Yanan, you are nothing but a heartless merchant, an emotionless machine. I may have no accolades to show for my time at Qingya, but I have certainly endured hardships. It has been so long since Director Wang replaced me, and you still kept it from me, just to squeeze out my last bit of worth? The manager of the artist management department hurriedly intervened. Xia Zhu, please, let us not make a scene. I will explain everything to you privately later. What is there to explain? The company must have long made plans to ice me out, right? Heh, you're all cut from the same cloth. Xia Zhu seethed, her reddened eyes spilling over with tears. The public relations manager interjected, "The company never intended to ice you out. You've tarnished your own reputation. Our entire PR department is at a loss as to how to salvage your image. We repeatedly urged you to be mindful of your private life. Have you ever listened? No fan would be fond of a celebrity who clings to a wealthy man so ostentatiously." Xia Zhu had completely lost her composure, snapping at anyone who crossed her path. Enough with the condescending remarks. Get away from me. Chu Yuxuan grimaced, casually noticing a few luxury cars approaching in the distance, likely the representatives from the advertising company. With a gentle smile, he said, "Xia Zhu, come with me." Xia Zhu remained rooted to the spot, trembling as she sobbed, "There's no need. Chu Yuxuan, I see you for what you truly are. A complete hypocrite. You professed to love me yet deceived me for 2 whole years. Now that you cannot have me, you seek to destroy me, is that it? I am here to tell you that your petty schemes will not bring me down. Even if I were to deliver takeout, set up a stall, or sweep the streets, I would still be able to support myself. As she spoke, she pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Yanan. And you too, Zhao Yanan? I know you're all mocking me now. Heh. Do you think I lack discernment? I have never loved Chu Yuxuan, and I have never regretted our divorce. However, I do congratulate you. You possess an eye for talent and have found a treasure. I even suspect that before my divorce from Chu Yuxuan, you had already started to seduce him? Chapter 38. Dare to touch my husband, and I shall tear you apart. A brief yet vehement outburst of indignation released information that could only be described as explosive. The gathered onlookers were taken aback time and again, their astonishment sufficient to leave them reeling. Had CEO Chu been married to Xia Zhu for 2 years? Was CEO Zhao indeed living a covert marriage with Chu? And was Zhao suspected of being the other woman? Zhao Yanan felt a throbbing at her temples. Upon noticing the 3 lavish Mercedes parked neatly in the company's lot, she thought it best to forego any emergency public relations and decisively commanded, "Security, clear the area of all unrelated personnel." As her words fell, a white Land Rover fortuitously parked at the roadside. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, muttering, "Oh, things just got livelier." His nonchalant demeanor nearly sent Zhao Yanan into a fit, and with a frosty countenance, she retorted, "CO Chu, please handle your personal matters elsewhere and do not disrupt the company." Chu Yuxuan cast a glance at the trio of Mercedes, smacking his lips, and remarked, "I might be a tad too late for that." Xia Zhu, being restrained by 2 security guards, thrashed wildly while crying out, "Let me go. I can walk by myself. I want to come back to this wretched company even if I'm invited. Release me." Simultaneously, from the white Land Rover emerged 2 figures, Gao Ning and Xia's mother. Ever since Xia Zhu had discovered that Wang Long had helped her due to Chu Yuxuan, she had severed all contact with Gao Ning. Despite Gao Ning's humble and even degrading pleas for her attention, she had resolutely refused to meet him. It was not that she deemed Gao Ning inferior to Chu Yuxuan, but rather that she was utterly consumed by her disdain for deceit. Nevertheless, Xia's mother maintained a warm demeanor towards Gao Ning, viewing him as a rare and genuine gem of a son-in-law, while her impression of Chu Yuxuan was still mired in Gao Ning's previous description of him as a kept man. This afternoon, after lunch, Xia Zhu finally managed to reach Wang Long by phone. In truth, she had been attempting to contact him daily since the first day of the new year, but her calls had gone unanswered until now. She had intended to extend her New Year wishes and inquire about when the production would commence, only to be blindsided by the maddening news Wang Long divulged. On some level, Wang Long had been her emotional anchor. Now that this support had crumbled into dust, how could she not go mad? After weeping inconsolably at home, she contacted her agent, expressing her desire to confront the situation at the company, ready to adopt a reckless attitude. Fearing for her daughter's well-being, Xia's mother hurriedly reached out to Gao Ning, hastily making her way to the scene to lend support. Witnessing the company's security treating her star daughter so poorly, this perpetually sharp-tongued and unreasonable matron could no longer contain her fury. Striding forward, she seized Chu Yuxuan by the collar, exclaiming, "You parasitic leech! Have you finally grown some backbone? Our Xia Zhu has supported you for 2 years. If you cannot show gratitude, must you bully her as well? You are nothing but a wolf that cannot be tamed. I spit on you." Chu Yuxuan deftly sidestepped her spittle, a look of exasperation surfacing on his otherwise calm visage. Observing this, the company's staff rushed forward, encircling Xia's mother. Zhao Yanan closed her eyes, addressing the head of security with a steely resolve. "If they are not gone within a minute, you may as well resign." With a deep breath, she approached the president of the advertising company. "Mr. Jean, I apologize for the disturbance. Allow me to escort you into the building." Mr. Jean, in his 40s and always composed, offered a gentle smile and waved his hand. "No worries, I see your CEO is rather busy. I can wait here until he is free." Zhao Yanan stood beside Mr. Jean, arms crossed, her heart brimming with indignation as she observed the unfolding drama. Yet, the man in question remained unfazed, even smiling amidst the chaos, igniting a fury within Zhao Yanan that threatened to boil over. How shameless, utterly ignorant of the concept of shame. Xiao's agent, witnessing the turmoil, deliberated before mustering the courage to rush to Xia Zhu, enveloping her in a protective embrace. "Let her go. We can leave on our own." Gao Ning stood a short distance away, his expression a mix of hesitation and anxiety. He was reluctant to see Xia Zhu in such a state, Yet he was even more unwilling to place the Gao family in jeopardy once more. Chu Yuxuan was truly a man beyond his reach. No, he was someone even his father could not confront. After weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and strode up to Chu Yuxuan, suddenly kneeling before him. "Xiao Chu, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I implore you to give Xia Zhu another chance and not to replace her role. She truly cannot bear it." Chu Yuxuan rolled his eyes. Now that the situation had escalated to such a degree, what purpose did these words serve? They were merely to curry favor with Xia Zhu. Old habits die hard. You will forever be a scheming opportunist. Chu Yuxuan scoffed. Gao Ning, caught off guard by the bluntness of Chu Yuxuan's remark, felt a surge of surprise. Just then, Xia's mother, wielding her spittle barrage technique, caught sight of her son-in-law kneeling before the man she despised, and her fury reached a boiling point. She pushed past the two security guards blocking her path and charged forward. "You dare make Ninger kneel for you? Chu Yuxuan, you shameless kept man. You are less than human." As the irate woman approached, Chu Yuxuan quickly dodged, but fate had other plans. She stumbled and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Gasps echoed as everyone braced for the inevitable fallout. Sure enough, once Xia's mother caught her breath, she began to wail, "Help! Is anyone there? Someone else attacking me. Chu, you kept man. Behind Xiao's back, you've been entangled with that Zhao woman, and now you're forcing Xia Zhu into a corner. Are you even human? Adulterers, I spit on you." With a resigned sigh, Chu Yuxuan's expression darkened as he glared at the head of security, coldly stating, "Do you wish for me to deal with you as well? Remove these people. I can afford any compensation." Just as he finished speaking, a delicate hand struck his face with a resounding slap. "Chu Yuxuan, if anything happens to my mother, I will not let you off the hook." The scene fell into a hush, all present seemingly frozen in disbelief, except for Xia's mother, who continued her oblivious wailing. Chu Yuxuan was not merely the owner of Qingya Media. He was also the heir of the Chu family. To slap him was akin to challenging a titan. Chu Yuxuan turned his gaze towards the frenzied Xia Zhu, his tongue brushing against his lips, and coolly inquired, "Have you had your fill of madness?" In an instant, Xia Zhu appeared to awaken from a stupor, retreating a step in trepidation, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at her own hand. "Leave, and do not provoke my wrath." This was a tone Chu Yuxuan had never used with Xia Zhu before. It was frigid, resolute, filled with anger and detachment. In that moment, Xia Zhu resembled a jester, humiliated and enraged, her head bowed as her mind spiraled into chaos, leaving her utterly disoriented, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, had it not been her own actions that led to such turmoil, with no interest in her plight, Chu Yuxuan turned to return to the company. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of his nominal wife striding towards him. Moments later, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Smack! Chu Yuxuan stood momentarily stunned, turning back to see Zhao Yanan glaring at Xia Zhu with righteous fury, her voice laced with venom. "Xia Zhu, your infidelity was the reason for your divorce from Yuxuan. However, Yuxuan and I are in a legitimate relationship, and we are already legally married. Should you and your mother wish to continue slandering us, I advise you to get your story straight. Do not alternate between calling him a kept man and a seductress. Please exhibit some semblance of logic if you would. And listen well, should you dare to lay a finger on my husband again, I will tear you apart." Chapter 39. A heartfelt stir that slap shattered Xia Zhu's already crumbling heart. Simultaneously, it left Chu Yuxuan in a state of bewilderment. Gao Ning, accompanied by her manager, took charge of the mother-daughter duo, leading them out in utter disarray. The others exchanged glances, rendered mute and frozen in shock. Since their acquaintance with Zhao Yanan, it was the first time they witnessed this beautiful president strike someone. Zhao Yanan, composed and unflustered, turned to Chu Yuxuan and remarked, "Mr. Chu, please greet Mr. Jin. He has been watching the spectacle for quite some time now." Chu Yuxuan stared at her, his gaze momentarily vacant. "Mr. Chu?" Zhao Yanan called out again. The young scion remained motionless, as if his spirit had left his body. Exasperated, Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes and playfully pinched his waist, whispering, "Are you frozen?" Onlookers assumed the couple was merely engaging in playful banter, their expressions a mix of intrigue and amusement. At last, Chu Yuxuan stirred, though his mind still seemed somewhat clouded. Oh, all right, let us go. Zhao Yanan found his reaction perplexing. What was this man's ailment? It was as if the thoughts in his brain had congealed. After exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Jin, the couple entered the company together. While they claimed to be discussing business, it was merely Mr. Jin's desire to become acquainted with Chu Yuxuan, an act of courtesy disguised as business. The adage, people seek higher ground, is universally applicable across all professions. Before long, the two parties finalized their collaboration. After a few casual exchanges, Mr. Jin departed with his team. Upon returning to her office, Zhao Yanan summoned her assistant, Xiao Wei. Please file these contracts. Additionally, inform the artist management department that the lipstick advertisement originally intended for Xia Zhu should be reassigned to Jin Shuhan. Understood. President Zhao. Xiao Wei, clutching the contracts, exchanged a glance with the casually reclined Chu Yuxuan before exiting the office with a complicated expression. You arranged an advertisement for Xia Zhu? Chu Yuxuan straightened, a hint of astonishment in his voice. It seems you are not as unfeeling as I presumed. Zhao Yanan regarded him, noticing that his charming peach blossom eyes held an inexplicable tenderness, momentarily taken aback. Do not look at me like that. It is quite unsettling. Chu Yuxuan feigned ignorance. How am I looking at you? Zhao Yanan replied, in a rather flirtatious manner. You are my wife. It is only natural for me to gaze upon you in such a way. Chu Yuxuan propped his chin on his hand, his eyes brimming with affection. Chu Yuxuan, Zhao Yanan said, adopting a serious demeanor. Do not misunderstand. That slap I delivered to Xia Zhu, along with my words, were actions taken out of necessity. I understand, Chu Yuxuan said with a gentle smile. Given the circumstances, Zhao Yanan had already been implicated in their liaison, and the incessant slander from Xia Zhu and her mother could not be ignored. If she had not responded in that manner, the entire company would have been rife with gossip about her, and Mr. Jin would undoubtedly have viewed her in a different light. Though she was reluctant to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Chu Yuxuan, it was preferable to being perceived as the other woman. Then we are even, Zhao Yanan stated coolly. Chu Yuxuan, still processing, asked, even? What do you mean? Zhao Yanan explained, I inflicted a wound upon you last time. Today, I have at least preserved your dignity. Of course, if you feel for Xia Zhu, then consider my words unspoken. Are you jealous? Chu Yuxuan teased. Zhao Yanan, uninterested, averted her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together. No need for balance. Consider it a debt I owe you. Chu Yuxuan smiled, his eyes sparkling with affection. How about we share a meal tonight? Let me repay you properly. Unnecessary. Are you implying that I should pledge myself to you? Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. That could be arranged. Zhao Yanan glared at the audacious rogue, coolly retorting, if you are feeling frisky, go pursue your friends, or perhaps visit a vet for a neutering. With that, she pointedly glanced at his chest, mockingly suggesting, alternatively, I could arrange for your neutering myself. Chu Yuxuan chuckled, wife, you are fierce. I quite like it. Zhao Yanan. Seeing the Ice Queen on the verge of erupting, Chu Yuxuan wisely decided to temper his antics. Rising from his seat, he composed himself and said, on a serious note, from childhood until now, aside from my mother, you are the first person who has stood up for me. Your earlier demeanor truly captivated me. Zhao Yanan was speechless. That is not genuine, is it? Chu Yuxuan smiled and nodded. I don't mind. At least you brought me a moment of joy. For a child who has never tasted candy, receiving a fake candy one day, even if it is merely a flavorless plastic model, would still feel sweet on their tongue. Chu Yuxuan, you are being overly flirtatious. Some things cannot be taken seriously, even for a second. Zhao Yanan's eyes were distant, exuding an air of rejection. Very well, I shall refrain from taking it seriously for now. As he spoke, Chu Yuxuan stepped towards the door, playfully adding, wife, I am right here in the office. Don't think too much about me. When he said this, his demeanor and tone bore an uncanny resemblance to the overly dramatic characters portrayed by Huang Xiaoming during his peak. Zhao Yanan thought to herself, does he genuinely believe he appears charming when he tries to be suave? How ridiculous. After silently berating herself, her mind involuntarily recalled Chu Yuxuan's earlier words, I don't mind. At least you made me happy for a moment, along with the expression he wore when he said it. One of genuine delight, pure and innocent. Reflecting on the scene from the first day of the Lunar New Year, When old Master Chu had mercilessly struck him, even the butler, an outsider, could lay hands on the young master. Then she recalled what Chu Jiqing had said. Yuxuan had a difficult childhood. An inexplicable pang of sorrow washed over Zhao Yanan. What had he endured to reveal such a smile? A flower in a greenhouse finds it hard to understand the grass outside, for the herbicides have never been sprayed upon them. As the melancholy surged, Zhao Yanan pondered that perhaps she too had a problem. Why was she even thinking about that scoundrel? Meanwhile, upon returning to his office, Chu Yuxuan received a call from the third brother, who had been dispatched to the hospital that morning. Chun Chong has just emerged from the operating room. The doctor said he will need another procedure in a few days, however. The chances of him waking up are slim. Chu Yuxuan contemplated. The medical fees are settled, and the red envelopes are prepared. The rest is in fate's hands. Yes, the financial matters are in order. Brother, there is something else I wish to report. Would you like to hear it? Chu Yuxuan replied casually, go ahead. The third brother hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. Fifth brother is clearly after Chun Ting. Whatever. He has been pestering Chun Ting all morning, and I can't seem to rein him in. Whatever. Perhaps you should give him a warning. Or I could simply take care of him on your behalf. Whatever. The third brother? Whatever. The hulking figure initially intended to seize the opportunity to settle the score with fifth brother for reporting on him, only to be met with 4 whatevers. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't decipher the meaning and finally asked, Brother, what is wrong with you? Chu Yuxuan, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, Third brother, have you ever experienced the sensation of a heart flutter? You know, that sudden rush where your heart races. The third brother? What are you talking about? Is that what you mean by an irregular heartbeat? Brother, do you have a heart condition? Chu Yuxuan clarified, it's a heart flutter, a heartfelt stir. After a moment of silence, the third brother stammered, Brother, it seems you might be feeling amorous. Third brother, remember to lock the door when you sleep tonight. Otherwise, you might not wake up. On the other end, a gasp of surprise echoed, followed by the third brother exclaiming, Yes, heart fluttering. It's definitely heart fluttering. Oh no, I can't hide my expression. Fifth brother, what do you mean? Chapter 40. With evidence, come arrest me. As evening approached, Zhao Yanan had completed her tasks and summoned the heads of various departments to the conference room to outline a preliminary arrangement for the collaborative project signed with General Jan. Do you have any suggestions? She inquired, met with a chorus of silence. Then let us proceed on this basis, Zhao Yanan declared, signaling the end of the meeting. Just as everyone was preparing to rise, Director Yang from the Artist Management Department cheerfully remarked, Zhao, should we start calling you the boss lady from now on? Zhao Yanan cast a cool glance in her direction, retorting, Are you feeling idle? The flattery quickly turned awkward for the director, who was in her 30s. Zhao Yanan shot her a disdainful look before addressing the group. I hope to never hear anyone discussing my relationship with President Chu again. Our decision to keep our marriage private was intentional. Before she could finish, all eyes suddenly darted towards the doorway. In the next moment, Zhao Yanan heard the unmistakable voice of that insufferable man from the entrance. Wife, work is about to wrap up. Have you decided what you'd like to eat? Zhao Yanan. The crowd. Is this what they call discretion? Mr. Chu, we are in a meeting. Zhao Yanan turned to face him, her beautiful eyes brimming with a warning that seemed to say, Are you out of your mind? Chu Yuxuan appeared unfazed by her glare, smiling as he replied, No worries, you carry on. I'll just watch you. It doesn't interfere. Suppressing her rising anger, Zhao Yanan instructed her assistant. Xiao Wei, please close the door. Xiao Wei, Zhao, I'm just a naive child in this world. How can you unkindly push me into the fire? As the young girl found herself in a dilemma, a cold female voice echoed from the hallway, Chu Yuxuan. Upon hearing her name, the notorious playboy turned toward the source of the voice, and his expression stiffened momentarily upon recognizing her. The attendees were taken aback, their thoughts aligning. Who could this lady be, here to collect a debt of passion? Our President Chu, blessed with a stunning fairy-like wife, yet still so unsatisfied? Is this the joy of the affluent? As they pondered, their gazes naturally gravitated towards Zhao Yanan, their eyes reflecting varying degrees of sympathy. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Zhao Yanan squirmed, frowning as she glared at Chu Yuxuan. Just as she was about to speak, A striking policewoman in uniform appeared at the doorway, unceremoniously grabbing Chu Yuxuan by the collar. I need you to cooperate with an investigation. Come with me. The crowd? Zhao Yanan was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow in confusion. Officer, Chu Yuxuan replied nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips. What is the case? The policewoman adopted a stern demeanor. You know very well. Seeing this, the head of the legal department swiftly approached. Hello, officer. I am from the company's legal team. May I inquire why you are seeking our president? The policewoman shot him a sidelong glance. I cannot disclose that. The legal head remained composed. Then may I ask if you have the necessary paperwork? If not, I'm afraid our president is currently quite busy and cannot accompany you. The policewoman's face darkened as she glared at Chu Yuxuan. I will ask you one last time. Will you come with me or not? Just as the legal head was about to speak again, Chu Yuxuan interjected, raising his hand. All right, I'm going. No need to be angry. You look better when you smile. Zhao Yanan. This insufferable man dares to flirt with anyone. Legal head? Why does it feel like they know each other? Am I overstepping my bounds? The policewoman said nothing further, tugging at Chu Yuxuan's collar as she led him outside. The legal head felt somewhat bewildered and turned to Zhao Yanan. Zhao, should I follow to see what is happening? No need. Zhao Yanan inhaled deeply, turning to the administrative head. The security department could use some restructuring. The administrative head responded with trepidation. Understood, Zhao. I will handle it immediately. Criminal Investigation Unit, Autopsy Room. The beautiful policewoman pointed at a corpse that had evidently been waterlogged and asked Chu Yuxuan, Do you recognize this person? Chu Yuxuan identified the deceased as the owner of a loan company and calmly shook his head. How could I know him? The policewoman scoffed. Zhao Peng, the owner of Rose Finance, was involved in a joint crime with 3 of his employees last year. The victim was named Chan Ting. Do you need me to continue? You should know better than I do. Oh, so it's him. Chu Yuxuan feigned shock. I'm well aware of what happened to Ting. All I can say is, such a beast deserves his fate. The policewoman fixed him with a cold stare, observing him for a long moment. After dismissing the other 2 officers, she said in a low voice, I've investigated. Chen Chong was your classmate. Indeed, Chu Yuxuan shrugged. That's why I know Chen Ting. The policewoman held his gaze, unblinking. Chen Chong has a cousin named Chen Hong. Chu Yuxuan pondered for a moment. I don't know him. Ha! Chu Yuxuan, do you think you can play dumb in front of me? She sneered. On the night of June 17th 10 years ago, there was a car accident at Nanwan Pier. When the police arrived, they only found a wrecked BMW. After investigation, it was confirmed that the owner, Zhang Xiuji, and the driver, Chen Hong, had gone missing. A month later, Zhang Xiuji's body was discovered by fishermen, confirmed to have died between 28 to 33 days after her disappearance, while Chen Hong remains unaccounted for. Zhang Xiuji was, in fact, Chu Yuxuan's mother. Chu Yuxuan blinked slowly, his thin lips parting. That's all ancient history. Why bring it up now? You are close to Chen Chong and have gone out of your way to assist him, all to find Chen Hong, correct? The policewoman stated with precision. Chu Yuxuan's expression dimmed at the mention of his mother's name. Officer, I simply felt pity for him, which is why I helped with his medical expenses, that's all. It hardly constitutes going out of my way. I buy women handbags worth far more. Still pretending? Chu Yuxuan. Just an hour after you left the hospital, Chun Ting returned, claiming she had escaped on her own. What a farce, moreover. The loan company's accounts were completely drained, with several documents containing evidence of the company's crimes left unlocked and conspicuously placed on the table. The technical department informed me that if those documents weren't left on the table, they would have been extremely difficult to find. Furthermore, all the surveillance footage from the loan company was hacked, even the nearby street cameras were deleted. Chu Yuxuan, such tactics are impossible for an ordinary person. Only you, or someone you've hired, could accomplish this. Chu Yuxuan pinched the bridge of his nose, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Officer, by your logic, any wealthy person could pull off such a feat. Why must it be me? Besides, this mysterious benefactor has inadvertently aided you in solving a major case. Perhaps you should award him a good citizen medal. The policewoman replied angrily, because you want Chun Chong to be grateful to you and reveal his cousin's whereabouts. Want a reward? I'll give it to you in prison. Chu Yuxuan retorted. If that is how you see it, then I can't help it. In any case, if there is evidence, then come and arrest me. With that, he extended his hands, ready to be handcuffed. You? The policewoman was left speechless, realizing that Chu Yuxuan had accurately deduced her lack of evidence. Not arresting me. Chu Yuxuan smirked, then I shall take my leave. Wait. The policewoman gritted her teeth. Come with me to the office. Chapter 41. Do you live here too? Captain's office. Chu Yuxuan lounged in his chair, exuding an air of languid nonchalance. Officer, won't you invite me for a cup of tea? The beautiful policewoman glanced out the window, her profile illuminated in a contemplative manner as she remarked, Chu Yuxuan, I know you are behind this. Alas, Chu Yuxuan sighed. Why must you bring this up again? I've told you, if you have evidence, feel free to execute me right now. I will find the evidence, I assure you. The policewoman fixed her gaze upon him, including all the sordid dealings of the entire Chu clan, every last one of them. I will uncover the truth piece by piece. Very well, I support your endeavor. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask, ha ha. The policewoman shot him a glare, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly inquired, Did you not vow never to return to the Chu family? Why are you back? With a slight smirk, Chu Yuxuan replied, Your father implored me to return. Thought you should be aware that the old man's health is quite precarious, and everyone has their eyes on his fortune. The policewoman exhaled. Let us hope he lives a few more years. I am determined to see him imprisoned. Chu Yuxuan chuckled. My dear sister, from whom did you inherit this ruthless disposition? I recall your mother being a woman of great gentleness. Moreover, the Chu family has wronged you in no way. Why harbor such deep-seated animosity? I am a police officer. All right, you are noble and glorious. Arrest them all. It would be a pleasure, as I have no fondness for them either. The policewoman pressed her lips together, her eyes dimmed, lost in thought. After a brief pause, she crossed her arms and stated, I have reviewed the case files. On the night your mother disappeared 10 years ago, the police station received a report from your grandmother, claiming you had been abducted from your home. Chu Yuxuan, what truly transpired that night? Where were you taken? Abroad. I cannot recall many details. After all, I spent those 8 years overseas. Chu Yuxuan feigned ease, pausing before adding with a smile. Had I not returned 2 years ago, would you have assumed I had perished long ago? The policewoman took a deep breath, speaking earnestly, Chu Yuxuan, I know you have endured much that no one should have to face. Your return is undoubtedly for vengeance, but I implore you, do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Trust the police, cooperate with me, and I will help you unearth the true culprit. Chu Yuxuan smiled slyly. Very well, take your time investigating. Do inform me when you discover something, and I shall present you with a commendation. The policewoman frowned. Do not allow vile individuals to taint your heart. Chu Yuxuan, you truly cannot act recklessly. Otherwise, how are you any different from those nefarious beings? Evil beings? Ha ha. You dare to use the term beings to commend them? Chu Yuxuan stroked his chin, his eyes suddenly glimmering with unshed tears. Chu Muhuan, do you have any idea how I have endured these past 8 years? To be frank, I will repent. But first, I must send them to hell, and then I shall seek redemption there. Chu Yuxuan, if you remain obstinate, I will certainly apprehend you. Very well, ha ha. I shall await you. That evening, the third and fifth brothers returned home in a raucous manner. Upon entering the living room, they were met with the brooding figure of Chu Yuxuan, seated on the couch. Third brother, come here. Chu Yuxuan beckoned to the hefty figure with a sly grin. The third brother, taken aback, gulped nervously as he approached. B brother, I mentioned that you were attracted. Why do you still hold a grudge? Chu Yuxuan cast a sidelong glance at the busy Shaoqing in the kitchen, lowering his voice. I entrusted you with 4 boat tickets. How is it that one ended up with the criminal investigation unit, The third brother trembled. No way. The fifth brother, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, suddenly grew serious and leaned closer to Chu Yuxuan. Have the police been looking for you? Chu Yuxuan glared at the third brother, irritated. Fortunately, I instructed the fifth brother to cover our tracks. Otherwise, we would all be under interrogation at the criminal investigation unit right now. You dolt? The third brother wore an aggrieved expression. The boat had already drifted far before I made my move. How could I have been discovered? This is just too unfortunate. You. Chu Yuxuan raised his hand and playfully punched the third brother's chest. If this happens again, I shall send you back to Shaolin. The third brother pouted, mumbling, You know I only know how to fight recklessly. Such delicate work was always done by the fourth brother. The fifth brother blinked. Brother, why not call the fourth brother back? He is currently a pastor in Korea and is likely bored out of his mind. Chu Yuxuan picked up a cigarette from the table, biting down on one end. Forget it. He is married now. We should not disturb him. The third brother interjected. I think we should invite him back. He handles such matters with ease. As the three brothers conversed, Shaoqing emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter of fruit. Young master, third brother, fifth brother, please enjoy the fruit first. I have simmered some ribs, but they need a bit more time. The unsavory topics of discussion came to an abrupt halt. Chu Yuxuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and expressed his gratitude to Shaoqing, just as his phone vibrated. Upon checking, it was the second brother. She lives in a 2-unit flat with no one residing opposite. I contacted the owner, and they agreed to sell for $7,050,000 above market price, only for sale and not for rent. If you find it acceptable, you can move in tonight. The previous message was from Chu Yuxuan as he exited the criminal investigation unit. Find a way for me to live next to Zhao Yanan. After reading the message, Chu Yuxuan unhesitatingly replied, Bye, and then looked at Shaoqing, Help me pack my things. I am moving out tonight. Shaoqing and the two brothers were left with bewildered expressions. Young master, you are moving? Brother, where are you going? Goodness, you aren't planning to live with Zhao Yanan, are you? Brother, are you serious? Chu Yuxuan smiled gently. It is a matter of the heart. The third brother exclaimed, Oh no, your gaze cannot be hidden. Get lost, go kneel before Guan Er and reflect. How dare you sing? The fifth brother queried. What does that mean? The next day, Zhao Yanan was awakened by her alarm clock. After irritably silencing it, she dozed for another half hour, only to rise groggily when the alarm's second round went off, her expression a mixture of sleepiness and annoyance. This stunning beauty was not one to struggle with waking up, nor did she have a temper. Rather, it was the neighbor's late-night moving antics that had kept her restless until after 2 in the morning, resulting in her slumber beginning close to 3. Having overslept by half an hour, Zhao Yanan rushed out without breakfast, hastily completing her morning routine and applying her makeup before grabbing her bag and heading out the door. Just as she locked the door and turned around, the door of the apartment opposite swung open. At that moment, Chu Yuxuan, who had been peering through the peephole for over half an hour, stepped out. Upon seeing this man, Zhao Yanan's expression transformed from shock to disbelief, as she questioned whether her sleep deprivation was causing hallucinations. Ah? Darling, what a coincidence. You live here too. Chapter 42. Where are my tires? Zhao Yanan stood in a stupor for a considerable time, before biting her lip, averting her gaze from Chu Yuxuan, as if she were unacquainted with this perfect man who possessed both looks and physique, as well as wealth. She then strode directly towards the elevator. Chu Yuxuan sauntered forward, one hand in his pocket, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stood beside Zhao Yanan. Wife, upon seeing your husband, wouldn't a greeting be in order? In feudal society, such behavior might earn you a slap on the backside. Zhao Yanan cast him a sidelong glance, exasperatedly retorting, Don't be so shameless. Chu Yuxuan, unabashed, replied, We are legally married. There's nothing shameful about it. Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan's expression turned frosty. I don't care what your intentions are, nor do I wish to know why you moved here, but I warn you to keep your distance. If you desire the stars from the sky, I would endeavor to pluck them for you. But this particular request is beyond my capabilities. What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? How disgusting. Such nonsense is a remedy to enhance the affections of lovers. Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. If you're not fully awake, go back to sleep. Everything between us is a charade. Don't get too engrossed in the role. Chu Yuxuan, undeterred, declared, I wouldn't mind if the pretense turned into reality. Zhao Yanan took a deep breath, aware that this shameless scoundrel's skin was thicker than bulletproof glass. Regardless of whether she employed gentle persuasion or harsh words, he remained impervious. Contemplating her options, she decided that a psychological attack might be more effective. She turned her face towards him, her eyes glinting with mockery, and said, Chu Yuxuan, is your current sentimentality a result of being hurt by Xia Zhu? After 2 years of being a lapdog, are you on the verge of madness? In truth, she was unaware that her so-called psychological attack might have had a subtle effect on Chu Yuxuan some time ago, but presently, it was as ineffectual as a bottle of mineral water labeled with a poison warning. Are you jealous? Observing the ease and confidence on Chu Yuxuan's face, Zhao Yanan felt a wave of despair wash over her. She ceased to engage in verbal sparring, abandoning any hope of discovering an immediate remedy to make this dog of a man retreat, pursing her lips in silence. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the nominal couple entered in succession. Zhao Yanan deliberately maintained a safe distance, as if an ocean separated them. Wife, I moved here to protect you. Just think about it. As a solitary woman, it's quite unsafe. Isn't it? Don't call me that. You read truly annoying. Chu Yuxuan filtered out Zhao Yanan's resistance and continued. While our country boasts one of the best public safety records in the world, it cannot ensure that all perverts have been eradicated, can it? They certainly have not been eradicated. Zhao Yanan shot him a glare. There's one right here in the elevator. Does that count as judging someone by the standards of a petty person? Zhao Yanan. The elevator arrived at the second basement level. Zhao Yanan strode towards her car, spotting Chu Yuxuan's GTR parked beside it from afar. Nanan, nowadays we advocate for energy conservation and environmental protection. Why don't you skip driving and let me give you a ride? This scoundrel was obedient. Having ceased to call her wife, he now turned to address her as Nanan. Zhao Yanan found this endearment to be quite unsettling, a shiver running down her spine. She frowned and said, either call me by my full name or just Xiao Zhao will do. All right, Nanan. Zhao Yanan nearly reached her breaking point, suppressing the urge to curse as she walked around to the driver's side. Upon unlocking the car door, she discovered something even more infuriating. Where are my tires? Chu Yuxuan hurried over to take a look and discovered that the left front tire of the Maserati had vanished. He smacked his lips in indignation, exclaiming, "Who the hell did this? There truly are a lot of perverts. Even a fool would know who was responsible for this." Zhao Yanan glared at the master of deception before her, gritting her teeth in anger. "Chu Yuxuan, are you not bored?" Chu Yuxuan grinned, neither admitting nor denying his guilt, instead pulling out his phone to point at the time on the screen. "Nanan, you're going to be late." "You're not bored. You re-shameless." "Thank you for the compliment," Chu Yuxuan said as he opened the passenger door, gesturing for her to enter. "Get in. I am more than willing to be a servant to my wife." Zhao Yanan felt as though her lungs might explode from rage, yet she had no choice but to reluctantly get into the car. Throughout the journey, there was no interaction between the couple, as Chu Yuxuan entertained himself with a monologue. However, it must be said that he drove steadily, providing Zhao Yanan with an excellent riding experience. What surprised her even more was that this vehicle was a manual transmission, with a surprisingly long gear stick. In this day and age, who still drives a manual car? She wondered what peculiar preferences this scoundrel possessed. Upon arriving at the company building, perhaps fearing that employees might see her arriving with Chu Yuxuan, Zhao Yanan hurriedly sought to exit the vehicle as soon as it came to a halt. "Wife, do I truly appear so unpresentable?" Chu Yuxuan unbuckled his seatbelt, grinning at her, an expression of grievance flickering in his eyes. Zhao Yanan stiffened momentarily, then turned to glare at him. "I'll say it once more, don't call me that. Also, maintain your distance while we're at work. Keep your distance, keep your distance, keep your distance." Important matters should be reiterated thrice. Chu Yuxuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "How about we strike a deal? If you allow me to call you Nanan privately from now on, I will agree to your 2 conditions. How does that sound?" Although Zhao Yanan was angry, she considered this trade to be quite favorable, as she had no means of controlling this scoundrel's mouth. However, she chose not to express her agreement, lest it embolden him further. "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent," Chu Yuxuan thought triumphantly. Zhao Yanan exited the car, slamming the door shut with vigor. Turning around, she was met with a familiar face. Song Dao, who had previously aided the Gao family in suppressing Zhao Yanan, now stood at the parking lot entrance, wearing a sycophantic smile. "Good morning, President Zhao." Zhao Yanan paused for a moment, then stepped forward, her tone icy. "Song Dao, what brings you here so early?" "Regarding the variety show project we finalized last year," the higher-ups mentioned. "Good morning, President Chu." Song Dao's sentence was interrupted as he noticed Chu Yuxuan approaching, and he hurriedly greeted him. Chu Yuxuan nodded in acknowledgement, finding this opportunistic sycophant detestable. Were it not for Zhao Yanan, he would not have bothered to acknowledge him at all. Continue speaking. I shall remain as heir. Oh, I was merely passing by and thought to inform President Zhao that the program team has decided to change the originally scheduled broadcast time from Sunday evening to Friday evening, and the recording has been changed to a live broadcast. Additionally, there have been changes to the previously confirmed veteran judges. The higher-ups wish to replace them with representatives from major media companies. The project Song Dao referred to was a talent show titled, I Am a Supporting Actor, aimed at aspiring background actors. However, in reality, the participants were typically potential stars scouted by major media companies, including a newcomer named Jin Shuhan from Qingya Media, whom Zhao Yanan had discreetly recommended to the program team. Undoubtedly, this was an attempt to give these newcomers a chance to shine and build their popularity. Chapter 43. Jin Shuhan pondered for a moment before Zhao Yanan remarked, Are you inviting people from the media company to be judges merely for the sake of some publicity stunt involving on-site signings? Director Song replied, Precisely. We aspire to enhance the program's appeal. Zhao Yanan responded coolly, Such matters can be settled with a simple phone call. Is it necessary for you to come in person? Director Song, if there's something you wish to say, please speak plainly. Director Song chuckled awkwardly. Well, I won't beat around the bush any longer, General Zhao. I'm here to invite you to personally serve as a judge for Qingya Media during our variety show. Zhao Yanan fell silent, deep in thought. Director Song continued, General Zhao, consider this. Your presence would signify your commitment to talent in the eyes of the audience, which would greatly benefit Qingya Media's reputation. Doesn't our Jiangxing's first beauty title also reflect positively on your production team? Chu Yuxuan interjected unexpectedly, then turned to Zhao Yanan with a look of indulgence. Nanan, I'm not so lacking in ambition as to let you take the spotlight, am I? Initially, Zhao Yanan was weighing whether to accept the offer, but upon hearing this, she decisively stated, All right, Director Song, I accept. Logically, one would expect joy upon achieving their goal, yet Director Song dared not display any elation. Instead, he appeared quite troubled. General Zhao, perhaps we should reconsider. I think. Why reconsider? Zhao Yanan, realizing that he was worried about Chu Yuxuan's displeasure, responded irritably, Are you jesting with me? No. Director Song hastily waved his hands, casting a furtive glance at Chu Yuxuan. Although he couldn't quite decipher Yuxuan's expression, he sensed the displeasure emanating from the young master. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he devised a clever escape route by shifting the responsibility back to the production team. General Zhao, this is merely a temporary decision from the production team. How about I discuss it with them and get back to you by noon at the latest? Before Zhao Yanan could respond, Chu Yuxuan laughed. What is this? Is my Nanan not worthy? Must you consult anyone? Director Song. Goodness. One moment you say yes, the next moment you say no. What on earth do you want? This problem is too complex for me. Zhao Yanan pursed her lips and shot Chu Yuxuan a glare before turning to the flustered Director Song. It's settled then. I will participate. You may return now. All right, I shall take my leave. Director Song wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and fawned. General Zhao, General Chu, rest assured, I will ensure Jin Shuhan becomes the champion. It will be a delightful tale when Qingya and the champion both soar together. Chu Yuxuan scoffed and sighed. Director Song, at your age, how can you still be so naive? Some matters are best left unspoken. Why bring it up? It makes it sound as though I pressured you into it. Director Song. Indeed, expressing loyalty and flattering skills are both high arts. They are difficult for the average person to master. After Director Song departed, the couple made their way back to the company. Chu Yuxuan remarked, I didn't realize you could be quite rebellious. Zhao Yanan had no desire to engage him and pulled out her phone to call Jin Shuhan. Are you at the company? The other party replied, General Zhao, I will be there shortly. Great, come to my office when you arrive. I need to discuss something with you. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yanan entered the elevator, only to realize that the persistent Chu Yuxuan had vanished without a trace. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, the icy beauty hurriedly pressed the closed door button and exhaled in relief once the elevator began its ascent, muttering under her breath, that insufferable man, truly unwell. 5 minutes later, Jin Shuhan arrived at the president's office. The young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s and possessing a pure and lovely demeanor, looked as if she could be a quiet university student based on her attire. General Zhao, Jin Shuhan greeted with a serene smile. What can I assist you with? Zhao Yanan's previously frosty demeanor softened slightly as she smiled. Shuhan, there's no need to be so formal with me. Please, have a seat. Jin Shuhan nodded and took a seat nervously. Zhao Yanan continued, Director Wang Long's film has been delayed by about a month due to script issues. You should have received the notification, correct? Yes, indeed. Jin Shuhan replied, I received it last night. Good, that's settled. There's one more thing. The variety show I enrolled you in has its premiere rescheduled to this Friday, and the production team intends to broadcast it live. You must prepare thoroughly and ensure that there are no mistakes. Also, starting today, refrain from coming to the company to avoid revealing that you have signed with US. Be cautious and do not disclose to anyone that you are now an artist of Qingya. I will arrange for a manager for you. Feel free to consult her with any matters. Understood, Jin Shuhan replied, but then suddenly seemed to remember something, her eyes widening. This Friday? Zhao Yanan cast her a puzzled look. Is there a problem? Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Zhao Yanan assumed it was Xiao Wei, whom she had sent out to buy breakfast and called, Come in. However, it was Chu Yuxuan who entered, carrying a breakfast order. General Chu, Jin Shuhan quickly stood up to greet the new boss she had heard. Chu Yuxuan glanced at the unfamiliar girl and smiled in acknowledgement before walking straight up to Zhao Yanan, handing her the breakfast. Nanan. General Zhao, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, it's century egg and lean meat porridge. Please enjoy. Zhao Yanan did not reach out to take it, her expression tinged with confusion, thinking, did he just go out to buy breakfast? How does he know I haven't eaten? Chu Yuxuan discerned her puzzlement and replied with a faint smile. Last time when the Gao father and son came to apologize, you were busy all morning and didn't he have time for lunch? I noticed your expression was off, and you kept rubbing your stomach that I guessed it might be gastric acid. Hee. This morning, while you were in the car, you unconsciously rubbed your stomach again, so I confirmed that your stomach isn't well, and you most likely skipped breakfast. As soon as he finished speaking, the office door was knocked upon once more, and Xiao Wei entered, also carrying a breakfast order. General Zhao, I bought soy milk and, the moment the young girl spotted the breakfast that Chu Yuxuan had offered Zhao Yanan, her words trailed off, leaving her frozen in place. Bring it here. I'll eat what you have, Zhao Yanan commanded. Oh, Xiao Wei responded, but then felt the chilling gaze directed at her from someone, causing her to falter. Zhao Yanan frowned. Bring it here. What are you standing there for? I have matters to attend to. Stop dawdling. Chu Yuxuan's gaze remained fixed, his expression increasingly frigid. Xiao Wei's mind raced. Has this charming rogue angered his wife again? But, can you spare me just this once? I'm truly at my wit's end. In a moment of desperation, the young girl had a sudden idea and pretended to take a couple of steps forward, but then fumbled and spilled soy milk all over the floor. I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up first. Please enjoy General Chu's order. Otherwise, you might have gastric acid again. Zhao Yanan. Truly, I have raised an ungrateful wretch. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, she accepted the century egg and lean meat porridge, sipping it while asking Jin Shuhan, what were you about to say earlier? Please continue. Jin Shuhan fidgeted, nervously picking at her fingers, hesitant to meet Zhao Yanan's gaze, and timidly replied, General Zhao, I've been unable to take leave lately, this Friday evening. I may not have the time. Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. You're in your senior year. How could you possibly not have time this Friday evening? There's a requirement for accompanying international students at school to earn credits. If I don't have a record of accompanying them, I won't receive my diploma. I've been working part-time as an extra for the past 3 years and haven't had time to accompany anyone. Our homeroom teacher approached me a couple of days ago, insisting that I must accompany the new international students this month, or else, that I won't be able to graduate. For an artist, possessing a high degree is a significant asset. Furthermore, the company cannot excessively interfere in the personal lives of its artists. After all, obtaining a diploma is a matter that cannot be delayed. However, what puzzled Zhao Yanan was the concept of accompanying international students. Chapter 44. I will handle it. Before she could pose her question, Chu Yuxuan, seated on the sofa, inquired with a hint of bewilderment. What do you mean? Xiao Wei, who was tidying up the floor, paused momentarily, instinctively slowing her pace, and perked up her ears to eavesdrop. Jin Shuhan, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, the school is considering that international students may struggle to adapt to the new environment, and they want us to assist them more. Chu Yuxuan's expression gradually darkened. Do you have classes on Friday evening as well? And no, she stammered. Then why did you say you lacked time to participate in the variety show? This? Jian Shuhan appeared increasingly flustered, as if finding it difficult to articulate. There is a social event on Friday. Realization dawned. Zhao Yanan frowned. Mr. Chu, please be mindful of your emotions and refrain from getting agitated. Xiao Wei, be careful not to damage the tiles as you clean. Shihan, you may take a seat. Having temporarily placated Chu Yuxuan, Xiao Wei exited the office, allowing Zhao Yanan to continue. Shuhan, the regulations imposed by your school are your own concern, but I believe that participating in this variety show would greatly benefit your future development. If you agree, I will arrange for an agent to negotiate with your school. Taking a leave of absence should not pose a significant challenge. Jian Shuhan, feeling uneasy, replied, Director Zhao, taking a leave once is indeed manageable, but if I were to request leave every week and skip the social events, the school would undoubtedly object. I genuinely fear it may jeopardize my graduation. This young woman, hailing from a rural background, faced considerable financial hardships, all while caring for her disabled and gravely ill father. Thus, her considerations were far more meticulous than most. Although the prospect of becoming a star loomed before her, she could not afford to slacken her efforts, convinced that securing her diploma was paramount. After all, the entertainment industry is fraught with uncertainties. No one could guarantee her success on this path. If she faltered, possessing a diploma would at least ease her search for stable employment. Zhao Yanan's expression grew serious. Shuhan, I hope you understand that introducing you to Director Wang Long, securing endorsements, and arranging variety shows stems from my recognition of your acting talent. More importantly, I wish to assist you given your challenging circumstances. However, these opportunities can be extended to others as well. Do you comprehend? You must learn to cherish them and take responsibility for yourself. This matter is settled. I will find someone to negotiate on your behalf, and if that fails, we shall proceed according to your wishes. Jian Shuhan nodded meekly, managing a soft, thank you, before hearing Chu Yuxuan interject, do not worry. Focus on preparing for your performance. I will handle matters with the school. Jian Shuhan was taken aback, gazing at Chu Yuxuan in astonishment, momentarily lost for words. The president of the company would actually step in for her, a mere background actor of humble origins, seemingly devoid of any immediate value. It was well known that only a handful of prominent artists could capture the boss's attention. When other artists encountered difficulties, it was typically the heads of the public relations and artist management departments who intervened on their behalf. Zhao Yanan cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yuxuan, contemplating for a moment before addressing Jian Shuhan. You may go now. Mr. Chu and I have matters to discuss. Jian Shuhan rose and bowed respectfully to both superiors before exiting the office. What are you planning, Chu Yuxuan? Zhao Yanan inquired as soon as the door closed behind Jian Shuhan. Chu Yuxuan reclined with one leg crossed over the other, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. I mentioned before that I will address any issues faced by our artists regarding hidden rules. Zhao Yanan replied, these are school regulations, not hidden rules. Refrain from acting impulsively. Indeed, when hidden rules are flaunted so brazenly, devoid of self-awareness, and cloaked in such pretense, they cease to be hidden rules altogether. It is a first for me to encounter such a phenomenon worldwide. Seeing his cynical demeanor, Zhao Yanan felt a throb at her temples. Given his reckless nature, it seemed inevitable that he would intervene in this affair. Chu Yuxuan, let me clarify my position. I too find this situation utterly perplexing and even somewhat infuriating. However, at the end of the day, it is their school's affair, and we have no authority to determine right from wrong. With a playful smirk, Chu Yuxuan abruptly proposed, shall we dine together tonight? Zhao Yanan replied, I know I cannot dissuade you, but I hope you can exercise restraint and avoid escalating the matter to prevent repercussions for the company. Consider it a celebration for my new abode, he retorted. Zhao Yanan clenched her fists. The company is currently thriving. We cannot afford any setbacks, or we will face numerous breach of contract lawsuits. Chu Yuxuan shrugged. There is a Chinese restaurant downstairs that comes highly recommended. Zhao Yanan was left speechless. Their conversation, rife with misunderstandings, concluded with Zhao Yanan's exasperated, get out? Remarkably, the wayward scion complied, scuttling out of the office, and just before leaving, he cheekily remarked, Wife, you look truly enchanting. If you were to smile, Before he could finish his sentence, a folder came crashing toward him. Had he not closed the door swiftly, it would have surely left a mark of affection on his face. Fueled by frustration, Zhao Yanan's breathing quickened, her emotions surging like tumultuous waves, revealing an intricate beauty beneath the surface. She vented her ire. This insufferable man. Does he have a brain lodged in his trousers? Day by day, consumed by lust, he is bound to meet his demise. Just as Chu Yuxuan reached the entrance to the technical department, he inexplicably sneezed, wiped his nose, and pushed the door open. Old 5, engrossed in his work while wearing headphones, was oblivious to his entrance. Upon hearing a knock on the table, he finally acknowledged Chu Yuxuan, removing his headphones and rising. "Boss, is there something you need?" Chu Yuxuan surveyed Old 5 from head to toe, offering a gentle smile. "Come, let me treat you to some new clothes." Old 5's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Are you buying them for me?" "Indeed. Oh my God. That's so cool." Chapter 45. Termination of contract. The two brothers exited the office, engaged in light-hearted banter, only to unexpectedly encounter two uninvited guests, Gao Ning and Xia Zhu. Upon seeing these two, Chu Yuxuan displayed little reaction, and it was evident that they had likely come to discuss the termination of a contract. However, Lao Wu's expression darkened instantaneously as he shot a cold glare at Gao Ning. Surprisingly, Gao Ning, shedding his previous timidity, adopted a demeanor that was neither arrogant nor confrontational, but rather poised and gentlemanly as he extended his hand towards Chu Yuxuan, smiling. "Mr. Chu, it's a pleasure to see you again." Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the frosty Xia Zhu, and replied with a hint of amusement, "Mr. Gao, what brings you here?" Gao Ning lowered his tone appropriately. "Mr. Chu, I am here to humbly request your forgiveness for the irrational behavior exhibited by both myself and Xia Zhu in the past. Furthermore, I wish to discuss the matter of her contract termination. I am aware that Xia Zhu is facing the prospect of being shelved by your esteemed company, so I wonder if you might consider showing leniency? As for the breach of contract fee," Chu Yuxuan interrupted him, "I do not wish to interfere in your affairs. Please speak directly with Mr. Zhao." "Understood, Mr. Chu. I shall not take up any more of your time, and will seek out Mr. Zhao immediately." Gao Ning flashed a standard smile and bowed slightly, exuding an air of humility rather than subservience. Throughout the encounter, Xia Zhu remained silent, not even sparing a glance at Chu Yuxuan. This once great star had come to a profound realization, opting to reconcile with her past. The reconciliation with Gao Ning was fundamentally a matter of pride. She had never truly intended to leave him. Gao Ning's contrition was evidently sincere. His simple admission, "I only lied to you because I was afraid someone might take you away from me," coupled with his willingness to kneel before Chu Yuxuan and the mediation of Xia's mother, led to their reunion. Witnessing Gao Ning's display of regret, Chu Yuxuan offered a faint smile and left with Lao Wu. As soon as they entered the elevator, Lao Wu, clearly displeased, remarked, "Elder brother, your reluctance to act against the Gao family seems to stem not only from disdain but perhaps from lingering feelings for that woman?" "Submissive." Chu Yuxuan shook his head. "That is merely a fade. The look in his eyes suggests he is no longer afraid of me, and perhaps he is harboring some restraint." Lao Wu shrugged. "Then I'll just take him out. I've been itching to do that." "Forget it. A salted fish cannot cause much of a stir. Let us avoid unnecessary trouble." Chu Yuxuan twisted his neck. "This is New Mexico?" Lao Wu's eyes brightened. "Oh, my wretched homeland, truly a place of simple folk. That's the phrase, right?" Chu Yuxuan sighed. "Indeed, very much so. When you go out, do not tell anyone that your Mandarin was taught by me." Lao Wu queried, "What do you mean?" As the elevator reached the ground floor, the brothers walked side by side to the parking lot. Lao Wu glanced at his GTR and then at Chu Yuxuan's vehicle, grinning. "Elder brother, shall I take yours? Come on, hand me the keys." Chu Yuxuan replied, "Drive yours. They are essentially the same." "Oh my God. They merely shells. Yours is modified to racing specifications. I heard from Lao San that it cost over 8 million. Let me take it for a spin." "Fine," Chu Yuxuan replied with a teasing smile. "If you can beat me in a fight, I'll give it to you." Lao Wu's excited and eager expression froze on his face, and he hurriedly opened his car door and climbed inside. Chu Yuxuan walked around to the passenger seat, and once settled, he called Lao San. Still in the hospital? Yes, Chen Chang's condition remains stable. The doctors say they will have a conclusive assessment after the next surgery. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yuxuan instructed, return to the company and drive for Zhao Yanan for the next couple of days. Okay, Lao San replied, I'll head over now. Just as Chu Yuxuan intended to hang up, he heard a mutter from the other end. Why do you have to make me suffer? After serving you, I now have to serve your son, and then your daughter-in-law, and in the future, I'll have to serve your grandson. And he still owes me my salary and bonuses. Oh my life, Buddha. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Please bless this flower monk. Lao San, you didn't hang up. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds, only to be shattered by Lao Wu's almost deranged laughter. Ha ha ha. You foolish idiot. Elder brother wants you to protect the sister-in-law? That Gao fellow is suspect. Lao San replied, Elder brother, I don't know if you'll believe me, but I just fell asleep and was talking in my sleep. Gao is suspicious. I'll first beat the crap out of him and then send him to meet Buddha. Chu Yuxuan rubbed his temples in exasperation. Sometimes, I truly wish to end both of your lives. At noon, outside the southern gate of Jiangdong University, a deep blue GTR pulled up to the curb, followed by a foreigner dressed in overalls and sporting a ponytail. Elder brother, are you certain I look like a university student dressed like this? Goodness. I'm already 26, and it feels so awkward. Chu Yuxuan, sitting in the passenger seat, had no intention of getting out, eyeing Lao Wu from head to toe with a smile. You look just fine. Be confident. Go on, have a good chat with your peers. Lao Wu grimaced, fiddling with what appeared to be an ordinary button, which was, in fact, a pinhole camera, before turning to enter the school. Chu Yuxuan reclined his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, Zhao Yanan called. Xia Zhu wishes to terminate her contract. Had the legal team conduct a preliminary estimate, and given that she hasn't caused any substantial impact on the company, the breach fee is approximately 30 million. What do you think? I'll defer to my wife, Chu Yuxuan replied softly. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Zhao Yanan's faint voice, likely because Gao Ning and Xia Zhu were still present, hence her restrained tone, Mr. Chu, please provide me with a definitive answer. Chu Yuxuan suppressed his amusement and replied with a gentle smile. What do they propose? The lawyers from the Gao family have arrived, and according to him, they wish to negotiate down to 22 million. Chu Yuxuan fell silent, his gaze flickering for a moment before stating, Tell them I will handle this matter upon my return. Zhao Yanan inquired, When will you be back? If you miss me, I will return immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yanan abruptly ended the call. Chu Yuxuan chuckled softly, stroking his chin in contemplation, and sent a WeChat message to Lao Air. Investigate whom the Gao family has been associating with lately, especially Gao Zhencheng. If it were merely Gao Ning visiting the company, it might be attributed to his affection for Xia Zhu, compelling him to approach for contract termination. However, with the Gao family's lawyers involved, the situation had shifted dramatically. The Gao father-son duo, who had recently been shown leniency, would not dare to approach unless someone had encouraged them. Logically, they should have been more cautious, Chu Yuxuan sighed, muttering, I hope I'm just overthinking this. That I've given you a chance. Please don't seek your own demise. Chapter 46. Ridiculous or tragic, the sun of spring rose, neither warm nor cold, barely alive in the afternoon. At Phoenix Mountain Villa, the esteemed leader, Chu Yuxuan, was engaged in a heartfelt discussion with his young son, Chu Yuxing, in the lakeside pavilion. Today, the old gentleman appeared in good spirits, his demeanor unusually amiable as he squinted at the chessboard, carefully contemplating the strategies of battle. After a moment of deliberation, he delicately placed a piece on the board. He then lifted his gaze to his son and remarked, Your lethal move is proving quite challenging for me. Chu Yuxing picked up a piece, pondered for a moment, and decisively replied, Father's layout is fraught with hidden dangers. Oh, I regret my last move. I nearly fell into your trap. The old man playfully slapped the back of his hand, muttering, Virtue. Sigh. Chu Yuxing, having exhausted his attempts at evasion, raised his hands in surrender, saying, All right, let's start anew. Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Don't think I can't see through your ruse. You are deliberately conceding to me. Chu Yuxing replied, What's the point of revealing the obvious? It only makes things awkward for both of us. With a sigh, Chu Yuxuan pursed his lips and neatly gathered the pieces, placing them back into the box. He then turned his attention to his eldest son and daughter not far away and abruptly stated, "Leave your brother and sister a way out. Do not push them to the brink." Chu Jiqing was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "We are all family. Father worries too much. Now make your move. I shall not relent this time." Truly not yielding? Chu Jiqing gazed into his father's eyes, paused and said, "If father insists, then I shall naturally concede." The old man blinked, calmly selecting a piece and placing it in the center of the board. Not far off, Chu Yuxuan's uncle and aunt were gathered together, enjoying a game of cards and idle chatter. However, this jovial atmosphere was laced with a multitude of complex factors, such as hypocrisy, probing, and veiled barbs. After a brief exchange of banter, they seemed to find little excitement in their rivalry, and thus united in discussing a topic that intrigued both parties. Chu Yuxuan. "Say, where did that boy disappear to for 8 years? I thought he perished alongside his mother," remarked Chu Yuxuan's aunt. "Humph. Who knows? Just look at him now. Clearly, he has not learned a thing." Chu Yuxuan's uncle, cigarette in mouth, retorted grumpily, "I still remember when he returned 2 years ago. Jiqing went to fetch him from his grandmother's house, only to be berated mercilessly, claiming he would care for his grandmother until her end and would never return to the Chu clan. Ha! Yet here he is, back again. Ultimately, he could not resist the allure of wealth, a pitiful creature." The aunt chimed in, "Indeed, from what I know, he purchased an extravagant mansion and several luxury cars, living a life of revelry with beautiful companions, and he has been entangled in scandals with celebrities and internet influencers. He carries himself with such reckless abandon, devoid of any decorum, even requiring his father to intervene on his behalf with the Gao family, all while shamelessly claiming he wants to help his father secure the family fortune. Ha ha ha." As she finished, her daughter eagerly added, "I heard he significantly raised the salaries of the employees at Xia Media, even reaching heights that left competitors envious. I speculate he must have felt suppressed for too long at the bottom, and now that he possesses wealth and status, he is realizing all those dreams he once only fantasized about. Otherwise, what sane boss would elevate employee compensation to such levels? Sigh. Truly disgraceful. He brings shame upon the Chu clan." The group exchanged barbs, mercilessly lambasting Chu Yuxuan, as if this shared derision would somehow strengthen the bonds between their families, creating an even more harmonious atmosphere. The eldest grandson, Chu Howren, quietly fiddled with the mahjong tiles, casting an occasional contemplative glance at his younger uncle, who was engrossed in chess with their grandfather. At the entrance of Jiangdong University, just before 2:30, the fifth son strolled leisurely out of the school. He opened the door of the GTR parked at the roadside, showing no intention of getting in. Instead, he addressed his brother, who was reclining in the passenger seat, saying, "Elder brother, I captured a plethora of valuable footage. Goodness, that I can hardly believe it. This place is truly a paradise for international students." Chu Yuxuan replied, "Get in. Let me review the videos. How about we find a fast food restaurant to eat while watching? I'm starving." Chu Yuxuan. The two grabbed their laptops and headed to the nearby KFC. After ordering individual meals, the fifth son opened his notebook and swiftly imported the footage, then clicked play, directing the screen towards Chu Yuxuan. In the video, the fifth son, posing as an international student, engaged in conversation with others, casually introducing himself before diving into discussions about companionship. Every statement made by the university students left one astounded. Each of us basically has 3 girls. You know, it's quite overwhelming. The teachers even encourage us to date, haha. Last week at the social gathering, we went to karaoke for my birthday. Oh my heavens, we drank so much. Later, I had a rather peculiar encounter with a girl. You know what I mean, very peculiar. I don't even know her name, haha. In fact, we don't need to remember their names, because soon the school will provide us with a new batch. Studying here makes me genuinely happy. What companionship? Oh buddy, you've never attended a social gathering, have you? Here's a secret. We international students never refer to it as companionship, nor do we often call it a social gathering. It's more like pro bono company, you understand? Haha. You really should give it a try. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Such statements, and even more lascivious remarks, filled the screen. The international students radiated joy, and whenever female students were mentioned, their smiles betrayed a hint of mischief and reminiscence, akin to friends recalling past escapades with escorts. Chu Yuxuan's expression grew grave as he slowly closed the laptop, took a sip of his soda, and asked his younger brother, "Edit this later. I want this video displayed on every large screen in the city. Is that feasible?" The fifth son, devouring his meal, shrugged and said, "Apologies, but this workload is a bit overwhelming for me alone. However, I can select a few of Jiangqing's busiest spots for the screening. Then hurry and eat. Once we finish, we'll get to work." Just then, 3 international students entered the KFC, accompanied by 3 local female students. The girls eagerly rushed to the counter, placing orders and paying for their male companions. The 3 male students seated adjacent to Chu Yuxuan and his brother were loudly making lewd comments, pointing at the girls and laughing obnoxiously. The fifth son swallowed his food and quietly said to Chu Yuxuan, "Elder brother, to be honest, I'm struggling to restrain my urge to hit someone." Chu Yuxuan's gaze turned icy as he stared at the 3 international students for a moment, then suddenly appeared deep in thought before stepping outside to make a phone call. Upon his return, he did not take a seat. Rather, a smirk danced on his lips as he said to the fifth son, "You go ahead, attend to your business." The fifth son, puzzled, asked, "Elder brother, what are you planning?" "My mood is rather foul," Chu Yuxuan replied, fixing his gaze on the 3 international students with a sinister grin. "And I feel like hitting someone." Chapter 47 trending again at Xia Media. Zhao Yanan was in discussion with the head of the legal department regarding the termination of Xia Zhu's contract when a flustered Xiao Wei burst through the door, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, forgetting to knock in her haste. Zhao. President Zhao, this is bad." Zhao Yanan lifted her eyelids to glance at her, her tone cool and composed. "What's the matter? Why the commotion?" Xiao Wei anxiously fumbled with her tablet, stuttering, "Chu. President Chu is trending again." Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. "What scandal is it this time?" Xiao Wei shook her head vigorously like a rattle, presenting the tablet before Zhao Yanan. "Look, he assaulted 3 international students from Jiangdong University. There's a video of the incident captured by someone on site, and the online backlash is overwhelming, with people claiming President Chu is abusing his wealth and power to act recklessly. Legal department, damn not again? And this time it's a big deal. The salary isn't going up for nothing." Zhao Yanan was taken aback, snatching the tablet and watching the video circulating online from start to finish. It lasted a mere 10 seconds, though it was somewhat edited. At the beginning, Chu Yuxuan was seen charging at the 3 individuals, only to have them retaliate after he struck first. Other versions of the footage surfaced later, primarily showing the police arriving and escorting Chu Yuxuan away. What on earth is this man doing? Zhao Yanan felt a throbbing pain at her temples. After a brief contemplation, she instructed Xiao Wei, "Tell the PR department not to make any hasty responses. Notify the security team to deploy all personnel to the company entrance to prevent reporters from flooding in." "Understood, President Zhao." Before Zhao Yanan could issue further orders, the head of the legal department interjected, "I'll arrange for a few people to go to the scene to gather information." "All right." Maintaining the composure befitting a CEO, Zhao Yanan stated, "There must be surveillance footage in the store. Find a way to retrieve a copy. Once you've completed your tasks, head directly to the criminal police unit and inquire about what transpired with President Chu." "Got it." After they left, Zhao Yanan furrowed her brow. This matter was serious. How could a prominent company president engage in a brawl with 3 international students? It was evident that various marketing accounts would be eager to tarnish Chu Yuxuan's reputation, labeling him as a bully, reckless, and even as a racist. There were simply too many accusations to count. Furthermore, there would undoubtedly be those with ulterior motives who could fabricate all manner of narratives about Chu Yuxuan, embellishing the incident and escalating it to an uncontrollable level. Well-versed in public relations, Zhao Yanan recognized the tactics and nature of such marketing accounts. Any conflict between a Chinese national and a foreigner would be treated as a personal affront, invoking a facade of propriety while disregarding the truth, relentlessly attacking online until they had thoroughly vilified you. As Zhao Yanan was engulfed in her worries, the catalyst behind the incident, Jin Shuhan, called, her voice frantic, "President Zhao, I just saw the news about President Chu." Zhao Yanan feigned calmness. this doesn't concern you. Don't overthink it. But, if I hadn't spoken out, President Chu wouldn't. I've said, this matter has nothing to do with you. Focus on your classes and rehearsals, and worry less about other matters. I am busy right now. I'll hang up. After ending the call, Zhao Yanan, weighed down by her thoughts, headed to the PR department, where everyone was engrossed in the unfolding situation concerning Chu Yuxuan. President Zhao, the online sentiment is quite unfavorable for President Chu, the head of the PR department remarked, adjusting the computer screen to face Zhao Yanan. On the screen, numerous derogatory comments and calls for condemnation regarding Chu Yuxuan filled the display. Rich kids are just so arrogant. Such individuals are pests to society and deserve severe punishment. Investigate the Chu family and Qingya media. They must be corrupt. The video is edited. Its authenticity is questionable. We await the police to reveal the truth. And there are still those who claim it's uncertain. Hitting someone is wrong. This brings shame to our nation. As she read the vehement remarks, Zhao Yanan's mood grew increasingly somber. At the criminal police unit, the beautiful officer who had personally handled the brawl, disregarding Chu Yuxuan's request for medical attention, finished recording his statement. She looked at him, sitting casually with his legs crossed, a slight bruise on his chin, and sternly said, "Put your legs down." He pouted but reluctantly complied. Chu Muhuan closed her notebook and, after scrutinizing Chu Yuxuan for a moment, remarked, "Impressive, taking on 3 and still holding your ground. Now, tell me, you're not typically impulsive. What was going on today?" Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. "In matters of great significance, impulsiveness has no place. I am fit enough to handle a few blows from those 3 miscreants. I felt embarrassed even engaging them. In truth, had he not deliberately restrained himself, those 3 international students likely wouldn't have touched him at all." Chu Muhuan frowned slightly. "Don't give me that grin. Those 3 international students are currently in the hospital for injury assessments. The accompanying officer just informed me that they refuse to admit to any inappropriate remarks, and the store's surveillance footage doesn't clearly capture their voices. It merely shows you attacking them without provocation. As it stands, the consequences for you could be severe." Chu Yuxuan displayed no signs of panic, adopting an indifferent demeanor. "What does it matter?" Seeing her half-brother's brazen attitude, Chu Muhuan felt a surge of anger. She knew this rogue had no need to worry about repercussions, as Chu Jiqing had ample means to extricate him from trouble. However, if this situation befell an ordinary individual, they would either face financial ruin to settle matters or endure a lengthy prison sentence. "Chu Yuxuan, do you know why I have always despised the Chu family? It's because they never adhere to rules. What does that have to do with me?" Chu Yuxuan retorted nonchalantly, "I'm also an outsider, you know?" The siblings exchanged glances, one filled with ire, the other with shamelessness. Chu Yuxuan smirked. "To be honest, sometimes I feel sorry for that old man Chu Jiqing. He should have only had those 2 daughters. You and I shouldn't have been born. Just look at it. One is constantly trying to catch him, and the other is relentlessly causing him trouble. It's truly pitiful. If he hadn't committed any wrongdoings, would I be trying to catch him? The law does not show favoritism." Chu Yuxuan scoffed. "Impartial law enforcement. No family ties. My dear sister, we could use more police officers like you. You are currently a suspect. Don't call me sister. We aren't that close." Nearby officers overheard the sibling banter, exchanging glances. Just then, a young officer, engrossed in his phone while munching on snacks, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Jiang University is in the news again. What's going on? Let me see." There's a video from some international students recounting their experiences. "Wow, it's explosive." Chu Muhuan paused for a moment, just as she was about to rise and check what recounting experiences entailed, when the hospital's officer called. "Team leader Chu, several school officials have arrived. They're asking these 3 international students to sign a settlement agreement. Have they signed?" 2 have already signed, and 1 is in the process. What about the injury assessments? The school officials said they want to be conducted. They wish to resolve matters privately. Chu Muhuan slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Chu Yuxuan, fuming. "Your father is quite capable. So soon, and he has already cleaned up your mess." Chu Yuxuan shrugged. "You might be mistaken about your father. This probably isn't his doing." "Then who is it?" Sister, like me, you've been away from home for years. It seems there are many things you don't know. Chapter 48. Is he truly a fool? At Xingya Media, Public Relations Department, an employee was the first to discover the viral video online and exclaimed with excitement, "Quick, come look. This is a huge scandal." The crowd gathered around, and upon viewing the content of the video, their spirits were in. This scandal is far more sensational than the news about President Chu hitting someone. Moreover, we could leverage this. Before the sentence could be completed, Zhao Yanan interjected, "Wait, hold on." The group, puzzled yet reluctant to question further, fell silent. The PR manager pondered thoughtfully. With such a golden opportunity at hand, why not harness the outrage of netizens to overshadow President Chu's disgrace? Was Director Zhao truly unconcerned about her husband? Little did she know, Zhao Yanan had discerned that Chu Yuxuan was poised to confront Jiangda, and these videos were undoubtedly orchestrated by him. The incident of assault could be trivial or significant, and if the Chu family took action, it should not pose a challenge. However, if it escalated into a confrontation with Jiangda, it might spiral out of control, leaving no room for retreat. That scoundrel, is this your idea of handling the situation? I thought you would merely confront Jin Shuhan's homeroom teacher. Have you grown so audacious? Jiangda dares to intervene. Jiangdong University, established for 30 years, while being a private institution, had long since ascended to a prestigious status. It is one of the few private colleges in the country that bears the title of university. The beautiful president felt increasingly disheartened, her brows furrowed in worry. After deliberating for quite some time, she finally resolved, "Let us proceed. But let us keep the commotion to a minimum. We must not be too conspicuous." At Phoenix Mountain Villa, Chu Yuxuan secured another victory on the chessboard. Lifting his tea bowl with a cheerful smile, "Father, shall we continue?" "It seems I have grown old," Chu Yuxuan replied with a hint of resignation, lifting his eyelids to gaze at his youngest son, imparting a meaningful remark, "Indeed, I am aging." Chu Yuxuan responded, "Shall I escort you home to rest?" Although the weather is pleasant today, the breeze by the lakeside can still be quite chilly. Unhurried, Chu Yuxuan meticulously arranged the chess pieces and replied calmly, "Yuxuan, let us discuss your son." "That unworthy child. What is there to discuss?" Chu Yuxuan sighed, "I merely feel that I owe him too much from the past, so now I wish to allow him some comfort in the Chu family. Alas, he lacks discipline, which tarnishes our family's reputation. I shall have a serious talk with him later." The elder smiled gently. "When he was young, I disciplined him because he did not act like a child. The other day, I reprimanded him because he was too much like a child. What do you suppose is the underlying reason?" Chu Yuxuan remained impassive. After spending so many years abroad, he likely learned nothing beneficial. He indeed deserves a good scolding. Chu Yuxuan, pursing his pale lips, commented after finishing with the chess pieces, "Perhaps he has inherited your traits." Chu Yuxuan shamelessly replied, "As for charm, he has certainly learned well from my tutelage." The father and son appeared to be engaged in a celestial match, discussing matters that seemed almost ethereal. Not far off, the two families, previously harmonious, suddenly stirred with agitation as Chu Yuxuan's aunt received a phone call. "Director Chu, your nephew has caused quite a stir. Just an hour ago, he was involved in a brawl and it has gone viral online. He is currently at the criminal police team. However, there is something quite amusing. The rumors about Jiangda have resurfaced online, and I've had someone investigate. Although we don't know who initiated it, Xingya's PR department is quite busy at the moment." Before she could hang up, Chu Yuxuan's uncle also received a call, relaying similar information. Soon after, the siblings synchronously opened a certain platform to see the trouble Chu Yuxuan had caused. Chu Yuxuan's cousin leaned closer to her mother and exclaimed, upon seeing the footage of Sanyang battling the wealthy young master, "Mom, what on earth is he doing?" "He looks like a little thug, getting into fights again." The notoriously domineering matriarch fought to suppress her delight and remarked, after recognizing his roots, "Has he forgotten who he is? Ha ha ha." "Elder brother, do you think the current scandal surrounding Jiangda has anything to do with him?" Chu Yuxuan's uncle shook his head with a smile. "Could it be mere coincidence? Alas, our little nephew is quite the self-saboteur. Look at this," he finishes fighting, and barely an hour later, a video of the incident is posted online. This is a common tactic used by PR teams during a crisis. It is undoubtedly his charming wife fanning the flames from behind the scenes. The siblings reached a tacit understanding, believing they had uncovered their nephew's nefarious schemes. But in reality, Chu Yuxuan's cousin added, "But doesn't this amount to a major blunder? Ha ha ha. This fool must be completely unaware of who the influential benefactor behind Jiangda is." The aunt remarked, "Having been away from home for so long, how could he possibly know? Oh dear, I truly worry that the old man might faint from the shock." Chu Yuxuan, the eldest grandson, glanced at his father's phone screen, turning the mahjong tiles in his hands slowly, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he remained silent. The aunt chuckled. "He is merely a person of the lower echelons who believes he can bully others just because of his father's status. It's utterly laughable. Mom, I'm going to inform grandfather and let him share in the joy. Ha ha ha." Before long, the young lady made her way through the long corridor, cheerfully entering the waterside pavilion. "Grandfather, uncle." Chu Yuxuan glanced over and smiled. Why aren't you playing cards with your mother and the others? What brings you here?" I have something to tell uncle." Chu Yuxuan, skeptical, asked. "What is it, girl?" The young lady, suppressing her glee, "I'll educate him later. Fighting isn't a grave matter." "Haha, not a grave matter. It's not a grave matter. After all, he was fighting." Chu Yuxuan's eyes widened in shock, instinctively glancing at his father, stammering, "It's manageable, quite manageable." As he spoke, he lifted the tea bowl beside him and took a few sips to calm his nerves. The elder's face turned ashen, his anger palpable. What a scoundrel! A glint of cunning passed through the young lady's eyes. "I saw online that just after Yuxuan got into a fight, less than an hour later, Jiangda's scandal broke. Could he possibly be challenging Jiangda?" Splutter. Chu Yuxuan immediately spat out a mouthful of tea, casting a wary glance at the elder. After a moment of stunned silence, he forced a smile, stammering, "Father, regarding the fact that you are a board member at Jiangda, aside from the other board members and a few select school leaders, only we family members are aware. Yuxuan. Yuxuan has just returned to the Chu family. Sigh. What a wasteful child." Chapter 49:800 Senses. Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath, his sparse brows knitting together as he gloomily remarked, "What a good son you have, now resorting to digging up the graves of his ancestors. Ah? This wretch? He is nothing but a rotten piece of clay that cannot be molded." As soon as he finished speaking, a maid hurried over, holding Chu Yuxuan's phone, her voice trembling as she said, "Sir, there have been several calls for you." Indeed, the caller was the president of Jiang University. "Old man, it's bad, your grandson. I am already aware. Get to the point. How do you intend to handle this?" "We have promptly gone to the hospital to reassure the 3 foreign students and obtained a letter of understanding. No injury assessment has been conducted yet, as we thought it best to extricate your grandson first and resolve this matter privately. But before we could reach the police station, the scandal regarding the companion study was exposed, and other board members are saying it was your grandson's doing." The old man retorted sharply, "Do not concern yourself with my reputation. Handle it as it should be." "Understood, then I shall clarify the situation. As for your grandson, I will leave that aside for now. Focus on your own responsibilities." "President Yang, I opposed your proposal for the companion study from the very beginning, yet you not only disregarded my objections, but also colluded with other board members to pressure me. Look at what you've done. You've truly tarnished my face. If this matter is not handled properly, you can forget about being president." President Yang, sounding meek, replied, "I only did this for the sake of the school's ranking and emulated other institutions. Moreover, the reality is not as it seems. It's merely that a few foreign students lack proper conduct." Before he could finish, Chu Yuxuan, in a fit of rage, hung up the phone. He then seized a teacup from the side and hurled it at his youngest son, fuming, "I always believed that a tiger father would not raise a dog son, but who would have thought that your precious son is not even worthy of being called a son? To act violently in broad daylight, completely disregarding the law, who gave him such audacity? Ah, was it you?" Chu Yuxuan was already sweating profusely, drenched in water and tea leaves, looking utterly disheveled as he said, "I will certainly educate him properly." "Educate? It's too late for that." Chu Yuxuan breathed heavily, clearly agitated. After a moment, he coldly declared, "Let your brother and sister handle that overseas project. You withdraw and focus on raising your child at home." "Dad." Chu Yuxuan suddenly became agitated. But upon seeing Chu Xiaoyan's resolute gaze, he fell silent, pausing before nodding. I understand. The old man snorted disdainfully, grasping his cane, while the maid hurried to assist him, leading Chu Xiaotian away from the waterside pavilion. The young lady, who had been watching the drama unfold, stifled a laugh and remarked sarcastically, Uncle, I heard from my mother that you are the backbone of that overseas project. My mother and my uncle are merely your left and right arms. Yet now Grandpa wants you to step aside. How heart-wrenching. Get lost. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Chu Jiqing retorted angrily. As his niece rushed out of the pavilion, eager to share the news with her mother, the charming third heir of the Chu family unexpectedly curled the corners of his lips, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. In this family, there were 800 watchful eyes. Chu Yuxuan had long been aware that the true mastermind behind Jiangdong University was none other than his grandfather. Upon hearing Jin Shuhan mention Jiangdong University that morning, he initially felt apprehensive, merely considering having the fifth sibling secretly film some footage to undermine Jiang University from the shadows, using public opinion to force the institution to abandon the distasteful companion study, all while remaining anonymous. After all, within the entire Chu family, who would dare to directly provoke the old man? Not to mention that any hopes of contending for the family fortune would be dashed. Merely avoiding expulsion from the Chu family would be considered a concession from the old man. However, after observing the 3 foreign students at the KFC, he pondered anew, contemplating whether to escalate the situation further and stage a spectacle for those who were covertly watching him. If he stirred up enough controversy, he could later release the videos captured by the 5th sibling, and others would assume he was merely engaging in emergency public relations rather than orchestrating the chaos deliberately. To his uncle and aunt, this might seem like a reckless endeavor, an act of digging his own grave. The primary strategy was to play the fool. Yet, he was uncertain of his grandfather's tolerance threshold, which left him indecisive. Hence, he called Chu Jiqing to share his thoughts. At that moment, Chu Jiqing had just received a reprimand from the old man, who advised him to leave a path for his elder siblings. In fact, not long ago, Chu Xiaotian had subtly pointed out that he had been overbearing in the overseas project, which was meant to be a joint venture among the 3 families. Yet he had treated it as his own, implying that he had been too domineering in business dealings, and it was time to show some deference. Upon hearing his son's plan, Chu Jiqing immediately resonated with it. Without a hint of hesitation, he told his son, "Stir up as much trouble as you can. The more furious your grandfather becomes, the better." He understood that if the old man got angry, he would undoubtedly use this incident to oust him from the overseas project, leaving it for the other 2 families to manage. Though that project was a lucrative opportunity, sometimes sacrifices must be made. By complying with the old man's wishes, they could also ensure that the greater the benefits, the fiercer the competition would be between the 2 families in the future. One must be willing to part with the child to trap the wolf. Consider it an investment in leisurely observing the ensuing conflict. What else not to like? The father and son duo had unwittingly orchestrated a masterstroke. Meanwhile, the 2 families remained oblivious, convinced that Chu Yuxuan was merely a frivolous scion, posing no real threat. At the same time, they were reveling in the good news that Chu Jiqing had been ordered to withdraw from the... Little did they know, the 2 of them had gone to great lengths to concoct this elaborate ruse just to sweeten the deal for them. Chapter 50. Sister-in-law, say something. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. On Saturday morning, after attending the variety show, I am a bystander, the previous night and subsequently discussing the general direction of the program with Director Song, Zhao Yanan returned home at 2 in the morning. Having barely slept for 5 hours, she had intended to indulge in a long slumber on her day off, but was abruptly roused by the insistent ringing of her phone. The icy beauty felt a twinge of annoyance, allowing the phone to ring for some time before reluctantly opening her bleary eyes. Fumbling on her bedside table, she finally retrieved her phone and squinted at the screen. It was Chu Jiqing. "Hello, Uncle Jiqing." As she instinctively began to address him as uncle, Zhao Yanan abruptly halted, her mind now alert, and corrected herself, calling him dad instead. "Daughter, did I disturb you?" Chu Jiqing inquired with a chuckle. "No, I was just about to get up, Dad. Why are you calling so early?" With a sigh, Chu Jiqing replied, "Yuxuan's detention period is over. He will be released at 8 o'clock. I'm on my way to the detention center now. If you have the time, you should come as well." In truth, regarding the brawl incident from 3 days prior, the three individuals involved had chosen to forgive one another on the same day, and no injury assessments had been conducted. Therefore, logically, Chu Yuxuan should not have been detained. However, his sister, in her rigid adherence to the law, had seemingly allowed personal grievances to cloud her judgment, sending Chu Yuxuan to administrative detention for a period of 3 days under the pretext of disturbing the peace. After leaving the villa that day, Chu Yuxuan had intended to head directly to the criminal police team to retrieve his son. Yet, upon arriving at the police station, he received the unfortunate news of his eldest daughter's unwavering stance on law enforcement. Coincidentally, the policewoman, who could have enjoyed a life of luxury, chose instead to serve the public with a meager salary, stood in the courtyard, casting a menacing glare at his Maybach. The proud father, despite his external grandeur, felt pitiable and wretched inside. He didn't dare to open the car door, hastily urging the driver, "Go, go, go, hurry up." Simultaneously, the legal department of Xia Media had witnessed the entire scene. After much deliberation, they contacted Zhao Yanan. "President Zhao, it seems that President Chu will be detained for 3 days, but I just saw that his father appears unconcerned." Though Zhao Yanan felt a pang of doubt, she reasoned. Thus, she took no action, merely feeling sympathy for the young scion, who, despite his formidable background, found himself at the mercy of his sister's rigid enforcement of the law. Now, hearing Chu Yuxuan's words, Zhao Yanan naturally dared not refuse. In her heart, the Zhao family owed a great deal to Chu Yuxuan, and all she could do was comply. Nevertheless, she was inwardly reluctant to pick up that second-generation heir. How could such a debacle arise? Even after 3 days, public sentiment regarding Xia Media remained mixed, with opinions sharply divided, causing the artists and numerous collaborators under its banner to live in constant trepidation, fearing further complications. Some claimed, Jiang University excessively indulges foreign students, and we believe President Chu would not resort to violence without cause. Those 3 individuals must have provoked him. Others contended, yes, the behavior of Jiang's accompanying students is indeed infuriating, but does that justify his violent response? Who has evidence proving those 3 foreign students are miscreants? Please present it. For Jiang University, these 3 days had been a relentless barrage of online vitriol, with accusations flying thick and fast. The situation escalated to the point where an extremist threw a few rotten eggs at the principal's face. Despite the administration's attempts to clarify matters, even dragging out a scandal involving a second-tier actress as a distraction, the public remained unconvinced. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yanan glanced at the time. It was precisely 7 o'clock. She hurried to wash up and apply makeup. With no traffic on a Saturday morning, it would take about half an hour to reach the detention center, just enough time to spare. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, as soon as she exited the elevator, Zhao Yanan hurried towards her Maserati, rummaging for her keys in her bag. Midway, however, she faintly heard someone humming a tune, the voice seemingly emanating from right in front of her car. It's a heart flutter. Oh no, I can't hide my eyes. The melody was indistinct, a heavy voice belonging to a man, who seemed to emphasize certain words with more force. Zhao Yanan, perplexed and astonished, paused for a moment before cautiously resuming her steps, ensuring her high heels made no sound as she approached the vehicle. As she drew nearer, she was startled to observe the beautiful CEO's curiosity piqued. Since the parking spot lay within a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, she decided to whip out her phone, activating the video function, and stealthily moved to the rear of the car, peeking around the left side. To her astonishment, the screen revealed a burly man, squatting on the ground with a wrench, laboriously removing the car's front left wheel. I feel like I'm burning up. The man effortlessly lifted the tire, turning around just in time to mutter a rather coarse expletive while continuing to hum the song. Zhao Yanan crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow at this hulking figure who towered over her, his demeanor utterly dispassionate. After a prolonged moment of awkwardness, he forced a dry smile and said, "Sister-in-law, you're up so early, haha, can you see me?" Zhao Yanan. The man, wishing he could vanish on the spot, stared blankly for a moment, swallowed hard, and sheepishly lowered his head, mumbling, "Sister-in-law, you can hit or scold me as you wish, but this matter has nothing to do with my brother. It really doesn't. He didn't ask me to do this, and about the last time your tire was stolen, that wasn't me. I swear it wasn't." Zhao Yanan was utterly speechless. She was aware that this hefty individual had previously served as Chu Jiqing's bodyguard and chauffeur before becoming Chu Yuxuan's driver. Initially, she had thought he was sent to protect Chu Yuxuan, but now what could possibly be the underlying reason for this? Zhao Yanan couldn't be bothered to ponder it. After all, the dynamics between the father and son were already perplexing enough. It was better not to interfere. "Take me to the detention center," Zhao Yanan remarked, glancing at the nearby G-class, pausing momentarily before adding coolly, "You have many sisters-in-law. All those rumors online are just that, so don't call me sister-in-law." The hefty man responded with a hearty laugh. "They're all younger, no. Anyway, you're the sister-in-law." Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes and continued toward the G-class. "Sister-in-law, I'll just take this tire, all right?" he called out. "Don't call me sister-in-law." "Oh, I understand. Sister-in-law, take your time. Sister-in-law, are we going to pick up my brother?" "Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, say something." Chapter 51. Do you take me for an all-seeing eye? The sky was overcast. Although it was the brisk season of spring, it lacked the piercing cold of winter, with rain mingling with the lingering snow. At 8 o'clock sharp, the detention center released its inmates. Chu Yuxuan sauntered out through the iron gates, greeted by the sight of a Maybach and a GTR. Chu Jiqing stood beside the Maybach, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while a stern-looking middle-aged driver in a tailored suit held an umbrella for him. Upon seeing his son emerge, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Son, you've suffered." He promptly took the large black umbrella from the driver's hand and held it over his son's head. "I'm quite comfortable, actually," Chu Yuxuan replied with a faint smile, casting a glance. Xiao Qing approached, cradling a heavy white velvet robe, and gently draped it over Chu Yuxuan's shoulders, her voice tinged with both shyness and concern. "Young master, you've endured much. What brings you here, my dear girl?" Chu Yuxuan's gaze swept over Xiao Qing's rough-hewn hands, settling on her bashful, rosy face. 3 days in detention is hardly prison. There's no suffering to speak of. As soon as he finished speaking, another figure approached timidly, calling out, "Chu, President Chu." Everyone turned to look, and only Chu Yuxuan recognized Jian Shuhan. "What brings you here?" Chu Yuxuan furrowed his brow. Jian Shuhan stepped forward awkwardly, saying, "I inquired at the criminal police team and learned you were being released today. Since I had no classes, I thought I would come to pick you up." Chu Yuxuan smacked his lips, stating, "That incident has nothing to do with you. Don't feel any pressure." Jian Shuhan opened her mouth, the word, "thank you," perched on the tip of her tongue but swallowed back. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly looked up, saying, "By the way, President Chu, the school has a new principal and has expelled over 30 international students who had been sanctioned. The new principal is currently making a statement online." Chu Yuxuan was already aware of this matter, having learned it from his grandfather, who had personally selected the new principal. It was a relief that the entire incident had come to a satisfactory conclusion. 3 days of detention yielded significant benefits, far from a loss. "Wonderful, that's certainly a cause for celebration." Chu Yuxuan feigned surprise. Just then, a black G-class rolled in slowly. Zhao Yanan stepped out and glanced at Xiao Qing, who was adjusting Chu Yuxuan's collar, then at the anxious Jian Shuhan. With a stoic expression, she approached, saying, "Dad, Chu." When she turned to Chu Yuxuan, she seemed uncertain how to address her faux husband in front of Chu Jiqing, so she omitted the formality and asked coolly, "Are you well?" Chu Yuxuan smirked. "With food, drink, and shelter, I'm quite well. Are you worried about me?" Zhao Yanan pursed her lips, remaining silent. Chu Jiqing lightly coughed and cheerily said, "Come on, Yuxuan, Yanan, let us head back to the villa. Your grandfather wants to see both of you." Zhao Yanan felt a chill run down her spine. What could he possibly want to see her for? The memory of her grandfather's previous confrontations with the father and son duo sent shivers down her back. Chu Yuxuan understood that there was no escaping this ordeal. At worst, he would face a few lashes. Nothing too painful, he responded nonchalantly. "Let us go. The sooner we face it, the easier it will be." Having said that, he turned to Lao Wu, pointing at Jian Shuhan. "First, take her to school. You and Xiao Qing can return afterward. Third brother, I'll ride with Yanan." Jian Shuhan couldn't resist Lao Wu's enthusiasm and awkwardly climbed into the car, her heart heavy as she watched the Maybach and G-Class drive away. In the chasm between their worlds, how many lifetimes of struggle lay between them? She dared not think further. Her being able to earn a living for herself and her incapacitated father was already a rare form of wealth. In the back seat of the G-Class, Zhao Yanan and Chu Yuxuan sat at a considerable distance from one another. The icy beauty turned her gaze to the window, her thoughts in disarray, uncertain how to face her grandfather. On the other hand, she found it peculiar that she had braced herself for Chu Yuxuan's relentless teasing, yet he seemed unusually subdued, not uttering a word. Curious, she glanced over, only to find Chu Yuxuan reclining against the window, his narrow eyes half closed, gently pinching the bridge of his nose. Seems he hasn't rested well, Zhao Yanan thought to herself, relieved. Just as she was about to turn back, she heard Chu Yuxuan say, "If you want to look, then look openly. There's no need to be sneaky about it. I don't charge for my views." Zhao Yanan shot him a glare, choosing to ignore him. Chu Yuxuan merely chuckled and continued to pinch his brow. In truth, he hadn't slept well over the past few days. His head felt slightly dizzy and achy, precluding him from his usual banter. Moreover, the 3 days of relative quiet had calmed his previously restless heart. In this world, most love stories spring from lust. A fleeting glance at a wedding can unsettle even the most composed of men. How could any man remain unaffected upon first encountering a stunning beauty like Zhao Yanan? Yet at that moment, he had no intentions beyond mere physical attraction, fully aware that their farcical marriage was not to be taken seriously. It wasn't until that slap that his heart was truly opened. That it was hard to imagine the feelings of a young master, accustomed to neglect, suddenly being shielded by a woman. The bonds of friendship may be fabricated, but the stirrings of the heart are genuine. Yet now he felt that perhaps his reactions had been somewhat extreme. Being overly affectionate towards such a frosty woman might yield counterproductive results. The third brother, distracted while driving, occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror to see the two maintaining a distance akin to strangers, the atmosphere within the car thick with awkward silence, prompting him to pout. What is love, you ask? The world says it's not as good as a bowl of dumpling soup. I could go for some dumpling soup? Chu Yuxuan's eyes widened, glancing at the third brother. What are you mumbling about? The third brother shut his mouth and feigned ignorance, focusing intently on the road. Chu Yuxuan couldn't help but chuckle. His simple-minded brother always wore that foolish expression. It would likely be difficult for him to find a wife in the future. That moment, the second brother sent a WeChat message. Are you out? Chu Yuxuan, yes. How is the matter you were investigating? The second brother, still looking into it. The Gao family doesn't seem to have anything amiss. Chu Yuxuan put away his phone, pondering for a moment before asking Zhao Yanan, has Gao Ning come looking for you again? Zhao Yanan sighed, he has been here every day for the past 3 days. After a pause, she added, he has been looking for you. Didn't you say to tell him to wait? Chu Yuxuan stroked his chin, murmuring, with all the fuss I've caused, does he not know? I suspect he is deliberately trying to provoke me. Zhao Yanan replied coolly, I'm not sure. Chu Yuxuan exhaled, rubbing his temples, and turned to Zhao Yanan, grinning, why the long face? Who has got you upset? The third brother suddenly widened his eyes, feeling a chill run down his spine. Zhao Yanan snapped, Chu Yuxuan, are you planning to open a tire shop? Why are you always at odds with my tires? Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue against his cheek and remained silent for a moment before pointing at the third brother. I'll report him. It is all his doing, and the idea was his too. It has nothing to do with me. This big guy is simply too wicked. At least 200 pounds of him is made up of bad intentions. The third brother. Fine. You're so noble, aren't you? Zhao Yanan retorted angrily. Stop fooling around. What do you want? Is it not enough for you to torment me every day? Chu Yuxuan raised his hands in surrender, feigning innocence. I just think you work so hard every day and have to drive yourself. It must be exhausting, right? How about I be your chauffeur from now on? No need. Zhao Yanan huffed. Just don't touch my car again. Chu Yuxuan pretended to think, saying, how about this? Let this big guy be your driver instead. I'll take a step back, and you can too. As he spoke, Chu Yuxuan raised his hand as if to pat Zhao Yanan on the shoulder, to foster some familiarity. However, Zhao Yanan's reaction was unexpectedly intense. She recoiled sharply, like a startled bird, glaring at Chu Yuxuan with a warning glare. Don't touch me. Chu Yuxuan was taken aback and shrugged. That is settled then. Third brother, make sure to drive your sister-in-law safely from now on. Ugh. Got it. What a life I lead. Chu Yuxuan leaned back in his seat, reflecting on the night Zhao Yanan had hurt him with a knife. Her reaction had seemed rather unusual. After some contemplation, he took out his phone again and messaged the second brother. Help me look into Zhao Yanan's background. The second brother, eldest brother, do you think I'm an all-seeing eye? Chu Yuxuan, yes. The second brother, fine. Chapter 52. Do not retort. 40 minutes later, 2 vehicles arrived at Phoenix Manor. The old man's courtyard was situated at the highest point of the estate, nearly at the summit, aptly named Wulong Garden. In ancient times, such a place would have likely invited the severe punishment of annihilation of one's clan or worse. The wind and snow on the mountain were far more piercing than in the city. As soon as Zhao Yanan stepped out of the car, she involuntarily shivered, pulling her neck into her coat and displaying a hint of trepidation. Chu Yuxuan cast a glance at the other 2 luxury cars parked outside the courtyard. A wry smile. I am worried you will drag Dad into this. Dad? Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Chu Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback, astonished and delighted. Ah? Son, Zhao Yanan. Chu Yuxuan's expression froze. I did not call you. Chu Yuxuan, perplexed, queried. Did you not call me? Then who did you call? As he spoke, he inadvertently, the third son. This is unacceptable. Are you not afraid your son will beat me to a pulp? Chu Yuxuan rolled his eyes. Let us go. Hurry up and get inside. It's freezing. Inside the East Hall, Chu Yuxuan was holding a steaming bowl of meat soup, bowing slightly before the old man. Grandfather, this Buddha jumps over the wall was specially made by a master chef I invited from Guangdong. Please give it a taste. The acerbic aunt lifted her gaze, sarcastically remarking, How considerate. The old man sat upright, smiling. It is my eldest grandson who is understanding. Thank you for your efforts. Haha. Put it away for now. It's too rich for early in the morning. Ah. Chu Yuxuan stepped back a pace, straightening up to pass the bowl to a nearby maid, cautioning, Be careful, it's hot. The maid's cheeks flushed crimson. The eldest grandson always exuded such elegance, making him endearing. Unlike the second branch's pampered and willful young lady, who inherited her mother's domineering nature and had never treated the servants with kindness, berating them was a daily affair. Then there was the debauched young master from the third branch, rarely seen but often featured in scandalous news when he had free time online, truly a quintessential example of, like father, like son. As the maid sighed inwardly, she turned to leave and unexpectedly encountered the second-generation heir who had just been mocking him, entering the courtyard alongside his father, accompanied by a stunning beauty who could captivate any woman. People are inherently different. Wealth and poverty diverge, as do beauty and mediocrity. Yet the innate charm of a woman, akin to a man's wealth and power, signifies affluence. The maid mused, brushing past, silently sighing, a perfect match. Upon entering, Chu Yuxuan bowed his head. Dad. Eldest brother, sister, you are here too. The siblings feigned a harmonious demeanor, smiling and nodding. Chu Yuxuan, smiling naturally, inclined his head. Uncle. The old man had just praised his eldest grandson. His smile had not quite grown up now, yet you display no semblance of propriety. The culprit who had personally punctured Chu Xiaoyan's lung 3 days prior reluctantly stepped forward a few paces, kneeling with a twisted neck. Grandfather, I have come to accept my punishment. Zhao Yanan felt a thin sheen of sweat on her palm. The old man narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anger crossing his face. You little beast, you have ruined my good reputation. Huh? How could I dare? It was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Chu Yuxuan replied nonchalantly. Oh. Such eloquence. The aunt scoffed. Yuxuan, I fear your son is beyond saving. Aunt, do not always smile. Your face has quite a few wrinkles, Chu Yuxuan quipped languidly. You ungrateful little wretch. The aunt slammed her hand on the table, about to erupt, only to be halted by the old man's rebuke. Enough. You've been chattering all morning. Are you the only one with a mouth? With that, he glared at Chu Yuxuan. How much face does my family have to endure your disgrace? Huh? The old man's gaze was fierce as he reached for his. Chu Yuxuan stood by, head bowed, not daring to intervene. After delivering more than 10 strikes, The old man finally relented, angrily striking the cane against Chu Yuxuan, his tone frigid. I will warn you one last time. Rein in your temperament, or I will break your legs. Chu Yuxuan knelt upright, lips tightly pressed, his expression succinctly captured in 3 phrases. I acknowledge my mistake, I will not amend it, and I dare to persist. Seeing him finally silent, Chu Yuxuan snorted, returning to his seat, then turned to the quaking Zhao Yanan, harshly stating, the Zhao family is at least a minor noble house. How did they raise such a rude girl? Zhao Yanan shuddered, quickly stepping forward. Grandfather, hello. So you remember you ought to address me as grandfather? Huh? Kneel alongside your man? Zhao Yanan bit her lip, just as she was about to comply. She heard Chu Yuxuan interject, just say a few words. Why should she kneel? It feels like we're in a feudal society. You didn't come to my wedding, did you? Who is she to you? You insolent wretch. The old man raised his hand, striking Chu Yuxuan's mouth, causing blood to seep from the corner. Yuxuan, hold your tongue. Chu Yuxuan frowned. Dad, do not be angry, huh? When you were out causing mischief, did you care? You beast, just like your father. And you? The old man pointed at Zhao Yanan, his voice laced with fury. Is it that you cannot I have heard that you two are in a sham marriage, is it true? The sudden mention of sham marriage made Zhao Yanan tremble involuntarily. Previously, Chu Yuxuan had repeatedly cautioned her to ensure that the old man did not uncover the ruse, for he despised family deception above all. Moreover, marriages among the affluent typically had little to do with that nonsensical notion of love, adhering instead to the principle of profit above all. Even if not perfectly matched, the disparity could not be too vast. The old man particularly loathed the idea of a charming facade being used to masquerade as the family's dignity. The notion of beauty brings disaster was an eternal truth in his eyes, with figures like Daji and Baosi serving as vivid warnings. Zhao Yanan's looks could easily be deemed disastrous, and while the Zhao family was moderately affluent, they were nowhere near the Chu family's stature. How could the old man possibly consent to this marriage? Even if he did not favor Chu Yuxuan, the matter of marriage ultimately pertained to the family's reputation and interests. Thus, knowing he could not deceive the old man, Chu Yuxuan had to muster the courage to conceal the truth, only revealing to Chu Yuxuan the day before the wedding that his son was returning to the Chu family and intended to marry. That day nearly drove the old man to the brink of fury, but since the invitation had already been sent out, with guests being prominent figures from Jiangxing, there was no turning back. The old man had no choice but to acquiesce, though he felt deeply dissatisfied and did not attend the ceremony, even sending the butler to warn the illegitimate son. Now, the old man was in a fit of rage, evidently ready to revisit this old grievance. The siblings from the first and second branches exchanged glances, smiling silently. They were well aware of the deep ties between Chu Yuxuan and the Zhao family. When the Zhao family fell into dire straits, Zhao Yanan had wed Chu Yuxuan. Though Chu Yuxuan claimed that the two families had long-standing engagement, could such a narrative hold water in the face of the Chu family? Chapter 53. To have a child? Father, this matter is my fault. I haven't explained it clearly to you. Chu Yuxuan began to elucidate, in fact. Yuxuan was previously married. The elder frowned. It was to that celebrity, wasn't he it? Humph. Do you really think I'm oblivious? Indeed, indeed. You see, I have always wished for Yuxuan to return to the Chu family, but the child has held me accountable for the past and stubbornly refused to accept my compensation. Old Zhao and I had actually arranged our marriage more than a decade ago, back when Yuxuan was still in high school. Then, after that incident with Yuxuan, upon returning to the country, he covertly wed that actress. Last year, I heard he was embroiled in a divorce, so I sought him out, pleading earnestly with him. It was only then that he agreed to return to the Chu family and consented to marry Nan Nan. However, coincidentally, old Zhao encountered trouble last year, which led others to mistakenly believe that Nan Nan married into the Chu family to escape calamity. Father, I assure you, it is all true. Yuxuan and Nan Nan have indeed registered their marriage. How could there be any falsehood? The elder pursed his lips, contemplating before he scoffed. Marriage is no trifling matter. A betrothal made 10 years ago, simply a matter of parental command, and just like that, It's settled? How hasty. Chu Jiqing chuckled awkwardly. Father, in both of my marriages, wasn't each one also a matter of parental decree? How can one claim they weren't hasty? Chu Yuxuan furrowed his brow. After all these years, do you still blame me? He gestured towards Chu Yuxuan. Is it because I did not allow his mother into our home? A flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashed in Chu Jiqing's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, no. The elder appeared to harbor some guilt regarding certain old grievances. Unwilling to delve further into the topic, he sighed and turned to Zhao Yanan, saying, well, the marriage has already taken place, and I should not meddle. Regardless, now that she has joined our family, you must keep an eye on him. Allowing him to run amok every day. What sort of behavior is that? Zhao Yanan bowed her head and promptly replied, understood, grandfather. Chu Yuxuan then looked at Chu Yuxuan. You little rascal. I know you harbor resentment towards me. Ha! If it were the old days with your behavior, you wouldn't even dream of stepping into the Chu family. Chu Yuxuan pouted, remaining silent. The elder continued, I may not like you, but you are still my grandson, the heir of the Chu family. Henceforth, refrain from repeating the mistakes of our ancestors. Otherwise, when I die, I will have no face to meet our forebears. At 28, still without any semblance of maturity, he sighed heavily, enough, just have one child. A man matures only when he has offspring. Zhao Yanan, you can scold your own, but why bring up having children? Your youngest son has 4, yet he hasn't shed his frivolous ways. Suddenly, Chu Yuxuan, who had worn a sullen expression since entering, seemed to awaken. His eyes sparkling as he gazed at the elder, it appeared he had never realized how amiable, respectful, and understanding his grandfather could be. Listening to you, grandfather, Chu Yuxuan said with an unusual seriousness. The elder shot him a glare, retorting, if you truly listened, even a dog wouldn't misbehave with that. He pushed himself up from the table and extended his hand towards his eldest grandson. Howrin, come, let us play a game of chess. As the eldest grandson, you should also consider marriage. I do not know how many years I have left, so at least allow me to enjoy the joys of seeing 4 generations together. Chu Howrin hurriedly stepped forward to assist. Understood, grandfather. With that, the elder's reprimand of Chu Yuxuan came to a close. In truth, he had never intended to impose a harsh punishment, especially since he had already stripped Chu Jiqing of his authority in overseas projects. To penalize his son further would be unreasonable. After the elder departed, Chu Yuxuan and Zhao Yanan finally dared to rise. Chu Jiqing looked at his son and daughter-in-law, pursed his lips, and was about to speak when his sharp-tongued sister entered. She doesn't even know to greet her elders, Himph. Zhao Yanan stepped forward, adopting a subservient attitude. She first turned to Chu Yuxuan's uncle, timidly saying, hello, uncle, before extending her greeting to her aunt. Hello, aunt. The uncle acknowledged her with indifference, while the aunt merely laughed derisively, ignoring her completely. Chu Jiqing narrowed his eyes, his tone chillingly cold. Sister, my daughter-in-law is greeting you. The woman, displaying a fierce countenance, noted Chu Jiqing's displeasure and immediately deflated, reluctantly muttering an Chu Yuxuan stifled a laugh, pulled out his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, then stepped forward and presented the QR code on his screen to his aunt, cheekily saying, Aunt, here, transfer 100,000 or so, just as a token. One cannot simply call you aunt for free. On the way back, Chu Yuxuan still appeared unwell, looking listless. Zhao Yanan, feeling restless, hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you all right?" Chu Yuxuan gently shook his head. "The elder's reprimands are not painful." Zhao Yanan replied abruptly, "Thank you." Chu Yuxuan turned to her, a smile dancing in his eyes. "What are you thanking me for? To have a child?" Zhao Yanan couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You can have one yourself. A skilled cook cannot work without rice." Zhao Yanan. After a moment of speechlessness, the beautiful woman turned to Chu Yuxuan, her expression serious. "Chu Yuxuan, I know you often provoke my ire, but it's truly to alleviate my burdens. Thus, I must thank you regardless. However, we are not meant for each other. When I struck Xia Zhu last time, it was merely a performance. You should not treat me too well. If such a situation arises again, do not argue with your grandfather on my behalf. You must consider your father more." Chu Yuxuan grinned mischievously. "Who cares who it is, or what the consequences may be? If it's to trouble my wife, then it's absolutely unacceptable." Zhao Yanan remained patient. "Everything between us is a fade, Chu Yuxuan. I'm serious. Do not treat me too well. I do not deserve your sincerity." She paused. "You have no shortage of beautiful women around you. Choose wisely among them, or pursue them all. I believe in you. You can do it. In any case, I will not interfere, and if the elder blames you, I will accept the punishment." Chu Yuxuan's smile faded slightly as he gently rubbed his temples, muttering, "You understand me quite well." The third one in the back stole a glance at the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a chuckle. Soon after, he felt the intense glares from the two in the back seat. The third one said, "I just received news that my childhood friend's grandmother had a baby today." Half an hour later, the luxury SUV came to a halt in the underground garage of Zhao Yanan's home. Chu Yuxuan opened the car door, and just as he swung one leg out, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was Chen Ting. His expression turned serious as he hurriedly answered the call. "Ting Ting." On the other end, Chen Ting was exceptionally excited. "Brother Chu, my sister-in-law just called to tell me my brother has woken up." Chu Yuxuan exhaled in relief. "Really? That's wonderful. I am heading over now." "Great. Let us meet at the hospital. I'll get ready to leave as well." After hanging up, Chu Yuxuan withdrew his leg, telling Zhao Yanan, "I have something to attend to," and urged the third one to drive to the hospital. Chapter 54. The Divergence of Joy and Sorrow. "Doctor, how is my friend faring at present?" In the hospital room, Chu Yuxuan gazed at Chen Chong, who appeared exceedingly frail, his eyes barely open, and inquired of the physician. The attending physician, masked and inscrutable, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. "His condition is nothing short of miraculous. To be frank, we had little hope he would awaken. As it stands, his consciousness remains hazy. He cannot speak or move, and his brain exhibits only rudimentary cognitive abilities. Allow him to rest undisturbed for the next couple of days. We shall require further observation before arriving at any conclusive assessments." "Thank you." Chu Yuxuan expressed his gratitude. Once the doctor departed, he exchanged a brief greeting with Li Ping before sinking onto the sofa, lost in contemplation. Before long, Chen Ting arrived at the hospital, accompanied by a frail, elderly man. Initially welcoming Chen Ting with a smile, Li Ping's demeanor shifted to one of sternness upon noticing the old man, as she reprimanded, "Ting Ting, why on earth did you bring Grandpa here? This is utterly reckless." Chen Ting pouted. "When you called, I was so excited that I let it slip. Grandpa insisted on coming, so." The girl, with her naive disposition and inability to keep secrets, had unwittingly divulged her thoughts. Previously, Chu Yuxuan had subtly probed her for information about Chen Hong, only to discover that she was blissfully unaware of his whereabouts or the reason for his 10-year absence. She firmly believed that her cousin had met with some misfortune and perished. Otherwise, why would he not reach out to her or Chen Chong? Observing her candid manner of speaking, Chu Yuxuan deduced that Chen Hong would likely never disclose his whereabouts to such a loose-lipped individual, thus redirecting his focus to Chen Chong. The elderly companion accompanying Chen Ting was an octogenarian named Wang Kajio, a man with no blood relation to the three siblings of the Chen family, but rather a neighbor. In his youth, this solitary old man had eked out a living by scavenging, often providing assistance to the three abandoned children. Over time, a bond formed, leading him to support their education, treating them as his own offspring until they reached adulthood. Such benevolence was akin to a second birth. The Chen siblings, deeply appreciative, bore the responsibility of caring for the elderly man. Li Ping, given the gravity of the situation, why did you not inform me? The old man's tears streamed down his weathered cheeks, his gnarled hands trembling violently. A lifetime of hardship, coupled with his advanced age, left him stooped and frail, evoking a sense of heartache in those who beheld him. Li Ping too succumbed to tears. Grandpa, I did not wish to burden you with worry. Your health is already precarious. To be fair, while Chun Chong was indeed a man of misfortune, his wife was remarkable, beautiful and resilient, showing great concern for both Chun Ting and the elderly man. It was a mere year since Chen Chong's marriage, and Chu Yuxuan had jokingly remarked that he must have accumulated great virtue in a past life to deserve such a commendable wife. Chen Chong had laughed heartily at the jest, but later, inebriated, confided in Chu Yuxuan the truth. In reality, her family is quite impoverished. She entered society early and was exploited in unsavory dealings for a few years. Eventually, she came to Jiangqing seeking a new path, and by chance, we met and gradually developed feelings, leading to our marriage. The sorrows and joys of humanity are indeed diverse. By the time Chu Yuxuan exited the hospital, it was already midday. His younger brother, holding a meat sandwich in one hand and the steering wheel in the other, remarked between bites, "Brother, Chun Chong is quite resilient. But do you think he will reveal Chen Hong's whereabouts? I believe a combination of kindness and coercion is in order. If he remains tight-lipped, we might have to leverage his sister against him." Chu Yuxuan's expression turned serious. He responds to gentleness rather than force. He's as stubborn as they come, and we must tread carefully. Ah, his brother sighed. Then we are left with no choice but to wait. Brother, are you returning to your new home, or to the lakeside? After a moment of silence, Chu Yuxuan, do you wish for her to come to your new home? Would you be willing? His brother blushed, stammering, I have no objections, brother. Please do not misinterpret my intentions. Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly, his tone laced with subtle meaning. Let me remind you once more, we must not discuss any matters at home. Oh, just then, Zhao Yanan called. A smile unconsciously graced Chu Yuxuan's lips as he answered the call, speaking softly, Have you been missing me? On the other end, Zhao Yanan took a breath and replied coolly, Gao Ning has invited me to dinner, claiming he wishes to discuss Xia Zhu's situation. I've just arrived, and President Jean is also here. Gao Ning invited you to dinner? Chu Yuxuan furrowed his brow. Which President Jean? After a pause, as if recalling who it was, he expressed they seem quite familiar with each other, and he claims to be acting as a mediator. Interesting. Chu Yuxuan stroked his chin, pondering, what sort of scheme is President Jean concocting? Unclear. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuxuan queried, Was this even a question? Yanan, you've grown clever. Do you know I would make you plead for my presence, hence your silence? Zhao Yanan responded indifferently, not interested in coming. Xia Zhu will be there. Chu Yuxuan teased, Are you jealous? Perhaps in the next life. As soon as the words left, shortly thereafter, Zhao Yanan sent her location to Chu Yuxuan via WeChat. It seemed she had grown completely desensitized to the notion of jealousy and had discerned Chu Yuxuan's patterns. As long as this scoundrel did not explicitly state he would not come, he most certainly would. Chapter 55. Have I spoken to you? In the private dining room of the restaurant, the cold dishes had been served, yet no one had picked up their chopsticks. General Manager Jan glanced at his watch. Despite the fact that the dishes had been on the table for over 40 minutes, he hesitated to urge anyone. After a moment of contemplation, he filled 2 glasses with wine, passing one to Zhao Yanan with a smile, saying, Zhao, since President Chu has yet to arrive, we cannot come. Let me toast you first, in anticipation of a fruitful collaboration between our 2 companies. Zhao Yanan accepted the cup with both hands, forcing a smile at this esteemed client. Although she found even the finest spirits exceedingly difficult to swallow, she raised her chin and drank it down in one go. In contrast, General Manager Jean appeared to relish the moment, filling his glass again with enthusiasm, exclaiming, as the saying, even the most uneducated ruffians can wax eloquent at the table, a feat that would be impossible under duress. Yet, once at a banquet, they become articulate, conjuring phrases like, 3 goats bring prosperity, 4 seasons bring wealth, 6 sixes brings smooth sailing, and 10 out of 10 brings perfection. Anything to coax another drink from you, they can fabricate an idiom on the spot. Zhao Yanan recognized that continuing in this manner would only lead to an endless cycle, yet she did not wish to offend General Manager Jean. After all, he had lowered himself to offer her a drink. To refuse would seem overly pretentious and lacking in decorum. Having downed 3 glasses, the icy beauty felt a burning sensation in her stomach, her cheeks flushed with color. General Manager Jean, sensing the moment, business is business and friends are friends. There's nothing we cannot discuss. Gowning rose, smiling as he extended his hand. Zhao, I was too reckless in the past and may have offended you. Borrowing from General Jin's earlier words, I hope we can keep business and personal matters separate and resolve the issues regarding Xia Zhu amicably, shall we? Zhao Yanan hesitated for a moment, gently grasping Gowning's fingertips. It seemed that any form of physical contact was exceedingly uncomfortable for her. In a fleeting instant, she released his hand, lifting her wine cup and stating, You worry too much, Gao. I, Zhao Yanan, have never conflated work with personal affairs. Gowning feigned humility, lowering his glass. It is I who should toast you, and also to Qing. At first, Xia Zhu wore an expression that suggested the world owed her $1,000,000, but upon seeing her ex-husband, her demeanor soured even further. She lowered her head, twisting her neck, unwilling to glance at him again. Gowning held his glass aloft, his hand frozen mid-air, his smile stiff and lukewarm. President Chu, you have arrived. Ah, Brother Chu, you have finally come. General Manager Jean exclaimed, rising to greet him, then shouted to the waiter, Quickly, serve the hot dishes. I must treat my good brother to a warm welcome. From the moment he entered, Chu Yuxuan completely ignored the 3 of them, his gentle gaze falling upon Zhao Yanan's flushed face. Without uttering a word, he poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. At that moment, Zhao Yanan's appearance could only be described as radiant, her heart easing as she acknowledged that this troublesome man, though often infuriating, had provided her with considerable solace. Here, Chu Yuxuan, without answering, asked, Why is your face so red? How many have you had to drink? Zhao Yanan suddenly felt an ominous premonition and dared not respond. Brother Chu. General Manager Jean chuckled. Do not take offense. You know I have a fondness for drink. Earlier, in your absence, the mood in this room was rather dull, so Zhao and I shared a few cups. Heh. Come, you did something commendable for Jiangqing a few days ago. I heard you just got out of detention today. Oh dear, you must have suffered. I must toast you several times. Indeed, President Chu is quite the righteous one. Gowning flattered, though his tone came off as somewhat insincere. Chu Yuxuan ignored him, smiling at General Manager Jean, uttering a polite flattery. Before turning his attention to the dining table, he picked up a large wine glass and filled it with white liquor, declaring, General Jean, the last time you visited Qingya, I did not entertain you properly. Today, let me make amends. Since you enjoy drinking, let us be bold and switch to larger cups. General Manager Jean forced a smile. Brother Chu, I am nearly 50. Drinking like this, self-impose? That is merely a drinking custom. We are friends, gentlemen, and it is unnecessary. General Manager Jean, ever the smooth talker, eased the tension with laughter, casually switching to a larger glass and filling it. Gowning mimicked him, filling his own large glass and said, President Chu, let me also offer you a toast. However, this young scion remained undeterred, clinking glasses with General Manager Jean and downing the liquor in one go. General Manager Jean took 2 sips, hastily grasping a teacup to alleviate the effects. Gowning, feeling a bit awkward, set down his glass but did not take his seat. Xia Zhu, concerned for her Ninggu, tugged at his sleeve and shook her head. Gowning responded with a smile but remained silent. General Jean, another round, Chu Yuxuan said, unperturbed, filling another glass. You toasted my wife 3 times. I must reciprocate with 3 toasts to you. Wouldn't you agree? Otherwise, it would seem impolite. General Manager Jean, wearing the mask of a good-natured person, chuckled weakly. Zhao, look, my brother Chu is blaming me. You should speak a good word for me. Zhao Yanan passed a cup of tea to Chu Yuxuan, saying, Drink less. Chu Yuxuan nodded, then clinked cups with General Manager Jean. Cheers. General Manager Jean. Resign. Zhao Yanan noticed Gao Ning's clenched fist, feeling perplexed, thinking, what scheme is this fool concocting? Does he truly believe that by invoking General Jean, he can intimidate Chu Yuxuan? While General Jean may be a prominent figure, he merely has a broader network and knows a variety of people. Is he truly daring enough to confront Chu Yuxuan? After the two brothers finished their third cup, Chu Yuxuan finally began to show signs of intoxication, his cheeks slightly flushed. In stark contrast, General Manager Jean, having drunk too quickly and too much, was now gasping for breath, looking as if he were on the verge of death. Zhao Yanan gently nudged Chu. Come, I too. Did I speak to you? Chu Yuxuan suddenly shouted, catching Zhao Yanan off guard, causing her to flinch. She recalled the last time Chu Yuxuan had said such words to Gao Ning. At that time, Chu Yuxuan had been unremarkable, while Gao Ning had been arrogant, even audaciously suggesting that Chu Yuxuan write any amount on the check. Now, reflecting on it, Gao Ning felt utterly foolish. After being yelled at, Gao Ning appeared momentarily dazed, standing still without a response. Chu Yuxuan seized the teacup before him and hurled it across the table, fixing his cold. Otherwise, Xia Zhu will never be able to terminate the contract in this lifetime. Mark my words. Chapter 56. So you're just a backup. Xia Zhu sprang to her feet, hastily brushing the tea leaves off Gao Ning's clothes, then turned her ire towards Chu Yuxuan, indignantly exclaiming, Chu Yuxuan, do not take your arrogance too far. Chu Yuxuan scoffed, Xia Zhu, to put it bluntly, you are merely a commodity. I intend to enhance your value to secure a lucrative sale, yet you remain oblivious to your own worth. You are nothing but a Chu Yuxuan, appearing somewhat exasperated, uttered a remark that left Xia Zhu puzzled. You truly are so foolish it terrifies me. Why must you meddle in everything? Why do you always prefer to buy the case rather than the pearl? Everything was fine just a moment ago, and Gao Ning hasn't said a word. Chu Yuxuan glanced at him with disdain. Haven't you had enough to drink? President Jean smacked his lips. Brother Chu, we are all friends here. Drinking with you is a courtesy on my part. Chu Yuxuan replied with a faint smile. Allowing you to call me brother is me showing you sufficient respect. President Jean, heed the advice of others and eat your fill. Do not meddle in every affair. Although Qingya is a small company, it is not desperate for your favor. If you truly wish to do business or befriend me, I shall invite you for a drink another time. But if you continue to meddle foolishly, I will have to deal with you as well. President Jean, feeling awkward, waved his hand. All right, you two continue your discussion. I will host you later. Zhao Yanan pondered for a moment. Gao Ning, suppressing his anger, said, President Chu, I understand your father is a significant figure, and our Gao family cannot afford to offend him, but you need not flaunt your power so brazenly, implying, isn't it merely because of your father? What is there to be so arrogant about? Chu Yuxuan found the situation both amusing and infuriating. Hey, do not conflate matters. Who is it that constantly brings up their father? Gao, while I am unaware of your intentions, I warn you, you are not worthy of having your father come play with me, understand? President Chu, I merely wish to release Xia Zhu from her contract. You are overthinking this. To redeem her, I understand. Pay the fee, for I have no interest in it. Zhao Yanan shot a meaningful glance at Chu Yuxuan, pondering his thoughts. Gao Ning bit his lip, glaring as he declared, the penalty for breach of contract is not determined by you. If we cannot come to an agreement, we shall resort to litigation. Chu Yuxuan nodded, dismissively responding, fine. I know your Gao family may look down upon Qingya's legal department, but let me ask you, how does the Chu family's legal team appeal to you? Bullying with power, who cannot? The business community in Jiangqing knows well of the Chu family's legal team. They are all industry leaders, the C Army de la C Army, having fought countless legal battles over decades, with losses few and far between. Gao Ning was instantly deflated, at a loss for words. At that moment, Gao Zhenxing unexpectedly entered the private room. Out of politeness, Zhao Yanan stood to greet him, and President Jean cheerfully asked how he was. Gao Ning appeared astonished, seemingly not expecting his father to find him here. After a brief pause, he called out, Dad. Only Chu Yuxuan and Xia Zhu remained silent. The former held contempt, while the latter felt unworthy to speak. President Chu, Gao Zhenxing said, A smile plastered on his face as he extended his hand to Chu Yuxuan. I just returned from out of town half an hour ago. I heard that my inept son is up to no good again, not even returning home, so I rushed over. Chu Yuxuan did not take his hand, a hint of mockery in his smile. Oh, what mischief has he gotten into? Do enlighten me. Gao Zhensheng, being astute, realized that Chu Yuxuan was not interested in his explanation, so he turned direct. President Chu has already shown our Gao family great leniency last time. How could you be so ungrateful? For the sake of a woman, do you intend to jeopardize the entire Gao family? You must understand clearly now. As long as I, Gao Zhensheng, draw breath, you shall never marry into the Gao family. Cast aside such thoughts at once. Whether you terminate the contract or not has nothing to do with Ninger. I will not give him a single penny. You would do well to consider your position. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Xia Zhu, meek and submissive, dared not raise her head, let alone speak. In truth, her relationship with Gao Ning had always faced staunch opposition from his parents. Yet, being deeply in love, she believed that enduring the trials would one day lead to recognition. Damn you! Gao Ning seemed intent on defending Xia Zhu when his father barked, "Silence, you beast! Can you not survive without a woman? 3 years ago, for a woman, you disregarded your mother and me to seek her in America, and now that she is married, you are once again infatuated with this woman. When will you ever grow up?" Chu Yuxuan. Oh, Zhao Yanan. The couple exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring each other perfectly. Xia Zhu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Recalling the moment in the underground parking lot when Chu Yuxuan had shoved Gao Ning, the pained expression on Gao Ning's face was it all an act. She had scolded Chu Yuxuan for that. Over the past weeks, Gao Ning had frequently complained of discomfort, claiming it was a post-surgery complication, all false, everything was a lie. The love she had believed to be genuine, only to discover in the end she was merely a backup? Gao Ning panicked. Xiao Zhu, you must listen to me. This is not true, it cannot be true. Xia Zhu's mental world collapsed in an instant. Dazed, she took a few steps back before turning and fleeing the room. Xiao Zhu. Gao Ning bolted after her, only to be forcefully shoved back by Gao Zhensheng. Do not go. I have other plans for your marriage. Do not contact her again. With that, Gao Zhensheng approached Chu Yuxuan, his demeanor softening as he donned a smile. President Chu, I apologize for my apologies. I, Gao Zhensheng, am not a capricious man. President Chu showed mercy last time. How could I fail to appreciate it? I sincerely apologize for this matter. I shall ensure that Ninger is properly disciplined, and he will not trouble you again. Chu Yuxuan replied with a smile. No worries. Let him come as he pleases. After all, I have nothing but idle time, and a little amusement is welcome. Pausing for effect, he added with a smirk, if you are also free, why not join in? Chapter 57. When you are serious, you resemble a human being. Gao Zhensheng feigned calmness, asserting, Mr. Chu, my son is merely blinded by desire. He harbors no ulterior motives. I am well aware. How could I dare to challenge a formidable opponent? Chu Yuxuan retorted nonchalantly, so, according to you, this is merely the ramblings of two eunuchs, nothing but nonsense? Mr. Chu, you jest. Ha! What has suddenly made the atmosphere so dull? Chu Yuxuan felt a wave of boredom wash over him as he disdainfully glanced at Gao Ning. Hey, you rascal! What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Your actions leave me utterly perplexed. With that, he casually cast a glance at Mr. Jean. Gao Ning, gritting his teeth, felt a surge of emotion in his eyes, realizing that, at this moment, he resented his father. Even after a prolonged silence without a response, Chu Yuxuan pursed his lips and strolled toward Gao Ning. He picked up a bottle of liquor from in front of Mr. Jean, gripping the bottle neck, and mockingly addressed Gao Zhensheng. Old Gao, I have indeed given your family opportunities, yet your son repeatedly vexes me. Pray tell, what should I do? As his words fell, the bottle shattered against Gao Ning's head with a resounding crash, and blood gushed forth as he collapsed to the ground. Gao Zhensheng instinctively clenched his fists, a fleeting expression of anger crossing his face before he forced a smile and said, Mr. Chu, you are quite the educator. My son truly deserves a beating. I appreciate that. Chu Yuxuan chuckled, then picked up another empty bottle. Zhao Yanan, alarmed, hastily intervened. Mr. Chu, please, stop this, you've had too much to drink? Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue against his molars, discarding the bottle on the ground with a scoff. Indeed, I have indulged a bit too much. Haha, dear wife, let us return home to rest. As he passed Mr. Jean, Chu Yuxuan clapped him heavily on the shoulder. Mr. Jean, I shall treat you to a lavish meal soon, one that will leave you thoroughly satisfied. That sounds splendid. Mr. Jean replied with a grin, completely ignoring the bloodied and moaning Gao Ning sprawled on the ground. After the couple departed, the Gao family's driver, who had been waiting outside, rushed in to assist Gao Ning and pressed a tap. Shall I? The driver, filled with indignation, was abruptly silenced by Gao Zhenxing's sharp reprimand. Silence! What right do you have to speak here? After casting a stern glare at the driver, Gao Zhenxing turned to Mr. Jean, his eyes icy as he inquired, Mr. Jean, I am quite curious why son has only just returned to the country. How do you know him? Mr. Jean, slightly inebriated, chuckled. It hasn't been long. Your young master is well-mannered and charming. We get along famously. Gao Zhenxing scoffed and fell silent, leading the driver as they exited the private room to check on Gao Ning. Once in the car, he scolded Gao Ning. From now on, keep your distance from that Jane fellow. I care not what he intends to do concerning that Chu. Do not meddle. Gao Ning twisted his neck defiantly, saying, he came to mediate for me. Do not tarnish his name. Ha! Do you not ponder how I came to know you were here? Let me enlighten you. The information I received was leaked by that Jean. He deliberately made it known to ensure I witnessed Chu Yuxuan teach you a lesson. Do you still not grasp his intentions? Gao Ning wore a look of disbelief, but could he truly let this beating slide? Father, can you truly bear to let him humiliate me like this? He is striking not just my head, but the dignity of the Gao family. The last time he brought us disgrace, will you allow it again? Father, it hurts so much. Gao Zhenxing's expression gradually hardened, resembling ice, and after a lengthy silence, he commanded, stay away from that Xia Zhu. On the other side, in the back of the luxury SUV, Chu Yuxuan had consumed nearly a pound of liquor, feeling the effects of intoxication as he leaned against the window, one hand massaging his temples. Zhao Yanan hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her concern. In the future, could you refrain from striking others at whim? It would not reflect well on you. Chu Yuxuan replied, I have no such leisure. Zhao Yanan clearly did not believe him, scrutinizing Chu Yuxuan for a while before recalling a phrase he had casually mentioned during a meal. I'm not particularly concerned. She mused that although this young heir was currently a notorious flirt, he had once been wholly devoted to Xia Zhu. Perhaps this outcome stirred some latent disappointment within him. She then asked, her tone turning serious. After loving her for 2 years, do you regret it? Chu Yuxuan languidly replied, what do I have to regret? In any case, she is the one at a loss. Zhao Yanan understood this statement. His notion of loss did not pertain to his family background, but rather to the sincerity he had invested. Such a thing could not be exchanged for gold or silver. Yet, it had ultimately been misplaced. At present, Chu Yuxuan had no inclination to concern himself with Xia Zhu's feelings or moods. After pondering for a moment, he warned Zhao Yanan, be cautious. I misjudged the situation before. It is not the Gao family that is problematic, but Mr. Jean. Zhao Yanan, taken aback by this rare moment of seriousness from the debauched youth, furrowed her brow and inquired, what issue? Chu Yuxuan shook his head. Had Gao Zhenxing not intervened today, I would have remained uncertain. However, his hasty arrival indicates he is unaware of Gao Ning's recent actions. Thus, I suspect this Jean fellow harbors ill intentions, instigating Gao Ning from behind the scenes. But for what purpose, I cannot yet ascertain. Could you be overthinking this? Zhao Yanan pondered aloud. Mr. Jean has signed several collaborations with our company. They should be mutually beneficial. I believe Gao Ning is simply too eager to terminate his contract with Xia Zhu, hence his daily visits to you. A cowardly brat who fears the strong and revels in leveraging his father's influence, knowing full well he cannot compete with me. Is it not strange that he suddenly grows bold? Chu Yuxuan remarked, I looked into it on my way here. This Jean fellow has no prior dealings with the Gao family, and Gao Ning has just returned from abroad. How could he possibly be so familiar with him? Moreover, consider when Mr. Jin first encountered Gao Ning. Zhao Yanan recalled vividly, it was the day Xia Zhu caused a scene at the company. Gao Ning even knelt before you. As she spoke, a realization struck her. He must have witnessed Gao Ning's humiliation at your hands, which led him to seek out Gao Ning afterward, inciting him to oppose you? That makes sense, but what could his motive be? This icy beauty contemplated for a moment, then her imagination soared. Chu Yuxuan, have you been dallying with inappropriate women? Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan insisted, create a list for me. I will help you investigate. Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan pressed on. What? Too many to remember? Chu Yuxuan scoffed. If you have that much free time, you might as well review the contracts with Mr. Jin for any hidden traps. True, Zhao Yanan mused. Then her expression shifted to one of concern. Since the Gao family is not the issue, you should not have struck Gao Ning. Now, it seems the Gao family may be forced into a predicament because of you. Striking him was merely to gauge his father's reaction. Furthermore, Gao Ning is already embroiled in this. A confrontation with the Gao family is inevitable. Chu Yuxuan sighed, let it come. I wish to see what schemes this Mr. Jin has in store. Zhao Yanan's mind raced, pondering how Mr. Jin, who had previously been so cordial with Chu Yuxuan, had suddenly turned hostile. Could it be that from the very beginning, his approach to collaboration was laced with conspiracy and ulterior motives? You might want to give Uncle Jiqing a heads up, so he can prepare a response. Chu Yuxuan narrowed his eyes, nonchalantly replying, worried about me? Zhao Yanan. Nan, I've had too much to drink. May I lean on your shoulder? This window is unbearably cold. Chu Yuxuan, When you are serious, you actually resemble a person. Old third, brother, I've turned on the heating. Why is it still cold? Chapter 58. The consequences of past actions in the evening. Taking advantage of his parents' absence due to social engagements, Gao Ning stealthily slipped out and drove to Xia Zhu's residence. On the way, he called General Jin, exclaiming, General Jin, what exactly are you insinuating? Why did you summon my father today? General Jin chuckled. Ah, it seems your father has caught on, hasn't he? Brother, I assure you, this is all for your benefit. Consider it, given our capabilities alone, how could we possibly contend with Chu Yuxuan? We need your father's assistance at the very least. Gao Ning, fuming, retorted. You want me to help Xia Zhu terminate her contract, and this dinner gathering was all part of your scheme? The sole aim is for my father to take action against Chu Yuxuan? You didn't mention any of this initially. Didn't you claim to have a plan to deal with Chu Yuxuan? Why now must my father be involved? General Jin replied, involving your father will greatly enhance our chances. Frankly speaking, your father has grown older, lacking the vigor and audacity of his youth. The internal strife within the Chu clan is rampant. We needn't fear them. If we strategize wisely, we might even exploit their discord to our advantage. Just be patient. We have the timing and location on our side. All that remains is the right personnel. How can I continue to trust you? Gao Ning questioned. You may choose not to believe me, and I can terminate this plan. But ponder this. The Chu family likely won't let the Gao family off so easily. Gao Ning felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed there was no turning back. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly conceded. You must guarantee that you can bring him down. General Jin asserted confidently, this is inevitable. Chu Yuxuan is a slave to his desires. He may appear formidable, but he is quite easy to handle. Gao Ning pondered. General Jin, however, after anxiously entering the door code he had memorized, the screen displayed an error. Panic seized him as he tried several times, each attempt yielding the same result. Earlier that afternoon, he had hoped to explain himself to Xia Zhu, but both his calls and messages had been blocked, and even Xia Zhu's mother was unresponsive. Now, the door code had been changed. Bang bang. Gao Ning pounded on the door, pleading, Xiao Zhu, grant me a chance to explain. 3 years ago, I was blinded by my own folly, but I truly love you now. Only you. Xiao Zhu, please do not doubt my love for you, I beg you. Let me explain in person. Just open the door. Inside, Xia Zhu leaned against the sofa, clutching a bottle of wine, her eyes vacant, exuding an air of despondency. Xia Zhu's mother stood nearby, her heart yearning to open the door, yet recalling Xia Zhu's desperate insistence against answering Gao Ning's calls earlier, she hesitated, sitting anxiously beside her daughter. Outside, Gao Ning continued to plead, "Xiao Zhu, I know you're home. I implore you, allow me to see you. My head was injured by Chu Yuxuan. I just woke up from the hospital and rushed here to find you, Xiao Zhu. My head is spinning. Please, just let me see you." Xia Zhu's mother grasped her daughter's hand, worry etched on her face. "Xia Zhu, Ninger is hurt. Please, let him in. Whatever it is, let him clarify. You have loved each other for so many years. There cannot be any insurmountable obstacles between you. Just listen, all right?" Xia Zhu forced a smile, tears spilling uncontrollably, and said nothing. In that moment, for reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably reminiscing about Chu Yuxuan, recalling those 2 years. That awkward fellow never spoke sweet nothings or offered explanations. He simply obeyed her every whim, always showing her understanding. Yet, it was he who she had inadvertently condemned to oblivion, buried beneath the weight of her discontented marriage. If only life were as it was at first sight, why lament the autumn winds that mourn the painted fan? Every story begins with such tenderness, yet how many endings can truly befit their beginnings? The consequences of one's actions, who can truly fathom their depths? Destiny seems to toy with her. In her left hand, an unwavering affection, in her right, the moonlight of unattainable love. What she desires eludes her grasp, while what she possesses is devoid of her affection. Now that the moonlight finally shines upon her, she rushes forth only to discover it was cast aside by another, now reflected back to her. Is it pitiable? Is it tragic? Is it detestable? Ah, some lives are destined to be filled with regret and remorse. The week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Xia Zhu's penalty for breach of contract remained unpaid. In response, Chu Yuxuan showed no mercy, ordering the artist management department to freeze her career and informing Zhao Yanan that any future attempts to negotiate would be futile. Litigation was the only recourse, and regardless of the potential compensation, such legal battles could be drawn out for years. Wrongdoing invariably incurs consequences. Yet, what puzzled Chu Yuxuan was the recent silence from Gao Ning and General Jin. They seemed to have made no moves at all. What could these two fools be plotting? Or perhaps Gao Zhenxing was keeping a tight leash on Gao Ning, preventing him from making reckless decisions. That old fox was astute and patient, not one to provoke the Chu clan lightly, so this possibility could not be dismissed. With the petty distractions gone, Chu Yuxuan found himself rather unoccupied, taking leisurely strolls around the company, irritating Zhao Yanan, and then visiting the hospital to bring gifts for Chen Chong. This was his primary concern now. Recently, the doctors had advised that the family should engage Chen Chong in conversation to aid in improving his cognitive abilities. Naturally, this task fell upon the garrulous Chen Ting, who chattered incessantly from dawn till dusk about childhood memories, recent news, and even the entire episode of her rescue by Chu Yuxuan, along with his covering of medical expenses, all infused with heartfelt gratitude towards him. This approach proved effective. Chen Chong showed notable recovery. Though he still struggled to articulate words, he could respond through finger movements or blinking, indicating that his cognitive functions were nearly restored. Just yesterday, after much contemplation, Chu Yuxuan concluded that it was unnecessary to wait any longer. He directly addressed Chen Chong. "I seek Chen Hong solely to inquire about one matter, a matter intimately connected to my mother's demise." "Xiangzi, he was my mother's driver. He must have witnessed who kidnapped her. Rest assured, I will not blame him for fleeing in the face of danger. That is human instinct, something anyone would do. I merely wish to ascertain who was responsible for my mother's abduction and what transpired that night. Nothing more, I swear by the heavens. I will not harm him. You must believe me." However, despite Chu Yuxuan's earnestness, Chen Chong maintained his silence. Yet, his eyes betrayed a flicker of guilt and inner turmoil, At that moment, Chu Yuxuan sat in his office, troubled and deep in thought, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The third member of their group shared his concerns, muttering, "I'll get him out of the hospital tonight and put him through hell until he talks. Damn it, he is too oblivious to the situation." Chu Yuxuan flicked the ash from his cigarette, his expression grave, indeed. "I lack the patience to prolong this any further. We must devise an alternative strategy." As he spoke, Chen Ting called. Chu Yuxuan instantly perked up, his heart racing with anxiety. "Hello, Ting Ting. Brother Chu, my brother wants to see you. It took me ages to decipher his gestures, but it was hilarious. Ha ha ha." Chapter 59. Tread lightly. Chen Chang's request to meet was perhaps a result of yesterday's conversation, finally awakening some understanding within him. Chu Yuxuan felt a surge of excitement as he hurried to the hospital with Lao San. However, upon reaching the ward, he was met with a scene that struck him like a bolt from the blue. He saw the attending physician rushing in with several nurses, the machines by the bedside emitting a series of urgent beeps, while Li Ping stood at the door, her face devoid of color, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chen Ting was already a weeping mess. Upon seeing Chu Yuxuan, she collapsed into his arms, sobbing, "Chu Gu, my brother, Wu Wu, what happened?" Seeing Chen Chang lying there, barely clinging to life, Chu Yuxuan's heart sank. Chen Ting cried out, "He was fine just a moment ago." Suddenly, just gently patting Chen Ting's back in an attempt to comfort her, Chu Yuxuan watched as nurses wheeled Chen Chang away, presumably for emergency treatment. In that moment, he felt utterly helpless and dared not interrupt the doctors, his mind blank. Just when progress had finally been made, how could everything change so abruptly? As the nurses pushed Chen Chang past him, he suddenly squeezed Chu Yuxuan's hand. Stunned, Chu Yuxuan leaned down. "Xiangzi, is there something you wish to tell me?" Unable to speak, Chen Chang seemed to muster all his strength to lift his other hand, slowly moving it to point toward Li Ping. His half-open eyes, too weak to focus, drifted toward her direction. A frown creased Chu Yuxuan's brow as he slowly turned his head, casting a complex gaze at Li Ping. "Make way, don't waste time," the nurse urged, forcibly pushing Chen Chang into the emergency room, with Chen Ting following closely behind. Outside the ward, only Chu Yuxuan, Lao San, and Li Ping remained. Lao San scratched his head in confusion. "What does this mean? Does he want my brother to help take care of his wife?" Li Ping trembled slightly, avoiding Chu Yuxuan's gaze. Images of their encounters at the street stall flooded Chu Yuxuan's mind. This woman was always so reticent and shy, unable to meet his eyes as she served food, her gaze persistently averted. At the time, he thought it was simply her nature, but now he realized it might have stemmed from her knowledge of Chen Hong's whereabouts, causing her discomfort in his presence. With these thoughts, Chu Yuxuan steadied himself and stepped closer to Li Ping, speaking softly, "Sister-in-law, does Xiangzi have something he wishes for you to convey to me?" Li Ping wiped away her tears, trembling as she shook her head. Chu Yuxuan's expression grew cold. "Then why did he point at you just now?" Li Ping pressed her lips together, lowering her head in silence. "Sister-in-law, I do not favor beating around the bush. Tell me, where is Chen Hong? I promised Xiangzi I would not harm him. You saw it yourself. He truly wanted to inform me of Chen Hong's whereabouts. I implore you, please." Li Ping fidgeted with her fingers, her inner turmoil evident as she battled with herself. After a long pause, she finally nodded after swallowing hard. "Actually, I have only seen him once. On the night of Chen Hong's birthday last October, Xiangzi prepared several dishes for his brother, but knowing you were watching him, he didn't dare to meet his brother easily, so he had me deliver them." "Where?" Chu Yuxuan urged, barely containing his impatience. 220. If there's anything Chen Hong needs to communicate with Xiangzi, it's through him that the messages are relayed at the stall. Chen Hong is quite cautious. Chu Yuxuan murmured, then moved to the side to call Lao Wu. "Gather your things. It's time to get to work." He then called Lao Air, check on 227, Bin High Road, and find out about someone namely Bin, quickly. After hanging up, Chu Yuxuan chose not to leave immediately as he awaited Lao Wu, opting instead to stay outside the emergency room with Chen Ting. After about 10 minutes, the attending physician emerged from the emergency room, his expression somber as he shook his head. Chen Ting and Li Ping, unable to process the news, clung to each other and broke down in tears. With a grave expression, Chu Yuxuan inquired of the doctor, "What exactly happened?" Wasn't he recovering well just a few days ago? The doctor furrowed his brow. It was a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Normally, the machines, alas, his injuries were just too severe that we truly did our utmost. Chu Yuxuan said nothing further, sitting down beside Chen Ting, comforting her as he said, Ting Ting, add me on WeChat. I will send you some money to help with your brother's arrangements. With swollen, red eyes, Chen Ting sobbed, Chu Gu, why are we siblings so unfortunate? My elder brother has been missing for 10 years, and now my brother, Wu Wu. You have no idea, my grandfather was diagnosed with liver cancer 2 years ago. After a recent checkup, the doctor said he has at most 3 months left, Wu Wu. Soon, I will be all alone. Li Ping wiped her tears, opening her mouth to speak but hesitating. Misfortune seems to seek out those already burdened by hardship and truth. Hell does not exist in some distant realm. It is right here on Earth. 18 noon precisely. The brothers met Lao Wu at the hospital entrance and set off for 227 Bin Hai Road. Along the way, Lao Air sent the information he had uncovered. 227 Bin Hai Road was once a warehouse converted into a 2-story leisure bar, but it had become a gathering place for ruffians, many of whom had criminal records. Li Bin was the leader of this gang, having previously committed murder and served 8 years, with a year off for good behavior, being released 2 years ago. Bin Hai Road lay beyond the 4th Ring Road, quite distant from the 2nd Municipal Hospital. After more than an hour, the trio finally arrived at their destination. After parking, Lao Wu lowered the car window and launched a small drone into the air, then opened his laptop, rubbing his hands together. Let me see how many cameras we have. Okay, you guys can go in now. Chu Yuxuan and Lao San immediately exited the vehicle. Inside the leisure bar, 2 young thugs were engrossed in a mobile game when suddenly, at a critical moment, the screen froze. Damn, why is there no signal? I have no signal either. Is this some kind of ghost in broad daylight? I have no signal either. As confusion spread among them, Chu Yuxuan and Lao San pushed the door open and entered. The scruffy-haired thug at the front desk sized them up and coolly asked, playing billiards or drinking? Chu Yuxuan shot a sidelong glance at the thug, his tone icy. One, brandishing a pool cue and with an arrogant tilt of his chin, sneered, Hey, who the hell are you? What do you want with our brother Ben? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuxuan turned and shut the door, casually picking up a U-lock from the front desk to lock it. The scruffy-haired thug shouted, Are you out of your mind? You looking for a fight? Chu Yuxuan patted Lao San's arm, his demeanor calm as he said, Tread lightly. Chapter 60. The third brother, holding 2 broken cue sticks, wore an expression that suggested lingering excitement. Before him lay 7 or 8 small thugs, all sprawled on the ground, their faces contorted in pain as they moaned incessantly. The young man with the yellow hair behind the counter, who had yet to flee, was struck by the third brother's hand. Leaving him dazed at that moment, he leaned against the wall, staring blankly at the third brother, trembling as if he had seen a ghost. Chu Yuxuan rapped on the counter and inquired, Now, can you tell me where Li Bin is? The yellow-haired youth, quaking in fear as the robust figure approached him, promptly abandoned any notions of loyalty among the gang. I don't know him. Chu Yuxuan's smile faded as he retrieved his phone, scrolling through his album to find a picture of Chen Hong. Have you seen him? The youth continued to shake his head. Never seen him. In a sudden motion, Chu Yuxuan, I have no reason to lie to you. Seeing his demeanor did not suggest deceit, Chu Yuxuan released his grip. Moments later, a woman's shriek echoed from the 2nd floor, followed by a man's furious shout. Who the hell are you? As the words faded, a dull thud resonated, and shortly after, the third brother descended the stairs, dragging a middle-aged man covered in tattoos and clad only in flamboyant shorts. The man appeared to be in his early 40s, with a fierce countenance, the type who would likely be stopped for identification by the police while strolling down the street. Currently, the right side of his face was swollen and bruised, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His curly hair gripped tightly in the third brother's hand, rendering him utterly disheveled. Li Bin? Chu Yuxuan queried. The man scanned the moaning thugs sprawled across the hall, his eyes instantly widening in terror. Only half awake, he had believed the ruckus on the 1st floor was merely the antics of these young rascals, never suspecting that his lair had been raided. I am Li Bin. Brother, which faction do you belong to? I haven't offended anyone recently. Without further ado, Chu Yuxuan cut to the chase. Where is Chen Hong? Li Bin furrowed his brow, puzzled. Who is Chen Hong? A smirk curled at the corners of Chu Yuxuan's lips as he glanced at the third brother. The latter immediately raised the broken cue stick in his hand, striking Li Bin on the shoulder with such force that the stick shattered anew. Ah! Li Bin grimaced, retracting his neck as he shouted, I truly don't know who this Chen Hong is. The third brother pried open his mouth with one hand. What do you want me to say? Who is Chen Hong? Chu Yuxuan, exasperated, retorted, You're quite stubborn. But how tough is your body, Brother, I honestly don't know. Li Bin cried out, Could you at least give me a hint? Chu Yuxuan replied, All right, you must have been to Chen Ji's big eatery, right? Li Bin paused. Isn't he called Chen Chong? Oh dear, you've got it wrong, brother. His name is Chen Chong, not Chen Hong. I know where he is. He was beaten up a while ago and is now at the second hospital. Chu Yuxuan pressed, You don't intend to speak properly, do you? Have you considered why I could find you here? Li Bin, panicking, insisted, He really is called Chen Chong, and he has a sister named Chen Ting. I'm puzzled why you're looking for him here. I have some grievances with him, but you don't seem like you're here to educate me. What is going on? Chu Yuxuan suddenly felt a strange sense of unease. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand to stop the third brother, who was about to hang Li Bin upside down, and asked, Li Bin, you mentioned you have grievances with Chen Chong. What kind of grievances? Li Bin trembled, spitting out the blood in his mouth. He said, It's all because of Chen Ting. That I thought she looked pretty and wanted to be friends, but she slapped me in public. So, I beat them both up and threatened them for money. I said if they didn't pay, I'd cause trouble every day. But then, Chen Chong got into trouble, so I didn't bother them anymore. A few days ago, I ran into Chen Ting at the hospital, and just as we exchanged a few words, her sister-in-law started yelling about calling the police, so I ran. The more Chu Yuxuan pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He instructed the third brother to keep an eye on them before hastily exiting the lounge. He walked until he reached the G-class vehicle, and only then did his phone regain signal, allowing him to urgently call Chen Ting. Brother Chu, Chen Ting sobbed on the other end. Ting Ting. Chen Ting replied, No, she went to contact the funeral home and hasn't returned yet. I just tried calling, but her phone is off. It must be out of battery. When Li Ping mentioned contacting the funeral home, Chu Yuxuan had still been waiting for the fifth brother at the hospital. Time had already passed for more than 2 hours. Most critically, Li Ping's phone was switched off. This woman is up to something. Chu Yuxuan immediately hung up the phone, turning to the fifth brother in the car. Track Li Ping's location. Previously, the fifth brother had devised a way to hack into Li Ping's phone, so tracking her was not difficult. However, at present, her phone was off, making it impossible to locate her. Oh my god, her phone is probably off. We can't find her. Chu Yuxuan's mind was in a whirl. He could not fathom why Li Ping would deceive him. Even if Chen Chong were to trick him, he could understand. But at this point, for Li Ping, who had only met Chen Hong once in over a year, there was no reason for her to provide cover for him, was there? What was the underlying secret? Chu Yuxuan forced himself to regain his composure, his mind racing with thoughts of Li Ping's face. Suddenly, he recalled her eyes. Those eyes seemed hauntingly familiar, an inexplicable sense of recognition. Reflecting on Li Bin's earlier words, considering the elderly man suffering from cancer with little time left, and recalling Chen Chong's awkward reactions upon meeting him, the terrifying hypothesis began to surface in his mind. Just then, the fifth brother exclaimed, Goodness! I checked her phone number, and she bought a ticket to Seoul 2 hours ago. The flight took off 10 minutes ago. From Jiangxing to Seoul, it'll take about 3 hours. Chu Yuxuan inhaled deeply, scrolling through his contacts to find the number labeled fourth brother. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed. An hour earlier, in Seoul, South Korea, at the church in Sincheondong. Since it was not the weekend, the church was eerily empty, save for a devout priest seated upright before a statue of Jesus, holding a hefty Bible and reciting prayers in silence. A woman adorned with a red hairpin entered the church, shutting the door and casting her gaze around until it landed on the priest. Park Pa-chung, the woman called out. her face contorted in a serpentine manner as she strode toward the priest. "You must give me half of that house, do you hear?" His strikingly handsome Korean features bore no expression, as he calmly blinked and replied, "You were the one who strayed. Why should I share?" The woman retorted defiantly, "Look at you. You can't cry, can't laugh, always wearing a poker face like a robot. Who could possibly live with you?" The priest nodded slightly. "Thus, I do not blame you. I agree to divorce you and will give you a sum of money. However, that house is an inheritance from my mother, and you cannot lay claim to it." The woman, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Then let us see each other in court. You know my boyfriend is a prosecutor." The priest remained expressionless. "Must it come to this?" The woman taunted, "You brought this upon yourself. I advise you to listen to me and sell the house, sharing half with me." The priest slowly raised his left hand. After a moment, he extended his right hand, making the sign of the cross before his chest. An hour later, in the garden behind the church, the priest was shoveling dirt with a spade when his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, although his face remained impassive, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. After a moment's pause, he answered the call, speaking in a Mandarin that wasn't perfectly fluent, but far more authentic than the fifth brother's. "Brother, what's the matter?" On the other end, Chu Yuxuan said, "I need your help. Go to the Seoul airport and intercept someone. The flight information is being sent to you by the fifth brother." "Understood." The priest replied calmly, "Should I eliminate them or just bring them back to you?" Chu Yuxuan stated, "I'll be on the next flight to Seoul. You're married now, and suddenly coming to Jiangxing would be difficult to explain to your wife." The priest looked down at the red hairpin at his feet, gently kicking it into a nearby hole, his expression unchanging. "I've divorced." After a brief pause, he added, "Just divorced." Chu Yuxuan. Chapter 61. The tragic Chen Hong. At precisely 11:50 p.m., the flight from Seoul to Jiangxing landed punctually. 20 minutes later, the fourth brother, wearing a poker face, arrived at the airport parking lot with Li Ping, whose complexion resembled that of a corpse. The third brother had been waiting for some time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two brothers drove off to Nanwan Wharf. Nanwan was a small, remote port, abandoned for over 20 years, typically home to only a few private fishing boats. However, as night fell, it occasionally attracted smugglers, illegal immigrants, and other nefarious characters. Chu Yuxuan sat on a dilapidated fishing boat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the glowing ember flickering like a solitary figure against the cold river. As time ticked by, around 1 a.m., a large G-class vehicle sped towards the shore and came to a halt. The fourth brother was the first to exit, moving to the other side to open the door, tugging at Li Ping's hair to drag her out of the car, proceeding leisurely toward the fishing boat. The third brother trailed behind, muttering, "It's been years since the wedding. Yet she still looks like a soulless wretch, like a ghost." Once aboard, the fourth brother released his grip, fixing his gaze on Chu Yuxuan, his face betraying no emotion. "Third brother, turn on the lights." Familiar with this fishing boat, the third brother skillfully navigated into the cabin and flicked the lights on Li Ping. Having just been thrown onto the deck by the fourth brother, remained sprawled on the ground, staring up at Chu Yuxuan with eyes filled with despair and terror. The fourth brother explained, "I feared she would cause a scene, so I administered a shot. She should be able to speak now." Chu Yuxuan returned to his seat, coldly fixing his gaze on Li Ping. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Do you have nothing to say to me, Chen Hong?" Upon hearing the name Chen Hong, the third brother froze in place. At this juncture, Chen Hong, now in the guise of a woman, shed her disguise with a sorrowful smile. Perhaps the effects of the drug administered by the fourth brother lingered. Her speech was feeble and slurred as she murmured, "Chu Yuxuan, how can you be so certain that I am not dead?" Chu Yuxuan blinked indifferently. 10 years ago, on the night of my mother's incident, I too was kidnapped. When I awoke, I found myself aboard a ship. I was held captive for a month, during which I constantly heard them searching for you. After a month with no success, I concluded that you must have hidden yourself away in a very secure location. "Huh. You truly went to great lengths to find me." Chu Yuxuan retrieved a cigarette from his pack, placing it between his lips. "Now, tell me, what transpired on the night of June 17th, 10 years ago?" Chen Hong closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. "Very well, I accept my fate. Chu Yuxuan, I know your kindness towards my siblings is merely a facade. Your family, the Chus, are all cold-blooded creatures. That I can share what happened back then, but you must promise me, spare Tingting. Moreover, I owe Chun Chang a debt. I would never do harm to Chen Ting. On the contrary, I shall make amends for her. Chun Hong appeared skeptical. You promise? Chu Yuxuan urged, speak. After a prolonged silence, Chun Hong steadied herself with her hands on the deck, sitting up with effort. After catching her breath, she recounted, that night, your mother was working late, and I was the one who drove her home, passing by Nanwan Wharf. Right here, we were suddenly forced to stop by a car. At the same time, another vehicle collided with ours. I was dazed and saw 4 or 5 figures surround us, dragging both me and your mother from the vehicle. I was crouched on the ground, head down, with a gun pointed at me, while your mother was taken aboard a yacht. The distance was too great for me to hear clearly, but I vaguely caught snippets of conversation. A man aboard the yacht spoke of a transaction, demanding your mother hand over something in exchange for a substantial sum of money. What did he look like? Chu Yuxuan interjected, brow furrowed. What was he after? Chun Hong shook her head. It was too dark to see, but from his voice, as for what he wanted, I couldn't tell. Chu Yuxuan pondered. Continue. What happened next? Though years had passed, Chun Hong felt a tremor of fear. Your mother refused the deal. The man signaled to the Audi that had forced us to stop, and then a thug opened the trunk, revealing a large suitcase filled with cash and gold bars. But your mother remained unmoved, cursing at the man. They began to beat her, for 3 to 4 minutes, until she could no longer stand. Then the man ordered his henchmen to kill me, loudly proclaiming he would also kidnap you. Chu Yuxuan's fists clenched unconsciously, tears welling in his eyes. How did you escape? Chun Hong swallowed hard. I was terrified, with a gun aimed at my head, but realizing I was facing death regardless, I decided to fight back. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, I lunged at him, knocking him to the ground and seizing the gun. I fired wildly at the surrounding thugs, and amidst their chaos, I dove into the Audi and sped away. Though I lack great skills, driving is both my passion and profession. Before long, I had shaken them off and found a safe place to hide. Chu Yuxuan's tone turned icy. I find it perplexing. If you escaped, why did you not report it? Why live in hiding? I considered reporting it. Chun Hong gritted her teeth. But, I discovered a suitcase in the back seat of the Audi, and upon opening it, I found it filled with money. $4 million, to be precise. So, you absconded with the cash? Chu Yuxuan exclaimed, furious. Ha ha, Chun Hong chuckled bitterly. You, a scion of wealth, surely have little regard for money. But as a mere driver earning $5,000 a month, I could never amass such a fortune. In that moment, I succumbed to greed, thinking fate smiled upon me, granting me both life and wealth. Do you even dare touch such ill-gotten gains? Chu Yuxuan ground his teeth. You truly— What became of you thereafter? Chun Hong appeared lost in thought. Initially, I intended to go to South Korea. With the money, I could undergo plastic surgery, assume a new identity. But at that time, I could only find a black boat heading to Thailand. So I planned to go there first and then transfer to Korea. Yet, unexpectedly, perhaps it was fate punishing me, I was targeted by a group of Thais who drugged me, stole my money, and transformed me into a ladyboy, forcing me to earn for them. It wasn't until 2 years ago, when they were besieged. Another favor. Look at the foolishness you have wrought, exclaimed Chu Yuxuan, his heart heavy with sorrow. If you had reported it to the police that night, or at least sought out Chu Min's people, would we still be embroiled in this mess? I regret it deeply, Chun Hong replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. But, regret— Eventually, I thought to myself, given my current state, who would even recognize me? Moreover, that incident had occurred long ago. Surely, no one would still be paying attention. Thus, I decided to return to my homeland. However, upon encountering Xiangzi, he informed me that you had been inquiring about my whereabouts. I am well aware of Chu Min's methods. Once they locate me, both Xiangzi and Tingting would inevitably be implicated. TOB on the safe side, I resolved to continue my flight abroad. Yet, Xiangzi then revealed that grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer and had but a few years left to live. The old man, who toiled tirelessly collecting refuse to raise us 3 siblings, deserves a proper farewell. Once I have seen him off, I shall flee abroad. So, you and Chun Chang devised a plan to masquerade as a married couple? Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath. I should have anticipated this. Chen Chong, every time I visited the street stall and mentioned you, his gaze would involuntarily evade, for you had disclosed my true identity to him. Chen Hong, I never fathomed you would transform into a woman. I deserve this, Chu Yuxuan. I have wronged you, and I am to blame, but Tingting knows nothing. She truly knows nothing. You must not harm her. Chu Yuxuan retorted. If I were in your... Think carefully. Was there anyone at the scene who left a distinctive impression on you, or whose face you clearly saw? And what about the car you drove away in? Do you remember its license plate? But yes, the person who held a gun to me had a tattoo on his wrist, a tattoo I recognized, as I had considered getting one myself. It was in Russian. Das Vidania. He gestured to his wrist, indicating the accent in his speech was that of Jiangxing's dialect. Given your influence in Jiangxing, I believe it would not be challenging to track him down. Chu Yuxuan contemplated. Is there anything else? Other than that, I did not see much more clearly. Chen Hong struggled to recall, then added, your mother wore flat shoes that night. The man on the boat was a head taller than her, of average build, and also spoke with a Jiangxing accent. That's all I have. Chu Yuxuan fell silent, reflecting on the information in his mind. Chen Hong, trembling, glanced at the faces of the three brothers and said, Chu Yuxuan, I have said all that I needed to say. I know you brought me here with the intent to kill me, but could you possibly wait a few months? I wish to see my grandfather off. Rest assured, I will not flee, truly. Chu Yuxuan blinked, his tone icy. I never intended to kill you. But you have killed Chen Chong. How do you propose to settle that debt? The third brother's CPU seemed to be overheating. His expression, Chen Hong's tears streamed down his face as he cried, I acted in a moment of impulse. I simply could not comprehend why he would choose to assist you, a complete outsider, over betraying me. From the very moment he learned of our connection, he urged me to come clean to you, suggesting that you would surely wish to know the truth about your mother. But I was too afraid. I only managed to persuade him after much effort, but I never anticipated that yesterday he would secretly have Tingting contact you. Had it not been for Tingting's inadvertent revelation, upon learning this, I dismissed Tingting and confronted Xiangzi in the hospital room. I intended to counsel him against speaking out, yet he refused to even look at me, his eyes shut tight. I was consumed by anger and fear. In a moment of madness, I recalled the doctor stating that he would be bedridden for life. That I believed he would not want to live like this and burden Tingting further. In a fit of rage, I simply turned off the machine that sustained his life. In truth, I regretted it within a minute and hurriedly turned it back on. But it was too late. Chu Yuxuan's voice was cold as ice. Even in your escape, you sought to use me to eliminate Li Bin and his gang for Chen Ting. Chen Hong, you demonstrate considerable intellect, yet you squander it on nefarious purposes. You could turn against your own brother. Tell me, do you believe you deserve to live? I do not deserve to live. I am not human. Chen Hong sobbed uncontrollably. After a moment, he lowered his head and fixed his gaze on Chen Hong, declaring, you may go. Fulfill your filial duties. After you have seen your grandfather off, I shall grant you your final journey. Chen Hong nodded gratefully. Thank you. Chu Yuxuan, believe me when I say, I am truly living a fate worse than death. Rest assured, after I bid farewell to the old man, I will take my own life, sparing your hands from the burden. Chu Yuxuan chose not to respond further and stepped down from the fishing boat. The fourth brother closely trailed behind him, and after walking a short distance, they realized the third brother had not followed. Turning back, they found the dim-witted fellow standing beside Chen Hong. Your chest is surprisingly ample, Chu Yuxuan. The fourth brother silently clutched his crucifix, his expression impassive. After departing from Nanwan Pier, the three of them met up with the fifth brother, who was assisting Chen Ting with Chen Chong's affairs, and together they set off towards the Jade Lake. During the journey, Chu Yuxuan relayed Chen Hong's information to the second brother, instructing him to commence an investigation. The second brother replied, I wish to meet the fourth brother. Chu Yuxuan responded, perhaps in a while. Your identity cannot be revealed, just do not take unnecessary risks. The third brother, driving the car with enthusiasm, remarked, I wonder if that little girl, Qing, is asleep yet. Hey brother, should I call her and have her prepare some snacks? We ought to at least give the fourth brother a warm welcome. Chu Yuxuan hesitated for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening. Do not disturb her. With that, he looked at the fourth brother and said, Brother, you must assist me with another task. Xiao Qing was sound asleep in her bedroom when she suddenly heard faint footsteps in the living room. Abruptly awake, she sat up and silently watched the sliver of light beneath the door, waiting a long while without anyone turning on the lights. If the third or fifth brothers had returned, their footsteps would not have been so stealthy, nor would they have neglected to illuminate the room. Is there a thief? Xiao Qing furrowed her brow. Slowly, the sounds from the living room became clearer. Tap, 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 creak. From the sound, it appeared that the third brother's door had been pushed open. Xiao Qing contemplated, glancing at the phone on her bedside table, but showing no inclination to retrieve it. Instead, she continued to listen intently to the sounds outside. Before long, footsteps once again approached from the living room. Tap, tap, tap. It seemed they were drawing nearer to her room. Moments later, the footsteps halted, yet Xiao Qing's expression grew increasingly grave. She could hear distinctly that the person outside was standing at her door. Before she could ponder further, the doorknob began to turn gently, stopping midway before abruptly halting. There was no trace of fear in Xiao Qing's eyes. Her face, usually timid, now bore an icy demeanor as she took a subtle step back, her body slightly bending. Seconds later, the doorknob was turned completely, and with a creak, the door swung open. At that moment, Xiao Qing lunged forward, only to discover that the figure at the door was wielding a gun. However, she merely stared in shock for an instant before swiftly sidestepping, grasping the gun's barrel with her hand, her pinky finger slipping behind the trigger to prevent an accidental discharge, and she began to strike back. The two grappled in the darkness for several seconds, uncertain who held the upper hand. After a few moments, Xiao Qing suddenly stifled a grunt as the living room lights bizarrely flickered on. The fourth brother wore an expressionless face, one hand gripping Xiao Qing's neck while the other pointed the gun at her head. Yet, the gun's chamber and magazine were firmly in Xiao Qing's possession. In the foyer, Chu Yuxuan stood with his arms crossed, his gaze dim, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The fifth brother looked on with a peculiar expression, while the third brother's eyes widened in disbelief. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Xiao Qing pressed her lips tightly together, her expression complex as she stared at Chu Yuxuan for a moment before bowing her head. The fourth brother seized the components from her hands and meticulously assembled the gun, then stared at her calloused hands for a good 5 or 6 seconds. One could surmise that had his face been capable of displaying emotions, he would have been greatly astonished. A sharpshooter, the fourth brother remarked, tearing open Xiao Qing's nightgown, revealing a layer of calluses on her right shoulder. And you favor heavy artillery. Xiao Qing displayed an air of resignation, offering no defense for herself. Chu Yuxuan stepped forward, questioning as he approached, My girl, I have always been curious. Are you truly under Chu Jiqing's command? Or are you an infiltrator placed beside him? Chapter 63. A fortuitous encounter. Xiao Qing bit her lip, remaining silent. Chu Yuxuan continued, The first time I laid eyes on you was in the study of the welcome pavilion. You unexpectedly pushed open the door, and I immediately noticed the calluses on your hands. Later, when you tied my tie, I took a closer look and saw that the calluses on the web of your right hand and on both sides of your index finger were quite thick. Such calluses are typically found only on those who handle firearms regularly. Moreover, the calluses on your left hand are nearly identical to those on your right, especially on the web and palm, indicating that you are accustomed to handling substantial. I suspect you are not only skilled with rifles, but also quite adept with sniper rifles. Am I correct? Xiao Qing lifted her eyelids, her expression one of surprise as she replied, Young master, you understand firearms? Chu Yuxuan smiled gently. Chu Jiqing is a businessman, so it is not surprising that he has bodyguards. But you, at merely 23 years of age, are already so proficient with firearms. You must have started handling them at around 15 or 16. Yes, you hardly resemble a mere bodyguard. You appear to have been trained as an assassin. I doubt Chu Jiqing would engage in such practices. Your hands conceal your true skills, and coupled with your position as a servant, no one would pay you any mind. I found myself baffled. Who could have trained you? And what was their purpose in placing you beside Chu Jiqing? To be honest, despite Chu Jiqing being a scoundrel, he is still my father, and I cannot simply abandon him. Thus, I kept you close, firstly to ensure his safety, and secondly, to discern your true identity. Yet, after all this time, you have made no effort to approach Chu Jiqing. Even after I moved out, you have not intentionally sought to get closer to me. You simply perform your duties as a servant. I even had Lao Wu investigate your phone and search your room, yet nothing was uncovered. I truly cannot fathom your identity. What is your true purpose? Xiaoqing hesitated, lowering her head. Chu Yuxuan frowned. Unless, perhaps, you are one of Chu Jiqing's people? That old scoundrel. He would actually train a child to handle firearms? Xiaoqing quickly shook her head. No, that's not it. Young master, you have misunderstood the chairman. Not true. Chu Yuxuan's suspicion grew, yet he felt a sense of relief. Had Xiaoqing indeed been trained by Chu Jiqing, who knows how much trouble this young heir would cause tonight? Xiaoqing appeared quite troubled, and after a mental struggle, she spoke with difficulty. I am from the Zhao family. This revelation left Chu Yuxuan utterly astounded. My father-in-law? Xiaoqing nodded. In truth, it is not entirely a secret. Before my father was imprisoned, he met with the chairman, and they discussed the marriage between you and the young lady. During their conversation, the chairman mentioned he needed to investigate an old matter from 10 years ago, which seemed quite perilous, so he took me away from my father. Chu Yuxuan pondered for a moment, suddenly comprehending. That old man told me that Nan's dowry would be substantial. Was he referring to you? How foolish of me to worry for him. Ha. The bodyguard he painstakingly acquired was snatched away by me instead. Thus, he instructed me to find a way to attract your attention upon your return to Chu Min, hoping to secure a place by your side. Chu Yuxuan recalled how Xiaoqing had inadvertently pushed open the door and how Chu Jiqing had feigned the intent to dismiss her, along with Xiaoqing's eager insistence to assist him with his tie and shoes. He sighed. After all this, I never realized it was your calluses that led me to keep you around. It truly was a fortunate accident. By the way, my father-in-law is merely a moderate. What purpose does he have in training you? Xiaoqing fidgeted with her fingers, feeling uneasy. It is not as you think. I am actually Vietnamese, having been controlled by a warlord since childhood. In a twist of fate, I was injured and saved by my father, and since then, I remain by his side. Is that so? Chu Yuxuan's gaze softened with increasing compassion as his tone became. I apologize. Lao Si, you should be more mindful. Look, you've left bruises on her neck. Lao Si blinked blankly. If memory serves, she just attempted to take my life. Xiaoqing felt a wave of disorientation. What merit did someone like her have to warrant concern from others? Her heart ached. Chu Yuxuan gently tapped her head, smiling. Go assist Lao Si in tidying her room. We will need an extra serving for meals from now on. I appreciate your efforts. Xiaoqing's mouth fell slightly open, disbelief washing over her eye in her view. It seemed likely that Chu Yuxuan intended to dismiss her, so how could this be? What are you standing there for? Go on, or else your wages will be docked. Yes, young master. I will go this instant. Xiaoqing's eyes glistened with tears as she hurried upstairs. Chu Yuxuan and his 3 brothers settled onto the sofa, the atmosphere growing increasingly serious. The information Chen Hong provided tonight is crucial. I have already asked Lao Air to investigate. Lao Wu, see if you can devise alternative methods for inquiry. Relying solely on Lao Air is far too inefficient. Lao Wu shrugged. Oh my God. Hackers are not omnipotent. If I could ascertain what they aim to obtain from your mother, I might be of assistance. Lao Si blinked, the only facial movement he seemed capable of, perpetually calm. According to Chen Hong, there were 2 crates of money that night, totaling $8 million, alongside some gold bars. Such a substantial sum from 10 years ago. What could possibly be so precious? Chu Yuxuan inhaled deeply. My mother is a medical doctor. What they desire must pertain to some sort of medical research. However, the day after her abduction, her previous company was disbanded, leaving no trace behind. All employee information was permanently erased, making it utterly impossible to trace. Lao Si remained silent for a moment before stating, we can only proceed step by step. After all, investigation is not my forte. Everything else I can handle. Chu Yuxuan patted his shoulder, pausing before asking, what about you? How did you end up divorced? Lao Si's lips parted slightly. She married me purely for money, but I actually gave her a chance. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu felt a shiver run down his spine and involuntarily swallowed. Lao San, startled by the revelations of the night, shuffled aside, muttering, Umitba. The negative energy here is suffocating. If the Buddha holds him accountable, please do not involve me. Lao Si glanced at the hulking figure, responding coolly, Has the water in your brain yet to drain away? Brother, just listen to him. He's saying this about me. Lao San retorted, hopping in anger before glaring at Lao Si and storming back to his room. Chu Yuxuan shook his head with a smile and then kicked Lao Si lightly on the ankle. You know he is sensitive about that matter. Refrain from mentioning it in the future. Lao Si's expression turned serious. I was merely jesting. Cannot you discern that? Lao Wu interjected. Your face is hardly suited for humor. Chapter 64. Elevator malfunction at the break of dawn. Before the sun had risen, Chu Yuxuan rose from his slumber, lazily ambling down to the first floor. Habitually he bellowed, Third brother, get up and take a leak. It had been quite some time since he had last teased this simpleton since moving into Zhao Yanan's neighborhood. Xiao Qing peeked her head out from the kitchen, her hair tousled, and shyly greeted him, Young master, good morning. Now that they were openly communicating, she seemed much more relaxed, her smile appearing more genuine. Chu Yuxuan responded with a smile and turned to brew himself some tea. Halfway there, he noticed the fourth sitting upright in front of the statue of Guan Eryi, holding a Bible and reciting softly. Fourth, so early in the morning, have you mistakenly ventured into a graveyard? The fourth turned his head slowly, his stiff expression exuding a certain endearing innocence, and calmly replied, I am accustomed to reading the Bible in front of the statue. Chu Yuxuan. Go on, but be wary of being struck down by the deity. He prepared a cup of tea and settled onto the sofa. After glancing at the time, he dialed a number for Chu Jiqing. It took a while for the other end to pick up, revealing the groggy voice of a young woman. Hello? Chu Yuxuan. Moments later, a commotion erupted on the line, and he vaguely heard Chu Jiqing exclaim in surprise before taking the call, Son, I'm out for morning exercises and happened upon a like-minded lady. We were just discussing fitness issues. I left my phone aside, and coincidentally, her ringtone is the same as mine. Haha. Why are you calling so early? Understanding his father's nature, Chu Yuxuan dismissed the pleasantries and inquired, Are you investigating my mother's matters as well? After a brief silence, Chu Jiqing chuckled. Did Xiao Qing spill the beans? Son, I am doing this for your sake. Chu Yuxuan interjected. What have you found out? Is there anything you can share? Chu Jiqing pondered for a moment. I still have no leads. What about you? Without hesitation, Chu Yuxuan relayed all the information he had received from Qianhong. Tattoos? Also, a native of Jiangsheng. This is crucial. I will instruct someone to investigate immediately. Chu Jiqing, I always thought you cared only for the family fortune. Chu Yuxuan paused. Yet it seems there is still a place for my mother in your heart? Chu Jiqing replied with a smile. I never claimed I didn't love her. It is your thoughts that are too rigid. Chu Yuxuan scoffed. While she was alive, you took her for granted. Even seeing you was a luxury. Now, you tell me you love her? How absurd. Chu Jiqing fell silent once more, and after a long pause, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter further, he remarked, Son, you've been unusually quiet lately. It may raise suspicions with your aunt and uncle. Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath and retorted, When will you arrive at Xuanwu Gate? Chu Jiqing responded with a hint of surprise. Why do I sense something amiss? Are you worried Nen might feel jealous? Haha. Son, just hold on a little longer. Chu Yuxuan abruptly hung up the phone and turned to call his upright police officer's sister. After pondering for a long while the vastness of Jiangxing and the decade that had passed since the incident, he realized that relying solely on a tattoo to locate someone was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, he sought the assistance of Chu Jiqing and Chu Muhan. Hello? Chu Muhan, likely still in slumber, spoke with a hint of nasal congestion. What's the matter? Chu Yuxuan cut to the chase. I have a lead to discuss with you. After hearing him out, Chu Muhan was instantly awake. You want me to help you find someone? Humph. Chu Yuxuan, I will find the person, but I will not hand them over to you. Suit yourself, Chu Yuxuan replied with a chuckle. Just a reminder, Check your system for past criminal records and see if there are any matches. I don't need your guidance. I know what to do. Chu Yuxuan couldn't resist teasing. At 30 and still single, you should really reflect on yourself. Are you planning to come to the police station for tea again? Goodbye. After ending the call, Chu Yuxuan took a sip of tea, noticing that the third had yet to emerge. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to visit the third's room. The hulking figure lay sprawled on the bed, appearing rather glum. Upon seeing Chu Yuxuan enter, he tilted his head and called, "Third, you can't keep things to yourself. I was afraid that if I told you, your attitude towards Xiaoqing would change drastically, and she would notice. Do you understand?" The third paused for a moment before nodding. "I understand, elder brother. I am just too foolish." "Who said you're foolish?" Chu Yuxuan chuckled, then changed the subject. "Do you like Xiaoqing?" I don't." The third scratched his head. Take your time. When the moment is right, I'll play matchmaker for you." The third blushed, grinning like a fool. "All right, get some more sleep. You worked hard yesterday, and you must be tired. Today, I'll go pick up your sister-in-law." By the time he arrived at Zhao Yanan's underground garage, it was only 7:30. Chu Yuxuan leisurely ascended the stairs, watered the plants, tidied his hair, and just before 8 o'clock, he heard the sound of a door opening across the hall. Click. The young heir opened the door, his face beaming with joy. "Oh, Nan, what a coincidence." Zhao Yanan stood at the elevator entrance, casting him a sidelong glance, her tone frosty. "I heard you just returned." Chu Yuxuan shamelessly inquired, "Does it move you?" Zhao Yanan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Chu Yuxuan continued, "Aren't you curious if I was out fooling around again?" "Why should I care?" Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. "You do your thing. If your grandfather gets angry, I'll just take the blame." Chu Yuxuan clicked his tongue. The legitimate wife is so magnanimous. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and the couple stepped inside, one after the other. Nan, how about we grab a meal together? As a pretend couple, we should at least maintain appearances for the old man. Zhao Yanan pursed her lips, suddenly realizing something. Chu Yuxuan, you moved here to make... Followed by two abrupt flashes of light, the elevator's illumination extinguished, and simultaneously, it plummeted a short distance before coming to a halt. Zhao Yanan braced herself against the elevator wall, her bag flung to the ground by the recent jolt, her heart racing. Is it malfunctioning? The pitch-black interior of the elevator obscured her view of Chu Yuxuan. All she could hear was a thud, presumably the clumsy man losing his balance, but he remained silent. Chu Yuxuan, stop fooling around. Take out your phone so I can find my bag." After a prolonged silence without a response, Zhao Yanan resignedly crouched down, carefully feeling around for her bag. Suddenly, she faintly heard a rustling sound, reminiscent of a quivering breath. Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan felt a surge of fear. "Don't scare me. This ain't funny." Yet, the sound grew increasingly pronounced. Zhao Yanan, an avid fan of horror films, couldn't he help but recall various ghostly elevator scenes from movies. After swallowing hard, she fought to suppress her fear and, after a struggle, finally located her bag. Due to the confined space and her rising panic, beads of sweat had formed on the beautiful C's forehead. Listening to the trembling breath from the corner, her hands began to shake involuntarily. After much effort, she managed to retrieve her phone and hastily turned on the flashlight, instinctively shining it toward the side, only to discover Chu Yuxuan huddled in the corner of the elevator, his arms wrapped tightly around himself, trembling violently as if he had seen a ghost. Zhao Yanan was startled and instinctively took a step back. Chu Yuxuan, what is wrong with you?" The beam of her phone illuminated his face, usually so nonchalant, now contorted with terror, his eyes bloodshot and... "Chu Yuxuan, don't frighten me." Zhao Yanan's mind went blank, utterly at a loss for what to do. Chu Yuxuan's trembling intensified, as if possessed, muttering incoherently, with Zhao Yanan managing to discern fragments. Wong. Chu Yuxuan was desperately trying to burrow further into the corner, as if an unseen entity, which terrified him greatly, was closing in on him. His face had lost all color, pale as a sheet, his collar completely soaked with sweat, and his mouth continued to utter those bizarre phrases. "I beg you. Wang is a scholar, is a worker. I was wrong. I beg you. Chapter 65. Is he incapable? On a typical morning in Jiangxing, sunlight is seldom seen, as the sky is perpetually shrouded in gloom, rendering the entire city akin to a concealed realm within the mist. At 9 o'clock, Jiangda affiliated hospital. In the corridor, a doctor, holding a medical report, addressed Zhao Yanan, saying, there are no significant issues with his health. Primarily, he is experienced. Given the circumstances you mentioned at the time of the incident, I recommend that once he regains consciousness, you take him to see a psychologist. A psychologist? Zhao Yanan exclaimed in disbelief. The doctor nodded, about to speak further when a piercing scream erupted from the patient's room. Ah! Zhao Yanan hurried into the ward, only to find Chu Yuxuan gripping the nurse's neck with one hand while the other rested ominously at his waist, as if he were about to draw a weapon. His face was contorted in a terrifying grimace, his eyes resembling the predatory gaze of a wolf stalking its prey in the dark, fixated on the nurse, who trembled in dread. The young nurse was struggling for breath, her hands desperately attempting to pry Chu Yuxuan's fingers away, yet whether it was her lack of strength or his extraordinary vigor, she was utterly unable to prevail. Chu Yuxuan, Zhao Yanan called out, and he seemed to awaken from a nightmare, gradually regaining his composure and releasing his grip, gasping for air. The nurse coughed violently, tears streaming down her face, as the doctor assisted her out of the room. Seeing that Chu Yuxuan had only just regained consciousness for less than half a minute yet was already drenched in sweat, after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yanan said, the doctor suggested you should see a psychologist. As Chu Yuxuan dressed, he remained silent, organizing his clothes. Did you hear me? I sweat a lot. Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan grabbed her bag and, answering a call from Xiaowei, exited the room. Chu Yuxuan casually followed her out, intending to return home for a shower. Noticing the doctor comforting the young nurse, he pulled out his phone, approached her with a gentle smile, and said, I apologize for earlier. I had a terrible nightmare. The nurse, still tearful and resentful, completely ignored him. With a monthly salary of 2,800, enduring the dirty and exhausting work of attending to others, she had nearly lost her life just moments ago. This job was no longer tenable. Chu Yuxuan, feeling helpless, said, Hey, young lady, could you take out your phone and add me on WeChat? Nurse? Even in such a situation, he still wanted to add me on WeChat. Could he be any more shameless? Where did he learn these ridiculous pickup lines from? If he weren't so handsome, I wouldn't even consider it. After adding him on WeChat, Chu Yuxuan ambled toward the elevator. The nurse wiped her tears, her nose twitching, looking utterly pitiful. Moments later, she received a notification of a money transfer. Upon opening the message and seeing the amount, her eyes widened in shock, and after a brief pause, she burst into laughter. See, cheering up a girl can actually be quite simple. As soon as Zhao Yanan arrived at the company, Xiaowei rushed to greet her, saying, President Zhao, the head of the Internet Celebrity Incubation Base has been waiting outside President Chu's office since early morning. Director Song has been in the reception room for half an hour, saying the program team has some changes they wish to discuss regarding Jin Shuhan's performance direction. While walking, Zhao Yanan instructed, call Jin Shuhan and ensure she comes to the company. Understood. As they spoke, they arrived at the office. Zhao Yanan removed her coat and hung it on a rack, saying, Please bring in the head of the incubation base and remember to serve tea to Director Song. Got it. A moment later, the head of the incubation, I'll attend, and you will give the speech. The head was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, That would be wonderful. The Internet Celebrity Incubation Base had always been personally overseen by Chu Yuxuan, and Zhao Yanan had scarcely been involved, thinking he was merely toying around. However, upon her arrival at the base, she was surprised to discover that this second-generation heir had indeed crafted something impressive, with a substantial talent pool. Besides a significant number of newcomers, the remainder were individuals with varying degrees of fame online. From what she knew, there were at least 7 or 8 female internet celebrities with over 500,000 followers each. In truth, she had not paid much attention to internet celebrities in her daily life, and her awareness of these particular figures was not due to their overwhelming popularity, but rather the head of the base appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in a rather outdated manner, exuding an air of authority typical of a leader. Although he had no prepared speech, he spoke fluently, seemingly steeped in bureaucratic culture, self-importantly quoting references, only to find that he was merely stringing together a series of nonsensical phrases akin to a long-winded and foul-smelling rag, completely unaware that his audience had long since mentally bid farewell to his lineage. After a full hour, the ribbon-cutting ceremony finally commenced. After participating in the event, Zhao Yanan strode confidently out of the venue. Passing by the restroom, she fortuitously overheard two female internet celebrities discussing Chu Yuxuan while washing their hands. Why didn't President Chu come today? I miss him. I don't know. He probably went out on the town again last night, giggling. Hey, did you happen to run into President Chu when he took you to the hotel last time? No. Can you believe it? He was all hands-on with me at the bar, but once we got to the room, he was like a wilted eggplant, crashing out immediately. No matter how I tried to provoke him, he did not respond, and even got mad at me. Same here. Last time, I got out of the shower without clothes, and he drunkenly scolded me. Do you think he is incapable? Hee. Zhao Yanan calmly walked past, casting a glance at the two and feigning ignorance of their conversation. Once outside the base and stepping into the elevator, this ice-cold beauty suddenly furrowed her brow, murmuring, incapable? Chapter 66. I will heed your words at 4 in the afternoon. Zhao Yanan had just finished her work and was gently massaging her temples when a video call came through on WeChat. It was her close friend, Zhao Yanan. Rua. My beautiful darling, it has been a month since you last visited me. Have you given up on your treatment? On the screen appeared a woman clad in a black turtleneck sweater, her hair fashioned into a bun, exuding an eccentric charm, especially with her large, expressive eyes brimming with vitality. Behind her hung a gilded sign reading, Wenger Private Psychological Clinic. It's the new year. Everyone's busy. In the presence of her intimate friend, Zhao Yanan shed her usual aloofness and wore a natural smile. T.S. Nan, have you been conquered by that dog of a man in your life, rendering my treatments unnecessary? Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. Do you honestly think that is possible? Zhao Yanan chuckled heartily, teasing, I genuinely hope he can conquer you. That would be an inadvertent remedy for your ailments. Rua. Zhao Yanan's tone took on a note of warning. All right, I want to speak carelessly, Zhao Yanan replied, suppressing her laughter. By now, you must be done with your work, right? Come over. I'll give you a treatment session. Later, we'll meet Lu Kai for dinner, adhering to our usual arrangement. I'll choose the place, Lu Kai will order, and you'll foot the bill. Zhao Yanan smiled and suddenly recalled the peculiar behavior of Chu Yuxuan in the elevator that morning, pondering, all right, Rua, I happen to have something I'd like to ask you. Come on, I want to charge you. I am merely craving your company, hee. You perverted fiend, make sure you indulge in some psychological treatment for yourself as well. After a playful exchange, the two friends ended the video call. Zhao Yanan summoned Xiaowei to delegate some minor tasks before leaving the office with her bag in hand. Half an hour later, Zhao Yanan arrived at the Wenger Private Psychological Clinic. Though it bore the title of a clinic, it was essentially just an apartment rented by Zhao Yanan, where she lived and worked. After sharing some laughter, Zhao Yanan, familiar with the layout, led the way into the makeshift therapy room, while Zhao Yanan prepared 2 cups of instant coffee before joining her. Rua, I'd like to pose a question, Zhao Yanan said. Other causes could include excessive life stress, traumatic childhood experiences, and so forth. The most common is psychological trauma resulting from abuse, which is often irreversible. Abuse? Zhao Yanan's brow furrowed involuntarily, recalling Chu Yuxuan's incoherent, trembling words in the elevator. Phrases like, I beg you, and I was wrong. Her heart fluttered. Yet, considering that the second-generation heir came from a wealthy family, even if he was neglected in his childhood and often subjected to Chu Xiaotian's beatings, could it truly have caused such severe psychological scars? What had transpired during those 8 years he had vanished? Lost in thought, Zhao Yanan recalled the instinctive motion Chu Yuxuan had made to reach for his waist when he awoke in the hospital, as if to draw a weapon. Surely not. He couldn't possibly be that sinister. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Noticing Zhao Yanan's preoccupation, Zhao Yanan inquired, Hey, what are you thinking about? This person you're describing, it wouldn't happen to be someone close to you, would it? You ought to introduce him to me. I'm nearly out of my mind here. Zhao Yanan evaded the question, asking instead, Rua, can you help me analyze this? The character Wang represents earth, work, dominion, and scholar. What does it signify? Zhou Xiaorua appeared puzzled. Is this something your patient said during an episode? Yes, exactly. Zhou Xiaorua retrieved paper and pen from her drawer, muttering to herself as she wrote down the characters. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly slapped the table and exclaimed, I understand. Look, these subsequent characters either have one stroke less or one stroke more than Wang. Zhao Yanan blinked. And so? Zhou Xiaorua shrugged. That is it. It is merely a matter of recognizing a pattern. Zhao Yanan. The two exchanged incredulous glances, and after a moment, Zhou Xiaorua rolled her eyes and remarked, Do you take me for a miracle worker, thinking I can diagnose from afar? If you truly want clarity, just bring him over, at worst. I'll waive the fee for the initial consultation out of friendship. Zhao Yanan pressed her lips together, yet before she could respond, a WeChat notification popped up. It was from Chu Yuxuan. I will heed your words and visit the psychologist. Her phone lay on the table, and Zhou Xiaorua caught sight of the message. Wow. Are you referring to that dog of a man from your life? Zhou Xiaorua sprang from her chair, her eyes wide in astonishment. The matchmaker must have lost their mind to tie two neurotics together. Zhao Yanan shot her a glance, replying with rare humor, All right, enough about him. Let us commence the treatment. Zhou Xiaorua remained in shock for a full 2 minutes before regaining her composure. Nan, prepare yourself, relax. I'm about to begin. Zhao Yanan reclined in the chair, her eyes gently closing, softly responding, 5 minutes earlier, Chu Yuxuan had jolted awake from a nightmare, his expression one of profound anguish, drenched in sweat. After taking a few breaths, his phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Mr. Chu, why didn't you come today? I've missed you so much. Are you free tonight for a drink? It was a well-known influencer from the content creation hub. Ever since Zhao Yanan had slapped Xia Zhu, the entire Qingya media was aware of her relationship with him, particularly the agents who had strictly instructed their artists to avoid any associations with Mr. Chu unless they wished to forfeit their careers at Qingya. Consequently, those starlets who once dreamt of marrying into wealth had to painfully sever ties, deleting Chu Yuxuan's contact information, all while lamenting, why was I born as Zhao? Yet, even so, Chu Yuxuan found no peace. Most of the female influencers he had recruited were oblivious to his connection with Zhao Yanan. Even if they were aware, they likely felt no fear, given that the influencer base was entirely under his control, and Zhao Yanan had no jurisdiction over it. At that moment, Chu Yuxuan's mind was in disarray. Instinctively wishing to decline, he suddenly recalled what Chu Jiqing had said that morning, furrowing his brow in irritation before responding with a smile. After dismissing the influencer, just as he was about to take a shower, his second-in-command fortuitously sent him a message. Zhao Yanan is at a private psychological clinic called Wenger. I checked, and she frequents it. The doctor there is her classmate, Zhou Xiaorua, with whom she shares a close relationship. Chu Yuxuan seemed to have anticipated this. Did she have psychological issues? The second-in-command replied. I couldn't find out. Why not have the fifth brother plant a listening device? It's easy enough. Chu Yuxuan was at a loss for words. Some methods should not be misused. Send me the location. The second-in-command, being earnest, not only sent the clinic's address down to the door number but also included Zhou Xiaorua's phone number. After exiting the chat, a bitter smile crept onto Chu Yuxuan's lips as he murmured, 2 psychological patients. How on earth can one date under such circumstances? He then sent Zhao Yanan a WeChat message. I will heed your words and visit the psychologist. Chapter 67. Am I flawed? At 7 o'clock, the excruciating psychological therapy finally came to an end for Zhao Yanan. Upon seeing her close friend drenched in sweat, Zhou Xiaorua's eyes brimmed with compassion as she grasped Zhao Yanan's hands, which felt as frigid as if they had just been retrieved from a freezer. With tears welling in her eyes, she forced a smile and inquired, Nanan, are you all right? Zhao Yanan slowly shook her head, her breath slightly trembling, her tone steeped in despair. Ruoruo, am I beyond cure? It feels like it's only getting worse. That's impossible. You will definitely get better. After so many years, continuing down this path could lead to dependency, and that would only make things worse. Zhao Yanan sat up and drained the cold coffee in front of her, weakly replying, I understand. Zhou Xiaorua suggested. I still recommend that you slowly try to engage with the opposite sex. Restrain your emotions as much as possible. Just simple physical interactions, like handshakes or high fives. Trying a bit more could greatly benefit your condition. Zhao Yanan, in a weak voice, responded, "It's useless. I've tried many times to shake hands with different people, but each time, I can barely last 3 seconds before feeling utterly uncomfortable." Zhou Xiaorua bit her lip, her face a mask of concern. If only you had a decent male friend who could regularly interact with you, it would naturally help your condition. The only one, Lu Kai, barely counts as a man. Oh, this truly troubles me. I almost wish I could turn into a man myself. Zhao Yanan smiled faintly. Be careful, or Lu Kai might hear you and skin you alive. Zhou Xiaorua, with a playful sparkle in her eyes, teased, calling him half a man is being generous, haha. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Kai called her. The two friends exchanged knowing smiles, and Zhou Shura remarked, "This guy is such a dog, haha." Nanan, why don't you go take a shower first? After you finish, we'll head out. I am determined to treat you to a feast tonight. 20 minutes later, as they descended the stairs, Zhou Xiaorua's phone rang again. Expecting it to be that half-man she had just mentioned, she was surprised to see an unfamiliar number. Having recently advertised her clinic on a certain platform, she knew that most unfamiliar calls were from patients seeking consultations. However, very few actually showed up for treatment. Hello? Dr. Zhou, I would like to undergo psychological treatment. Is now a convenient time? Zhou Xiaorua pursed her lips, thinking to herself that Murphy's Law was no mere myth. After a day of quiet, just as she was about to indulge in some leisure, a business opportunity appeared. Although her hourly rate was set at 500, it typically got negotiated down to around 300. Unfortunately, with so many psychologists around, her lack of age, credentials, and fame made her a less appealing option. If she declined, plenty of others would gladly take on the patient. Under normal circumstances, she would have eagerly accepted, putting on a facade of professionalism and saying, "As it happens, I have a patient who didn't show up, allowing me to make time for you." Just remember to schedule an appointment 2 days in advance next time. But at that moment, earning a meager 300 or 400 paled in comparison to enjoying a lavish evening with Zhao Yanan, who was an undeniable small fortune. Thus, she promptly declined, "Sorry, I've already finished for the day." Pausing for a moment, as if sensing a glimmer of hope, she added, "Perhaps you could come back tomorrow?" The voice on the other end remained unfazed. "I want to come in right now." Zhou Xiaorua was puzzled, wondering who this discerning individual was that had discovered her unpolished gem and was so insistent. After weighing her options, she decided to seize the moment and test the waters. "I am quite expensive. It's 2,000 for an hour." The weight of the number sent her heart racing, but only for a moment. She soon realized she was likely overestimating her worth. 2,000 for an hour was the rate of an expert, and this person was merely a patient with psychological issues, not a mental one. As she had anticipated, a skeptical voice replied, 2,000? Zhou Xiaorua, undeterred by the seemingly fruitless excitement, was about to say goodbye when the voice on the other end chuckled. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. 1 hour, 20,000. Payment up front, then we'll proceed with the treatment. If it proves effective, there will be a bonus. If not, no refunds." Zhou Xiaorua stood frozen, her expression locked in place for a moment, slowly lifting her gaze to the overcast sky as she muttered to Zhao Yanan, "Nanan, do you see an eye opening up in the sky?" Zhao Yanan. Zhou Xiaorua swallowed hard, feigning calm as she spoke into her phone. "All right, your persistence has moved me. It seems you really need my assistance. See you in 10 minutes. After hanging up, she could no longer contain her excitement, bouncing around like a madwoman. "My dreams of becoming a wealthy woman are just around the corner." "Ha ha ha. Nanan, you go have dinner with Lu Kai. I'll save you some expenses and rush off to my next appointment. Waha. I'm about to hit it big." Zhao Yanan. Not far away, a silver-gray GTR was parked in a discreet corner. Chu Yuxuan, cigarette in mouth, fiddling with his phone. Zhou Xiaorua, who had been anxiously awaiting behind the door, took a deep breath, striving to appear utterly composed, her smile perfectly poised, serene and elegant. Only when the bell rang for the 4th time did she finally open the door. "You?" Before she could finish the word hello, the beauty who dreamed of wealth stood frozen in place, her smile seemingly set in concrete. as if drenched in C40 cement. Forget composure. If she were a man, she would be feeling quite uncomfortable right now. Chu Yuxuan, exuding calm, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Doctor?" Zhou Xiaorua took a step back, her mind racing with 100 questions. Yet from behind, Zhou Xiaorua appeared as serene as a statue, her gait dignified. Yet her exquisitely beautiful face was far more expressive than a master of Sichuan opera performing a face-changing act. How could it be him? Nanan would never allow him to come here. Is there really such a coincidental twist of fate in this world? What a dreadful fate. Oh heavens, you must be opening your eyes in the wrong place. Grumbling internally, she keep the money. It seems fate truly has a hand in this. Zhou Xiaorua lamented internally, relaxing her defenses somewhat. Yet, adhering to the principle of a fool who doesn't earn money is a fool indeed, I have a question for you. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. If a normal woman becomes suddenly excited and loses control of her emotions when interacting with the opposite sex, what could that be a sign of? Zhou Xiaorua. Can you two please spare me? Am I the one with issues here? Chapter 68. A billionaire's proximity. Is this a sham marriage? Isn't he just a notorious philanderer? Isn't she a woman who feels suffocated, nauseated, and wishes for death at the mere touch of a man? How could they possibly start to care for each other? Is this for real? Zhou Xiaorua, taken aback, pondered deeply and soon arrived at a conclusion in her heart. Zhao Yanan's illness destined her to thus, she likely witnessed Chu Yuxuan's symptoms firsthand and was frightened, approaching her out of mere curiosity. As for this scoundrel, one could easily surmise that he would take an interest in any beautiful woman, let alone someone as stunning as Zhao Yanan. As the saying goes, what cannot be had is forever coveted. But would he truly go so far as to probe into Zhao Yanan's background? It was feared that once he had satisfied his desire for conquest, he would not even spare. Setting aside the likelihood of his obtaining Zhao Yanan, the sheer frivolity of his intentions was enough to ignite Zhou Xiaorua's ire. After muttering, "deadbeat," under her breath, she feigned calmness and replied, "The situation you described is quite rare. It is difficult for me to draw a conclusion, but based on previous case records, this condition predominantly falls under the category of mental disorders. If it is someone close to you, you must maintain your distance and absolutely avoid getting too close. Otherwise, if her emotions spiral out of control, the consequences could be unimaginable." After a brief pause, she added, "It may even pose a risk to her life. You must tread carefully. Among close friends, there are often no secrets, especially since she was Zhao Yanan's psychologist." Zhou Xiaorua was well aware of the incident where Zhao Yanan had harmed Chu Yuxuan with a knife, and thus wished to use this undeniable fact to dissuade the scoundrel. But how could Chu Yuxuan be oblivious to her subtle intentions? He simply chose not to expose her thoughts and replied calmly, "So, according to your previous cases, can this illness be treated?" Zhou Xiaorua hesitated for a moment and replied, "The probability is quite low, which means there is a chance of recovery." Zhou Xiaorua neither affirmed nor denied this. What on earth did this man intend to do? Did he genuinely wish to help Yanan recover? After a moment of contemplation, she said, "I need to see the person in question to draw a conclusion. Now, let us discuss you." Chu Yuxuan pulled out a cigarette box and bit down on one. Zhou Xiaorua frowned. "Don't smoke?" Ignoring her admonition, within the haze, his eyes suddenly darkened, fixating on Zhou Xiaorua with an intense gaze, a hint of wickedness curling at the corners of his lips as he coldly inquired, "Have you ever played?" Zhou Xiaorua swallowed hard, recalling the words she had previously written on paper, instinctively responding with earth. "And if you remove another stroke?" 2. And with one stroke added. 3. Now, remove a stroke. 2. You've repeated yourself, haha. Are you ready to accept your punishment? Zhou Xiaorua trembled again, and amidst her fear, it seemed she gained some insight into Chu Yuxuan's psychological complexities. Seeing the psychologist's, "Now, come on, try your hypnosis technique on me. Let me have a good night's sleep." By nearly 10 o'clock, Zhou Xiaorua finally reunited with Zhao Yanan at the Blaze Bar. Zhao Yanan held a glass of juice, seated next to an exceedingly effeminate, pretty boy, wearing a pair of red earrings, draped in a red shawl, sporting fashionable red ankle boots, and though he had a certain charm, his overall appearance was, to say the least, difficult to describe. This was Lu Kai, the half-man, Zhou Xiaorua referred to, and Zhao Yanan's childhood. "I am quite vexed." "Oh? Have you hit menopause? You're as unnecessary as the thing in your pants. Zhao Yanan, accustomed to the verbal sparring between her two best friends, merely smiled and asked, "What is the matter? Did you encounter a troublesome patient? Is your wealthy lady dream shattered?" Zhou Xiaorua, clutching Zhao Yanan's juice, took a deep sip and, lost in thought, replied, "I think I've encountered a ghost." Lu Kai, with an exaggerated flick of his wrist, teased, "You look so unthreatening, afraid of ghosts? How could he end up at your place?" Zhou Xiaorua pouted. "It must have been a coincidence. From his reaction, he doesn't seem to know about our relationship. However, he did inquire about your symptoms." Zhao Yanan felt no concern that her good friend would betray her. She merely thought the coincidence of Chu Yuxuan appearing at the clinic was too remarkable and furrowed her brow in contemplation. "Yanan, there is something I can now ascertain. Your husband has indeed suffered abuse, but it is buried deep within him, making it difficult to unearth." "I have employed every method available, from hypnosis to art therapy, yet he maintained a demeanor of calm indifference throughout, looking at me as if I were a fool. Can you understand that feeling? Ah, if I see him again, I shall strangle him." Zhao Yanan's expression grew increasingly grave, remaining silent. "Yanan," Lu Kai tossed his hair back, grinning. "What is wrong? You seem concerned about him. TSK. Is this becoming real? Oh, does that mean your ailment has hope?" Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. "Boring. Enough about him. Want a beer?" Time flies when one is having fun. Before they knew it, midnight had arrived, and the bar's atmosphere reached a fever pitch thanks to the DJ. Unbeknownst to them, after the DJ counted down, the speakers erupted with noise, overwhelming the senses. Men and women in the dance pit, each clutching a sheet of white paper, tossed them into the air as if paying tribute to deceased loved ones. "What a peculiar custom!" Lu Kai, always on the cutting edge of fashion, noticed his two friends' bewildered expressions and laughed. "This is a tribute to lost love. The youth today sure know how to have fun." Zhou Xiaorua mused, "I feel like these people are all my potential clients. Who else would engage in such outrageous behavior without some psychological issues?" Zhao Yanan, having had too much to drink, her cheeks flushed after only a few bottles, chimed in, "They could also be insane. You won't be able to treat them." As they spoke, two seasoned nightclub hunters approached, each holding a stack of white paper, eagerly offering, "Ladies, would you like a stack?" Zhou Xiaorua mocked, "You're holding 2 stacks of paper as if they were bundles of cash. If you really have guts, why not throw some real money around? There are plenty of girls who would flock to you." One of the men retorted, "Sister, you have quite the appetite. Where in the world can one find such a benevolent soul? If you know of one, please introduce me. I will kneel and bow to him, acknowledging him as my grandfather." As his words faded, the bar erupted in excitement once more. The crowd craned their necks to watch the spectacle, only to suddenly hear a girl exclaim, "Damn! Who the hell is throwing money over there? It's Mr. Chu. Quick, let us go grab some cash." "He is definitely tossing real money." Zhou Xiaorua's eyes lit up at the prospect of seizing wealth, but upon realizing it was Mr. Chu, she instinctively halted her steps. Upon closer inspection, the figure throwing instantly, her desire to rush in and claim riches evaporated, and she channeled her frustrations towards the 2 men who had approached them. "Hey, why don't you go and recognize your grandfather? Don't you have any sense of being a grandson?" The 2 men stood agape, stunned for a long moment before slinking away in embarrassment. Lu Kai looked on in astonishment. "Yanan, your dog of a husband may seem like a shameless scoundrel, but he appears to be surprisingly Zhao Yanan was not surprised to encounter him there, however. Observing the debauched expression of this young heir alongside the throngs of admirers surrounding him, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Tomorrow, this scene would surely make headlines in the city. Losing interest in continuing their night out, she decided to take her 2 friends home. However, she miscalculated. By 5 in the morning, the news headlines had already been dominated by Chu Yuxuan, with all 3 top stories revolving around him. The bar's extravagant display of money ranked third, while the second featured two internet celebrities tearfully accusing him of ex-assault, and the first story was even more explosive. Xia Zhu had jumped from a building, and her divorce certificate from Chu Yu. Chapter 69. Take care. The clock struck 1 in the morning. Chu Yuxuan found himself in the company of exquisite individuals, each more alluring than the last. As he opened his mouth, fruits were promptly offered, and cigarettes were respectfully lit for him. What is the essence of leisure? What embodies happiness? What defines extravagance? What signifies folly? Behold, this is professionalism at its finest. An hour prior, his extravagant display of generosity had undoubtedly made this dandy the center of attention. Many appeared nonchalant, yet were secretly scheming to edge closer, hoping that this young master would indulge in drink and once again assume the role of a benevolent benefactor, compensating for their earlier missed opportunities. With a casual glance, Chu Yuxuan surveyed the crowd of men and women surrounding him. Amidst the colorful chaos, he noticed someone attempting to clandestinely capture his image. Unfazed, he leaned slightly to the left, tightening his embrace around the striking. With a sideways glance, his gaze lingered on her ample bosom, effortlessly striking a pose for the camera. He then removed his hand from the waist of the influencer on his right, lifting a glass labeled, "Not going home tonight," to the lips of his enchanting companion. An unspoken mess. The beauty in his arms was a newcomer to the scene, known as Qinglu. Although she was blessed with striking looks and a captivating figure, she had only recently embarked on her journey in the industry, amassing a mere few thousand followers. Intrigued by an elegant recruitment notice online, she had boldly recommended herself and was signed at a meager price by the influencer agency. Qinglu, taken aback, gazed at Chu Yuxuan with wide eyes, her cheeks flushed as if kissed by the flames of a forge. "Stay still, let me feed you," he murmured, his voice a seductive melody. Handsome, wealthy, and effortlessly charming, what woman could possibly resist? His earlier display of lavish spending was merely a response to Qinglu's innocent inquiry. "Why do they throw around white paper? It feels like—" "Fear not, I shall make you feel more at ease." He then retrieved his wallet, driven by a sudden impulse akin to a knight-errant fighting for his lady's honor, and began tossing money with reckless abandon, leaving Qian Yuan utterly dumbfounded, her myriad emotions "Chu, this is illegal, please. Don't throw any more." One could only imagine just how much more this dandy would have squandered. After Qinglu finished her drink, she shyly lowered her gaze. However, the second-generation heir gently lifted her chin, tenderly wiping her lips with a tissue, his face drawing dangerously close, seemingly poised to kiss her. Were it not for the cacophony of the bar's music, one could almost hear the rapid thumping of her heart. In this room of revelry, some rejoiced while others despaired. To his left, a fervor concealed beneath gentleness. To his right, a palpable chill. The influencer, abandoned by Chu Yuxuan, wore an expression of despondency. This was none other than Xia Zhu, who had called Chu Yuxuan earlier to arrange a meeting. Once a modest influencer with only a modest following, she had risen to fame after a viral cosplay, now boasting an impressive 2 million followers. Whispers floated around, "Poor Xia Zhu, she seems abandoned. Has Qinglu officially taken her place?" See, that's how the wealthy operate. Once they tire of something, they scarcely glance. Thus, Chu Yuxuan's demeanor towards her remained somewhat aloof, merely offering casual embraces. As the revelry continued until nearly 2, Chu Yuxuan, feeling. As he stepped out of the bar, still bantering with Qinglu, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on a familiar figure leaning against the entrance. Xia Zhu. Once a luminary, Xia Zhu now stood. She timidly glanced at Chu Yuxuan and murmured, "Mr. Chu, I'll wait for you over here." Chu Yuxuan nodded, releasing his hold on Qinglu's waist, and inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss?" "I am pressed for time." Xia Zhu bit her lip, her beautiful face adorned with a pure, natural smile, abruptly stating, "In just 2 short months, I scarcely recognize you anymore." Chu Yuxuan could easily surmise Xia Zhu's plight. Given her temperament, reconciliation with Gao Ning was unlikely. The pursuit of love had led to heartache, and her career lay in ruins. How pitiful! Yet, it was not his place to feel sympathy, nor to soften. Calmly, he replied, "If these are the frivolous sentiments you wish to express, then I truly cannot oblige." Xia Zhu maintained her smile, seemingly attempting to adopt a light-hearted tone. "Come on, we were once partners." Is this really necessary? Haha. Anyway, I sought you out for no significant reason, merely to say, I want to apologize. Yuxuan, I've reflected deeply these past few days. Honestly, I can't comprehend how I arrived at this juncture. The heavens laid a bright path before me, yet I chose to tread the road to darkness. It's truly tragic. But I do not regret it. Pursuing what one desires inherently carries no room for regret. However, what I chased was but an illusion. Yuxuan, do you realize? I suddenly thought yesterday, our experiences are not dissimilar. The heartache I felt, did you not feel it too? I am sincerely sorry. I should not have been so selfish, yearning for your tenderness while not loving you. That was my own folly, Chu Yuxuan remarked, lighting a cigarette, his smile roguish. Are you not also guilty of folly? Fate is equitable. Indeed. Xia Zhu inhaled deeply, pausing momentarily before shrugging. Well, I've delivered my apology, though I know you cannot forgive me. Forgiveness or not is of little consequence. Then, may I have a hug? Just as a farewell. Farewell? Chu Yuxuan had no intention of embracing her, casually asking, where do you intend to go? Xia Zhu did not retract her outstretched arms, smiling as she replied, I plan to sell my house and take my mother back to our hometown. My savings, combined with the proceeds from the sale, will suffice for us to live comfortably for the rest of our days. Her words were pragmatic. A celebrity's fleeting fame could yield an income that took an ordinary citizen a lifetime to earn. However, Chu Yuxuan merely offered a nonchalant, take care, before brushing past the once beloved figure, his steps resolute and his demeanor cold. Chapter 70. I want to see my head is pounding. Qinglu hurriedly approached him, concerned, and suggested, Mr. Chu, why don't you lie down? That I could give you a massage. Chu Yuxuan waved his hand dismissively, pointing to one of the bedrooms. You should go to sleep. I need to rest alone. Please do not disturb me. Qinglu appeared somewhat flustered, standing frozen for a moment, her head bowed slightly, biting her lip, her cheeks crimson as if they could bleed. The sight of such modesty mingled with allure was truly intoxicating, stirring one's blood. A sense of yearning ignited within Chu Yuxuan. Yet he could not fathom what obsession allowed him to maintain his composure in such a tantalizing moment. After a light-hearted declaration of, I'm very tired, he feigned drunkenness and retreated to another bedroom. Should his father discover this, he would undoubtedly lament. A waste of talent, a disgraceful squandering. Qinglu was utterly perplexed. Despite their flirtations at the bar, now that she was offering herself, he had turned cold. Could it be that the rumors circulating among other internet celebrities at the company were true, that he was incapable? With nightly revelries, he must have exhausted himself in both spirit and flesh. Lost in such thoughts, this enchanting woman felt a wave of disappointment and turned to another bedroom. However, upon closing she retrieved a small phone hidden within her coat and sent a text message, Didn't he touch me? The reply came swiftly, It's fine, just continue with the original plan. Qinglu tucked away her phone, gazing vacantly out at the pitch-black night before rummaging through her bag for a small makeup kit and seated herself to apply her cosmetics. At 5 in the morning, Chu Yuxuan jolted awake from a nightmare, drenched in sweat, his breath rapid and labored. The deep-seated wounds buried within him had been unexpectedly unearthed, and it seemed he would. After taking a few deep breaths, he decided to take a cold shower. Just as he was about to head to the living room for a glass of water, a knock came at the door. Who is it? Police, we need to conduct a room check. At this, Chu Yuxuan found it rather odd. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the door calmly and opened it. Are you Chu Yuxuan? Someone reported that you forcibly molested them, attempted rape, and even assaulted them. Please cooperate with our investigation and come with us. A look of confusion spread across Chu Yuxuan's face. You must be mistaken. Who would make such an absurd claim? Am I in need of women? With 3 rapid-fire questions, the debauched heir shook his head dismissively, turning to glance at the other bedrooms. Unsure of where Qinglu was, he called out, Qinglu, come out and testify for me. The leading middle-aged detective snorted derisively. Stop calling for her. She is the one who reported you. It seems you're unaware that your name is trending all over the internet. Don't think that a bit of wealth grants you impunity. Come with us. Chu Yuxuan was utterly bewildered. Qinglu, you re a person of some standing. Don't force us to take action. Though he found the situation utterly absurd, Chu Yuxuan quickly regained his composure. Clearly, someone— but who could it be? Was it the likes of Gao or Jean pulling strings behind the scenes? Or perhaps Qinglu was orchestrating a drama to garner sympathy and attention? After all, she was an internet celebrity. What mischief wouldn't she engage in? Yet, he sensed that the young lady lacked the cunning and audacity for such a ruse. She was likely being used as a pawn. Thus, he leaned toward the former hypothesis. Aside from those two fools, he had not wronged anyone else. With this thought, Chu Yuxuan inexplicably settled into a calm demeanor, muttering to himself, "What's meant to come will come." While shaking his— "Let me get dressed." Why are you following me? Afraid I might run away? How ridiculous. Half an hour later, the young heir was brought to the criminal police unit, where he coincidentally encountered his sister, Chu Muhan, who had just arrived. "Captain Chu." "Yes, hand him over to me. I am parched." Chu Muhan delivered a light kick to his ankle and then dragged her wayward brother through the entrance, heading toward the interrogation room while chiding, "Can't you just behave yourself for a while?" Just the other day, you tarnished the reputation of Jiangdong University, and now you're embroiled in this mess. Chu Yuxuan shrugged nonchalantly. Jiang University got what it deserved. As for me, I am being wronged. Attempted rape? Hitting women? Do you really think I would stoop to such actions? Chu Muhan shot him a glare. Stop with the smooth talk. Chu Yuxuan, do you even grasp the magnitude of the trouble you're in? Chu Yuxuan shrugged, casually taking a seat in the— Evidently, he was still unaware of the gravity of his situation. She pulled out her phone, opened a certain platform, and found a video of Qinglu, holding her ID, tearfully detailing her accusations. "Hello, everyone. I am Qinglu. I am formally accusing Chu Yuxuan, the owner of Qingya Media, of using his position and the exorbitant penalty fees in our contract to coerce me. He has repeatedly harassed me at the company, and last night, he forced me to drink with him before coercing me to a hotel, intending to assault me. I claimed to be on my period to escape, only to be met with his violent blows." Chu Yuxuan found these declarations amusing, yet it was peculiar. He had not laid a hand on Qinglu, yet her face bore bruises, and there were clear marks of being choked around her neck. This perplexed him. Is she acting this convincingly? Chu Muhan scrolled through the video, revealing other similar accusations. "Look, aside from Qinglu, there are several other internet celebrities who have reported you. All of them have been linked to you romantically. This is like setting a fire in my own backyard." Chu Yuxuan remained unfazed. However, the next statement from Chu Muhan shattered his calm. "Your ex-wife has jumped from a building. The coroner is currently conducting an autopsy. Online, someone has leaked your divorce certificate, and her mother is accusing you, claiming you drove Xia Zhu to her death." Chu Yuxuan's expression froze, the lazy smile vanishing from his face. Recalling the scene from 2 in the morning with Xia Zhu, she had seemed to have moved past everything and had even mentioned wanting to return home to enjoy life. How could she suddenly jump? No, something is amiss. Chu Yuxuan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes darkening. "I demand to see my lawyer." Chu Yuxuan, you need to clarify these issues first. I've stated it clearly. I want to see my lawyer. Chapter 71. There are always malicious individuals who seek to harm me. The siblings were locked in a heated dispute when, at that moment, an officer entered the interrogation room, holding a tablet. "Captain Chu, this is the surveillance footage. 50 a.m. Qinglu stealthily opened the room door, peering cautiously into the hallway before glancing back inside the room. Her expression and movements indicated a palpable fear of disturbing the occupant within. Trembling, the internet celebrity emerged from the room, gently closing the door behind her, and then, in a state of panic, hurried towards the elevator, pressing the button repeatedly as if fearing someone might pursue her. Chu Yuxuan clearly observed that Qinglu bore injuries upon her departure from the room. "Damn it," he muttered, rewinding the footage to 2:10 a.m., when he and Qinglu had just entered the room. At that time, the beautiful internet star had no visible wounds. In that brief span of 40 minutes, he fast-forwarded through the footage, noting that no one had entered the room, nor had Qinglu exited. Furthermore, given that the room was on the 27th floor, it was implausible for anyone to have entered through the window. Chu Muhan remarked gravely, It is difficult to imagine a sane person inflicting such severe harm upon themselves, especially a woman. Even if she were capable of it, the distribution of injuries on her face and neck suggests she could not have done this alone. Chu Yuxuan pondered, so, this does indeed implicate me in the assault. From the current perspective, it appears that way. Chu Yuxuan, I need you to tell me what transpired after you both entered the room. Chu Yuxuan sighed, you lack definitive evidence at this moment. Thus, until my lawyer arrives, I am Please cooperate. My dear sister, Chu Yuxuan replied with a wry smile. Why do you always act as though I am your utmost adversary? Deep down, you care about me, don't you? Don't you tell me it's not out of concern for me. After all, we share the same bloodline. There's no need for pretense. Stop with the flattery. Chu Muhan shot him a glare, then paused. You must tell me what truly occurred, and I will restore your reputation. Chu Yuxuan shrugged. I was intoxicated and cannot recall a thing. Chu Muhan, perceiving his intent, retorted angrily, Chu Yuxuan, you intend to handle this in your own way, don't you? With a faint smile, Chu Yuxuan, after a moment of silence, responded evasively, even as a vice-captain. You still haven't curbed your impulsive nature. Look at you, flustered and rushed. You didn't even apply any makeup before leaving. Are you worried I might harm these internet celebrities? Please, I am a law-abiding citizen and would never. Before he could finish, Chu Muhan's eyes brightened, and the siblings exchanged glances, both evidently having noticed the same detail. Makeup? Officer Wong, Chu Muhan called out as she hurried to the door of the interrogation room. Where is the complainant now? At home. The family claims she has been severely traumatized and is in a state of distress, refusing to meet with us. Chu Muhan decisively instructed, take a doctor to her residence, inform the family that the suspect has been apprehended, and we require her injury report. Otherwise, we cannot establish a case. Hurry. Upon returning to the interrogation room, Chu Muhan's expression was grave. This Qinglu posted the accusation video around 3:30 a.m. and reported to the police at 4:20 a.m. Other internet celebrities rallied to her support between 4 o'clock and 4:30 a.m. The fact that they were all awake during this time frame indicates that someone is orchestrating events behind the scenes. Chu Yuxuan, who have you crossed? Chu Yuxuan feigned nonchalance. There are always malicious individuals seeking to bring me down. It's quite the challenge. Chu Muhan knew it would be difficult to. She warned, you are not only facing accusations from these internet stars, but are also entangled in a homicide case. Given the current evidence, I have the authority to detain you for 72 hours. Even when that period elapses, I will find a way to keep you here. Furthermore, the entire internet is scrutinizing these internet celebrities. If anything were to happen to them, public opinion would drown you, and the entire Chu family. If you act recklessly, it will only backfire. I advise you to cooperate with me. The law will deliver justice. Chu Yuxuan scoffed. I'll discuss your so-called law with my lawyer later. I have no interest in this matter. Sister, could you tell me at what time Xia Zhu jumped? Chu Muhan pressed her lips together, no longer willing to indulge him. However, regarding Xia Zhu, she had only just arrived and heard a brief report from her team on the way, lacking detailed knowledge. She thus summoned the on-duty officer to come in. The officer stated, according to witness testimony and preliminary examination by the coroner, the incident occurred around 2:20 a.m. Witness? The siblings inquired in unison. Yes, the officer flipped through his notes. A Gao Ning, who was present at the scene during the incident, stated, Gao Ning? Chu Yuxuan's brow furrowed tightly. Chu Muhan shot him a glance and urged the officer, please continue. He claims that he and the deceased, Xia Zhu, were in a romantic relationship, and he spent the previous night at her home. Xia Zhu left around 12:30 a.m. and returned around 2:40 a.m., during which he was crying incessantly. He was there to comfort her and drink together, but when he stepped away to use the restroom, he returned to find Xia Zhu on the balcony, preparing to jump. He managed to grasp her hand, but ultimately could not pull her back. According to his account, Xia Zhu had explicitly told him that she went out to meet her ex-husband, Who is him? The officer gestured towards Chu Yuxuan and continued. The conflict arose from Chu Yuxuan attempting to silence her with an exorbitant penalty fee. She sought him out to plead for her release, but he made a demand that she accompany a wealthy businessman on a month-long trip to the Maldives, after which he would let her go. Chu Yuxuan's gaze turned icy. What about Xia Zhu's mother? Did she not witness the act of her daughter taking her own life? The officer raised an eyebrow, internally thinking, are you the officer, or am I? Why do you act as though I am the one reporting to you? Have you become so accustomed to being in charge? Yet, seeing his captain gaze at him expectantly, he refrained from further comments and replied, according to Xia Zhu's mother, around 9 p.m. last night, Subsequently, she contacted Gao Ning, hoping he could persuade Xia Zhu. Upon his arrival, fearing another quarrel, he gave her the key to his apartment, allowing her to stay there. It wasn't until 4 a.m. that she learned of her daughter's unfortunate incident. Chu Yuxuan remained silent, seemingly having arrived at an understanding. Chu Muhan's expression darkened. Where is Gao Ning? Two officers are currently monitoring him at the hospital. Understood. Chu Muhan acknowledged. Once business hours commence, let us investigate Xia Zhu's workplace. After the officer departed, Chu Muhan turned to Chu Yuxuan and inquired, are you still unwilling to divulge anything? Chu Yuxuan inhaled deeply and stated, please, I am concerned for my wife's safety. Chapter 72. A Grave Situation 5:53 a.m. After a night of indulgence, Zhao Yanan was enveloped in a heavy slumber, her phone on the bedside table ringing incessantly before finally rousing her from her stupor. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Xiao Wei. So early. Could there be an emergency? With that thought, Zhao Yanan immediately regained her composure and answered the call. President Zhao, have you seen the news about President Chu online? President Chu? What has happened now? Xiao Wei's voice trembled with urgency. A social media influencer has accused him of sexual assault and claims she was physically assaulted by him. Over a dozen, she hastily instructed, notify all personnel at the ministerial level and above to convene an emergency meeting at the office at 7. After hanging up, this beautiful CEO found her thoughts in disarray. Just as she contemplated calling Chu Yuxuan, he fortuitously rang her. Nan, up so early? What on earth is happening? The two spoke in unison. Chu Yuxuan chuckled lightly. It seems you're already in the loop? I thought you would still be asleep. Nan, listen to me carefully. Call that hefty fellow and have him pick you up. From now on, take him wherever you go. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Yanan suddenly recalled that on the day of the dinner hosted by Gao Ning, Chu Yuxuan had mentioned something similar, suggesting that the hefty fellow act as her chauffeur and bodyguard out of concern for the ulterior motives of Jane. It appeared that those two were indeed conspiring against Chu Yuxuan. What can I do? Zhao Yanan forced herself to remain calm. Let me think. Chu Yuxuan pondered. Get up now and heat a cup of milk. Your stomach isn't the best. Zhao Yanan. At a time like this, he was still concerned about that. Chu Yuxuan. I'm not joking, nor should you. This matter is of utmost seriousness. Chu Yuxuan maintained his light-hearted tone. It's fine. I'll handle it. You just go about your work as usual. The company will likely be busy today. Once we get past this hurdle, I'll treat you to a grand feast as compensation, and you can't refuse. Where are you right now? Zhao Yanan faintly heard someone on the other end call out, Captain. Chu Yuxuan replied with a smile. I'm at the police station cooperating with the investigation. Everything is fine. Zhao Yanan fell silent for a moment before saying, Chu Yuxuan, I trust you. You wouldn't do such a thing. Make sure to cooperate fully with the investigation. I'll do as you say. After they hung up, Chu Yuxuan handed his phone over, his smile radiant. Chu Muhan shot him a glance. Looks like things are going well. Shall I introduce you to someday? Chu Yuxuan replied. Not interested. Over 10 minutes later, the head of the legal department finally arrived at the criminal investigation unit. After discussing the relevant circumstances with the police, he went to meet Chu Yuxuan. President Chu, how soon can you get me out of here? Chu Yuxuan inquired. The legal advisor wore a troubled expression. You are currently a key suspect. It may be difficult. Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath, realizing that this legal advisor might not possess the necessary clout. Furthermore, Chu Muhan would surely do everything in her power to keep him detained, making any attempt to escape virtually impossible. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the advisor, listen closely. When you return to the company, find Chief Chu from the technical department and inform him to investigate the head of the influencer community. He knows what to do. If any issues arise, let them explain. Only your status as my lawyer allows you to see me. Do you understand? The legal advisor could discern that their boss likely had no hopes of being extricated and had merely summoned him to serve as a messenger. Do not inform her. I understand. At 7 o'clock, the entire city began to awaken. The news regarding Chu Yuxuan continued to gain traction, escalating rapidly. Several officers, 50 a.m. Due to the distance, the footage did not capture their conversation, but it appeared that Chu Yuxuan had been rather indifferent towards Xia Zhu. After he departed, Xia Zhu was seen crouching on the ground, crying for several minutes. The two officers who had gone to Qinglu's residence also returned to the station, bearing a medical report confirming injuries, with the final assessment indicating that the injuries were real and constituted minor harm. Chu Yuxuan was not surprised by this. It was not difficult to deduce that Qinglu had initially faked her injuries to leave evidence on the surveillance footage, and after leaving the hotel, Chu Muhan held no doubts about her brother's character, yet all current evidence was stacked against Chu Yuxuan. The situation was spiraling uncontrollably toward the worst possible outcome, which was understandably concerning for her. At that moment, Xia Zhu's mother arrived at the criminal investigation unit with a throng of reporters, holding a placard emblazoned with the words, "Return my daughter," kneeling at the entrance, tears streaming down her face. This Chu Yuxuan is inhuman. Our Xia Zhu was deceived by him for both money and love, only to be abandoned. He even forced my daughter to sell her house to pay him breach of contract fees and coerced her into sleeping with others. Woe is me. My daughter was driven to her death by him. Heaven, open your eyes. Can the rich act with impunity? My daughter, unable to find peace in death. Regardless of the veracity of her statements, the anguish etched upon her face was undeniably genuine, stirring sympathy in everyone present. The situation had escalated to such a degree that it was undeniably sensational, with multiple media outlets vying to report on it. At Xingya Media, after Zhao Yanan concluded the emergency meeting, she retained the heads of the legal and administrative departments. You two will accompany me to the influencer community. Notify the security department to ensure that not a single reporter is allowed entry. Xiao Wei, call the head of the influencer community again and urge him. President Zhao, I just called several times, but no one answered. The head of the legal department instinctively glanced. After leaving the criminal investigation unit, he had informed Chief Chu of Chu Yuxuan's instructions. Now, at 7:30, where was he? Could he not be more reliable? Unbeknownst to him, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign chief was currently stationed outside the influencer community head's residence, where a stoic-faced Korean individual stood inside. Chapter 73. I have a candidate, dressed in a leather jacket and sporting a black baseball cap. The fourth brother, with white gloves adorning his hands, scoured each room, thoroughly inspecting under the bed and within the wardrobe, every conceivable hiding spot, but found no trace of the person in charge. Buzz. 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 The mobile phone on the coffee table vibrated incessantly. The fourth brother glanced at the screen displaying Executive Assistant. Downstairs, seated in the sapphire blue GTR, the fifth brother wore a grave expression in the passenger seat, cradling a laptop in his lap, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. The screen flickered with live streams of several internet celebrities accusing Chu Yuxuan, while a crimson progress bar raced toward its conclusion, at which point a map would automatically emerge, detailing coordinates down to the house number. After recording a few locations, this prodigious hacker, who at the tender age of 15 had infiltrated the Citibank headquarters system and provocatively transferred a mere $1, closed his laptop, and prepared to alight from the vehicle just as the fourth brother approached with purposeful strides. "Where is he?" the fifth brother inquired, lowering the car window. The fourth brother tossed the still vibrating phone into the vehicle, responding calmly, "Not here, only this phone." "It seems he truly is problematic," the fifth brother muttered, producing a data cable to connect the executive's phone to his laptop. Mere seconds later, he returned the phone to the fourth brother, stating, "Put it back." The fourth brother brushed his fingers against the crucifix hanging from his neck, his gaze darkening as he focused on the foreigner. Suddenly, the fifth brother sensed a wave of hostility and remarked with a smirk, "God. Elder brother instructed that you all heed my words, you understand, don't you, my fourth brother?" With a detached blink, the fourth brother turned and re-entered the building. The fifth brother exhaled deeply, inexplicably feeling a sense of relief akin to surviving a catastrophe. That moment. Previously, elder brother had me investigate a man named Jean, who has been closely associated with Gao Ning lately. Should I approach him? The fifth brother pondered. Elder brother hasn't mentioned this individual yet. I believe it prudent not to stir the waters. Let us first resolve our current situation before reassessing. Then send me a few addresses of the internet celebrities you've discussed. If anything were to happen to those internet celebrities, it would only exacerbate our predicament, Before he could finish, the second brother hung up. The fifth brother sighed. Is this team truly so different? Shortly thereafter, the fourth brother returned to the car and glanced at the fifth brother, who was still fervently typing away. Can you locate him? Unless he is a robot, not made of flesh. A mobile phone is an essential item. How could he possibly forget it when going out? Perhaps he possesses another phone. This one is simply inconsequential. Just then, the head of the legal department called. Minister Chu, when will you arrive? No need to search any longer. He is at the criminal police department, having brought in a group of internet celebrities, claiming to fear retaliation from Chu men and seeking refuge. Reports are already surfacing. I say, Minister Chu, could you please hurry? President Chu is. The fifth brother abruptly hung up, quickly searching online for relevant keywords, which immediately. I can assure everyone that the accusations against Chu Yuxuan circulating online are entirely factual. For over a month, Chu Yuxuan has been inappropriately touching the internet celebrities under his management almost daily. Such incidents have become all too familiar. However, these internet celebrities are merely young girls fresh to society, lacking experience and connections, and with exorbitant breach of contract penalties, they dared not resist his harassment. Regrettably, though I have witnessed their suffering, I too was too fearful to voice my anger. Who in Jiangxing would dare provoke someone from Chu men? I endured and endured, only to find that my acquiescence has led these young girls deeper into despair. They are merely in their 20s. Upon seeing the news of Qinglu being assaulted this morning, my heart truly felt like it was being cut. I must ask, how could he bear to inflict such harm? A grown man striking a woman. Is he even human? At this point, I shan't concern myself with the consequences. My only wish is to seek justice for these girls. Officer, we seek refuge. You must assist us. These girls are terrified, fearing that Chu men's people will come after them. We implore you, please help us. The police maintaining order at the scene and the journalists gathered at the entrance became a chaotic throng. Moments later, the chief arrived on site, personally escorting Jean Tianliang and the distraught mother of Xia into the police station. This cannot continue unchecked. We must take action. The fifth brother's expression was grave. With whom is this Minister Jean concerned? He could not possess such audacity on his own. The fourth brother, ever observant, rewound the video several seconds, pointing at the screen. He is holding a mobile phone. The fifth brother sighed. I understand your implication, but hackers are not omnipotent. I first need to access his phone or at least ascertain its number to devise a way to infiltrate it. The fourth brother grasped the crucifix at his chest, his gaze steely. Let us intercept him at the police station. Good grief. Who knows when he will emerge? Clearly, he fears for his safety, which is why he sought refuge at the police station, that damn scoundrel. As he spoke, the fifth brother's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps I have a way to obtain his phone. The fourth brother questioned, You? No, drive quickly to 227, Bin Hai Road. Please don't look at me like that. I did not intend to treat you as merely a driver, I swear. On my conscience, truly. The fourth brother averted his gaze and started the car, stating coolly, Your Mandarin is quite proficient. Your phone must remain accessible. I will reach out to you at any moment. The person on the other end acknowledged, though he harbored doubts about the reliability of this foreigner. He dared not voice his concerns regarding the individual chosen by President Chu. Chapter 74. Coming after me? At this moment, the atmosphere in Qingya was tense, with phones ringing incessantly throughout all departments, overwhelming the staff. Downstairs, journalists had gathered in throngs, and a few self-proclaimed media outlets, masquerading under the guise of act. In the influencer hub, Zhao Yanan sat in a desolate office alongside two ministers, each faced with a stack of contracts. The administrative minister remarked, Zhao, I've reviewed the contracts. The terms are disturbingly uniform. Zhao, let me clarify. President Chu has previously expressed to me that there are inherent risks in influencer development. Thus, he prefers to minimize the association between the hub and Qingya. Consequently, these contracts do not bear Qingya's corporate seal and have not undergone scrutiny by the headquarters legal department. Zhao Yanan feigned composure, yet her mind was a whirlwind of chaos. After closing the contract in hand, she grasped her phone to monitor the evolving public sentiment. The outrage among netizens seemed insatiable, as if tearing apart Chu Yuxuan would not suffice to quell their anger, and their condemnation surged unabated. Which girl would jest about her own virtue? Moreover, so many young women are bravely speaking out. Having seen Xia Zhu's tragic ordeal, it reminds me of Han Yu's Yin Yin. The entertainment industry is not a lawless realm. We are not beholden to the chaebols. Severe punishment for Chu Yuxuan. Wealth is no shield against accountability. Zhao Yanan felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Assaulting women, forcible indecency, attempted rape, coercion into prostitution, driving a former spouse to death. Any of these accusations online could warrant a death sentence. Although these allegations remained unsubstantiated, to the online audience, the truth was already self-evident. Perhaps, in certain respects, online justice renders the actual truth inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that Xia Zhu's demise lent these accusations a veneer. The 30 million in breach penalties was an undeniable fact. Xia's mother had propagated those rumors online, which, when juxtaposed with the sordid revelations from the entertainment industry, formed a coherent narrative that easily garnered public trust. Xia Zhu had endured too many blows recently. Her extreme choice was, in some way, comprehensible however. Why did Xia's mother choose to spread falsehoods? Though Zhao Yanan harbored no fondness for Chu Yuxuan, she had a certain understanding of his character and firmly believed he would not commit. Taking a step back, with Chu Yuxuan's background, would he truly require Xia Zhu to accompany others on trips to curry favor? This notion perplexed Zhao Yanan. In truth, she was unaware that the words Xia's mother had spoken were all derived from Gaoning's lips. Yet, she discerned a pivotal point. Everything seemed intricately linked by the so-called astronomical breach penalties, coinciding perfectly with Xia Zhu's negotiations to terminate her contract. It was as if these two events were pieces on the same chessboard. But who was the strategist behind the game? President Jin and Gaoning. If indeed it was the seemingly genteel President Jin, who was known to be deep and unassuming, what could his motives be? When did he begin orchestrating this? As the president of a publicly listed company, he was neither a shareholder nor the owner. What audacity did he possess to challenge the Chu family? Or perhaps there were hidden figures backing him. It seemed that uncovering the truth hinged on the influencer hub's leader, who had already turned against them. Prying open his lips would unveil the identity of those behind. Yet, curiously, despite the situation festering for such a long time, Chu Jiqing remained remarkably quiet, without a hint of activity. Could it be that public opinion had already encroached upon the Chu family, rendering him hesitant to act, biding his time for an opportunity? President Zhao. Xiao Wei hurriedly rushed into the hub, exclaiming, Jian Shuhan published a lengthy post defending President Chu and even got into a spat with netizens. Zhao Yanan furrowed her brows in irritation, retorting, "I made it explicitly clear in the meeting just now that no artist is to involve themselves in this matter. Go. Instruct her manager to devise a solution. If she can't contain it over the phone, she should handle it at the school. Furthermore, inform the PR department to refrain from any actions and observe the developments quietly." The beautiful CEO was visibly incensed. Her company's artist supporting Chu Yuxuan at this critical juncture was counterproductive, akin to throwing fuel on the flames. The administrative minister, trembling in fear, mused that this manager was likely in for a severe backlash, though he was uncertain who it might be. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, and after murmuring "manager," his eyes brightened. "President Zhao, don't you find it peculiar that Xia Zhu's manager seems to be rather quiet?" Zhao Yanan paused, realizing she had overlooked a crucial individual. Xia Zhu was still an artist under the company. Given the current situation, how could her manager not reach out? The administrative minister continued, "President Zhao, Xia Zhu's manager is not one of our own. She is a close friend of hers. To my knowledge, their relationship is quite good. Previously, Xia Zhu even came to the administrative department to confront her manager over a bonus. Now that Xia Zhu is in trouble, her manager has neither contacted us nor added fuel to the fire online, instead opting to remain silent. This doesn't add up." Zhao Yanan pondered briefly before stating, "Find her quickly." Regardless of the motive behind this manager's silence, as Xia Zhu's closest confidant, she would undoubtedly prove useful. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix Mountain Villa, Chu Yuxuan leisurely sipped his morning tea while observing the great upheaval online. A striking woman in professional attire stood beside him, her expression somewhat forlorn. "Chairman, are we not going to take action?" "Take action?" Chu Yuxuan glanced at the beauty, chuckling, "Against whom?" "This, at the very least, we should find a way to extricate the young master." Chu Yuxuan, unfazed, sipped his tea. "Why the haste? Let him spend some time with his sister. We shall sit back and observe who exactly is stirring the pot." "Heh." The woman furrowed her brow and sighed. "I wonder who has the audacity to target the young master." "Humph." Chu Yuxuan scoffed. "They are likely being incited by someone. Let these small fry stir a bit longer. The more chaotic it gets, the more entertaining the show will be." Just as he finished speaking, the phone on the coffee table rang abruptly. "Chairman, the regulators have arrived at the company." "The project? There are some serious issues with the materials. The disciplinary committee has also come, seeking to discuss matters with you, and the Public Security Bureau is here, bearing an arrest warrant. Several leaders have also arrived. I will check it out and report back shortly." After hanging up, Chu Yuxuan chuckled bitterly. "So, after all this, they are coming after me. But what do they want with my son? If that little rascal finds out, he skin me alive." Alas. Chapter 75. The utilization comes so soon. At 9 o'clock, Gao Zhenxing personally arrived at the hospital. Gao Ning, still engulfed in sorrow, transformed into a different persona as soon as he got into the car, his emotions frayed and his demeanor restless. "Dad?" You wretch." Gao Zhenxing raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. "Look at the mess you've created." I truly didn't mean to. It was her." "Enough. Do not mention this matter again," Gao Zhenxing proclaimed, immediately dialing Mr. Jean. "Have you not yet located that agent?" Mr. Jean replied, "I have already contacted a hacker who is working to ascertain her whereabouts. We should have results soon." Chairman Gao, trust me, I handle matters discreetly and will ensure she vanishes completely. Do not let me down in this endeavor," Gao Zhenxing retorted coldly. Never, Mr. Jean laughed. "My benefactor has indicated that you performed admirably this morning. Once we deal with Chu Yuxuan, he will meet with you." Gao Zhenxing fell silent for a moment before asking, "Can you at least reveal to me who your benefactor is?" "Mr. Jan smacked his lips. "Chairman Gao, it's not a matter of distrust. It's simply that the time is not right. Rest assured, his influence is substantial enough to ensure that the Chu family does not trouble us." The interior of the car was steeped in silence, and Gao-ning absorbed every word of their conversation. As his father ended the call, he timidly inquired, "Dad, what did you do this morning? Did you take action against Chu Jiqing?" Gao Zhenxing was infuriated. "You fool! You were just like your mother, utterly lacking in intelligence. Did you think that Mr. Jean was targeting Chu Yuxuan? Humph. His true aim has always been, he claims to want to collaborate with you against Chu Yuxuan, but it is merely a ploy to incite me into action." With a heavy sigh, Gao Zhenxing glared at the phone screen displaying Mr. Jean's number, cursing under his breath. "I can't fathom who this Mr. Jean is working for, capable of unraveling my connections so thoroughly. My dealings with the Chu family's second branch have always been kept, and the leader of the supervisory team recently dispatched to Jiangxing is a friend of over 20 years. To avoid suspicion, I have yet to meet him face to face." Gao-ning felt a chill run down his spine. "Mr. Jean knows all this? Dad, I had no idea. Not just you. Your mother is in the dark as well." Gao Zhenxing snapped. "If it weren't for these circumstances, do you think Mr. Jean would have insisted on involving me? Humph. It's too late for regrets now. This morning, I reached out to the second branch of the Chu family, and that old widow provided me with a plethora of dirt on Chu Jiqing. Smuggling, illegal bidding, tax evasion, bribery, money laundering. She couldn't report this herself, so I obliged her. But why doesn't Mr. Jean contact the second branch himself?" Gao-ning queried suspiciously. "I've heard that the Chu family is embroiled in internal strife. Wouldn't the first and second branches be eager for someone to join forces with them to undermine the powerful third branch led by Chu Jiqing? Why must we be dragged into this?" Gao Zhenxing scoffed. "You know nothing. The old man of the Chu family is still alive. Internal conflicts are manageable, as long as they remain within bounds. That old widow trusts me, and moreover, she trusts my connections. The evidence I provided went directly to the supervisory team leader, bypassing all layers of approval, ensuring no one would know who supplied it, and the old man of the Chu family won't trace it back to her. As for our Gao family, do not involve yourself further with Chu Yuxuan. Although Chu Jiqing is currently in dire straits and the illegitimate son Chu Yuxuan is not favored by the Chu family, he still bears the Chu surname, and the old man will not stand by idly." "You must not entangle yourself further. Let the Chu family settle accounts with Mr. Jean, and I shall observe the true caliber of his benefactor." Gao-ning felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, his heart racing. "So far, your actions against Chu Jiqing have gone unnoticed. I fabricated evidence at the police station. However, those accusations were orchestrated entirely by Mr. Jean. They shouldn't trace back to me, right?" Gao Zhenxing shot him a sidelong glance, icy in demeanor. "Now you're scared? Huh? Where were you when it mattered?" "I." Gao-ning stammered, sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion pale. "I never anticipated that it would lead to a fatality." After a pause, he timidly lifted his eyelids to glance at his father. "Dad, about that agent, she merely wanted money. We could just give it to her. There's no need to kill her, is there?" Gao Zhenxing glared at his inept son, exasperated. "Why did you lack this compassion when you killed Xia Zhu? I truly didn't intend for it to happen. I'll tell you this, Xia Zhu's agent must die. Only through death can the secret be preserved, understood? Dad, I will heed your words." Meanwhile, in the criminal investigation team, the head of the influencer base, Jin Tianliang, confronted Chu Yuxuan in the interrogation room, fabricating one charge after another, supported by various influencers he had brought along, all vehemently denouncing Chu Yuxuan. Chu Yuxuan remained remarkably composed, neither agitated nor defensive, but instead inquired of Jin Tianliang, "What is your relationship with Mr. Jean from the advertising company?" A glint of cunning flashed in. "Do not spout nonsense, Chu Yuxuan, I fear you not. For the sake of these girls, I will fight you to the bitter end and reveal your true nature to everyone. Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. Hey, have you truly considered the consequences of your actions against Jin Tianliang pursed his lips, a derisive snort escaping him, his expression seemingly declaring, You're finished. After detailing several pieces of evidence against Chu Yuxuan to the recording officers, upon entering the office lobby, a young man with bleached hair rushed over, frantically declaring his desire to file a report, accidentally colliding with him. My apologies, my apologies. The young man repeatedly said, What is going on in this criminal investigation team? Why are there so many people? Sorry, buddy. Jin Tianliang smiled generously. No problem. A moment later, the young man dashed out of the criminal investigation team and approached a business vehicle, extracting a phone from his pocket and tossing it through the window. This ruffian, known as the front desk attendant of the leisure bar at 227 Bin Hai Road, had previously been nearly knocked unconscious by the third brother in the back seat of the business vehicle. The fifth brother received the phone and hastily connected it to his computer. Within 10 seconds, he tossed the device back out the window, urging the young man, Get it back quickly. Don't let him discover it. Sitting nearby was Li Bin, who had previously suffered a broken arm and a knock. Observing the fifth brother furiously typing away at the keyboard, this burly man, a somewhat notable figure in society, flattered, Fifth brother, do you have any other instructions for me? I have plenty of talented individuals under my command, adept in all manner of schemes. Not at the moment. The fifth brother remained focused on the computer screen, responding absently, hee hee. Li Bin chuckled awkwardly, attempting to curry favor. I told you, sticking with you all is certainly the right choice. Look at us, even here at the police station stealing things. Goodness, if this gets out, my reputation will soar even higher. The fifth brother shot him a sidelong glance. Best keep this under wraps, otherwise, you might find yourself missing another tooth, I swear. Li Bin instinctively covered his mouth, refraining from further comment. Previously, Chu Yuxuan had realized he had misjudged the situation and had not dealt harshly with Li Bin, but instead generously compensated. Unexpectedly, Li Bin displayed keen insight, demanding nothing in return and insisting on befriending Chu Yuxuan, claiming that his subordinates were all capable individuals, ready to assist whenever needed. That time, Chu Yuxuan had merely indulged him and allowed the third and fifth brothers to retain his contact information, never anticipating that they would cross paths again so soon. Chapter 76. Ashiba. As Lao Wu perused the stolen data from Jin Tianliang's phone, he swiftly stumbled upon a text message sent to an unfamiliar number. I know I've hurt you, but there's no choice. If this is made to look real, the police will find out, and we will be doomed. Lao Wu scrolled upward, and the first message from the unknown number read, He didn't touch me. Jin Tianliang replied, It's all right, just continue with the original plan. 10 minutes later, the other party responded, I'm starting to apply makeup now. Wasn't it said that I should accuse him of assaulting QJ? But without his J fluid, that claim is unbelievable. Jin Tianliang, no problem, just proceed. Later, adjust your statement to say that he hit you because you refused him. A few minutes later, the other party replied, Can I opt out? Mr. Chu is a good person. I would feel guilty for a lifetime. Jin Tianliang, at this point, there's no turning back. You wouldn't want those photos of yours to appear online, would you? Obey, and once it's done, I will reward you handsomely and destroy those photos. At 3 in the morning, the other party sent a message. I'm coming out. Where are you? Lao Wu, upon reading these messages, immediately thought of someone. Qinglu. Ha ha. IVE found the evidence. Lao Wu exclaimed, clapping his hands excitedly as he hurriedly searched for this phone number. However, upon seeing the result on the screen, his smile froze. The ID linked to the number did not belong to Qinglu, but rather to a man in his 70s, residing in another province. Lao Wu felt a chill run down his spine and quickly checked Jin Tianliang's number, only to find the same result. It was also from another province. This indicated that this evidence was useless, as it could not prove that Qinglu was in conversation with Jin Tianliang. Damn it! Lao Wu, unwilling to accept defeat, continued to sift through other messages and call logs. Not only were the contents of the messages devoid of value, but all the numbers were also from out-of-province black numbers. Fuck. The foreign devil rarely cursed, pondering what to do next when the elegant Minister of Justice called. Director Zhao is looking for Xia Zhu's agent, but has been unable to locate them. They are currently uncontactable. Lao Wu furrowed his brow and murmured, How could I forget this person? Hello. I need the information on Qinglu. Please send it over. Also, the agents, for the sake of avoiding suspicion, she was temporarily removed from the case involving Chu Yuxuan. Everyone in the police department knew about the renowned beauty, but the media reporters were unconcerned. If her relationship with Chu Yuxuan were exposed, especially since she was fully responsible for his case, it would be detrimental to the police department. Although Chu Muhan was reluctant, she understood the director's intentions and readily complied. Exiting the office, she first visited the technical department before heading to the interrogation room. Chu Yuxuan, I can't see you for the time being. I understand, to avoid suspicion, Chu Yuxuan replied with a faint smile. Chu Muhan lifted her eyelids and said, the accusations from those internet celebrities lack substantial evidence. They merely tarnish your reputation and impact your business. However, regarding Xia Zhu's death, all the evidence currently weighs against you. There are contracts obtained from your company, testimonies from Gao Ning, and these 2 video clips. Saying this, Chu Muhan took out her phone and opened a surveillance video, which showed Chu Yuxuan smashing a teacup on Gao Ning during a previous dinner and clearly stating, I'll give you 2 days, 30 million, every penny. Or Xia Zhu. The young master couldn't help but press his tongue against his molars as he watched the video. It seemed that after just being released from detention and having gone 3 days without sleep, he was in poor condition and had let this petty gene take hold of such leverage against him. Chu Muhan remarked, these 2 videos just surfaced 10 minutes ago. Not to mention the online community, even I now believe that Xia Zhu was indeed coerced to death by you. Chu Yuxuan pondered, the issue is, even so, they probably can't convict me. What are they really after? Is their sole aim to defame me? Was it truly necessary to sacrifice a life for that? You must tell me, who is scheming against you? Chu Muhan leaned forward, her hands planted firmly on the table. Chu Yuxuan glanced at Jean, who sat in the corner of the video, shrugged, and replied, how would I know? If someone intends to harm me, why would they inform me? At this juncture, Chu Yuxuan was already certain that Jean was the one behind the schemes, especially with the emergence of these 2 videos. The restaurant's private room could not have had surveillance, making it evident that someone had installed it beforehand. Such cunning tactics were not characteristic of Gao Ning. His earlier hesitation to mention Jian to Lao Wu was not due to he had no grievances against him, so why would he be out to get him? Was there another motive? Or was there someone else pulling the strings behind him? In any case, it was best to observe the situation quietly, not to alert the snake in the grass, and find a way to extricate himself first, perhaps even ensnaring a larger fish later on. Chu Muhan took a deep breath and muttered, why isn't your father helping you this time? This matter is significant and affects the Chu family's reputation. Their lawyers should have arrived by now. Chu Jiqing was being personally overseen by the supervisory group, which involved a joint investigation by multiple departments, and no word had leaked. At this moment, he was already being interrogated at the Ministry of Public Security, completely unbeknownst to the siblings. Perhaps he spent another night in revelry and hasn't he woken up yet? Chu Yuxuan teased, then inquired, how did the investigation at Xia Zhu's home go? Did you find any suspicious traces, or any valuable evidence? For instance, her phone? Who was she in contact with before the incident? Have these been checked? Chu Muhan shot him a glare and retorted, do you think you're more professional than us? Humph. There were no suspicious traces at the scene. Her phone was smashed to pieces, and all data was irretrievable. The technical department checked her number, and there were no call records before the incident. Chu Yuxuan, I believe you are innocent, but others do not. You should cooperate well. The officer responsible for your case from now on will be our captain. With that, the beautiful police flower turned on her heel and left. Chu Yuxuan fell into deep thought. Half an hour later, Qinglu, dazed and slumped on the sofa, received a text message, come downstairs. I have something to discuss with you. Although the number was unmarked, she recognized it immediately as belonging to Jean Tianliang. Taking a deep breath, memories of Jean Tianliang's earlier, heavy-handed approach flooded her mind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. After a brief moment, she donned her coat, concocted a reason for her mother, and vacantly stepped out of the house. However, upon reaching downstairs, she found no sign of Jean Tianliang, only a handsome man with an impassive expression. The man glared at her with icy eyes, clenched his fists, and muttered, Ashiba. Chapter 77. I need a moment to compose myself. This beautiful young lady, there is no need for you to feel anxious. We mean you no harm, I swear. In truth, I understand that you have been coerced into framing Mr. Chu, am I correct? It is entirely understandable, and I empathize with your predicament. Damn it, Park Pooching, perhaps you should release her. She appears on the verge of suffocation. In the fire escape, the fourth man had a firm grip on Qinglu's throat, pinning her against the wall, while she desperately clawed at his wrists, her eyes rolling back in distress. At the urging of the fifth man, the poker-faced assailant finally loosened his hold, his gaze icy as it bore into Qinglu. She erupted into a fit of coughing, gasping for breath after several moments, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at the two foreigners, her body trembling uncontrollably. Hey, listen carefully. The fifth man fiddled with Qinglu's phone, opening a virus-laden message she had just sent. After a few seconds, he deleted the message and returned the phone to her, stating, I hope you comprehend that our ability to locate you and coax you down here indicates we possess ample means to deal with you. However, I know you are fundamentally a kind-hearted person, correct? Therefore, we have chosen not to disturb your family, but rather to have a calm discussion with you. Firstly, I apologize for my friend's earlier rude behavior. Secondly, I require your assistance in clarifying matters regarding Chu. Do you understand? You must realize that Mr. Chu is quite wealthy. As long as you can exonerate him, feel free to request any amount you desire, and I assure you it will be granted, all right? Qinglu's face was a mottled palette of bruises, her expression one of fear and timidity, evoking a sense of pity. Although the foreigner's pronunciation was far from perfect, it was sufficient for her to comprehend. Yet, she found herself ensnared in an irreversible path, pondering whether there was any turning back. Moreover, for her, this situation had never been merely about money, but rather a harrowing experience that was too painful to articulate, one that she would likely never erase from her memory. Noticing her silence as she lowered her head, the fifth man continued earnestly, Rest assured, we will not hold your past actions against you, as long as you assist us now. Or, you could enlighten me about the nature of your photographs? Perhaps I could be of assistance. You might have guessed that I am a hacker. Destroying data is a trivial task for me. Trust me, all right? Qinglu bit her lip, appearing exceedingly troubled. As time passed, the fifth man forced himself to remain patient while the fourth man incessantly fiddled with the cross hanging from his neck. After a prolonged silence, Qinglu timidly raised her head and stammered, I did wrong by framing Mr. Chu. But they... Just as she began to speak, a security guard accompanied by a maintenance worker unexpectedly entered the corridor, carrying a ladder. Upon noticing the injuries on Qinglu's face, the guard instinctively moved in front of her, questioning the duo. What are you doing here? The fourth man exchanged a questioning glance with the fifth man. As the latter opened his mouth to respond, Qinglu interjected, They are my friends. Seizing the opportunity, she stepped out of the stairwell and paused momentarily, turning back to say, You both should leave for now. I need a moment to compose myself. Once the two returned to their vehicle, the fourth man wasted no time retrieving a gun from beneath his seat, intent on heading back upstairs. Hey! Are you out of your mind? The fifth man urgently grabbed his arm. The fourth man remained unfazed. We need to pressure her into action. The fifth man insisted, Wait! From her demeanor, it seems she is hesitating. Listen to me, she cannot be harmed, and we cannot force her now. Let her calm down. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Let's find that agent. The fourth man glanced upward. Wait, there may be unforeseen developments. Any updates will come to my attention immediately. If she remains unwilling to assist us, we can resort to your methods then, all right? The fourth man blinked, returning the gun to its place without a word. They drove to a location near the police station, contacting the legal team en route to relay the current progress to Chu Yuxuan. At that moment, the legal representative had exited the police station and upon meeting them, stated, Mr. Chu has instructed us not to pressure Qinglu. Instead, we should find a way to encourage her to speak willingly. Additionally, he mentioned sending someone to keep an eye on a Mr. Jan, and he emphasized the need for extreme caution to avoid detection. Furthermore, we must closely monitor Gao Ning. It is highly likely he was involved in Xia Zhu's demise, and we cannot allow him to fall into the hands of the police. Oh, and we must locate Xia Zhu's agent at all costs. Meanwhile, in the Qingyao Public Relations Department, As they watched Xiao Zhejiang's tearful performance in the livestream, Zhao Yanan and several employees present wore grim expressions. Mr. Chu has repeatedly forced himself upon me at the company, even cornering me in the restroom and tearing my clothes off. He has not only coerced me once to accompany him for drinks. My dear friends, I have been driven to the brink of depression by his actions. Here is my diagnosis for depression. The head of the public relations department cast a furtive glance at Zhao Yanan, hesitating momentarily before cutting the live stream feed and opening another video. Zhao, this is a self-recorded video of Xiao Zhejiang accusing Mr. Chu, and it has already amassed over 40 million views. Moreover, look at this. The head of the department opened another video, revealing footage of Chu Yuxuan at a bar, where he was seen embracing Qinglu in a highly suggestive manner, while Xiao Zhejiang sat nearby, her expression one of deep sorrow. At the time, everyone had assumed the internet celebrity was merely experiencing jealousy. They had no idea this would later serve as compelling evidence of her being forced by Chu Yuxuan to accompany him for drinks. The entire administrative department is currently searching for her. How can she just go missing without a trace? Zhao Yanan muttered, pausing briefly before instructing, allocate additional personnel. We must find her. As soon as she spoke, an employee from the legal department knocked on the door. Zhao, Mr. Jan from the advertising company has sent over a compensation list through his assistant, claiming that Qingya's troubles have severely damaged their company and the interests of related partners. Zhao Yanan interrupted coldly, you all handle it for now. I do not have the time to deal with him at the moment. Zhao Yanan had long prepared herself for this eventuality. What was bound to come would eventually arrive. Yet, she could not fathom what Mr. Jin's true intentions were. After weighing her options, her patience waned, prompting her to reach out to Chu Jiqing. However, at this juncture, Chu Jiqing was hardly in a position to answer calls. The business magnate was currently in an interrogation room at the Ministry of Public Security, undergoing relentless scrutiny from unfamiliar faces. In truth, the moment Chu Jiqing realized the authorities were seeking him out, he had surmised that the supervisory team had set their sights on him. After all, with his extensive network in Jiangxing, it would have been impossible for him not to receive any prior warnings. Gazing at the thick stack of incriminating evidence against him on the table, Chu Jiqing's usual composure had faded, yet he did not appear flustered. Regardless of the questions posed, his responses remained monotonously uniform. How would I know? What does it have to do with me? I have been cooperating with you all. Chapter 78. Redemption. As noon approached, Xia Zhu's manager's whereabouts finally became apparent. The journey to this revelation was fraught with difficulties. Lao Wu had attempted to contact her countless times, yet his calls were either met with a deadline or declined. It was evident that she was taking precautions to obscure her location, suggesting that she harbored some unspeakable secret. Just moments ago, the manager answered a call. Although the conversation was kept under a minute, it provided Lao Wu with the opportunity he needed to ascertain her location. Damn it, she's 30 kilometers away. Move quickly. If she changes locations and turns off her phone again, we might lose her. Lao Si pressed the accelerator, and the sapphire blue GTR surged forward. Upon arrival at the designated spot, fortune smiled upon them. The manager had not relocated. However, trouble loomed as a group of individuals had arrived first, forcibly dragging her into a van right before the brothers' eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lao Si maneuvered the GTR in front of the van, flung open the door, and exited the vehicle. Lao Wu merely smirked, showing no intention of following suit. Instead, he propped his chin on his hand, patiently awaiting the outcome. Approximately half a minute later, the sounds of struggle abruptly ceased. Moments after, the van's trunk swung open, and the manager was unceremoniously shoved inside. Lao Si, his face splattered with blood, climbed into the driver's seat, driving away from the scene while calmly retrieving a few tissues to wipe his face. Lao Wu, unfazed by the chaos, cast a glance at the map on his computer screen and remarked, "Follow the navigation. There's an unfinished building nearby." A few minutes later, the vehicle entered the overgrown site of the abandoned structure. Lao Si exited the car and yanked the manager from the trunk, carelessly tossing her onto the ground. The woman, now utterly terrified, gazed at Lao Si as if he were a vengeful spirit. Her pants were damp, her face void of color, and she trembled uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by fear, it took her a moment to utter her words. I will. I don't want the money. I don't want it anymore. Lao Wu, catching a whiff of the pungent odor, instinctively glanced at the trunk, covering his mouth and nose while muttering an expletive under his breath. Furrowing his brow, he snapped at the manager, "Give it to me." In truth, he had no idea what she intended to offer. Despite being from the same agency, they had never met, and it was likely she mistook him for a member of another faction. Nonetheless, her premature confession was a stroke of luck, saving them from unnecessary complications. Shivering, the manager fumbled for her phone and retrieved a video, handing it over with trembling hands. I don't have a backup. This is the only copy. Please spare me. I don't want money, and I won't tell anyone. You have to believe me. Spare me. Lao Wu bit his lip, took the phone, and opened the video, his eyes widening in astonishment. After watching the entirety of the footage, he hurriedly dialed Li Bin. Keep a close watch on Gao Ning. He then contacted the legal department. We've obtained evidence of Gao Ning's involvement in the murder. Ask President Chu what our next steps should be. At that very moment, Gao Ning had been summoned by the police an hour prior and was currently escorting Mother Xia out of the criminal investigation unit. Mother Xia's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and supported by Gao Ning, she lamented, "Ninger, you must help me. That beast Chu Yuxuan must face the consequences he deserves." Gao Ning bit his lip, tears shimmering in his eyes, uncertain of their authenticity. Taking a deep breath, he reassured her, "Auntie, rest assured. I will seek justice for Xia Zhu. My daughter is gone. What am I to do, my poor daughter?" As Mother Xia wept, Gao Ning's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he furrowed his brows and leaned in to answer. However, whatever the caller conveyed caused his eyes to widen in shock, as if the sky had fallen. He barely registered the elderly woman beside him. "Auntie, I have something urgent to attend and I must leave." With that, he rushed towards the Land Rover parked across the street. Mother Xia, unaware of the unfolding situation, thought to herself that perhaps Gao Ning was busy with matters concerning Xia Zhu. Her sorrow deepened, contemplating how happy they would have been if not for the tragedy. With this thought, her hatred for Chu Yuxuan intensified. Gao Ning entered the vehicle, starting the engine while dialing a number for President Jean. "Is what you just said true? Does my father know? What should I do now? Who abducted her?" Unbeknownst to him, a black van followed closely behind his car. Approximately 40 minutes later, a blue GTR approached the building where Qing Lu resided. At that moment, she sat in a daze before her computer, reading the threatening messages from Jian Tianliang while recalling the foreign hacker's words from earlier that afternoon, alongside the various emotions instilled by Chu Yuxuan's contradictory actions the night before. That was all a facade. A charming individual, their tenderness often masked a superficial reality, freely given yet insincere. Even if it was false, it was enough to unsettle her composure. "Why doesn't he touch me? Is it really impossible?" Qing Lu vividly remembered the look in Chu Yuxuan's eyes, devoid of any disdain towards her. His claimed headaches were likely feigned. Thank goodness he didn't touch me, otherwise I would truly be facing prison time. It seems fate has intervened, Chu Yuxuan. You have saved yourself, ha ha. After a bitter laugh, Qing Lu took a deep breath, her gaze gradually firming, and opened the live streaming software. In a manner reminiscent of her previous broadcast accusing Chu Yuxuan, she held her ID card towards the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Qing Lu. Thank you for your concern, but I must apologize, I lied. Chu Yuxuan did not harm me. Everything you saw was a meticulously crafted deception." In no time, the live stream was inundated with viewers, voicing their outrage for justice. Was she coerced by Chu Min? Oh my god. Protect our Qing Lu. In response to these comments, Qing Lu immediately pulled out her phone and played a video for the camera, footage of Jian Tianliang assaulting her in the car. Although the recording was shaky and unclear, several frames captured Jian Tianliang's face, alongside his threatening words, "Endure it. Who told you to wear so much makeup? This is your doing." Don't scream. "Qing Lu, I warn you. If this gets out, we will be in deep trouble. You must deceive the police. You better behave, or I will release your photos online." As the video concluded, Qing Lu inhaled deeply and slowly closed her eyes, her voice trembling as she spoke. "A month ago, I was ensnared by Jian Tianliang, and he recorded photos and videos of me. He coerced me into framing President Chu with those materials. President Chu is truly innocent. A moment of silence enveloped the live stream before an uproar erupted, comments flooding the screen. What the hell? What a twist. Family, do you believe this? I don't. This has to be Chu Min's scheme. In that instant, Qing Lu felt an immense weight lift from her spirit, and no matter what challenges lay ahead, at least for now, she was free from her conscience's torment. Was this her redemption? She could not say. What she was unaware of was that her choice had saved her life and that of her family. At that moment, an expressionless Korean man stood at her doorstep, gun in hand. Chapter 79, Counterattack, Mission Cancelled, Return. As the call from Lao Wu came through, Lao Si was poised to knock on the door, his hands suspended in midair for a moment before he slowly turned his head, casting a glance at the surveillance camera in the corridor, as if locking eyes with a pair of cerulean blue orbs. After a prolonged gaze, he reluctantly turned away and departed, eyeing his view. Qing Lu had no reason to continue living. A couple of gunshots would suffice to ensure she completed her task obediently, after which she could be cleanly disposed of. Naturally, any witnesses present would also be taken care of in the process. After all, Summer Bamboo's manager had already been located, clutching a rather explosive piece of evidence. Qing Lu's fate was entirely inconsequential. All that mattered was that she disclosed the truth, irrespective of the ensuing consequences. Furthermore, being threatened hardly constituted a legitimate excuse. One must face the repercussions of their misdeeds. However, since it was Lao Wu in charge now, one had to heed his directives. In the police station, Chu Yuxuan had stepped into the restroom, with accompanying officers stationed outside. Shortly thereafter, Jian Tianliang entered the restroom, positioning himself at the urinal next to Chu Yuxuan, casting a sidelong glance at the young heir, a hint of a smirk lingering at the corner of his eye. Is it amusing? Chu Yuxuan turned his face slightly, a nonchalant grin gracing his lips. Jian Tianliang replied with a sardonic tone. President Chu is truly remarkable. Now a pariah, yet still able to smile? One smile takes off 10 years, Chu Yuxuan retorted. Fastening his belt, he paused before inquiring, by the way, I'm quite curious. What is your endgame in all of this? I already possess a rather tarnished reputation. Why go to such lengths to slander me? What do you mean by slander? Jian Tianliang immediately slipped into character. Dare to act but not to acknowledge. Ha ha, President Chu, you shall never hold your head high in Jiangxing again. Your pristine image is utterly shattered. The eyes of the public are sharp as a tack. Enough, enough. Chu Yuxuan smirked devilishly. Let me ask you once more. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Jian Tianliang's gaze was rife with disdain. You'd be better off worrying about your own fate. Chu Yuxuan nodded, then abruptly chuckled. Director Jian, haven't you noticed that your phone hasn't rung in quite some time? Jian Tianliang's expression gradually stiffened. It seemed that for over an hour now, his phone had remained silent. Upon hearing Chu Yuxuan's comment, he feigned calmness, pulling out his phone to check. The signal was full, and all functions appeared normal. With a cold sneer, Chu Yuxuan warned, Don't say I didn't warn you. Run now, or you may find it impossible to leave the Criminal Investigation Unit. After washing his hands, he swaggered out of the restroom. Jian Tianliang was convinced that Chu Yuxuan was merely trying to intimidate him. His phone was perfectly functional. His backers simply weren't contacting him because, for one, everything was going smoothly, and for another, they likely assumed he was at the police station, where discussing certain matters would be inconvenient. Little did he know, the phone he thought to be working was merely a rechargeable brick, with all incoming calls intercepted by a hacker. The reason for not immediately disclosing the evidence in the manager's possession was to observe how Jian Tianliang's backers would react upon learning of the manager's abduction. It would also reveal who was in contact with Jian Tianliang and whether anyone else was manipulating the scandalous rumors alongside him. Though it was increasingly apparent that Jian Tianliang was the mastermind, every individual involved in this incident would face consequences. None would be spared. However, Jian Tianliang's backers were exceedingly cautious. Upon the manager's abduction, they had called immediately but quickly realized that Jian Tianliang's phone had been compromised, hanging up within 10 seconds. When they attempted to call back, the phone was already switched off. Moreover, nearly an hour had passed since the manager was taken. Yet no one had come to the police station to inform Jian Tianliang of this sudden turn of events. The internet personalities continued to stir up chaos and slander, completely oblivious to the impending doom that loomed over them. It appeared that Jian Tianliang's backers had recognized that he had drawn attention and had abandoned him. This also confirmed that the online personalities had only Jin Tianliang as their sole puppet master. Upon exiting the restroom, perhaps shaken by Chu Yuxuan's words, Jin Tianliang casually dialed a number for one of the online personalities. However, the screen displayed that it was still dialing, yet there was no sound coming from the receiver. Furrowing his brows, he was about to switch to another contact when one of the young internet personalities who had joined him at the police station rushed over, phone aimed at him, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Minister Jean, Qing Lu is live streaming. She claims that you're obsessed with her and threatened her to frame President Chu. She has evidence of you hitting her." That wench, she has had this planned from the start. Jin Tianliang felt as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank for a moment before instinctively glancing towards the interrogation room. The room where Chu Yuxuan was being questioned was located on the first floor, at the end of the west corridor. The hallway was dimly lit, and the young scion stood at the door, staring intently at him, resembling a vengeful spirit in a shadowy abyss, gazing upon a doomed soul, a sinister smile curling at his lips. "What should we do?" "Minister Jean, Qing Lu won't he sell us out? Will she? We didn't he include her in our group, did you? Did you tell her we were conspiring to frame President Chu?" "Minister Jean, say something. What should we do?" "What to do?" The only thought racing through Jin Tianliang's mind was to run. At such a moment, who the hell cared about your predicament? That filthy BTCH Qing Lu. "Just wait, I will make you pay." He dashed out of the criminal investigation unit, frantically dialing numbers, but like before, it remained stuck on dialing, with no other response. At this moment, he finally realized that his phone must have been tampered with. Yet the device had always been in his possession. Who possessed such extraordinary power to meddle from afar? As he pondered this, a business vehicle suddenly pulled up beside him, the driver a young man with bleached hair. "Get in." Jin Tianliang hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether it was someone sent by his backers to retrieve him. The next instant, the rear door swung open, and a large hand reached out, gripping his collar and effortlessly yanking him into the vehicle. Li Bin, with one arm in a cast and the other clutching Jin Tianliang's hair, grinned widely, revealing a gap-toothed smile. "Dog, your Uncle Li has been waiting for you." With that, he yanked Jin Tianliang's head down, smashing it forcefully against his knee. Poor Minister Jean, before he could comprehend the identity of these assailants, was met with a crushing blow that left him dazed. Moments later, a heavy fist struck the back of his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. In his hazy final moments, he vaguely noticed another individual at the back seat, bloodied and gagged. A certain young master from the Gao family. "Drive," Li Bin cheerfully instructed, then promptly called Lao Wu. "Brother Wu, we've got both of them. Where shall we deliver them?" On the other end, Lao Wu responded, "There's an unfinished building nearby. It's a splendid location. I'll send you the coordinates. Remember to change the license plate and switch vehicles midway. Don't let the police trace you." "Got it, on my way." Chapter 80. Counterattack, Part 2. The live broadcast of the Qinglu rapidly gained traction online. However, due to the chaotic atmosphere within the police department today, all officers were preoccupied with their duties. It was only upon realization that they discovered Jin Tianliang had fled the station just a minute prior. Chu Muhan, consumed by rage, disregarded any notions of discretion and rushed to the office area to review the surveillance footage. "Captain Chu, it seems there's an issue with the surveillance outside the main entrance. It has been frozen for the past hour. Now it's working again." "So, nothing was recorded during that hour?" "I'll check." "Captain Chu, it's irretrievable. There's no surveillance data for that hour." Furrowing her brow, Chu Muhan commanded, "Retrieve all surrounding surveillance footage. If we don't find him, investigate all suspicious vehicles that passed by the station 1 minute ago." With that, the beautiful policewoman summoned 2 nearby officers and instructed, "Go bring this Qinglu back to me." Just then, the chief of the department strode in, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I've already sent someone out." "You truly are a tireless warrior, unable to sit still. Go rest in the office. If the director sees you, you'll be reprimanded again." Chu Muhan scoffed. That revered figure doesn't even know when he'll leave. With him around, no one feels at ease. The chief chuckled softly, whispering, "This incident has stirred quite the commotion. How could he not show up? Moreover, he is here to seek tranquility. Just think, after such an event, how could your Chu family not go to him for assistance?" He is sipping tea in our department, turning off his phone, neither favoring nor offending anyone, just biding his time for the dust to settle. With a soft sigh, Chu Muhan paused before asking, "Captain, may I see Chu Yuxuan?" Fine, but no more than 2 minutes. Don't put me in a difficult position." Chu Muhan nodded and proceeded directly to the interrogation room. Upon entering, she got straight to the point. "Chu Yuxuan, is it your people who tampered with the surveillance at the entrance?" Feigning ignorance, just moments ago, Jin Tianliang has already fled. Chu Yuxuan, has he fallen into your hands? With a chuckle, Chu Yuxuan shook his head. "My dear sister, how is it that every matter finds its way back to me? He must have fled out of fear." "Chu Yuxuan, I'll say this once more, don't be reckless. I'm merely sitting here. How could I be reckless?" Chu Muhan inhaled deeply, her expression skeptical. After a moment of silence, she shifted the topic. "I reviewed the information provided by Xia Zhu's mother an hour ago, which highlights 2 points. First, you are suspected of resorting to violence to resolve marital issues. Second, you are accused of insult and coercion, compelling Xia Zhu to commit acts against her will, leading to her suicide. Should the evidence for these 2 claims hold, you could face a sentence of up to 3 years. Chu Yuxuan shrugged. What evidence could they possibly have? Does getting divorced and remarried on the same day count? Chu Muhan replied sternly, that isn't sufficient, but it could be considered evidence. The key point is that Xia's mother submitted several photographs taken during your wedding to Zhao Yanan, yet at that time, you had not divorced Xia Zhu. Calmly sipping his tea, Chu Yuxuan mused, pondering which fool had taken those photos. It was not hard to guess how they ended up in Xia's mother's hands. It was undoubtedly given by the Gao family. However, what significance could these so-called pieces of evidence hold? With a hint of a smile, Chu Yuxuan remarked, "The real drama is yet to unfold. Who says Xia Zhu's death was definitely a suicide?" Furrowing her brow, Chu Muhan studied Chu Yuxuan for a moment, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. She hastily exited the interrogation room and instructed the chief, "Send someone to bring Gao Ning back. No matter the reason, ensure he does not leave our sight, quickly." At this juncture, the most anxious and chaotic figure was undoubtedly Gao Zhensheng. After finally locating his manager, he was intercepted by 2 unidentified individuals. The most pressing concern was that just as the manager was abducted, his own son went missing. At this moment, the old man's blood pressure was nearing a critical level as he furiously spoke on the phone with General Jin. "Have you not found Ninger yet?" "Not yet. His car is parked by the roadside on South Ring Road, but he is nowhere to be found. The person I sent informed me that there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. Could it be he is hiding out of fear?" "Impossible. I explicitly told him to go to the dock. I had arranged for a yacht to await him." General Jin replied impatiently, "Well, I truly don't know then. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. The priority now is to eliminate Chu Jiqing. Don't lose your composure." "Eugene, how can you be so unprincipled? Who told your son to be so foolish as to leave behind such evidence?" "That I haven't even scolded you yet." Gao Zhenqing knew that this was not the time for anger. After calming himself, he said, "General Jin, please do me a favor and contact your superiors to assist in locating my son." "I would be most grateful." General Jin inhaled, "I will mention it." He then hung up the phone. Gao Zhensheng, filled with frustration, summoned his driver and bellowed, "Take more people to search. I don't care what methods you employ. You must bring Ninger back to me." He could not comprehend who had taken Gao Ning, but it was easy to surmise that it was connected to the 2 individuals who had kidnapped his manager. The Chu family was currently devoted to the matter concerning Chu Jiqing, and even if they had time to bother with Chu Yuxuan, they would not reach the manager's whereabouts so swiftly. Moreover, should any disturbances arise within the Chu family, that old widow from the second branch would certainly keep him informed. Yet he had yet to receive any news from Chu Xiaotian about addressing Chu Yuxuan. If it wasn't the Chu family, then who could it be? Qingya. It was unlikely she had the capability. He even considered the possibility of the police being involved, given that the manager had been abducted for an hour. Although there were no online developments yet, it was possible that evidence had already reached the police. However, through his connections, he found that his son was not in police custody. He would never have imagined that Chu Yuxuan had several life-and-death brothers who could be relied upon. Nor could he fathom the tragic ordeal his son was currently enduring. Chapter 81 Counterattack, Part 3. Before long, Li Bin and his group switched to 2 cars. escorting Gao Ning and Jin Tianliang to the abandoned building, with Lao Si following closely behind. Lao Wu lounged lazily on a flight of steps, cradling a laptop as he meticulously organized the evidence obtained from the agent. Not far away sat the agent, bound and gagged, initially composed but now wide-eyed with terror upon seeing Lao Si return. It was evident that the prior encounter with Lao Si had left her with a profound psychological scar. With a poker face, Lao Si glanced at her, then swept his gaze over Gao Ning and Jin Tianliang before striding toward Lao Wu. He inquired, "Why haven't you disclosed the evidence yet?" Lao Wu chuckled, "Just a moment. Okay. It's done. I've downloaded a live streaming app for her to learn from Qing Lu. I understand." Nearby, Gao Ning, whose mouth was taped shut, felt a wave of despair wash over him upon seeing the agent. Although he was unaware of their identities, they were likely people associated with Chu Min. Certainly, the foreigner with the laptop was someone he had encountered before at Chen Chang's food stall, standing alongside Chu Yuxuan. Despite knowing his chances of survival were slim, Gao Ning instinctively pleaded for mercy, but with his mouth sealed, he could only emit muffled sounds, silently praying, "Dad, hurry and save me." In contrast, the recently awakened Jian Tianliang displayed a much bolder demeanor, lashing out at Li Bin and his companions, boasting about his connections and how he could navigate both the underworld and legitimate circles, rambling on with a slew of nonsensical bravado. Lao Si untied the agent's ropes and turned to Jin Tianliang, giving a subtle wink before striding towards the GTR. Li Bin's two lackeys whispered among themselves, commenting on this seemingly unassuming killing machine. "I don't think I've seen him before. He doesn't seem impressive at all, just well-groomed, probably useless." As they spoke, Lao Si opened the trunk and retrieved a large hammer, dragging it across the ground towards Jin Tianliang. Lao Wu's eyelids twitched in shock, exclaiming, "Hey, Park Pu Chung, where did you get that hammer?" Lao Si cast him a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, "I bought it on the way. I figured it might come in handy today." "Good grief. Otherwise, you'll have nightmares, I swear." Trembling with fear, the agent hastily complied. With his hands bound behind him, Jin Tianliang lay sideways on the ground, glaring up at Lao Si. "Don't you dare scare me. I'm tough. If you have the guts, kill me. If you can't, I swear I'll." Before he could finish, Lao Si swung the hammer, striking him squarely in the chest. Thud, thud, thud. 3 successive blows. Jin Tianliang coughed up blood, dazed and rolling his eyes, while Lao Si calmly remarked, "You're quite loud." He then delivered another blow, rendering Jin Tianliang unconscious. Gao Ning, undoubtedly terrified, could no longer muster even a whimper. He trembled uncontrollably, too afraid to glance at Lao Li Bin, and the others were equally shaken, their faces pale with fear. Standard scum of society, they were accustomed to brawls, but who would go so far as to kill? It was clear they were intent on murder. Lao Si surveyed them, raised a finger to his lips in a shoo gesture, discarded the hammer, and approached the agent, saying, "Let us begin." 5 minutes later, at the Criminal Investigation Unit, Chu Mu Han burst into the interrogation room once more, dismissing the officers present before confronting Chu Yuxuan. "Where's Gao Ning?" Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly, rising to stretch his limbs. "So it seems I can leave now?" "Chu Yuxuan, is Gao Ning in your custody?" "He's not my son. Why ask me?" Chu Yuxuan replied calmly, "Captain Chu, can I leave now?" Chu Mu Han clenched her fists, her tone icy. "Do you really have to be like this?" Chu Yuxuan shrugged. "I'm being wronged. Instead of apprehending the real culprit, you're here questioning me?" Just then, the legal officer knocked on the door. "Hello, Officer Chu. Can we leave with President Chu now? We've cooperated with you since 5 this morning, and now that the truth is clear, the evidence is readily available online. You can investigate it yourselves. It has nothing to do with President Chu anymore." Chu Mu Han glared at Chu Yuxuan, lingering for a moment before turning and exiting the interrogation room. She genuinely hoped her brother would not be led down a dark path. Once outside the precinct, Chu Yuxuan got into the car and opened his phone, accessing the live stream of Xia Zhu's agent. At that moment, the agent was making her second statement. "What I say is absolutely true. You have no idea. Chu Yuxuan once deeply loved Xia Zhu, pursuing her for a long time. However, at that time, Xia Zhu's heart belonged solely to Gao Ning, so she treated Chu Yuxuan with indifference. When Gao Ning returned to the country, Xia Zhu abandoned Chu Yuxuan, yet he never sought revenge. On the contrary, he continued to tolerate her mischief. But recently, Xia Zhu discovered that Gao Ning had deceived her. His trip abroad was not for medical treatment, but for another woman, leading her to decisively end their relationship. Last night, with the help of Xia Zhu's mother, Gao Ning shamelessly stayed at Xia Zhu's home. Xia Zhu intended to conclude things amicably over a drink, to part ways as strangers. At 3:10 a.m., Gao Ning was drunk, sleeping on the living room sofa, while Xia Zhu went to the balcony to video chat with me, lamenting her folly for missing out on such a good man like Chu Yuxuan, instead treating someone like Gao Ning as a treasure. Unexpectedly, Gao Ning overheard our conversation. He was extremely drunk, like a madman, fiercely questioning Xia Zhu about her betrayal, why she favored Chu Yuxuan over him. That I was trying to persuade him, but he cursed at me, accusing me of sowing discord between him and Xia Zhu. Frustrated, I started a screen recording, thinking that if Xia Zhu reconciled with Gao Ning in the future, I could show her the recording to warn her against the scoundrel. Later, they began to shove each other, and in a moment of distraction he pushed Xia Zhu off the balcony. The phone was still in Xia Zhu's hand, and I saw it clearly. Gao Ning initially held onto Xia Zhu's hand, but then, the tragedy unfolded. You see, this is the footage I recorded last night. Watching all this, Chu Yuxuan's mood grew heavy. The sense of helplessness displayed by Xia Zhu in the video was heart-wrenching. Though the footage was shaky, it occasionally captured her face as they struggled. Initially, her expression was one of shock, unable to believe that Gao Ning could act so irrationally. Gradually, her expression shifted to anger as she shouted for him to let go. Then came impatience, mixed with considerable disappointment. Having loved only this one person in her life, she never expected him to be so utterly unworthy of her affection. Ultimately, her delicate hand seemed to slip from Gao Ning's grasp. In the moment of falling, a fleeting image appeared. She was smiling, yet also shedding tears. Every arrangement in this world has its reason. Chu Yuxuan put away his phone, his face betraying no emotion. After a pause, he called Lao Wu, "Send me the location." Farewells often require no grand ceremony, nor do they necessitate warm embraces or heartfelt goodbyes. Most separations in life occur silently. Perhaps one day, an unassuming encounter will mark the final meeting. Chapter 82 to one after another. If the initial accusations against Chu Yuxuan had stirred a tempest on the internet, the current unexpected reversal has unleashed a relentless tsunami. At Xia Media, Zhao Yanan personally oversaw the public relations department, directing a flurry of activity among her staff. Draft several clarifying statements to be distributed to all agents. Except for those artists with major endorsements, every other artist must repost these statements, especially the newcomers. It's best if they publish multiple posts in support of President Chu. Artists with significant endorsements must tread carefully, as the internet is rife with trolls devoid of discernment. Even though Chu Yuxuan has now been proven innocent, such individuals may still resort to their sordid and narrow-minded interpretations, potentially harming the brand's reputation. A detrimental chain reaction that is simply not worth the risk. However, for the newcomers, there are no such concerns. Their sole task is to rally behind their boss. Moreover, this presents a rare opportunity to capitalize on the trending topic, undoubtedly a splendid chance to enhance visibility, a true win-win situation. Yet, the aloof president found herself perplexed. The situation had been on the brink of reaching its nadir for Chu Yuxuan. So why had Qinglu suddenly turned against them? And what of that agent who had seemingly vanished into thin air after searching for so long? How had she suddenly reappeared online, exonerating Chu Yuxuan? If her intention was to seek justice for Xia Zhu, why hadn't she reported the matter to the authorities immediately? Nothing about this seemed normal. Nevertheless, whatever the underlying motives, the fact that Chu Yuxuan was unharmed was indeed a tremendous relief. Zhao, there's more good news. The head of the public relations department approached Zhao Yanan, tablet in hand, brimming with excitement. Look, those internet personalities who accused President Chu have begun to turn on each other. A newcomer, who just signed a contract last year, has released an apology video, revealing that Xia Zhu is in a WeChat group with them. The chat logs are simply astonishing. In the video, the young influencer sobbed, claiming her naivety as a newcomer had led her astray, succumbing to pressure and inducements from Xia Zhu and Minister Jean of the influencer bay. She beseeched netizens for a chance to redeem herself. Zhao Yanan, however, had no interest in such insincere apologies. Her focus lay on the exposed WeChat chat logs. Xia Zhu, ladies, the influencer base at Qingya is truly a pitfall. You all saw the contract, right? The penalties for breach are exorbitant. We are doomed to be drained by them for life. I'm taking the lead to help us switch companies. Minister Jean has already made arrangements for a new platform with substantial backing and generous employee benefits. A certain influencer couple. I support Xia Zhu. Her popularity is soaring, yet a large portion of her hard-earned income is siphoned off by the base. Our future prospects will only worsen. Xia Zhu. I'm preparing to take action with Minister Jean. Ladies, keep your spirits up. Just follow the script and don't be afraid. Even if things go awry, Qingya will only come after me, the leading influencer, not you. Another influencer. My script was pinned by my husband, claiming that Chu Yuxuan harassed me in front of him. Ha ha ha. Yet another influencer. I'll just say he forcefully kissed me. Xia Zhu. My script involves him cornering me in the restroom and molesting me, even stalking me. Ha ha ha. Everyone, let us work hard. The more we tarnish his reputation, the lower our risk. Forget about the penalties. We can even countersue later for damages. One influencer. Thank you, Xia Zhu, for your hard work. The group comprised 11 individuals, all identifiable by their previous accusations against Chu Yuxuan, yet Qinglu was notably absent. Upon reading these chat logs, Zhao Yanan's gaze turned icy, and she coldly declared, I have 3 directives for you to execute. The public relations head replied, Understood, Zhao. First, issue a sincere apology for occupying public resources such as the internet and police services. Second, release a statement affirming that the influencer base will fully implement the training program for newcomers, with a firm stance. Additionally, draft a statement outlining the benefits for influencers, as per Qingya's trainee standards, and address the private misappropriation of the president's seal and the unauthorized alteration of contract terms by the influencer base's management, holding them accountable for any damage to the company's interests. Third, every influencer who has accused President Chu, one by one, shall receive a lawyer's letter from the legal department detailing claims for reputational, emotional, and actual damages, especially targeting Xia Zhu. By any means necessary, I intend to see her entire family toil for a lifetime to repay their debts. The public relations head nodded repeatedly, thinking to herself how fiercely protective Zhao was of her own. After all, she had previously slapped Xia Zhu in front of a crowd, boldly declaring, If you dare touch my husband again, I will tear you apart. Now that her partner had been so unjustly wronged, she must be feeling quite distressed. Observing Zhao Yanan's furious demeanor, the third assistant stationed at the door chuckled foolishly. Hearing the laughter, Zhao Yanan glanced at the bumbling giant who had been trailing her all morning and sighed, Are you hungry? The third assistant swallowed hard, patting his stomach, and nodded, Not hungry. Xiao Wei couldn't help but laugh. You keep nodding while saying you're not hungry. What are you trying to express? The third assistant scratched his head, grinning foolishly. If my sister-in-law is hungry, then I'm hungry too. Zhao Yanan took a deep breath and instructed Xiao Wei, Order takeout for everyone. As for this big guy, make it 2 portions and I'll reimburse you later. The third assistant chimed in, Could you? Get me 3. The meals you order are too small, and I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Laughter erupted in the office. Zhao Yanan lifted her lips and said, Call your brother and see how he is doing. Oh, the third assistant made the call and hung up shortly after, reporting back, Sister-in-law, my brother said he is busy with something right now. Zhao Yanan nodded, pausing for a moment as she contemplated the technical department, then walked over to the third assistant and whispered, Don't call me sister-in-law at the office, understood? The third assistant replied, Oh, got it, sister-in-law. Zhao Yanan. Meanwhile, Chu Yuxuan arrived at the dilapidated building and, after instructing the legal team to maintain confidentiality, sent them back to the company and entered alone. As soon as he was spotted from a distance, Li Bin and his companions approached with enthusiasm. President Chu. It is such a relief that you're okay. We were all quite worried. Chu Yuxuan smiled, patting his shoulder. Thank you for your help this time. Just send me your bank account number so I can show my appreciation. We can't let you work for nothing. Li Bin quickly protested. No, President Chu. That would be an affront to me. We don't need to involve money between us. Listen to me, Chu Yuxuan interrupted, raising his hand. You all head back for now. I'll take you out for drinks another day. Just remember to send me your account number. If that is inconvenient, I can bring cash later. But, Li Bin frowned, President Chu, you really don't need to be so courteous. We can still assist you while we're here. Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly. I appreciate the sentiment, but you should return. Some matters are best not delved into too deeply for your own good. Having said that, Li Bin found it difficult to argue further. After exchanging farewells with the others, he led them away. Big brother. The fifth assistant leaned against the GTRS hood, greeting him with a smile. The fourth assistant looked down at the unconscious Jin Tianliang at their feet, tentatively kicking him twice. Seeing no reaction, he casually lifted a heavy hammer and brought it down on Jin Tianliang's ankle. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the empty building, sending shivers down the spines of the agent and Gao Ning. Not dead. The fourth assistant murmured. Chu Yuxuan lit a cigarette, sauntering over to Jin Tianliang, observing the tortured expression of pain on his face, and smirked, "Hey, do you now comprehend the consequences of your actions?" Chapter 83. Arranging a boat for Eugene Tianliang had long lost his initial, ironclad resolve. He had thought that being caught by these individuals would merely result in a beating to vent their frustrations, after which he would simply be handed over to the authorities. Little did he expect that the seemingly mild-mannered poker-faced man would deal him a fatal blow. This was supposed to be a society governed by the rule of law. The few hammer strikes he had received to his chest had likely injured his internal organs. Blood continuously seeped from his mouth, and speaking was a laborious endeavor. Chu Zong, I was wrong. I realized my mistake. And what is your relationship with that Jin Zong? Chu Yuxuan inquired calmly. I am from a distant branch of the family. A relative, by lineage, he is. My uncle. It was all his idea. He told me he would invest in me, to open a media company, and I was to recruit those internet celebrities. Understood? You are merely a foolish dog. No wonder he so readily discarded you. It seems you do not possess much knowledge. Jin Tianliang's eyes widened in terror. Please, spare me. Let me go to prison, I beg you. Chu Yuxuan chuckled coldly. Where are the photos of Qinglu? There, in the cloud storage. I will give you the account and password. Old 5 opened his notebook, logged into Jin Tianliang. You may take your leave. Old 4 grasped a large hammer, expressionless, and dragged the pleading Jin Tianliang toward the wall on the other side. Chu Yuxuan turned to the trembling agent, his gaze dimmed. How much did you extort from the Gao family? The agent's face turned pale, and he stammered, 1 million. Chu Zong, I initially planned to hand over the evidence to the police once the money was in my hands. You must believe me. 1 million, huh? Chu Yuxuan forced a smile. Is that girl truly worth 1 million in your eyes, as her closest confidant? Chu Zong, I was blinded by greed, but I assure you, I genuinely intended to give the evidence to the authorities. It no longer matters that I have never deigned to lay a hand on a woman. Tonight, arrange a boat for you, and go apologize to Xia Zhu. A boat? The agent did not comprehend what Chu Yuxuan meant, but upon hearing apologize to Xia Zhu, he sensed it was likely not a good omen and hastily pleaded for mercy. Chu Yuxuan expelled the remaining smoke from his cigarette onto the ground, ignoring the agent's desperate cries, and turned to Gao Ning, tearing the tape from the mouth of the already terrified wealthy heir. Gao Ning seemed to have awaited this moment for an eternity. As soon as the tape was removed, he eagerly exclaimed, Chu Zong, I swear, I will explain everything. Xia Zhu's death was truly an accident. I originally sought her out to steal her divorce certificate, hoping to persuade her to help me deal with you. Unexpectedly, she not only refused but even insisted I leave. Later, she suggested we have a drink to part ways amicably. When I heard her speaking with her agent, I truly couldn't control my emotions, but it was not intentional. It was merely an accident. I tried to pull her up, but she let go. Afterward, I was so frightened that I called Jin Zong. He instructed me on how to handle the scene and concocted a story for me to report to the police, shifting the blame onto you. I informed him that Xia Zhu was on a video call with her agent at the time. He said he would take care of it, and then I received that agent's extortion call. Chu Yuxuan's gaze was icy, fixating on Gao Ning without uttering a word. Sometimes, the truth of a matter is not paramount. Ultimately, the deceased remained departed. To this day, Chu Yuxuan had never harbored hatred for Xia Zhu. In matters of love, one must be prepared for the possibility of being hurt. After all, who can truly discern right from wrong? Loss in one regard often leads to gain in another. Our hands are but so large. The handful we can gather in a lifetime constitutes our true fortune. Regrets that slip through our fingers may be worthy of reminiscence, yet they are ultimately not deserving of resentment. Letting go is merely a fleeting thought, yet when reflecting on those brief yet protracted 2 years, and on the departed soul forever etched in that cold, dark night, a pang of melancholy inevitably arises within his heart. Gao Ning, under the piercing gaze of Chu Yuxuan, trembled in terror, a sheen of cold sweat covering his forehead, his body shaking incessantly. It was Jin Zong. He orchestrated everything. He incited me to provoke you, intending for my father to intervene and collectively confront your father. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, still silent. Gao Ning, spilling everything without reservation, continued. His target was always your father. He involved my father due to their connection with the supervisory team, and your Chu family's second branch provided all the evidence against your father. I overheard my father mention that Jin Zong seems to have formidable backing, but he didn't know who it was. Chu Zong, why not capture Jin Zong and interrogate him? I don't know anything else. Please spare me. I will do everything in my power to meet your conditions. My father will surely repay you. I beg you. Chu Yuxuan remained silent, pulling out his phone to call Old Two. After a considerable wait, Old Two finally answered the phone. Old Two, find out where Chu Jiqing is being held, and also where that Jin is currently located. Big brother, I'm sorry. I was discovered by his bodyguards and lost track of him. Despite Old Two's efforts to maintain composure, Chu Yuxuan could still detect the tremor in his breath and voice. In an instant, Chu Yuxuan tightened his grip on the phone. Where are you injured? I'm fine. It's not serious. What exactly is injured? It was evident that Chu Yuxuan was deeply concerned for his brother's well-being, his voice growing heavier. Not far away, Old Five stiffened, placing the computer in his arms down, and strode over to Chu Yuxuan with a worried expression. Old Four also circled around from the other side of the wall, staring intently at Chu Yuxuan. Shoulder, shocked. Send me the location. No. Let us not get involved. I can manage myself. Chu Yuxuan abruptly interrupted him. No doctor in this country dares to treat a gunshot wound without authorization. Send me the location. I have connections, don't worry. Big brother, that Jin has several extraordinary bodyguards around him. Did I have to hang up now? I'm worried the police will arrive after the gunfire I just heard. Though Old Two spoke lightly, Chu Yuxuan's heart was bleeding. Yet on the other hand, it confirmed that this Jin was indeed no ordinary individual. After some deliberation, Chu Yuxuan resolved to first handle the immediate situation. As for Jin Zong, with stakes so high, there was no fear of not being able to find him. With that thought, Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath, looking toward Gao Ning, who immediately kowtowed in contrition, pleading for mercy. Chu Zong, please spare me. I beg you. I truly recognize my mistakes. I implore you for another chance. Chu Yuxuan removed his suit jacket, beckoning to Old Four, then took the large hammer from his hands, directing his gaze at Gao Ning. How can you escape death? Hee hee. Let us play a game. If you remove a stroke from the character for King, what does it become? Chapter 84. When is tomorrow? At 11 o'clock at night, Chu Yuxuan returned home, dragging his weary body behind him. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he spotted a burly figure seated in the corridor. Brother. The third brother quickly rose, greeting him with a smile. Chu Yuxuan furrowed his brow and reproached, You know the code to my front door. Why are you sitting here? Aren't you cold? The third brother scratched his head and leaned closer to Chu Yuxuan, whispering, Lao Wu said Lao Er was shot, and I was worried about sister-in-law's safety. As he spoke, the door to Zhao Yanan's apartment suddenly swung open. The icy beauty stood at the threshold, impeccably dressed, her gaze fixed on Chu Yuxuan with a hint of discomfort. I let him in. He insisted on sitting by the door, she explained. Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly, patting the third brother on the arm. Let's south head to my place. Oh. The third brother replied, exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Yanan, and then retreated to his room. Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath, appearing utterly exhausted. He leaned against the wall, instinctively retrieving a cigarette case and placing one between his lips. Just as he pulled out his lighter, Zhao Yanan strode over, unceremoniously snatching the cigarette away and gesturing at the no smoking sign on the wall with her chin. Can't you see? With a resigned sigh, Chu Yuxuan returned the lighter to his pocket. After a brief pause, he smirked. Why are you still awake at this hour, all dressed up? Waiting for me? Zhao Yanan shot him a glare. I'm dealing with company matters. All right. Chu Yuxuan let his eyelids droop, appearing as though he might fall asleep at any moment, completely disinterested in banter. He leaned his head against the wall, gazing at Zhao Yanan's gentle smile. She crossed her arms, her gaze slightly wandering. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yanan was the first to speak. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong? Chu Yuxuan chuckled. I've been to the criminal police team before. Zhao Yanan responded, falling silent once more. In truth, her inquiry was not about that. It was about Xia Zhu. Surely, this second-generation heir was feeling quite distressed at the moment. Nan, Chu Yuxuan suddenly said. Do you remember what I mentioned to you this morning? Zhao Yanan shot him a questioning glance. Let us have a meal together when I'm out. Zhao Yanan hesitated for a moment before replying, another day? When is another day? After I finish up in a couple of days. When will you be done? Zhao Yanan. Chu Yuxuan continued. How about I give you a day off tomorrow? Zhao Yanan pursed her lips. The weekend. Deal. Chu Yuxuan raised his right arm, making a fist bump gesture. Zhao Yanan asked, What are you doing? It's a habit I picked up abroad. When reaching an agreement, we fist bump, Chu Yuxuan explained with a laugh. Or, according to our Chinese customs, should we shake hands? No need, Zhao Yanan firmly declined. Yet, seeing Chu Yuxuan persist in the fist bump stance, seemingly determined to achieve his objective, she lightly tapped her fist against his as a mere formality. Chu Yuxuan, in a languid tone, remarked, It seems you're not fond of this custom from abroad. Let us just shake hands. Zhao Yanan inhaled sharply, suddenly recalling her close friend Zhou Shurua's earlier remark about how Chu Yuxuan had inquired about her symptoms during his therapy sessions. The gaze of this beautiful CEO grew increasingly complex. She dared not meet Chu Yuxuan's eyes. Lowering her head, she bit her lip and slowly extended her hand. Chu Yuxuan gently grasped the tips of her fingers, swaying them up and down naturally for nearly 3 seconds. Sensing Zhao Yanan's desire to withdraw her hand, he released it gently. Throughout the encounter, he had shown no overt intention, merely a simple handshake. However, this heartfelt concealment was transparent to Zhao Yanan, and her emotions began to shift subtly. Gratitude, awkwardness, or perhaps a sense of shared suffering and empathy. Regardless of the underlying sentiment, Zhao Yanan inexplicably felt the urge to ask, What exactly is wrong with your mental health? Why have you been subjected to abuse? Yet, as the words reached her throat, she swallowed them back forcefully and instead said, You look quite tired. You should get some rest. As she spoke, Zhao Yanan anticipated that he would surely retort with something like, Are you concerned for me? However, Chu Yuxuan merely nodded, wished her good night, and trudged away towards his home. Before closing the door, he reminded, Nan, lock the door tightly. Zhao Yanan softly acknowledged him, then turned to return home. She closed the door, leaning against it with her back, her mind swirling with thoughts of their recent handshake. In her memory, Chu Yuxuan's gaze had been remarkably gentle. For this pair of faux spouses, tonight was a rare moment of tranquility, devoid of bickering or discontent. On the contrary, it felt somewhat warm. Meanwhile, Chu Yuxuan stood at his own door, his forehead resting against the door panel, a smile playing on his lips as he murmured, 3 seconds. Before long, a sound of an unremarkable hiccup emanated from the living room, accompanied by the third brother's muffled words, his mouth stuffed with food. Brother, are you feeling dizzy? Chu Yuxuan. Turning back, he saw the fool seated on the sofa, his left hand clutching a can of craft beer, while his right hand grasped a piece of beef rolled into a wrap. Truly, a feast of wine and meat, leaving the Buddha's heart untouched. Not fond of using cutlery? At least grab a pair of chopsticks. Aren't you afraid of burning your hands? The third brother chuckled. This meat has a good chew. Chopsticks won't do. Chu Yuxuan sighed in resignation. Go ahead and eat. There's plenty in the fridge. Oh, by the way, I sent the bank card with you. Take some time to buy Laosi a car. It would be more convenient. The third brother took a swig of beer, grimacing. I ordered a Raptor. He said it's convenient for carrying things. At this, the third brother shivered involuntarily and muttered, Brother, that guy has a heavy aura. When we went to see the car, the sales staff's attitude was terrible. I noticed he directly clutched the cross on his chest. Good heavens, he only does that when he has murderous intent. You need to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, it could easily lead to trouble. Chu Yuxuan chuckled. He knows his limits. He won't act recklessly. Just as he finished speaking, a call came in from Lao Wu. Brother, that Jean fellow seems to have vanished. We can't find him anywhere. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yuxuan replied, no rush. Keep an eye on the Gao family. Since they wish to target Chu Jiqing, they will surely make contact again. All right. Brother, when we find him, you must let me handle it. I want to give Lao Er a taste of his own medicine. After hanging up, Chu Yuxuan pondered the situation regarding Chu Jiqing, who was currently under the watchful eye of the supervisory team, feeling a mix of emotions. Yet, he was not overly concerned. According to Gao Ning, the Gao family was colluding with the second branch to bring harm to Chu Jiqing. But who was Chu Jiqing? The second branch was gathering evidence of his crimes. Surely he must have sensed something? It was implausible to think otherwise. After a moment's reflection, Chu Yuxuan exhaled deeply and called Lao Er. Brother, I was just about to call you. I've learned that your father is at the Ministry of Public Security. Listening to the voice on the other end, straining to suppress pain, Chu Yuxuan's expression turned grim. Lao Er, take care of yourself and don't worry about anything else. We have only 5 left. Not one of us can afford to have another incident. Chapter 85. Lying down by oneself in the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly elapsed. During this period, those infamous internet celebrities who had conspired against Chu Yuxuan found themselves in utter despair. Not only were they subjected to relentless online harassment and summoned by the police, but they also lived in constant trepidation of receiving lawyer letters from Qingya, demanding exorbitant yet legally justified compensation. The account of Xia Zhu, boasting millions of followers, had been banned, leading her to create several new accounts over the past 2 days, tirelessly posting apology videos and lamenting her worsening depression, along with claims of her address being leaked and facing harassment. However, netizens were far from sympathetic. Many wished to confront her directly, spitting in her face to as for Qinglu. Opinions were divided. Yet, some of her photographs were leaked online in the early hours of the morning, undoubtedly orchestrated by Chu Yuxuan. The lesson was minor, but it primarily served to create a false impression that Jean Tianliang was still alive, for otherwise, Gao Ning, Xia Zhu's manager, and Jean Tianliang himself had mysteriously vanished, prompting his sister to pursue him relentlessly. Mr. Jean still had not made an appearance, as if he had evaporated into thin air, and had not contacted the Gao family. Gao Zhensheng, consumed with worry, spent his days searching for his son. Although he suspected that Chu Xiaotian had abducted his child, the steadfast assurances from the second branch of the Chu family confirmed that the old man had no intention of meddling in Chu Yuxuan's affairs, instead focusing entirely on devising a plan for Chu Jiqing. This left Gao Zhensheng in a state of profound anxiety, contemplating whether Chu Yuxuan could possibly be the one responsible. How could such a wayward scion possess the capability to make a living person vanish without a trace? Moreover, if the Chu family were indeed seeking retribution against the Gao family, why would they only target Gao Ning and not him? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, even entertaining the notion that Mr. Jean had taken Gao Ning to leverage him as a pawn against him. However, when he attempted to contact Mr. Jean, the number had already been disconnected. Had he fled the scene, leaving chaos in his wake? In truth, the elusive Mr. Jean, whom both Gao Zhensheng and Chu Yuxuan were desperately trying to locate, was currently hiding in Jiangxing, concealed in a very secretive location. It was midday when Mr. Jean had just finished his meal, and a sudden knock on his door interrupted him. A woman's voice called out, "Open the door." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mr. Jean was instantly filled with excitement and hurried to answer the door. Creak. As the door swung open, he was greeted by a woman of alluring figure and beguiling beauty, her age indeterminate, though she appeared to be in her 30s, with the possibility of being in her 40s if well maintained. "Cici, you've finally come," Mr. Jean exclaimed, his expression one of infatuation as he gazed at her for a moment, then bowed slightly. "Please, come in." The woman, referred to as Cici, slightly pursed her lips, showing no intention of entering, and remarked, "Brother Jean, you've disappointed me this time." The smile on Mr. Jean's face faded abruptly, and he lowered his head in guilt, saying, "I'm sorry. Cici, I messed things up. I have no idea who is sabotaging our plans." The woman sighed, "Ultimately, it's still your ineptitude." Mr. Jean swallowed hard, resembling a lovesick fool, and self-reproachfully said, "Cici, have I angered you again? I apologize. But Chu Jiqing is finished this time. There's so much evidence." He must be. Before he could finish, she interrupted. Wake up. Chu Yuxuan will be out before midnight. What? Mr. Jean exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. Those pieces of evidence were amassed by his sister over many years. From what I've gathered, he has long been prepared, having found a scapegoat. This time, not only will he clear his name, but he can also deal a blow to his sister. As she spoke, she sighed again. Ah, truly, Chu Yuxuan is impressive, ha. Mr. Jin's brow furrowed in confusion, and an inexplicable expression of jealousy and resentment crossed his face. Clenching his fists, he angrily pounded on the door, gritting his teeth. "CC, give me another chance, and I will make sure he meets his end." The woman flashed a wicked smile, her delicate hand gently caressing Mr. Jin's face, her tone laced with seduction. "Brother Jean, you have always said you would give everything for me, even your life. Are those words sincere?" Without hesitation, Mr. Jean nodded. "My sincerity towards you is as evident as the sun and moon." She stepped closer, leaning against him, her lips brushing against his ear, her breath fragrant and enticing. "Brother Jean, you're so wonderful, he. Then, help me keep this secret." At 10 o'clock that night, Chu Yuxuan was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book when his younger brother suddenly called. "Big brother, I've received news that Jian fellow is dead." Chu Yuxuan sat up straight, alarmed. "What?" His brother replied. "He jumped off a building an hour ago. The body is currently at the criminal police department." Chu Yuxuan's expression darkened. The news struck him like a bolt from the blue. After all the effort to ensnare Chu Yuxuan, had the pawn been abruptly removed? It seemed that Jean was merely a hired hand, with a darker force pulling the strings behind him. Yet, there was no reason to discard such a crucial piece at this juncture. As he pondered, Chu Yuxuan unexpectedly called. Startled, Chu Yuxuan quickly answered, "You're out?" Son, have you missed your father?" Chu Yuxuan's tone was relaxed and carefree. Chu Yuxuan was in no mood for jesting and asked, "When did you get out?" Just now." Chu Yuxuan chuckled. "I'll send you my location. Come over now." Chu Yuxuan queried suspiciously, "Are we targeting the second branch?" No, why would we do that?" It seems you're aware she is behind this." Let her be. She will have her uses later, and besides, your grandfather will protect her. It holds no significance." Chu Yuxuan refrained from responding further and hung up the call. A chilling suspicion crept into his mind. Whoever was behind Mr. Jan must have known in advance that Chu Yuxuan would emerge unscathed, fearing that Chu Yuxuan would trace back to Mr. Jean, hence eliminating him. But who could this mysterious figure be? How could their intelligence be so astute? This could not be taken lightly. This matter warranted a direct inquiry with Chu Yuxuan. Yet there was another pressing task at hand. Now that the fish had died, Gao Zhenxing, the bait, had become redundant. In the Gao family villa, Gao's mother busily packed belongings, seemingly preparing to flee, while the driver stood guard outside, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Gao Zhenxing appeared flustered, pacing the living room while on the phone with the second branch of the Chu family, clearly aware that Chu Yuxuan had exonerated himself. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone for themselves, the second branch had no time to concern themselves with him now. The two exchanged heated insults over the phone, blaming each other for their misfortunes, when suddenly, the call was cut off. Gao Zhenxing assumed it was the old widow who had hung up, but upon glancing at his phone screen, he was bewildered to find it had no signal. Not only his phone, but the television in the living room had also lost connection. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he faintly heard a buzzing sound. Looking out the window, he discovered a small drone hovering in the air, its body flashing red lights incessantly. "Zhao Zhu, what is that drone about?" Gao Zhenxing called to his driver, only to see a stoic man walk calmly through the door, one hand carrying a suitcase while the other dragged the lifeless body of the driver, tossing it onto the floor. Gao's mother was so frightened she collapsed onto the stairs, screaming uncontrollably. Gao Zhenxing instinctively stepped back, trembling as he stammered, "Why you? Who are you?" Unperturbed, the man opened the suitcase and unfurled a roll of plastic, spreading it across the center of the living room. With an impassive demeanor, he said, "How dare you meddle with the Chu family? My elder brother stated that he had given you a chance, yet you overstepped." As he spoke, he gestured towards the plastic sheet spread on the floor, calmly instructing, "Come over and lie down by yourself." Chapter 86. Hierarchies. Following the location shared by Chu Yuxuan, Chu Yuxuan arrived at a construction site. It was nearing noon, and the site was enveloped in an eerie silence. As he traversed the gravel path for a distance, the bright glare of headlights illuminated 4 or 5 vehicles parked in a row, surrounded by a dozen individuals resembling bodyguards. Among them knelt 6 or 7 men and women, retching uncontrollably. Pulling up to the scene, Chu Yuxuan disembarked only to discover a grotesquely disfigured corpse not far off, a sight so harrowing that it was no wonder the others were vomiting. Casting a glance at his son, Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly before turning his gaze toward those kneeling on the ground, his tone chilling as he spoke. The consequences have been demonstrated to you. You are all quite aware of how to proceed from here, correct? Understood, Chairman. I will heed your words. I too, Chairman, I shall remain discreet about tonight's events and continue serving the second house. Any news will reach you first. Chu Yuxuan nodded in satisfaction and addressed a nearby bodyguard. See them home. He then pointed to a middle-aged man on the far right who was kneeling. Mr. Wan, you stay behind. The man, upon hearing his name, shuddered, fear evident in his eyes as he pleaded, Chairman, I beg you. I have elders and children to care for. Before he could finish, Chu Yuxuan interrupted with a raised hand. Do not be afraid, little Wan. Your courage seems to diminish by the day. How can one achieve great things this way? With that, Chu Yuxuan turned to his son, who was approaching, and said with a smile, Son, let me introduce you. This is Wan Haishan, the vice president of our Jinming construction company, also an undercover agent sent to me by your aunt 8 years ago. Chu Yuxuan cast a cursory glance at the man, but remained silent. Chu Yuxuan continued, with the general manager now out of the picture, you shall assume the role of general manager of this construction company, with little Wan assisting you. Chu Yuxuan frowned, perplexed by his father's arrangement. Wan Haishan, too, appeared bewildered but quickly realized he had narrowly escaped death, expressing his gratitude fervently. Little Wan, Chu Yuxuan said, you must be loyal to my son from now on. I am aware that you divorced 2 years ago, leaving your elderly and children unattended. On your way here, I have already arranged for your mother to be placed in the finest nursing home in Jiangcheng. Tomorrow, I will use my connections to enroll your son in a prestigious school. You need only focus on your work. Terror filled Wan Haishan's eyes, his mouth agape in shock. After a prolonged moment, he collapsed in a heap. Thank you. Chairman. Do not mention it. We are family now. You may return. With that, Chu Yuxuan draped an arm around his son's shoulder as they walked away. Chu Yuxuan inquired, Are you merely using this as a show for your monkeys? Were those just now all your sister's people? Chu Yuxuan nodded. Indeed, they have been with me for 7 or 8 years, There is little point in killing them. It is better to keep them around. They may prove useful. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuxuan replied, Given this incident, the old man should not favor his daughter, right? You might as well seize the opportunity to oust your sister. Chu Yuxuan chuckled. If you were in the old man's position, what would you do? Kill your own daughter? Impossible. Given the old man's indulgence, he would only expel her from the Chu family. But think about it. How much influence and resources has your aunt accumulated over her lifetime? At that point, she might join forces with the first house to conspire against me. It is better to let them fight it out. It took great effort to incite their conflict. We cannot let it go to waste. Chu Yuxuan pondered. So, you intend to feign ignorance, letting the Gao family shoulder all the blame. But I do not understand why you want me to become the general manager, allowing that one fellow to be the vice president. Chu Yuxuan regarded him. This one fellow possesses some capability and has earned your aunt's trust. Having you nominally in charge of the construction company is a long-term strategy. We can discuss it further down the line. If you do not wish to go, then do not. Let Wan Haishan handle it entirely for now. At this juncture, Chu Yuxuan's expression grew peculiar. As for the Gao family, I have heard they have entirely vanished. That is convenient. It saves me the trouble of silencing them. Chu Yuxuan bit his lip in silence. The father and son shared an unspoken understanding, and after a brief pause, Chu Yuxuan asked, Both your sister and the Gao family were merely pawns. Do you know who is behind this? Chu Yuxuan contemplated. Difficult to say. Did not that Jin fellow die? We shall investigate slowly. I, too, wish to see who is so intent on my demise. Chu Yuxuan mused. Could it be the first house? Chu Yuxuan laughed. That is not impossible, but he has recently gone abroad, busy consolidating his power. so he likely lacks the leisure to target me. Chu Yuxuan glanced at his father and remarked, "You should expedite your investigation. Do not entangle me in this again." Yes. I assure you, father will ensure it does not happen again. Chu Yuxuan shot him a glare, then paused to ask, "Have you tracked down the individual with the tattooed arm?" Chu Jiqing frowned. "Not yet." "What about you?" Chu Yuxuan shook his head. The two fell silent once more. After a while, Chu Yuxuan pulled out a cigarette case, offering one to his father before placing one between his own lips. He remarked, "Chu Jiqing, just how many unsavory deeds have you committed to provoke your eldest daughter into incessantly calling for your capture?" With a chuckle, Chu Jiqing lit his cigarette. "Do you know why I can engage with so many women without breaking the law, while ordinary folks face legal repercussions? Son, the world operates this way. It has always categorized individuals into hierarchies, each with its own distinct sorrows and joys. High society is largely composed of the lowly, while low society is often regarded as comprised of honest individuals. To ascend, one must transgress the rules using lowly means, and once established in high society, employ high-handed tactics to manipulate the lowly he. Just observe those prominent figures in Jiangqing. Who among them has not ascended by trampling upon the corpses of others?" Chu Yuxuan furrowed his brow, neither agreeing nor disputing, merely stating, "It suffices to refrain from engaging in heartless acts." The following day, early in the morning, Chu Muhuan called Chu Yuxuan, stating that he needed to sign a document at the police station regarding recent events. Upon arrival, he fortuitously encountered Qinglu. Although 3 days had passed, the injuries on Qinglu's face were still evident. Timidly lowering her head, she greeted him, "Chu, President Chu." Chu Yuxuan did not even glance in her direction, merely brushing past her with the icy words, "Perhaps find something constructive to do from now on." Qinglu hesitated for a moment before hastening her departure, leaving one to wonder what emotions churned within her at that moment. After signing the document, Chu Muhuan escorted Chu Yuxuan out of the police station. The officer spoke first, "This matter has concluded for you. Oh, by the way, Xia Zhu's mother was unable to bear the shock, and her mental state has deteriorated. She was sent to the 3rd Municipal Hospital yesterday." Chu Yuxuan pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering, feelings of turmoil flooding through him. Chu Muhuan continued, "Those internet influencers, they will likely face administrative detention for a maximum of 3 days. The law is indeed fair. The cost of slander amounts to merely 3 days of detention. TSK. Chu Yuxuan remarked with a sardonic smile, "On the day I was slandered, the company received 11 compensation notices totaling nearly 60 million. And they think 3 days of administrative detention suffices?" Chu Muhuan frowned. "As far as I know, your wife has already filed a lawsuit against them." Chu Yuxuan scoffed, pausing before saying, "Very well, let my wife handle it. Hello, dear sister. I saw your father last night. He seemed to walk awkwardly. I suspect his leg is troubling him again. Perhaps you should give him a call?" Chapter 87. Reaching consensus, a handshake. Chu Muhuan remained silent. After a brief moment, she inhaled deeply and said, "Chu Yuxuan, from now on, refrain from acting recklessly. Do not tread a path of no return." The siblings stood facing each other, the sunlight slanting down and casting a warm glow between them. The policewoman stood in the sunlight, the badge on her hat gleaming brightly. Chu Yuxuan lingered in the shade, his gaze profound and somber. "I shall take my leave." Chu Yuxuan turned away, waving his hand dismissively to his sister as he spoke. "When on duty, do not overexert yourself. Preserving your life is paramount." Chu Muhuan watched his departing figure, momentarily lost in thought, seemingly gazing at the quiet, well-mannered boy of their childhood, who would always greet her with a cheerful "Sister Muhuan." How swiftly the years had passed. Once the GTR sped away, Chu Muhuan hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone and called Chu Jiqing. "Muhuan," Chu Jiqing exclaimed, clearly surprised. Chu Muhuan replied in a neutral tone, "Is your leg hurting again?" "It's an old ailment, nothing to worry about, haha." "Are you busy at the moment? Is your money sufficient?" "If not, Dad can." Chu Muhuan interjected, "Did the medicine I bought for you last year prove effective?" Yes, it's been quite useful. There is still a large portion left, daughter. You. All right. I must hang up now." On his way to the company, Chu Yuxuan called Lao Wu, "Please assist me with something. Check on Xia Zhu's mother's condition at the 3rd Municipal Hospital, and remember to cover the medical expenses." Just as he hung up, Zhao Yanan unexpectedly called. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, suspecting it was yet another issue from the company. With a wry smile, he answered the phone. "Miss me?" A fit of coughing echoed from the other end, followed by Zhao Yanan's hoarse voice. "Where are you?" Chu Yuxuan immediately furrowed his brows. "Have you caught a cold?" "Yeah, cough, cough. Could you do me a favor? Are you at home or at the office? It's Friday. Could you, cough, cough, go to the production team of I am a bystander for me, cough, cough. Besides the cough, what other symptoms do you have? Headache? Runny nose? Dizziness? Any nausea or vomiting?" Zhao Yanan. What a case of talking past one another. Half an hour later, at Zhao Yanan's home, her good friend Zhou Sharua stood at the bedside alongside half a friend, Lu Kai, gazing at the slumbering Zhao Yanan, muttering, "Stupid girl, I shouldn't have listened to you last night. Why on earth did we go out in this frigid weather?" "Oh, tomboy, are you blaming me now?" Lu Kai, freshly emerged from the shower, was drying his hair with a towel, his tone effeminate. "Who insisted on trying out my new convertible last night?" "Humph." Zhao Yanan groggily opened her eyes, her voice filled with grievance. "Could you both just die? Cough, cough. Let me have a moment of peace." No sooner had she spoken than the doorbell rang. Zhou Sharua shoved Lu Kai, annoyed. "Go, my breakfast has arrived. Yanan, I ordered congee for you. Drink some when you can." Lu Kai shot her a glare, drying his damp hair as he sashayed to the door. Click. As the door swung open, owing to his focus on drying his hair, Lu Kai's gaze was low, catching sight only of a pair of hands holding a large bag. He pondered, "What kind of breakfast did I buy? Why is there so much?" He reached out to take the items, raising his eyes only to meet a pair of chilling, piercing peach blossom eyes. Realizing who stood before him, Lu Kai managed to stutter out a "thank you" before freezing in place. The two locked gazes for a full 3 or 4 seconds, the second-generation heir's expression murderous. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he instinctively stepped back, slamming the door with a resounding bang. "Are you insane? Don't you know how to close the door gently?" Zhou Xiaorua's head popped out from the bedroom, and upon seeing Lu Kai's panicked expression and the absence of breakfast in his hands, she queried, "What's wrong with you? Did you see a ghost?" Lu Kai dashed into the bedroom, trembling. "It's over. It's over. That I truly saw a ghost. Chu Yuxuan is at the door. He must have misunderstood me. Yanan, help me." That look in his eyes. "I feel like I'm done for." Zhou Xiaorua immediately grew anxious, recalling how she had just received 20,000 from that spoiled brat and had been boasting in front of him. Now, being discovered in her relationship with Zhao Yanan, given that brat's propensity for public confrontations, she feared he might slap her twice. "I need to hide. Lu Kai, good luck to you." As she observed her two friends in a frenzy, Zhao Yanan felt a pounding at her temples. Propping herself up against the headboard, she said, "What's there to fear? My connection with him, cough, cough, is purely fictitious. Lu Kai, go open the door. Even if it were true, he wouldn't misconstrue it, cough, cough. Besides, he knows about my illness." Lu Kai patted his chest, muttering "Umitba" several times before cautiously making his way to the door, while Zhou Xiaorua swiftly hid in the secondary bedroom. The door swung open once more, and Lu Kai, quaking, took a step back, mustering all his courage to force a smile. "Mr. Chu, I am Yanan's childhood friend. Lu Kai." Chu Yuxuan's eyes remained icy. He was aware that Zhao Yanan, due to her psychological condition, could not engage with men. However, what gnawed at him was why another man was in her home. Upon hearing childhood friend, his expression softened slightly, and he nodded gently, stepping inside. Yanan, as he entered the bedroom, Chu Yuxuan placed a pile of medicine on the bedside table and inquired of Zhao Yanan. "I bought a plethora of remedies to address them." Zhao Yanan replied, exasperated. "I've already taken medicine, cough, cough. Didn't I say not to come? Aren't you busy today?" Chu Yuxuan shook his head, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. "No matter how significant the matter, it pales in comparison to your well-being." Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes, pausing before saying, "I contacted Director Song. I initially thought to send someone else from the company in my stead, but the production team insisted it's best if you come, cough, cough." Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. "I've been rather busy lately with strong signals. Everyone wishes to latch onto me. No sooner had he spoken than laughter erupted from the secondary bedroom. I in the living room. Lu Kai reveled in the misfortune, while Zhao Yanan felt a pang of exasperation towards her friend, who had an inexplicably low sense of humor. Chu Yuxuan chuckled, appearing unfazed. He had noticed the cartoon-patterned garment hanging on the rack upon entering. Zhao Yanan had never favored such a style. A moment later, Zhou Xiaorua, head drooping, approached the doorway of Zhao Yanan's bedroom. Without a word, she bowed deeply to Chu Yuxuan, executing a 90-degree bow. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. Last time I deceived you. About your 20,000. Can I repay it in installments? Chu Yuxuan, feigning ignorance, responded, Oh, aren't you? That psychologist. Zhao Yanan smiled gently. She is my close friend, Zhou Xiaorua. Hello, Chu Yuxuan nodded, smirking. What a coincidence, haha. Thought you've done quite well in your practice. Why would you want to refund me? Later, I can introduce a few friends to you. Their mental health isn't too stable. You might take a look. Zhou Xiaorua was momentarily taken aback, her expression a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Really? A gentleman's word is his bond. Even if I say little, I can introduce 3 to you. The treatment fees will be the same as mine, not a penny less. Zhou Xiaorua's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as if she could see her throat, and immediately clasped her hands in gratitude. Brother-in-law, please accept my humble bow. Zhao Yanan. After a bout of laughter, Chu Yuxuan turned to Zhao Yanan, returning to the matter at hand. Shall I contact Director Song this afternoon? Zhao Yanan's eyes sparkled. Are you agreeing to this? Chu Yuxuan extended his hand. Let us reach a consensus. A handshake?